At a certain classroom, the teacher stands on the podium speaking down. All right, students, are you ready? It is almost time for the gene modification injection. So everyone, please believe in yourselves. 3 years of physical training and cultivating martial energy was all for today. As for those who never took this seriously, saying this, a young man at his desk props up his chin, smiling like a fool while thinking, is he joking? Being a bad student isn't my fault. I transmigrated into this body, so what? The hell should I be ashamed of? But thinking about it, since I'm in the original host body, I have to help him make a name for himself. This is in City First High, inside the gene injection room. In this box lies the gene awakening regent, containing the primal genes of all the magical beasts humanity's martial artists have collected. After injection, the body absorbs one to awaken. Usually, the stronger the physique, the stronger the beast gene that awakens. The teacher picks up the vial. Don't panic. Students, after the injection, just stay calm and accept the power. Then, students like Chen Pengfei and Miao Ruana are called up one by one. Everyone screams in pain after the shot, their entire bodies mutating. Yehi watches in confusion. After they take the shot, they all become weird and even seem to be in agony. Looks like this stuff isn't easily obtained. He decides to push everything aside and jams the needle straight into his own neck, deciding to risk it all. The moment the liquid enters, Yehi's eyes turn blue, but something feels wrong. The teacher stares him face to face, squinting as he speaks. Student Yehi, you don't seem to have changed at all. He stands there with a dumb look and replies, Teacher, did you give me a knockoff potion or something? Suddenly a girl in a pink shirt struts out from nowhere to mock him. Haha, look everyone, seems like Yehi didn't awaken anything. A martial artist without an awakening is like a bird without wings. Isn't Yehi finished? Suddenly, his body goes cold. His heart pounds, and a strange feeling crawls through him. System notification. Acquired unlimited monster template. Host Yehi. Constitution grade B. Martial arts 9 breath manual. Launch on fist. The girl in pink still walks over, hands on her hips. Picking a fight. What are you doing? If you didn't awaken? You didn't awaken? Why pretend? Yehi's body starts trembling violently, and his voice changes. He warns, You guys, leave now. The girl objects. Why leave? Based on what? Yehi grits his teeth. If you don't go, you won't make it. The moment he finishes, he roars savagely. A terrifying power erupts, blasting her and the nearby classmates away. The room turns into chaos. The force of the collision is too strong. Who awakened? I can't handle this pressure. Money. What did he do? Some people look over, thinking, is there someone stronger than me? The system shows Class A template, Legendary Demara, bloodline abilities, Earth infection, Thermonuclear Pulse, Atomic Energy Absorption, Evolution Form, Crimson Demara, only activated. When compatibility is 100%, current compatibility 3%, Yehi shudders, muttering, Class A model. Demara Unlimited Monster Template. What is that? Yehi looks at his palm, glowing brightly with spiritual energy pouring from every cell, so abundant it shines. He gasps in shock. Is this the golden finger? The system has gifted me. The classmates who always look down on Yehi now witness this peak level scene and can't believe their eyes. Was that just that useless trash? The guy next to him stares wide-eyed. In a blink, he used his aura to push everyone back. They glance at the girl in the pink shirt. The bully Wang Tongtong, who is lying motionless on the floor, eyes rolled back. They whisper, Wang Tongtong actually passed out. She awakened in a tier 2 fire gecko. And that guy, Yehi, exactly what kind of monster model did he awaken? The whispering never stops. After witnessing Yehi's terrifying internal power, those who used to mock him now only know how to bow down, trembling in fear. Yehi scratches his head with a look of innocent guilt. Ahem, cough. Sorry about that. The commotion was a bit loud. I told everyone to move away. But who told you not to listen to me? Just then, the school broadcast announces that the awakening time has ended. All awakened students are requested to move immediately to the testing building to determine their beast gene and martial Dao level. Scene shifts to the testing building. This place is equipped with many modern gene-breaking devices, capable of accurately identifying the beast type and martial level of each person. Students take turns entering the testing area, and results are quickly displayed on the big screen. Li Xinyuan, Class 12-8. Awakened Bloodline Tier 3 Gale Insect. The crowd instantly buzzes. So lucky. Before, he was just average, but now he's the Class Ace. A powerful bloodline is truly no joke. The announcement for the next results belongs to... Then there was another male student, Chu Zhou, a 9th Dan martial apprentice who awakened the peak Tier 3 Ice Demon Dragon bloodline. The crowd couldn't stop buzzing. Chu Zhou really lives up to the number 1 spot, a 9th Dan martial apprentice, and he awakened a peak Tier 3 Ice Demon Dragon. He's definitely locking in the top scorer title for In-City this year. Just then, a beautiful girl grabbed everyone's attention as her results flashed up. Liu Yutong, 9th Dan martial apprentice. awakened the rare tier 4 Nether Sparrow bloodline. The crowd instantly went wild. Look at that, Miss Liu is a 9th Dan too, and oh my god, Nether Sparrow, that's a rare tier 4. She's the real provincial top scorer. A tier 4 beast can wipe out half a city in its true form. Normal martial artists are just ants compared to them. Only a grandmaster would stand a chance. Meanwhile, Yehi hadn't been tested yet. He stood below, hand on his chin, looking up at the scoreboard in deep thought. Their monster models are classified as tier 3 and tier 4. So why is mine listed as rank A? Suddenly, the loudspeaker blared his name with strange, heavy emphasis. Next up, Class 7-3 Yehi. Yehi flinched, his face flushing slightly with embarrassment. Did they really have to shout it out word by word like that? Thanks to his earth-shattering performance earlier. Yehi was now the absolute center of attention. Eyes filled with admiration and expectation locked onto him from every direction. The crowd automatically parted like the Red Sea to let him through. Whispers of awe followed his every step. With that kind of impact force, he's definitely going to be a big shot. Gotta befriend him now. I need to hug that golden thigh while I can. Whoa, my idol, my male god. It's Yehi's turn with the aura he had earlier. His level is going to be insane. True peak performance. The more praise he received, the more pressure Yehi felt. Only he knew the truth. His talent was rated rank A, a completely different classification system. He muttered, "This world really worships power, naked and unashamed." Yehi walked through the cheering crowd and entered the testing room, his expression calm and unreadable. Outside, the hype train didn't stop. Yehi was going to make the whole class look up to him this time. It's finally his turn. His power can't possibly be average. So cool. What kind of bloodline releases that much pressure, and City is finally getting a heavy hitter? However, in a far corner, someone watched silently. Their eyes were cold, clearly unhappy seeing Yehi being worshipped. The figure thought, "So, his name is Yehi, actually? I'm looking forward to seeing this." Moments later, Yehi's profile hit the big screen. It showed basic info, but the vital stats they all read unknown. The crowd shifted from surprise to shock, then exploded into loud whispers of doubt and mockery. Martial Apprentice 3rd Dan, Bloodline Unknown Beast. 3rd Dan, haha. My middle school brother could beat him. What a joke. We wasted our expectations on the wrong guy. The mood flipped instantly. Sneers erupted everywhere. Unknown bloodline probably means it's trash. Exactly. How could a 3rd Dan have a good bloodline? Was that pressure earlier just him ripping a huge fart? Yehi was just a useless lump of mud that can't stick to the wall. Amidst the laughter and ridicule, Yehi walked out of the testing room, looking gloomy. He muttered, "Demara wasn't detected by the scanner. But the infinite monster model system has been activated." A virtual system panel popped up in his mind. Guide infinite monster model. Complete quests and gain fame to earn. Draw attempts for monster models. Current draws none. He thought, my model uses a different classification. But what does this imply? Yehi chuckled softly, a mysterious, unpredictable smile. His eyes flashed with intense determination. Mixed with pure excitement as he looked at his hands. "As long as I meet the conditions, I can draw infinite monster models," he murmured. "Doesn't that mean I'll become the king of beasts?" The next morning, at City High School number 1, it was a beautiful sunny day. Inside the faculty office, a stern-looking teacher took a large sip of coffee. And stared at the student before him with suspicion. "What, you want to take leave and self-study until the college entrance exam?" Yehi stood tall, legs apart, fists clenched, radiating determination and eagerness. "Sir, I really want to improve. I know I lack knowledge. Without a special training route, catching up to everyone is basically impossible." The teacher looked at Yehi sternly, his tone practical and carrying a heavy warning. "Yehi, you have to understand, if you want to be a true martial artist, the only path is martial arts university. I know you just awakened, but your foundation is too weak. It's practically zero. Getting into university this year is a fantasy. My sincere advice to you is, prepare to retake the exam next year. Don't be too rash." Yehi stands there, facing his teacher's skepticism and harsh advice. Unable to contain the determination burning inside him, he immediately deploys his ultimate technique. Sincere begging, with eyes glistening, full of desperation and fierce hope, he pleads, "Teacher, the harder it is, the faster I need to improve. You don't know my potential yet. I've awakened an incredibly powerful bloodline. Just give me a chance to train hard. I promise I'll succeed. Look at my sincere eyes." I'm absolutely not lying. Yehi's reaction, a bit over the top but undeniably heartfelt, finally makes the teacher soften. Those eyes really are sincere. I suppose I can't be too hard on you. Fine. Alright, but remember, if you fail, you're registering for my cram school next year. Scene shifts to the Anchang Martial Arts Center. Yehi wanders alone through the bustling streets of the city center. He walks, lost in calculation. The house mom and dad left is mortgaged for $600,000, plus the accident compensation of over $1 million. I've got a decent chunk of capital. 2 ways to get stronger fast: upgrade my martial realm, or boost compatibility with the Emperor Demon Lizard. Recalling the system interface, Yehi sinks deep into thought, completely shutting out the world. According to the infinite monster model data, base compatibility starts at 1%, but my Berserk Emperor Demon Lizard started at 3%. Where did that 2% gap come from? He wonders. Only one logical explanation: the Emperor Demon Lizard absorbed the residual energy from the Awakening Gene Serum, giving me that extra 2%. The realization hits Yehi like a lightning bolt. This proves standard gene potions can power up my monster model, he thinks. Compared to the slow grind of martial arts, the pay-to-win route of buying compatibility suits me way better. Having found a shortcut to rapid power, Yehi trembles with excitement. Gotta buy new gene potions. Stat, entering the martial center, Yehi swipes his student ID at the gate. Suddenly, a strange sensation washes over him. His eyes widen in shock. In his special vision, Yehi sees everyone around him wrapped in distinct energy auras, clearly reflecting their awakened abilities, and almost everyone here, possesses a powerful aura. They are elites. He gasps, unable to hide his surprise. Is this place purely for awakened martial artists? After awakening the Berserk Emperor Demon Lizard model, Yehi discovered a special sensory ability. The Demon Lizard's biomagnetic field amplifies life signals. He can clearly feel the blood boiling in their veins, even hear the primal roars, the beasts hiding within the bloodlines of these martial artists. Intense excitement surges in his chest. His eyes flash with spiritual energy. Martial artists? Beasts. I can't suppress this boiling hunger for battle. He chuckles, his voice dripping with confidence and arrogance. After all, the Berserk Emperor Demon Lizard is the king of monsters. An emperor born to conquer every living thing on this planet. He wants to scream it out. Too bad I'm still too weak. The Emperor Demon Lizard has to be patient for now. But once I grow up, I'll show this world what a true monster king looks like, deep in his ambitious plotting. The hand gently taps his shoulder. Hey kid, don't go creeping on people like that. Little Yehi jumps, realizing the misunderstanding. He stammers, sorry. Big sis, I didn't mean to. She waves it off, relaxed. It's fine. Just awakened a beast bloodline. Can't control it yet. Why are you here? Yehi replies, I'm here to buy gene potions, but this place is huge. I can't find the shop. Beautiful sis, can you point me in the right direction? She looks helpful. Gene potions. You need them already at this stage. Yehi blinks, confused. Is there something I should know? She shrugs. Nothing huge, but they're expensive and cause drug resistance. Effectiveness drops each time you use them. To get the best results, martial artists usually wait until they hit a natural bottleneck. Yehi plays dumb. So, how much is a bottle, sis? The stylish lady holds up 4 long fingers. For your level, you'd use a basic consolidation potion. About 400,000 a pop. Hearing that number, Yehi freezes. He wanted to drop dead right there. His face withered instantly. It was insanely expensive. His entire life savings wouldn't even buy 5 of them. He awkwardly asked, Sis, do you know anyone who could get me a discount? After a brief thought, the girl gently bent down, pulling a business card from her pocket and handing it to him. Even though the gesture was subtle, it caused the massive mounds on her chest to jiggle uncontrollably. All right, take my card. Huang Liang Li, a 4th stage martial artist, explained that a referral would get a small discount. Hearing this, Yehi was overjoyed and immediately snatched the card, his eyes sparkling with delight. He waved goodbye cheerfully. Thanks a ton, sis. She smiled back and replied, No problem. See you later. Right after the chat ended, Yehi got straight to business. He prepared to start a money-burning war at the martial arts specialty shops. At the Gene Pharmacy counter, he paid 1,550,000 dong, then another 250,000 at the weapon shop. Just like that, Yehi spent money like a maniac. Without holding back, in the blink of an eye, darkness fell, cutting to Yehi's apartment. The young man sat in total focus. Although pain and discomfort radiated through his body, Yehi gritted his teeth and endured it. He frantically absorbed the power from the expensive gene potions. The system chimed continuously. Monster model, frenzied emperor lizard. Compatibility, 3% to 4%. 4% to 7%. Total physique, 8 to 10 to 15. Realm 7th stage martial apprentice. After a long period of enduring the torture of the absorption process, Yehi was nearly exhausted. He stretched out his arms, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. The feeling of leveling up is amazing. Although the first few potions increased his physique by 2 points, the final vial only added 1 point. The further he went, the harder it would be to strengthen his foundation. It's tough, but it's fine. Just a few dozen minutes of potion training is equal to 3 years of bitter hard work. And this is just raw physical strength. If I activate the Emperor bloodline on top of this, I'll have a shot at taking the top spot in this year's university entrance exam. Filled with determination, the young man shouted and set off for the secret realm. The secret realm, rifts were divided into ranks, from S, the highest and most dangerous, down to E, the lowest and safest. The higher the level, the more powerful and ferocious the magic beast inside. The monsters in S-rank realms were existences that current humanity could not control. Once they invaded the real world, it would be an extinction-level event. Cutting to the E-rank and City Secret Realm. Number 3. Fully equipped with weapons and armor, Yehi stepped into the entrance area. He looked around for a moment and muttered, "Fewer people than I thought. Maybe because this realm was cleared ages ago. So, most of the treasures have been stripped clean. Only weak beasts are left for rookies like me to practice on." The young man walked along the path until he found a small registration booth. "Hello, I booked a ticket for Secret Realm number 3. The woman in charge barely looked up, lazily handing the paperwork to Yehi. "Sign this death waiver. Here's your ticket." A spatial gate leading to the secret realm appeared before Yehi, a vortex of unstable energy radiating an ancient and dangerous aura. So this is a secret realm rift. This is my starting point to becoming the Monster King. Without hesitation, he gathered momentum and charged straight into the spatial vortex, his heart bursting with anticipation. Here I come. As soon as he jumped into the rift, the familiar three-dimensional world vanished. It felt as if he had just passed through a layer of space into a completely new world. Quickly, Yehi landed safely on the ground. Relying on natural reflexes, he placed a hand on the ground and kneeled on one leg, a perfectly executed landing. From his current position, inside the realm, he could clearly see other planets floating in a strangely colorful sky. The Kanglin planet, the dark microplanet, the Great Gold planet, they all created a scene completely different from Earth's sky. Yehi hurriedly adjusted his gear. He looked around in amazement. Even though he had studied this in books, nothing could compare to witnessing the scene with his own eyes. It's spectacular. I can even see the starry sky. The young man continued to marvel, unaware that something was sneaking up behind him. It was a first-stage magic beast, the blade-toothed rabbit. The moment it bared its fangs and charged thunderously at Yehi, he spun around and grabbed it by the neck, punishing its trashy sneaking habit. "Idiot, did you really think I couldn't sense you?" Just like that, he ruthlessly crushed it, wiping it from existence. In Yehi's hand, only a small, sparkling crystal remained. He held it up to inspect carefully. Blade-tooth rabbit core, common quality. Market value was about 1,000 dong. He had just entered and already made 1,000 not bad efficiency. Ordinary people work hard all year just to make 3,000 or 4,000. His mood became incredibly relaxed. He held the spirit stone high to admire it. But collecting too many first stage cores isn't that useful. I should focus on hunting second stage beasts or higher. But right at that moment, suddenly, a strange tremor from beneath the ground behind him catches him off guard. He spins around just as a massive, soft-bodied monster erupts from the earth. It writhes like a mutated earthworm, its slimy body towering hundreds of times larger than Yehi. It is the Tier 2 demon beast, the Guardian Worm. But instead of fear, facing such a bizarre and powerful creature only makes Yehi's blood boil with excitement. He instantly draws the short blade from his waist, a challenging smirk playing on his lips. "Ask, and you shall receive." This is exactly what I was looking for. Here, in the E-rank secret realm, unchanged number 3, Yehi is beginning a speed run to domination. Facing the massive Tier 2 Guardian Worm, he doesn't flinch. With a single, powerful, and precise slash, he carves a deep gash right into the monster's flesh. The worm screeches in agony, a piercing sound that splits the air. As green slime sprays out like rain, Yehi shifts into a defensive stance, eyes locking onto the beast, analyzing its next move. He recalls the data from the monster library. Unlike the armored plating on its back, that soft underbelly is obviously its fatal weakness. The monster, stinging from the hit, suddenly curls its body. Transforming into a gigantic flesh wheel, it charges forward with terrifying speed, aiming to crush Yehi flat. Facing this ferocious counter attack, Yehi remains ice cold. He raises both hands, channeling every ounce of his internal energy while muttering a martial arts chant. Boom! A powerful blast of energy erupts from his palms, shooting straight toward the incoming Guardian Worm. But the beast opens its hideous maw, firing off rows of razor-sharp teeth that spin continuously. Like flying buzzsaws, they hurtle toward Yehi at breakneck speed, a literal moving guillotine. If those hit, he's guaranteed to be sliced in half. Yehi is genuinely surprised. It can launch its teeth as projectiles. He performs a clumsy, desperate dodge, barely escaping, but rip, his shirt gets shredded. Yehi snaps, absolutely furious. "You damn mutated freak, do you have any idea how much this shirt cost?" He roars, keeping a safe distance. While his brain rapidly analyzes the situation, a head-on clash with this corpse worm is going to be tough. After all, without his bloodline support, no matter how strong his martial arts energy is, he can't unleash his full potential. It's all because the original owner of this body was so lazy, his foundation is trash. Guess I have to turn on the hacks. Eyes wide, Yehi pushes his internal energy to the absolute limit. A surge of raw power explodes outwards. He screams, "Frenzied Lizard Emperor Demon Bloodline, activate!" Instantly, his right arm mutates, covered in hard scales and the razor-sharp claws of the Demola. A split second later, Yehi vanishes. Moving at godlike speed, He unleashes a barrage of terrifying slashes across the monster's body. Green slime sprays everywhere like a fountain once again. And just like that, the Tier 2 monster is history. He turns away, wiping the sweat from his brow. With my physique stats boosted to 21, handling a Tier 2 corpse worm is a walk in the park. He deactivates his transformation, needing to vent the nuclear-like heat building up inside him. I feel like a walking jet engine. He checks his weapon, the short blade is wrecked. Yehi picks it up, fuming. I just bought this corroded by the worm's toxin already. This piece of junk. Cost me $2.5 million and the quality is this trash. It can't even handle a Tier 2 beast. I'm suing that shop. I swear. Suddenly, his stomach growls like thunder. He rubs his belly, muttering, "First time hunting and I burned way too much energy. So I'm starving, and I forgot to pack rations." Then, amidst the hunger pangs, a strange, delicious aroma hits his nose. Mouth watering. He sniffs the air deeply, trying to track down that heavenly scent. That's when Yehi realizes the smell is coming from the core that dropped from the guardian worm's corpse. He picks the core up, staring at it intensely. A beast core from the corpse worm. Why does it smell so appetizing? He hesitates for a second, then opens wide. Screw it. He tosses the green core straight into his mouth and swallows. Gulp! The core hits his stomach and explodes into brilliant spiritual energy, rushing through his veins. Instant results. The system panel pops up. Monster model Frenzied Lizard Demola. Compatibility 7%. Rising to 7.3%. Yehi's body glows like he just swallowed a flashlight, his aura surging with new power. He gasps, stunned. It went up, eating it actually increased my compatibility score. A wild grin spreads across his face, eyes burning with excitement. This is insane. I spent hundreds of thousands on gene potions just to get a measly 1% boost. But chomping on one green core gives me 0.3%. Just 3 or 4 of these equals a whole potion. That means the white core from that blade tooth rabbit earlier must have been worth at least 1% mine. The realization hits him like a truck. Tears stream down his face, not of joy, but of pure financial regret. My money. Damn it all. Money. Man, it really is all about the money. He quickly regained his composure, tapping his forehead. Right. Turn that pain into fuel. Yehi made a bold declaration. Yehi, tonight you are going to hunt until you drop. Within minutes, an invisible but massive shockwave pulsed from his body, sweeping through the vast forest like a biological radar. He shouted, activating his skill, Life Force Field. It wasn't until noon the next day that Yehi finally exited the E-Rank Mystery Realm. His system reported the results. Berserk Demon God template. Compatibility at 9%. Total physique stats at 15.8. Strolling casually out of the spatial gate. Yehi pondered his situation. Since my compatibility hit 9%, those white monster cores are useless. Eating them won't raise my stats anymore. Guess my only option is to sell them for cash. Moments later, at the exchange counter outside the gate, Yehi dumped a mountain of glistening cores onto the table, 20 white cores and 4 green ones. The woman in charge of the counter stared, her jaw practically hitting the floor. Are you serious? You're clearly just a high school student. How did you bag this many cores? The hunters lining up behind him gawked at Yehi's loot, their eyes filled with a mix of shock and fear. Yehi leaned against the counter, addressing the staff. Per government regulations, martial artists have to contribute a portion of their harvest. I'll take the payout for 1 green core and hand over 5 white ones for the tax. Did the mental math. Sweet. That is 200,000 yuan secured in my pocket. Cut to In City. At the entrance of D-Rank Dungeon number 4, it was a desolate zone of ruins. In the center stood a dilapidated building, half collapsed. Right next to it, a spatial rift, swirled much larger than the E-Rank one, forming a terrifying vortex of blue energy. This was the entrance to the D-Rank realm. The sun was shining brightly as a brand new, glossy convertible sports car pulled up nearby. A man, wearing a blue shirt and sunglasses, sat in the driver's seat, calling out, "Captain Lin, we're definitely wrapping up that bounty mission for the Bloodjade Flower this time, right?" Lin He, a Tier 2 martial artist, replied, "Last time we went in, we pinned down the general location of the Bloodjade Flower. But old Chen got critically injured by a monster, so he can't join the dive today." A woman on the team crossed her arms, looking concerned. "So, our squad is down to just 5 people. Beside her, a man with a buzz cut chimed in. "Yeah, and according to regulations, a squad needs at least 6 members to be cleared for entry into a D-Rank dungeon." Lin He turned back, a confident smirk on his face. "Don't sweat it. I contacted a middleman. They introduced us to a new expert to fill the slot." He pointed toward a figure slowly rambling in their direction, dressed in sloppy, loose clothes. He didn't look like an expert at all. It was none other than Yehi. The team members looked skeptical. One asked, "You're Dacia, the Stage 9 fighter." Yehi, he, looking completely disheveled, dug a finger into his nose and gave a goofy grin. "That's me." But internally, he was thinking, Since I'm just a student, I don't have the official clearance to enter a D-rank dungeon yet. I had to go to Tuathimao, black market, and drop 100,000 just to fake an identity and join a squad. Pricey as hell. Man, bad luck seems to follow me everywhere. Lin-Hee frowned slightly, looking concerned about the alias Yehi had chosen. Dizia, that name, doesn't exactly scream victory, does it, Lin? He thought to himself. Yehi just shrugged, feigning helplessness. Whatever, Captain, just call me whatever you want. He acted like he couldn't care less. Lin-Hee cleared his throat, speaking firmly. Alright, fine, forget it. It's just a code name anyway. Listen, with your current stage 9 level, you aren't actually qualified for a dungeon of this difficulty. But our squad decided to give you a shot to tag along, observe, and learn. In exchange, you are absolutely not allowed to get in our way. Do I make myself clear? Yehi replied with a curt, indifferent attitude. Roger that. Internally, however, he approved. A captain's job is to set clear boundaries before the mission starts. He seems reliable enough, unlike those amateurs who panic the moment things go south. With everything settled, Yehi and the other members hopped into the off-road vehicle. Alright, move out. This time, we are not leaving without that blood jade flower. Moments later, the squad passed through the spatial gate, stepping foot onto an alien planet. The terrain was desolate, dry, and completely devoid of trees. Captain Lin-Hee checked his tracker and announced, "The blood jade flower is in the oasis up ahead. Stay sharp, there's a tier 2 bloodline monster guarding it." Yehi sat in the car, chin resting on his hand, gazing dreamily out the window. Last time, it was a tropical rainforest. Now it's a desert. These dungeons really do connect to completely different worlds. Just as the vehicle drove deeper into the wasteland, a pack of hungry beasts, wild, wolf-like creatures with earth-colored fur suddenly surged from the flanks, chasing the car. A team member in the back shouted, adrenaline spiking. Captain Earth Demon Rats, and they are closing in fast. The car. A squad member in the back, on high alert, instantly reports, Captain, it's a pack of Earth Demon Rats. They're rushing right at. Faster, they're locking onto us. Lin-Hee stays ice cold, barking orders. Huda, deal with them. Huda moves instantly. He crosses his arms, and in a blink, razor-sharp short blades materialize over the back of his hands. Huda violently swings backward. The daggers, charged with spirit energy, shoot out like lightning bolts, embedding. Straight into the skulls of the Earth Demon Rats, detonating them on impact. The explosive energy shatters their heads, sending blood and meat spraying everywhere. Their agonized screeches echo across the desolate desert, but the team's vehicle doesn't slow down for a second. Huda retracts his hands, expressionless. A short report, threat neutralized. Yehi glances at his teammate, silently analyzing, infusing chi into projectiles to turn them into mini-bombs upon impact. Fast, clean, lethal. That skill is actually pretty nasty. The car powers on, after a while, a lush green forest begins to emerge on the horizon, a total contrast to the barren desert they just crossed. The sky here is bizarre. You can clearly see massive planets floating above, nothing like the sky back on Earth. Realizing they're close to the target, the team decides to kill the engine. Everyone dismounts, weapons locked and loaded. Ready to step into the danger zone. Yehi trails behind, looking bored and a bit tired from the ride. He curiously asks the captain, "Why aren't we just driving straight in?" Lin-Hee takes point, explaining as he walks. "We're still a ways off from the oasis. The beasts in there are hypersensitive to sound. The roar of an engine would act like a dinner bell for every monster in the area. We walk from here. I'm assigning roles now. Xiaoxia, use the scent bombs to lure the beast out of hiding. Xiaowu, who do you two set up the traps? Liu, you handle crowd control. I'll take the main front line. And you, Yehi, just stand on the perimeter and watch. Don't get in the way." A slack job, Yehi pouts his lips, shrugging with zero care. Okie dokie. Once the battle plan. The team fires a special signal flare into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions echo, followed by a white smoke that spreads rapidly, carrying a potent active agent. It's a pheromone bomb, synthesized from a high-tier monster, designed to trigger other beasts into thinking their territory is being invaded, provoking them to hunt the intruder. The effect is instant. The ground trembles slightly, and a rank 2 Earth Dragon emerges. Its body resembles a dinosaur, but is coated in scales capable of storing electricity. It rears up on a massive, imposing figure, jaws wide, dripping with sticky saliva. It lets out a roar that threatens to tear apart anything daring to come close. "It's here, everyone. Heads up," Shasha warns. Meanwhile, back at the previous location, where the team slaughtered the Earth Demon Rats, a few daggers remain stuck in the sand. From the distance, a tall figure in a black cloak, covering his face, silently approaches. On the stranger's arm, are are two long, intersecting scars, looking absolutely vicious. He stoops down, picking up one of Hude's bloodstained daggers. As the dust settles, his face is revealed a bald old man wearing sunglasses. He looks cool, but there's an aura, a pure insanity about him. He extends a long tongue, pervertedly licking the blood off the blade he just found. His eyes overflow with killing intent and a mad thirst for blood as he cackles manically. Ha ha! Back at the battle. The Earth Dragon senses danger immediately. The giant beast tries to intimidate them with its power, but Yehi strikes before it can move. He launches forward like an arrow, his sword carving a cold, sharp arc in the air. With a single slash, the beast's head is severed from its neck. Hitting the ground with a thud, the massive body collapses. Spewing green blood, immediately, Xiaoxia, the only girl on the team, runs over breathlessly. Captain Lin. Rear guard is clear. We actually did it. Standing before the massive corpse, he triumphantly rests his sword. Him on his shoulder, a confident smirk on his lips. Good work. Now, let's go find the blood jade fruit. But in that exact second, disaster strikes. From behind him, a sharp claw tears through the wind like a phantom. A scream of terror rings out. Linhe spins around on instinct. In that split second between life and death, a shadow rushes in like a bolt of lightning. It's Yehi. No one saw him move, but he's suddenly right above the captain's head. Before anyone can process, what he's doing. Boom! A heaven-shaking punch crashes down, carrying spirit energy as violent as a falling thunderbolt. The earth quakes, dust billowing up in a blinding cloud. When the smoke clears, Linhe is still standing there, alive. But his face is pale with pure shock. He turns to look at Yehi, unable to believe his eyes. That kid. Isn't he just a rank 1 martial apprentice? How does he have the power to blow away a rank 2 beast? Xiaoxia's eyes pop out in disbelief. That punch was terrifyingly powerful. Instantly, Yehi becomes the center of attention. Total respect. That punch was insane. You one-shotted a tier 2 demon beast just like that. Yehi simply dusted off his hands, answering with absolute swagger. Piece of cake, Captain Lin. He walked over, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Thanks for the save. As of right now, you're officially part of the squad. A moment later, Linhe spotted what they'd been hunting for, a small, crimson fruit shaped exactly like a heart. He held it up, cheering. Found it. It's the blood. Jade fruit. Xiaoyu poked at it curiously. We even got the Earth Dragon's core. Not a bad haul. At all. Xiaoxia stared at the glowing red fruit, confused. Is this little red ball really worth that much? Yehi stood back, thinking to himself, looks like the legendary Saintess fruit. Linhe explained, absolutely. This thing can massively boost your compatibility with the martial arts gene template. We hit some bumps, but in the end, we took down the Earth Dragon and secured the blood jade fruit. But the moment the words left his lips, a sickening thwack cut through the air. Huadu, the silent shadow trailing Linhe, suddenly drew his blade and plunged it into the captain's back. A twisted grin spread across his face, his voice dripping with malice. Didn't think it'd be that easy. Did you, Captain Lin? The sudden betrayal left. The squad frozen in shock. Captain Lin? What the hell? Lin, he whipped around, instinctively raising his hand to fight back. Huadu, what the hell are you doing? But Huadu was ready. He dodged effortlessly, skipping back a few steps. That's when a stranger stepped out from the shadows, the bald geezer who'd grabbed the dagger earlier. He let out a sinister laugh. What am I doing? Are you blind? I'm making a fortune, obviously. The moment the team saw the intruder, they were paralyzed with shock. Huapeng, why are you here? Xiaoyu clenched his fists, his face turning beet red with rage, his eyes burning holes into the traitors. Yehi tilted his head, asking calmly, you guys know this chrome dome? Xiaoyu ground out. Every word, glaring with pure hatred. Huapeng, he's a notorious bandit, specializes in stalking hunters and stealing the loot they bled for in the dungeons. Bastard. He must have been tracking us from the start. Meanwhile, Captain Lin, who could barely stand, clutching his bleeding wound, gasping for air. The blade. It's poisoned, Huadu, you traitorous scum. How did you know we'd be here? The coordinates for the blood jade fruit were only confirmed. After we entered the dungeon, Yehi silently watched the chaos, connecting the dots in his mind. A memory flashed back when they first entered. Huadu used darts to kill those earth rats. Realization hit him. He muttered to himself. He threw those darts off target on purpose, marking the trail for his crew. The jig was up, and Huadu dropped the act. His face twisted into a demonic snarl, gripping his dagger tight. Haha, you're sharper than you look, kid. Aren't you just some high school trash finals coming up? Right, instead of hitting the books, you decided to crawl in here and book a one-way ticket to hell. Yehi tilted his head, his voice dangerously calm. You're right. Exams are coming up. And the top spot is waiting for me to claim it. Hearing the arrogance, Huadu snapped, screaming like a lunatic as he hurled his dagger straight at Yihua. But Yihua just raised 2 fingers, catching the blade in midair. The move was so fast no one even blinked. His eyes were sharp as steel. The only one barking nonsense here, is you. Not wasting a second, Yihua clenched his fist. Spiritual energy erupted like a raging inferno, engulfing his arm, his expression turning bone-chillingly cold. Filth. Time to take out the trash. Seeing this, the bald bandit Huapeng couldn't stay still. Veins popped on his forehead as he ground his teeth. You cocky little brat Huadi, bring me his head. Huadi didn't hesitate. He channeled every ounce of his energy to unleash his deadliest technique. Countless daggers shot out like a rain of steel, so dense and fast it looked impossible to dodge. The air around Yihua was filled with razor-sharp death. Facing the storm of blades, Yihua simply crouched. Instantly, a shimmering barrier of energy materialized around him. Every dagger that touched it shattered into dust. Yihua roared, powering up. As the metal rain ceased, the barrier faded. But Huadi was gone. Someone screamed, "Watch out above you." In a split second, Yihua pressed 2 fingers to his forehead. A massive surge of spiritual power exploded outwards, his eyes glowing with an eerie light. Perfect timing, he muttered. I needed to test this new skill. A flash. Yihua aimed his hand at Huadi's chest as he dove down. Prime Earth Core, 10-fold gravity. Huadi took the full force of the blow. Lin, he stood there, completely frozen. 1 hit. He took out. Huadi with 1 hit. Is he really just a high school martial apprentice? Yihua blew the smoke off his fingertips. Mimicking a smoking gun, behind him, Huadi crashed face first into the sandstone dead. Signs of life. In the distance, Huapeng freezes. Panic and terror are plastered all over his face, though he desperately tries to keep up a tough front. Illusion techniques. Are you a descendant of some great clan? Yehi casually straightens up, hands sliding into his pockets, radiating pure, unadulterated swagger. Great clan. I'm from the Demara clan, actually, so you want to get on your knees and beg for mercy. Right behind him, a majestic, blurry phantom of a giant beast flickers into existence before vanishing into thin air. Hearing the mockery, Huapeng's face turns a deep shade of purple. He roars in a fit of rage, exploding with his full power. You little brat, even if you have illusion techniques, it can't make up for the massive gap in our cultivation realms. Instantly, Huapeng's body begins to mutate, his roar thundering like a storm. Muscles bulge and swell, thick fur sprouts wildly, and in the blink of an eye, he transforms into a ferocious giant black bear. Looming behind him is his beast avatar, a bear with jaws wide open, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Without a hesitation, Huapeng charges at Yehi in his giant bear form, activating the mountain crashing ram skill. Yehi, however, stays completely relaxed. First, he targets the lower body. Immediately after, he unleashes his signature finger move, firing a beam of spiritual energy from the bottom up, aiming right for the legs. My leg. Huapeng howls in agony, realizing he can't win like that. He switches tactics. Crouching low, he swings his massive bare arms in a horizontal sweep, trying to grab his opponent whole. But Yehi moves like lightning, leaping into the air to dodge cleanly. Not wanting to lose, Huapeng launches himself upward, determined not to let his prey escape. Truly worthy of a stage 2 martial artist. Even though Yehi unleashed a powerful burst of atomic breath, he has to admit it wasn't enough to completely melt that giant ankle. The massive paws swipe down, inches from his face. Murderous intent surges in Huapeng's eyes. He intends to crush his opponent without a shred of mercy. A deafening boom echoes as the bare paws clap together, creating a massive shockwave that blasts the surrounding dust into the air. But he missed. In that split second, Yehi had already vanished from his spot. He didn't just dodge, he used the momentum to teleport right behind Huapeng, his hand already charging with spiritual energy, ready to strike. You done playing? Now it's my turn. Yehi clenches his fist, his entire body radiating intensity as scorching. Spiritual energy engulfs him like flames. As the power peaks, Yehi doesn't hesitate, he attacks. Huapeng's massive frame takes the hit and reverts to human form, his body covered in scorched bruises. Yehi's hands are still steaming gently. The onlookers who once looked down on him can only stare in wide-eyed shock. No one expected a frail high school student to possess such terrifying power. So strong. But Huapeng still doesn't know the meaning of fear. Face battered, body riddled with injuries, he stubbornly forces himself up, his voice dripping with resentment. You dared to use poison gas in your technique, you despicable coward. A vicious martial artist like you will be punished, I curse you. Clearly, he completely misunderstood the nature of Yehi's firepower, and that curse was the final straw. Yehi's eyes widen. a blood-red light flashing in his pupils. He clenches his fist, his voice dropping to a bone-chilling growl. There's a long line of people who want to curse me. Who the hell do you think you are? Meanwhile, in Chung Central Stadium, the biggest university entrance festival of the year is underway. To celebrate the event, the state mobilized a squadron of jets to fly banners across the sky, while flags flutter everywhere. From the speakers, a passionate voice booms. Welcome, everyone, to the annual Advanced Martial Artist Selection. I only have one thing to say. May your martial fortune flourish. The man holding the mic is a handsome, dashing MC standing before the live cameras. Behind him, the stands are packed to the brim, a feverish atmosphere spreading through the stadium. This year, the exam adopts a direct combat format on the arena rings. Candidates are paired randomly for knockout matches. Win and move on, lose and go home. The exam spans 3 days. The first 2 are preliminary rounds where every candidate must survive 3 grueling matches. Those who remain will enter the 3rd, decisive day, fighting for the sole title of valedictorian. You carry the future of humanity for yourselves and for mankind. Show us your true strength. I declare the Unchanged University entrance exam officially open. As the powerful declaration fades, the entire venue erupts. 4 arenas rumble simultaneously with the sounds of impact and roaring battle cries. In the early matches, the female candidates show they are no less fierce than the men, making the atmosphere even more suffocating. However, an unexpected development suddenly draws thousands of eyes toward arena number 6. Arena number 6 seems like something's happening. The MC looks at the screen in confusion, hands hurriedly checking the data. Let me check. Candidates Wang Tongtong and Yehi, both, are from Ancheng High School number 1, but currently, only candidate Wang Tongtong is present on the ring. On the stage, Wang Tongtong lifts her chin in pure arrogance. Seeing that Yehi hasn't shown up, a smirk immediately curls on her lips. Despicable, making me look bad at such a grand recruitment ceremony. He's completely lost all face. Beneath the stage, the whispers were getting louder and harsher. He must be terrified, hiding in his house like a rat. Probably doesn't dare show his face, right, if he's that gutless. Why waste rice going to school? Trash like him doesn't even deserve high school. He should just go sweep garbage on the streets. The waiting time was running out. Finally, the referee blew a long whistle and declared loudly, candidate Yehi, Ancheng number 1 high school. Before he could finish, everyone looked up at the sky in unison. A blinding streak of light tore through space, dragging a tail of thick black smoke, crashing straight onto Arena 6 like a descending meteor. Well, what is that? An object or a person? Only when the light drew near did they realize it was actually Yehi. Boom! A massive wave of spiritual energy slammed down right in front of Wang Tongtong, making her stumble. She had to brace herself just to keep from being blown away. As the thick dust from the terrifying landing began to clear, Wang Tongtong looked up, her eyes blurry, unable to see clearly. She muttered, her voice trembling. Well, what kind of cheap trick is this? But before she could regain her composure, a blurry shadow rushed in at terrifying speed, and in a fraction of a millisecond, the sole of Yehi's foot was planted squarely on her face, sending her flying backward like a puppet with cut strings, sprawling onto the arena floor. He raised a hand to shield his eyes from the sun, squinting at the opponent he just kicked away, breathing a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. A little later, and I would have had to wait another year to retake the exam. As for Wang Tongtong, who was so arrogant just a minute ago, she was now slumped on the floor, her whole body in such pain she couldn't move, even a single finger. The referee's voice rang out over the loudspeaker, hesitant, as if he couldn't believe the result. Candidate Yehi wins. Yehi clicked his tongue, looking a bit disappointed. It's over already. I didn't even get to warm up. Is it really that easy? The reaction from the audience below exploded. They cheered and praised him endlessly. Oh my god, this guy is terrifyingly strong. One kick to take down the opponent, that's too domineering. That landing was so cool I could cry. Could this be the legendary footwork technique falling from the sky? Right at that moment, the familiar system appeared in Yehi's mind, announcing host Yehi, total constitution 255, monster template demonic mad lizard emperor, compatibility 20%. Yehi's expression turned mischievous. He smirked, thinking, Captain Lin, consider this a thanks you for the blood jade fruit. Thanks to that, my constitution has increased significantly, even if it took a while to absorb. Alright, next up, I'll show you guys a real show. A moment later, the bracket for the next matches was published. Yehi's next opponent was a guy named Long Tao. The loudspeaker blared again. Next match, Ancheng number 4, high school. Long Tao versus Ancheng number 1, high school. Yehi, the result was exactly as expected. With just a single powerful kick, Yi Huo made Long Tao a guy several times larger and more muscular than him. Cough up fresh blood right on the spot and collapse onto the floor. The announcer's voice rang out with a familiar tone. Yi Huo wins. Every time Yi Huo won, the audience below erupted in excitement. The chanting echoed throughout the stadium. Yi Huo, Yi Huo. Each match took only one kick, extremely decisive and powerful. This is simply one kick, Superman, two peak. Yi Huo clenched his fist, feeling the power surging through his body. The announcement finally broadcast the official commendation. Congratulations to student Yi Huo from Ancheng No. 1 High School, winning all 3 preliminary matches excellently, officially advancing to the next round. After 3 consecutive bouts at rocket speed, Yi Huo stepped into the rest area and was immediately surrounded by a crowd of fanatical admirers. His high-level fighting style attracted countless eyes, and a barrage of invitations rang out constantly. Student Yi, who are you interested in learning about our Dongshan University? We have many incentives. Student Yi Huo friend, me on Facebook. Okay. Hey student, although we are a private university, our grants and scholarships are extremely generous. Take a look. Student Yi Huo, our university really needs powerful talents like you. Student Yi Huo, have you decided on a university yet? Despite the many attractive offers waiting, Yi Huo seemed to have made his own decision. He glanced around the room, his determined gaze stopping in the middle of the crowd. His voice rang out clearly, sounding a bit rebellious. My favorite university, sorry, but my goal is to take the exam for Huadu University. As soon as the words left his mouth, the atmosphere instantly changed. The people who were warm before, now, did a 180-degree turn, their eyes turning cold. They started throwing out sarcastic insults. Oh, just made it to the regional finals, and he's already this arrogant? When you get eliminated and your dreams are crushed, don't come back begging us. Yi Huo, if you fail Huadu, remember to contact me. We'll still have a spot for you then. The envy. This sudden shift in attitude caught Yehi off guard, leaving him genuinely baffled. He muttered under his breath, you have got to be kidding me. Do you guys really have that little faith in me? Still. He could not blame them. Huadu University, the most prestigious martial arts institution in the entire nation of Xia, was truly the holy land for every young martial artist. Yet, deep down, a strange, twisted smile crept onto Yehi's face. He thought to himself, in a second-tier backwater like in City, only the absolute top scorers even have the right to dream of Huadu. But whatever. In this world of martial arts, power is the only truth. Just you wait. Once I seize the championship, we will see what you have to say then. The moment he broke free from the recruitment crowd, Yehi was intercepted by 2 stern men in black suits blocking his path. One of them flashed an official badge, his tone striking a balance between formal and menacing. Student Yi, please cooperate with us. We need to conduct an immediate reevaluation of your martial artist rank. Yehi shrugged, completely unbothered, and handed his student ID to the bald agent. The man scanned the information and gasped in shock. Level 9 martial apprentice. How is this possible? Student Yehi, your records show that just 2 weeks ago, you were still only a level 3. Yehi rested a hand on the bald agent's shoulder, narrowing his eyes with a look of pure irritation. Oh, am I not allowed to improve quickly in such a short time? Are you insinuating that I cheated? The bald agent didn't flinch. After reviewing your travel logs, we discovered that you frequently visited E-rank dungeons. Why would you venture into such a dangerous zone right before a critical exam? Faced with this tough question, Yehi suddenly channeled his inner A-list Hollywood actor. He put on a pained expression, his gaze drifting into the distance, his voice low and sorrowful, yet filled with resilience. Apologies, gentlemen. Please, give me a moment to compose myself. Before my father passed away, he told me that if I wanted to transcend human limits, I had to stop being human. That is why I've never stopped fighting, pushing my body to the brink in the harshest dungeons. During a life-or-death battle, I unexpectedly shattered the genetic seal hidden deep within my body. I know it sounds impossible, but it is the truth. Hearing Yehi's performance, the 2 inspection agents froze in place, their faces turning pale as cold sweat poured down. They stammered, unable to believe their ears. What did you just say you broke? Your genetic seal. The 2 men instantly dropped their interrogation, turning and rushing away in a panic, muttering frantically, Impossible. This is absolutely insane. We have to report this to the higher-ups immediately. Yehi stood there, gazing thoughtfully at their retreating figures. He grit his teeth, a wave of irritation washing over him. He never expected that. He would accidentally become a target for everyone's eyes. What a pain. He pulled out his phone and scrolled through the internet out of sheer boredom, but every feed was flooded with video clips of families sending good luck messages to their children taking the exam. Good luck, son, sweetie. Just do your best. That is all that matters. Old Wang, you better bring back that first place trophy we are going to throw a massive feast. Yehi leaned back in his chair in the waiting area, feeling a sudden pang of envy and loneliness. He muttered to himself, "They even have live interviews with the parents and friends of the candidates." His gaze lingered for a moment, his expression clouded with loneliness. Yehi pursed his lips, the realization hitting him that no one was cheering for him. He felt like a pitiful orphan adrift in a chaotic world. However, he had no idea that in a shadowed corner, someone was silently watching him from afar, eyes filled with hope and silent encouragement. "Come on, Yehi, you can do this." It was his homeroom teacher, the very man who had allowed Yehi to study independently. After a brief intermission, the loudspeakers blared to life, signaling that it was time for Yehi to continue his path of conquest. The first round of the elimination tournament begins now. Please welcome the candidate from City First High School, Yehi. This time, he was facing a notorious student from the third high school, Luoxuan. The moment Luoxuan stepped into the arena, he commanded the attention and whispers of the entire crowd. "Look, it's Luoxuan. I heard he's the #1 ace of the third high school. He's already at the peak of level 8 martial apprentice. He's no joke. Rumor has it he even awakened a super rare tier 2 demon beast bloodline. His parents are famous martial artists too. Whoever has to fight him is seriously out of luck." Amidst the roaring cheers of the crowd and the arrogant sneer of his opponent, Yehi remained completely indifferent. He casually scratched his neck and dropped a line that made Luoxuan freeze. "You go ahead and make the first move." The challenge dripped with disdain, hitting like a hard slap to Luoxuan's face, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. Luoxuan ground his teeth, his voice a low growl as murderous intent radiated from his body. "Do you have any idea who I am?" Facing this furious aura, Yehi simply shrugged and replied with a tone so calm it bordered on mockery. "Knowing or not, does that actually change the outcome of the match?" That did it. Luoxuan completely lost control. He let out a furious roar, his spiritual energy erupting violently like a bomb ready to detonate, shaking the entire arena under the terrifying pressure. "Haha, you're right, but the final result will be me standing as the winner." The moment the words dropped, he channeled every ounce of power into his right arm, fist clenched tight, radiating a violent energy like a beast gone mad. Luoxuan roared and charged straight ahead. "Hope your luck is good enough today, kid. Try not to die right here." In that split second, he triggered his rare bloodline ability. His right arm transformed completely, morphing into a giant, obsidian beast arm, covered in steel-hard scales and razor-sharp claws. In a flash, that terrifying limb tore through the air, aiming straight for Yehi's face, a strike meant to end the match instantly. But Yehi didn't panic. He didn't even flinch. He gently raised his hand. Using his bare, human palm to catch the charging beast claw, Yehi lowered his voice, just loud enough for the two of us to hear. "Your aura isn't bad, but you're still far behind that bald old geezer Huapeng." Just by a squeeze that seemed deceptively simple, he made Luoxuan's face turn pale with agony. Cold sweat poured down as he trembled. Standing before a true monster on my hand, he could only gasp in terror, his voice stuttering. He didn't waste the opening. He raised his other arm high, gathered momentum, and brought it down like a heavy axe. A terrifying force, accompanied by a blinding flash of spiritual power, slammed down. Luoxuan's body smashed into the arena floor, cracking the ground beneath him like a spider web. Yehi stood there with a cold, ruthless, and arrogant smile, looking nothing like a student contestant. Just like that, the referee announced, and City #1, Yehi wins. The buzz in the crowd grew louder, and the spotlight now belonged entirely to Yehi. Just one move, and the person he defeated was the seeded player, Luoxuan. Holy crap. Luoxuan's aura was so strong. How is he on the ground already? Their strength isn't even in the same dimension. The gap is just too massive. Yehi stood there, nonchalantly picking his ears if bored. Girls were losing their minds. "So handsome. Oh my god. Husband, I want to have your babies." The entire stand erupted. Even though he used his hand this time, it was still just one move. Too strong, truly worthy of the peerless kicker title. Yehi, I'm starting to like you. Starting. Now, Yehi is definitely making the finals. One after another, injured contestants were carried off the stage. If not crippled, then broken. If not broken, then unconscious. In a shadowed corner of the arena, a student quietly observed, gaze intense, as if realizing something. He muttered with suspicion, yet a hint of respect. "Is that Yehi really lives up to my expectations? I will definitely defeat him in the finals." Meanwhile, in the special monitoring room of the Great Hua Capital Recruitment Board, Yehi's explosive performance immediately caught the attention of several VIPs. A figure of authority pointed at the large screen, his voice sharp and cold. "Within 30 minutes, I want his entire file on my desk." Immediately, the subordinates acknowledged the order in unison, moving without hesitation. At the same time, in another arena, the heat was rising by the minute. The MC screamed into the mic with excitement. The second match of the promotion round is about to begin. The center of attention was two beautiful girls, standing out so much that the entire arena was buzzing. Damn, a battle between two genius beauties. I have to keep my eyes wide open for this one. One of them was a girl with long wavy hair and a trendy short skirt, Xiaoling, the queen of high school. Number 2, her red lips curled in disdain as she pointed straight at her opponent. Miss Liu, I absolutely hate... See, that robotic expression on your face? Opposite her was the high and mighty flower, Liu Qingju from high school. Number 1. Contrary to the provocation, she remained coldly silent, her eyes like a frozen lake. Below the stage, the crowd got rowdy. I love watching beauties fight. I'm drooling already, ignoring the perverts. The referee's whistle blew sharply, signaling the start of the match. Qingju's silence only made Xiaoling's blood boil. Without wasting a second, she launched herself forward, unleashing a kick like a storm. Fine then, let's see if you can keep that face when I pin you to the ground. Qingju didn't let herself be pressured. She calmly raised her hands, transforming her energy into a shimmering circle of spiritual power before her. She shouted, Liu Clan's secret art void binding cord, the layer of spiritual power, swirled, shooting out to suppress Xiaoling's kicking legs. The blinding light completely neutralized the force of the attack. Although Xiaoling continuously jumped high, striking with both fists and feet, Qingju countered with absolute calm. Amidst the dazzling mid-air battle, Xiaoling's eyes flared with killing intent. She roared in anger. Get serious, will you? However, it was clear Xiaoling's attacks weren't as effective as usual. The moment her hand touched Qingju's chest, her entire arm was instantly wrapped tight within the loop of spiritual power. Caught off guard and restrained, Xiaoling's face went pale. She screamed internally, Son of a... It's a trap. Unable to pull her hand out of the vibrating airwave, she completely lost the initiative. This was the golden opportunity to finish it. Qingju didn't say another word, focusing all her spiritual power into a single strike. A punch erupts in a blinding flash of light. The battle between these two young women isn't just stealing the audience's breath, it's driving the MC absolutely wild. Xuanhuang Martial Arts, a high school candidate, has actually mastered the Xuanhuang Arts talent. Like, this doesn't need to be proven by exams. She should be fast-tracked straight to Huadu University immediately, but Sa Xiaoling refuses to be dominated. She instantly summons her beast body. Behind her, the phantom of a ferocious tiger roars in madness. Her body transforms completely, fangs bared, claws sharpened, radiating the terrifying aura of a predator about to hunt. This girl has tamed a Tier 3 King-class bloodline, the Shadow Terror Tiger King. Before he can even finish, the crowd erupts in chaos. A King-class bloodline is already impossibly hard to control, let alone a savage beast like the Shadow Tiger. This instantly turns that girl's power into a massive question mark that no one dares to underestimate. On the stage, while still holding the upper hand, Xiaoling doesn't hesitate to taunt her opponent. Come on, show me that Nether Sparrow bloodline of yours. But instead of a grand retort, Liu Qingju simply drops a cold, whispered line. This much is enough. That answer is the straw that breaks the camel's back, sending Xiaoling into an explosive rage. This is enough. You dare speak to me like that? Do you think anyone below the martial artist rank can match me? The arena instantly turns into a brutal battlefield. Xiaoling launches a punch at her opponent's face, but Qingju dodges effortlessly. Relentless, Xiaoling uses both legs to lunge forward. Her razor-sharp claws reinforced with spiritual energy, sweeping straight for the lower body. But right then, Qingju chants a mantra, raising a hand to her forehead, eyes blazing as she shouts, Primordial Jade Finger. With just a single finger smack, a ring of spiritual energy locks down Xiaoling's lethal claws. The MC screams into the mic, his voice a mix of thrill and tension. The chi energy of Liu Qingju and Sa Xiaoling has collided. Violently, a screen of dust and smoke swallows the arena. Who will be left standing? The audience below can't sit still. Everyone is tense, eyes glued to the murky haze. As the dust settles, a figure emerges first. It's Sa Xiaoling. She stands there, hair whipping in the wind, her expression tough but clearly exhausted. The MC yells in excitement, It's Sa Xiaoling! She's still standing in the ring, but immediately, his voice drops. Wait, Xiaoling is showing signs of instability. Her eyes roll back, her face turns deadly pale, and she collapses like a broken doll crashing to the floor. The only one still, standing tall and proud, is Liu Qingju. The MC is stunned as Sa Xiaoling faints from exhaustion. Liu Qingju remains immovable. She defeated Xiaoling using only martial arts techniques against a level 9 martial apprentice who had awakened a king-class bloodline. Truly overpowering. She really is a once-in-a-millennium genius. The loudspeaker booms with clarity. Liu Qingju wins. Down in the online forums, a barrage of comments explodes. Holy crap, Goddess Liu is too OP total idol material. I declare her the top scholar of City right now. Anyone who objects, do you even know what her bloodline is? That's the Tier 4 Nether Sparrow. Tier 4, bloodline. What kind of monster is this? Even average martial artists wouldn't stand a chance against her. Next, the ceremony for the quarterfinal draw begins. The speaker blares again. Yehi, representative of An City No. 1 High School. He steps up, calm and composed. Neither rushing nor nervous, he simply places his hand into the lottery box and pulls out a ball marked with a letter. He holds the ball up to his eyes, raising an eyebrow slightly. A. As soon as he speaks, another student approaches, wearing a friendly grin. And Lee, I'm also A. Looks like we'll be facing each other. The tall, burly guy smiles and introduces himself, acting as natural as if they've known each other for years. I'm Shenguan, Qingfeng Private Academy. Yehi replies briefly. Yehi, and City No. 1. Shenguan points to the stage, speaking with enthusiasm. We're the second match. Let's watch them fight first. The loudspeaker booms again, signaling the opening match of the quarterfinals. Luoxi from Qingfeng Private Academy versus Chuzhou from An City No. 1. On the big screen, Luoxi appears with a blazing aura, his spiritual energy swirling like flowing water, hand gripping a sword tight. Shenguan comments while watching. Luoxi is very strong. He's a repeater student who stayed back a year to focus on the Huadu exams. He's mastered his awakened bloodline. But against that Chuzhou guy, he's helpless. Yehi can't hide his surprise. Chuzhou! His eyes shift to the screen, scrutinizing that familiar face. Shenguan glances over with a laugh. Yeah, you guys are from the same school and you don't know. Right at that moment, the speaker announces the result, and City No. 1 High School, Chuzhou wins. In the coach's area, the principal of Qingfeng Private Academy grinds his teeth in fury, gripping the armrest until it nearly cracks. Damn it, we lost right from the start. Yehi turns to ask his new acquaintance, how does Luoxi compare to you? Shenguan doesn't rush to answer. He chuckles lightly, scratching his head with a bit of shyness, but his voice is full of confidence. Compared to me, haha, I'm the president of the grade 12 martial arts club at Qingfeng. In terms of combat power, even if those two teammates joined forces, they couldn't beat me. He glances sideways at Yehi. In this exam, I actually think you are the strongest opponent. My senses have been sharp since I was a kid, and I can feel it. Yehi, you're like a dormant volcano. There's a giant beast hiding inside you. Immediately after, Shenguan flashes a relaxed smile again. Shenguan glances over at Yehi. In this exam, I think you're actually the strongest rival here. I've had sharp senses since I was a kid. I can feel it. Yehi, you're like a dormant volcano, hiding a behemoth inside. Immediately after, Shenguan flashes a relaxed grin. Let's go. It's our turn. The announcement blares. The top 8 candidates for the second match of the promotion round, Shenguan from Qingfeng Private Academy versus Yehi from Anqing No. 1 High. Immediately, the arena speakers boom in unison, announcing that the Anqing University entrance exam quarterfinals are entering the suffocating stage. The battle between two elite candidates, Shenguan and Yehi, each clash between them emits an energy field so terrifying that the audience below has to shield their faces to block the pressure from the overflowing battle aura. The MC can't hide his excitement. This is clearly a battle between two evenly matched rivals in the eye of the energy storm. Shenguan clenches his fist, his sharp eyes tracking every movement of his opponent. Just a glimpse of blood droplets flying in midair. And he instantly realizes a nosebleed, a classic sign of a bloodline ability. He's activating something very dangerous, Shenguan hisses, his face dark with killing intent as he stares at Yehi. How strange. You can attack directly at the cellular level. As for Yehi, he maintains a defensive stance, his eyes calmly observing. He thinks to himself, Qi arts can create a barrier that even blocks radiation. This martial art is truly miraculous. Despite facing an overwhelming force, Yehi smiles with interest, his eyes flashing. Not giving his opponent time to calculate, Shenguan explodes his Qi outwards, the power so intense it shakes the ground. From his solid arms, a vein of Qi erupts into the shape of a giant fire snake, opening its maw to spew a violent stream of toxic gas. Then let me show you the Shen family's heirloom martial arts. With that, he shouts the name of his technique, Xingyi Fist. He launches 2 punches shining like meteors, putting his full power into a direct strike at Yehi. Yehi can't hide his surprise. Too fast. This is outside my calculations. In that split second, he can't dodge and takes the full brunt of the attack. The speakers scream amidst the chaos. So strong Yehi took a massive hit. It's the first time he's been struck. Now, eating a direct punch. Yehi spits blood on the spot, his face pale. He's coughing up blood that shows just how lethal Shenguan's Xingyi Fist is. Although he took a heavy blow, Yehi hasn't collapsed yet. He props his hands on the floor, struggling to stand, his feet sliding on the ground to hold his stance. Shenguan has no intention of stopping. He continues to rush in like a beast, eyes glowing, his punch charged with spiritual power. Where do you think you're going? Screams echo through the stands. Behind Shenguan appears the image of a giant black bear, radiating burning killing intent. His body is enhanced more powerfully than ever. Every step cracks the floor. Yehi is once again forced into defense. In that moment, he has to use all his strength to block, stalling for a chance to counterattack. Not only is he physically strong, but Shen Guan also fuses chi arts, dealing double damage. Previous opponents were mediocre. No one was this strong. He can even redirect his attacks. Just as that thought flashes by, Shen Guan is already behind him. You guessed half right. I didn't just inject chi into your body. I locked your chi as well. Am I making you unable to use martial skills? With those words, a heaven-shaking punch lands squarely on Yehi's chest, blasting him away. The battle is turning into a nightmare for him. Every one of Shen Guan's strikes carries destructive power. Like a pack of wild beasts tearing into him at once, before Yehi can even touch the ground. Shen Guan transforms into a brutal hurricane again, roaring with the power of a tiger, a move like a hungry tiger pouncing on prey. Shen Guan lunges, delivering a knockout blow meant to end it all. Blood sprays in a streak across the air. The heavy attack makes Yehi cough blood again, but Shen Guan isn't done. A look of crazy satisfaction flares in his eyes. From above, he spreads his arms like an eagle spreading its wings, his whole body emitting a sinister aura. Yehi, you can't beat me. Yehi only has time to raise his arms to block. The space shakes as a giant pillar of spiritual power crashes down like thunder. As the dust settles, Shen Guan's silhouette appears, arms crossed over his chest, smiling as if victory is already in his hands. Ha ha ha, that felt good. The arena speakers blare. Shen Guan's combo has left Yehi unable to defend. Medics are ready to enter the field, but a low, dull sound comes from the clearing smoke. Shen Guan's eyes widen. Detecting something. Something is moving. He steps back, jaw dropping, as a dark aura surges. A massive energy bursts from where Yehi lies intense, gloomy, and full of menace, from the dust. On the beast's foot steps out, sharp and solid like metal. Yehi, you've completely transformed. Scale armor covers his entire body, eyes glowing brilliantly like a true beast. He looks straight at Shen Guan, on his gaze calm, but the pressure overwhelming. You are very strong, Shen Guan. And this is your reward. You're the first to see this form of mine. The speakers continue to ring out. High school students who can transform into beasts are granted special exemption admission to Huadu University. Who would have thought, besides Liu? Xingju and Ancheng have birthed a genius bloodline. The entire arena stands frozen in shock. Yehi takes a slow step toward Shen Guan, who is visibly trembling. A crushing pressure rolls off the boy like a tsunami, drenching the official in cold sweat. Is that not a true beast form? How could his awakened bloodline meet such an impossibly high standard? Yehi says nothing. He just keeps walking. The official retreats step by step, genuinely terrified. Alarm sirens scream. Every examiner is wearing a monitoring headset. One elder judge, annoyed by the static noise, suddenly leaps to his feet, eyes wide with disbelief as he stares at the screen. What is going on? Radiation levels have completely breached the limit. The counter reads 9,999,999 the moment Yehi unleashed his beast. True body. The judges detected the threat. They instantly sealed a ring with a martial chi barrier to stop the leakage of the extremely dangerous nuclear energy radiating from his body. On the stands, the atmosphere explodes. A wave of whispers sweeps through the crowd. Is that Yehi's awakened bloodline? That is so cool. Does anyone know what he awakened? I go to number 1 high school, and I heard it was a nameless bloodline. Nameless. How can something that strong be nameless? Seeing the reaction, Yehi glances around with arrogant eyes, a smirk playing on his lips. He thinks, it seems Blue Star has no record of the Demara creature. No wonder they don't recognize it. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battle line, Shen Guan is panicking. He stares at the trail of blood dripping from his nose, gasping for air, muttering in fear. Nosebleed. My martial chi barrier can't even block his energy. I can't drag this fight out. Cornered and desperate, Shen Guan stops holding back. He instantly erupts with full power, awakening his professional class. Behind him, the phantom of a mandrill true body appears. Its vast red nose hideous, mouth wide in a roar, creating a ferocious pressure. Shen Guan's body bulges, muscling up to the max to prepare for a counterattack against Yehi. The loudspeakers boom across the stands, announcing a battle that will shake the heavens. Another Tier 3 King class bloodline. This exam is full of monsters. Shen Guan doesn't hesitate. He combines the power of the mandrill with the python fire punch, aiming straight at Yehi, unleashing his most violent attack since the start of the match. But in the face of that madness, Yehi remains chillingly calm. He doesn't dodge. Instead, he intensifies. His own strength, his spiritual energy surging to meet the incoming strike. Just as they are about to collide, Yehi shouts, "Martial art!" Shen Guan keeps charging, hoping to end the match with this decisive blow. But the moment the impact lands, Shen Guan freezes. My hand. If I hadn't dissolved the force in time, my entire arm would have been shattered. I was acting tough, but now I'm humiliated. Yehi advances, slow but imposing. You're excellent, but unfortunately, you can't change the ending. The commentary booms, grabbing everyone's attention. This match is historic. The college entrance exam has revealed a Tier 3 king class, and facing him is a demonic beast bloodline so powerful, it defies classification. What a rare spectacle. On the ring, Shen Guan furrows his brow, observing his opponent with extreme focus, calculating. After awakening, Yehi is unfathomably strong. I can't suppress his martial energy anymore. My only option is a tactical retreat. But while he's still thinking, Yehi moves. His footsteps boom like thunder, his aura rolling forward. He rushes in, raising sharp claws, ice cold, smiling with overwhelming charisma. Hey, big guy, stop daydreaming. Giving his opponent no time to react, Yehi unleashes a barrage of combo strikes with explosive power. Punches like falling meteors hammer into Shen Guan's giant body. However, Shen Guan isn't easy to take down. In a split second, he spots an opening and counters, throwing a twisted, flexible punch wrapped in massive spiritual energy. The elasticity of the strike catches Yehi off guard, locking his arm tight. Shen Guan instantly takes momentum, leaping into midair. A second later, a giant foot stomps down from above, the force so great it cracks the entire arena floor. But right there, standing amidst the rubble, Yehi remains upright, without a single scratch on him. His eyes glow. He stands with arms crossed, majestic. He gently lifts his foot from the sunken floor and says coldly, "Now, it's my turn." The moment those words drop, spiritual energy gathers around him like a hurricane. But just as he prepares to strike, his opponent collapses to his knees, trembling, and surrenders on the spot. The move is so unexpected that Yehi freezes, his face a mask of confusion. In front of him, Shen Guan is bowing frantically, speaking without lifting his head. "Brother Yi, I surrender, big brother. I'm done. I'm ready to go." A dozen question marks pop up in Yehi's head. He can't process what just happened, unable to contain his emotions. He snaps like a child who had his toys taken away. "Do you have any idea how annoying that sneak attack was? I haven't even thrown a real punch yet. You're killing me." Here, though frustrated, seeing his opponent bowing in defeat, Yehi stops. He drops his arms, letting his spiritual energy dissipate, and sighs in depression. "Ugh, whatever. Forget it." He opens his mouth and exhales a thick cloud of nuclear energy, holding it back. Damn, that was uncomfortable. He panted, muttering to himself as his body slowly cooled down, returning to normal. He clutched his head, whispering a reminder to himself. According to the rules, once a fighter surrenders, the other side has no right to attack. Rules are rules. The loudspeaker boomed across the stadium, confirming the result. Match over the winner is Yehi from Anqing No. 1 High. The stands erupted. The crowd went absolutely feral, screaming and cheering his name. Brother Yi is a beast. Too domineering. Brother Yi is invincible. The internet was moving just as fast. The live stream chat was a blur of comments. The trolls were already feasting on Shen Guan's corpse. Didn't Shen Guan say he'd win before the match? 6 rounds, and he couldn't even force Lord Yi to use his full power. What a joke. He should apologize. Highlight reels of Yehi were already flooding social media. His most brutal strikes were edited into heavy bass compilations with explosive effects. Yehi's best moments, don't forget to follow me for more. The Yehi fan club was formed instantly. The first QQ group maxed out its member limit in seconds. The second and third groups were full within hours. In the eyes of the netizens, he was already this year's top scholar. Some were wildly claiming that even Chuzhou's Liu Qingzhu wouldn't stand a chance against him. Meanwhile, in the Qingfeng private school VIP box, the principal's face was purple with rage. He slammed the table, grinding his teeth. That trash lost, I bet everything on him. How could Shen Guan lose like that? As Shen Guan quietly walked back to the staging area, the principal immediately unleashed his fury on him. "You dared to surrender. Do you have any idea how much money we invested in you? You ungrateful brat. If you don't pay back every cent, don't even think about going to university." Shen Guan didn't say a word. He just placed a heavy, rock-hard hand on the old teacher's shoulder. The principal shrank back in terror, stammering, "Well, what are you doing?" Shen Guan looked down with cold, dead eyes. "I couldn't tank that punch. If I hadn't surrendered, my foundation would have been destroyed." "If you're so brave, you go take that hit. As for your school's grace, I'll pay it back slowly. But get this through your head. Never threaten a martial artist who is stronger than you." The icy threat made the old man tremble. His lips pressed tight, voice shaking. Good. You have a point." Meanwhile, the tournament bracket updated. The loudspeaker cut through the tension. After a series of brutal matches, the final 4 had finally emerged. Anqing No. 1 High was dominating, securing 3 out of the 4 spots in the quarterfinals. In the Chuzhou No. 1 VIP section, the principal was beaming, practically glowing with joy. He fanned himself, grinning ear to ear. Looks like old Liu has served his time. Promotion season is coming. Back home, Yehi's homeroom teacher was celebrating like he'd won the lottery. "Yehi, you absolute legend." The loudspeaker announced the semifinal draw. Yehi stepped onto the platform, looking bored out of his mind. He glanced at his slip and muttered, "Group A again." A nearby voice chuckled, "I'm Group A too." Standing right in front of him was a familiar face, the icy high school goddess, Liu Qingju. Instantly, social media went nuclear. The forums exploded like firecrackers. Damn it, I've been waiting for this match. This is the most classic battle in Anqing history. Go Goddess Liu. This is the real main event. Brother Yi is going to crush her. The armchair experts were analyzing everything. I think Goddess Liu has the edge. She's already mastered 2 Zhuanhuang martial arts. That's overwhelming. Plus, her tier 4 Nether Sparrow bloodline hasn't even been revealed yet. Shengguan only had a tier 3 King bloodline, and Yehi was forced to awaken, even if Yehi is strong. Comparing him to Liu, who has deep martial arts mastery and a top tier bloodline, it's too unpredictable. The atmosphere in the arena hit a fever pitch. The crowd was screaming, the energy threatening to blow the roof off. The referee stepped to the center, his voice booming, "Liu Qingju, Anqing number 1 high Yehi, Anqing number 1 high. Begin." The second the word left his lips, Yehi didn't hold back. Boom! His body exploded with power, breaking all limits. A terrifying aura erupted from him, shaking the air itself and kicking up a storm of dust. Liu Qingju had to shield her eyes. Through the haze, she saw a dark silhouette wrapped in blazing energy. 2 eerie flames flickered above his head like demonic horns. Yehi was asserting dominance right out of the gate. Liu Qingju took an involuntary step back, a flicker of fear on her face. She stared at him unblinking. Her heart whispered, "Yehi, I hope you're strong enough." The moment the fight started, Yehi made his move. He released a massive wave of steam, blanketing the entire arena in white fog. He wanted to blind everyone to the girl's defeat. The crowd screamed in confusion. "What's happening? I can't see a thing," the male MC was shouting into his mic. "Unbelievable. How will the genius Liu Qingju handle this year's dark horse? Don't blink, folks." Back in the ring, the tension was suffocating. Yehi locked eyes with his opponent. Me. A girl with a perfect figure emerges from the smoke and dust. Liu Qingju. She possesses superior martial arts and mysterious techniques. No matter how much power you use, it's hard to hurt her. But I can't underestimate this opponent. Yehi purses his lips, analyzing his enemy. She's not just a martial arts genius, her combat power index is insanely high. The longer this drags on, the worse it is for me. I have to go all out from the start, without hesitation. Yehi leaps into the air, gathering massive energy in his palm and launching a frontal assault. He laughs aloud, the light from his strike flaring up, revealing a look of pure determination. But Liu Qingju is no pushover. She instantly raises her hands to defend, twisting her arms to create a solid, protective barrier. Her gaze sharpens as she thinks, taking the initiative fine, I'll defend, then counterattack. Suddenly, he switches tactics. He doesn't throw the expected punch but moves at breakneck speed instead. His figure blurs and he abruptly reappears, whipping his tail hard into Liu Qingju's waist. The impact is powerful, undulating like a crashing wave. Liu Qingju grits her teeth in annoyance. He's so cunning, he actually tricked me. She immediately retreats to dodge, fuming. You said you'd use your fists, but you swung that steel tail. Yehi shows no mercy. He opens his massive maw and roars, unleashing toxic nuclear energy particles. Gathering his power, he leaps up, clenching his fists and curling his body like a mantis shrimp, ready to launch himself at Liu Qingju. The battle is being live streamed on the forum. Viewers flood the comments. "Oh, my poor goddess. It's a life or death battlefield. All's fair in war. This is bad." That hit threw off her rhythm. Yehi presses the attack fiercely, giving Liu Qingju no chance to escape. She struggles to resist Yehi's domineering assault. The two are almost evenly matched. Yehi strikes a heavy blow past her face. Qingju dodges on the forum. Viewers comment that Yehi's martial pressure is forcing Liu Qingju back. She might escape this time, but instantly, Yehi aims straight for her stomach, landing a punch that makes her curl up in pain. Yehi doesn't stop. He generates a shockwave of energy, blasting Liu Qingju away. Even though his opponent is a girl, Yehi doesn't hesitate to go all the way. A comment pops up. No way she's escaping those poison-soaked claws of his. Yehi's attacks rain down relentlessly on her body. He raises his sharp claws high, his eyes flashing, dangerously as he taunts her. It's not that easy. The young man spins his body and swings. A powerful strike. A vortex of energy slashing towards Liu Qingju. She has to keep retreating to avoid taking damage. Yehi's hand clenches tight as he grins gloatingly. Barely into the match, and Liu Qingju is already taking a beating. Her eyes widen in terror. Are those claws poisoned with martial energy? She barely finishes the thought when a strike from Yehi comes crashing in like a hurricane. Liu Qingju can't react in time. She has to kick off and arch her body to dodge the powerful smash whizzing through the air. But the moment she looks up, Yehi is already right in her face, flashing a grotesque smile. His face shadowed, his hands clench, forming 2 glowing orbs of energy. He taunts, "Stop running, classmate." "Liu!" Without hesitation, Yehi attacks like an emotionless monster, pummeling Liu Qingju's chest, his arms swinging wide. You can only see the blinding light from his heavy punches. Liu Qingju still hasn't had a chance to counterattack. She's just trying to hold her guard and wait. She sneaks a glance at Yehi's relentless assault, secretly terrified. This kind of high-intensity attack. Isn't he tired? His stamina is insane. She thinks to herself, I possess two Xuanhuang martial arts. One is the Liu family secret technique, Floating Flower Phantom for defense. The other is the Primordial Jade Finger for offense. If I can just execute one of them, I can break out of this suppression. But damn it. Yehi won't give me a single chance. If I don't hold my ground, I'll be knocked off the ring. Liu Qingju uses every ounce of strength to resist. He's terrifying blows. Suddenly, a feather appears on his fist. This feather carries a strange, magical aura. Yehi tries to clench his fist tight to avoid being affected, but it makes him feel a bit anxious, staring at it. He doesn't understand what's happening. Liu Qingju refuses to stay suppressed. She decides to unleash the power in her eyes. Her gaze gradually transforms, darkening into the primal eyes of a wild beast. I have to use my trump card, she thinks. Suddenly, feathers begin to materialize. One, then two, carrying a potent spiritual force that Yehi can physically feel. Clearly, these aren't things you can easily mess with. Then Liu Qingju appears right in front of him, but she's no longer that fragile girl. She transforms into a ferocious beast form. Two massive wings unfurl behind her back, and she shoots into the sky like a giant bird. Yehi looks up. No one saw this transformation coming. Liu Qingju unleashes her nether sparrow bloodline. Her wings spreading wide as power erupts from her body. A massive energy surge radiates from her. The system announcement blares. Liu Qingju has awakened the nether sparrow bloodline for the very first time. She had been suppressing it until now, but the gloves are off. It is time to show them what true resentment looks like. Gaze. Qingju lifts her face, eyes tense as she locks onto the exotic fire. Her fists clenched tight, power exploding outward. She whispers, her expression dead serious. Yehi, watch yourself. In this state, I can't control the weight of my strikes. Yet, standing before her overwhelming aura, Yehi isn't shaken in the slightest. He looks at Qingju, a sneer of contempt curling his lips. Oh, that's actually great news, because I've only been using 50% of my strength until now. Before Yehi can even finish his sentence, Qingju instantly unleashes her nether breath ability, surrounding his body to drain his energy. Caught off guard, Yehi is forced to pause for a split second. Qingju seizes the opening, circling behind him and raising her hand, gathering a massive source of energy, preparing for a decisive blow. But the truth is, this was all within Yehi's calculations. He doesn't dodge. Instead, he spins around abruptly, clenching his fist and countering with full force. His facial features distort in a terrifying grin. The battle between the two contestants turns ferocious. They crash into each other like it's a fight to the death. Two hands, two powers, colliding head-on. The force of their punches is devastating, shaking the entire arena violently. Both of them are desperate to become the victor. The aftershocks from this massive clash blast outward, impacting the audience. Down below, screams erupt. Horrifying. It's too strong. I can't even keep my eyes open. As the dust settles, Qingju finally dares to open her eyes. Before her is a nightmare. Yehi. After that, exchange has shifted forms. He stands there, body mutating, limbs turning into a beast, radiating powerful nuclear energy while lightning crackles everywhere. His skin is transformed into a layer of iron armor. Yehi stares at Qingju, eyes blindingly bright, his lips glowing with searing energy like an emotionless monster. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy explodes from Yehi's position, roaring like thunder, forcing the announcement speakers to blare continuously. This is a dramatic semifinal, with every eye fixed on the beautiful opponent. Standing before him, the energy radiating from Yehi makes the air suffocating. Dangerous waves of power, rising higher and higher. The alarms keep screaming. What is happening? It looks like Yehi's true beast form is charging. Up power. Yehi undergoes another sudden transformation, shifting into an impressive new shape. Hard scales erupt from his back, emitting such potent energy that the floor beneath him shatters. The MC can't tear his eyes away from Yehi's back, where those massive scales contain nuclear power, and his spine ridges up, sucking vast amounts of energy toward his mouth. He hunches over, jaws parting to fire a spiraling beam of destruction straight at Qingju. Around him, shockwaves glow brilliantly. The energy beam shoots forward so fast, Qingju has no time to move. She's forced to use her massive wings to shield herself, curling up in sheer anxiety. Her eyes, filled with spiritual power, betray her tension. Yehi's colossal energy beam keeps advancing, showing no sign of stopping. In the moment it makes contact with Qingju's wings, a violent explosion rips out, radiation splashing everywhere. Qingju triggers her bloodline awakening, the feather shadow counter, but her feathers are stripped away under the immense pressure. The scene turns chaotic. Speakers, barking warnings. This is bad. Yuhuo's breath is disrupting Qingju's feathers. Yuhuo shows no mercy. But Qingju isn't an opponent who submits easily. Spectators in the stands turn purple, suffocating from the tornado-like winds of the battle. Suddenly, right in front of them, glowing golden spots appear, resembling a luminous honeycomb. These shields stand firm, effectively blocking Yuhuo's energy. His power crashes into the barrier, causing terrifying explosions. The shield was created by Huang Jing, the mayor of An City. He stands upright, looking elegant, using his internal force to protect the arena. His gaze is fixed on the fight as he calmly states, "Watch closely, the strongest champion in the history of An City will be born today." High up in the stands, cheering and applause roar like crashing waves. The MC, hair slicked back with gel, screams into his microphone with wild excitement. Luckily, we're safe thanks to Mayor Huang. Back in the ring, fresh red blood spatters the ground. These drops belong to Qingju, who took the full brunt of that. Terrifying power from the exotic fire. The girl looks ragged, wings tattered, with only a shred of luck keeping her outfit from falling apart. Qingju is exhausted, lips moving as she struggles to speak. He broke my nether sparrow defense with one hit. Can I really beat him? Whispers echo in her mind. Since she was small, Liu Qingju has carried the heavy burden of her clan's generations. She is the hope for the Liu family's revival. She is not allowed to lose. The Liu ancestors are watching you. Do not disappoint us. Always be strong. But inside, Qingju is just a fragile girl. Her mother's words still ring in her heart. Qingju, I poured all my heart and blood so you could revive the clan. You are not allowed to be willful. She was never allowed to decide for herself. She was always feeling so weak. Mom, I can't breathe anymore. Her helpless gaze drifted up toward her opponent as she softly whispered, I'm so tired. Yehi stood towering before her, radiating power and confidence, his eyes already claiming victory. Qingju stared into that gaze, telling herself Yehi is truly too strong. Losing to an opponent like this is no surprise. Still, she resolved to fight to the bitter end, pouring every ounce of remaining strength into this battle. Even with my body broken, if I intentionally show a gap, Yehi will spot it and finish me off. If I lose this match, I can't face my family anyway. Maybe dying here is for the best. Qingju lunged toward Yehi, aiming a weak strike at his chest to bait him into ending the fight quickly, but Yehi didn't move. Qingju looked up in surprise, gasping. Why? Why didn't you dodge? Yehi looked down at her with cold eyes, his voice devoid of emotion. Student Qingju, where did your fighting spirit go? Having her mind read, Qingju flinched, opening, her eyes wide. Yehi's gaze grew intense, burning with fury as his face darkened. Do you truly consider me an opponent? I don't want to win this championship title in such a pathetic way. Qingju couldn't help but freeze. Stunned by Yehi's overwhelming presence, her eyes swirled with mixed emotions, and a flicker of fear at what was unfolding before her. Yehi held nothing back. He rushed in, swinging a heavy fist straight at Qingju's face. Helpless, she raised her arms to block, but Yehi didn't. Stop there. He unleashed a barrage of powerful kicks, knocking Qingju to the ground, past her limit. She screamed, You brute! From childhood until now, no one has dared to beat me like this. Even while getting thrashed, Qingju managed to yell, I wanted to let you win. Why do you keep attacking me? At this moment, Qingju's endurance shattered its limit. Her dormant power exploded outwards, a massive energy field erupting violently around her. Qingju shrieked, Don't hit a girl in the face, you bastard! Finally, he stopped. His eyes lit up, looking at her with a faint smile. That's right. If you don't want to get hit in the face, then wake up. It seemed Yehi had forced Qingju to unlock her ultimate potential. Her current form was stronger than ever. Her wings didn't just heal, they grew immense, radiating a terrifying, lethal aura. She exhaled sharply, her gaze razor sharp and locked on Yehi. As you wish. I will use my strongest state to defeat you. Liu Qingju had reached her peak form, her wings spread wide, glowing with brilliant, oppressive light. Yehi stood watching, unable to help but admire the raw power. Hidden within, he smirked, eyes dancing with amusement. Finally revealed your true demonic beast form. Huh now. It gets interesting. Yehi instantly activated his demonic emperor form, his body tensed, every cell hardening into a layer of solid scales. Green fire erupted from his body, forming a raging torrent of energy. The young man smiled with satisfaction, feeling like he was prepped for the ultimate showdown. He opened his mouth wide, like a feral beast, taking a deep breath and roaring. If that's the case, I can't hold back either. Yehi leaped into the air, the power from his feet acting like an explosion. shaking the very ground beneath him. Liu Qingju didn't sit idle. She instantly recognized the incoming attack. From Yehi, her gaze sharpened. She couldn't just wait to be hit without fighting back. Immediately, a violent energy vortex appeared at Qingju's position. It sucked everything in, forming a massive tornado. Glowing with brilliant aura, Yehi charged forward with unstoppable force through the blinding dust. She didn't hesitate. Taking a sharp breath, she opened her mouth and blasted out a powerful energy field. A shockwave shot out. Rivaling his own power, Qingju was pouring everything into this battle. When the two forces collided, the entire area quaked. At that moment, a sonic wave swept out from Qingju's mouth. Yehi reacted instantly. He stared straight at her, his voice stern. "You think you're the only one who knows how to scream." Qingju was familiar with this move and didn't panic. Raising both hands to intercept the attack, she declared, "That old trick again. I won't back down this time. I'll face you head on." Atomic breath activated. At the same time, Qingju concentrated all her power into her hands. Forming an energy sphere, the orb lit up, instantly transforming into countless arrows shooting straight at Yehi. The battle between them had become intensely critical. No one could predict the outcome. Up in the stands, no one could sit still. The announcement speaker blared. Yehi's atomic breath and Liu Qingju's nether blood thorns created two violent shockwaves. Spectators clenched their fists, standing up in a mix of anxiety and excitement. This isn't good. The force of this collision isn't something two fighters can control. To protect the crowd, the mayor of Incity, Huang Jing, had to use his ability to erect three massive defensive walls. These barriers were created for protection, but upon contact with their combined power, they shattered in the blink of an eye. As the two energy pillars collided, the stands fell silent, paralyzed by the terrifying shockwave. Was that wall really made by the mayor? Everyone stared into, staring at the smoking rubble. The crowd is absolutely floored by the raw power they just witnessed. Mayor Huang Jing watches, seeing the barrier he personally erected shatter in a split second, and a wave of anxiety washes over him. If he hadn't stepped in, everyone here would have been caught in the blast. He thinks to himself, the three-layer earth vein divine wall I put up was rushed. It wasn't as stable as usual. It barely held up against Yehi and Liu Qingju's direct clash. Who? Could have guessed this year's exam would produce two monsters way off the charts back in the arena. Qingju looks like a wreck. Blood drips like water from her slender, trembling fingers. Her breathing is ragged, her face pale and haggard, and her right arm is completely, shattered. She has reverted to her human form, her body broken and weak. Yet the fire in her eyes hasn't gone out. Qingju struggles to squeeze out every word. Looks like my true demon beast form is tapped out. She lifts her head, her gaze locking onto. Even though she knows it's hopeless, she refuses to fold. I can still fight. Yehi stomps. And one foot on the ground, instantly appearing right in front of her. He's back to normal, without a single scratch or bruise. Meanwhile, Qingju's outfit is shredded, barely covering her, and her right arm is total mush. Qingju stares at Yehi, total disbelief in her eyes. My attack definitely hit you. How are you completely fine? Yehi simply looks at her, his voice devoid of emotion. If I hadn't purged the radiation from your body just now, you'd be crippled for life. He struck hard, but he left her a way out. Qingju bites her lip hard, trembling. Then looks up, her eyes wide as tears gush out like a broken dam. I didn't want it to go this far. Why? You forced my hand. Yehi crouches down, scanning the girl from head to toe in silence. After a moment, he speaks slowly, dropping his usual playful act for a serious tone. Did you really not want to fight? Or are you just too stubborn to admit you wanted to win when you were putting your life on the line? I could feel that hunger burning inside you. Qingju stares at him blankly, unable to speak. Her small mouth moves silently as she realizes he's right. I really wanted to beat him. That's why I dropped my guard and went all out. But why I usually hate fighting. I just wanted to lose quickly. But in that clash, I actually felt it. I felt the thrill of fighting for myself and no one else. Just then, Yehi's warm hand gently lands on her shoulder. Qingju blushes, looking up at him as strange feelings bubble up in her chest. He beat me to the pulp. Is this what a gentleman does? Beats me senseless, then heals me. Yehi channels energy into her arm, speaking as he works. You had too much noise in your head during the fight. Qingju stares blankly at her. The wounds and radiation are gone without a trace. Yehi isn't arrogant like the others. He looks at her with genuine respect and says softly, but you're still the toughest opponent I've ever faced. Then Soma turns away with a slight smile. Next time, if we get the chance, I'd love to have a pure duel with you. Liu Qingju's heart skips a beat. She turns as red as a tomato, her eyes sparkling as she stares at Yehi, unable to look. He stands in the center of the arena, his perfect victory leaving the entire crowd in awe. As the dust settles, the loudspeaker booms, the first semifinal has concluded. The winner is Yehi from Anqing No. 1 High School. On the big screen, the image of Yehi's next opponent flashes up sharp and clear. The announcer's voice rings out, full of suspense. After Yehi took down Liu Qingzhu, Chuzhou secured his own victory just as predicted. The stands are heating. The high school division final is imminent. The showdown between Yehi and Chuzhou, two students from the same, summer school. Anqing No. 1 is drawing massive attention. The live stream viewership has skyrocketed to over 496 million, a tidal wave of anticipation. After thorough preparation, Chuzhou stands tall, gripping a sword that hums with energy. His sharp gaze sweeps over Yehi without a shred of hesitation. Let's learn from each other. Yehi replies with a dangerous grin, his face lighting up with excitement and energy. Bring it on. Not keeping Yehi waiting, Chuzhou launches the first strike. He swings his blade, executing energy-gathering techniques as he leaps high into the air, putting his full power into a ferocious slash. But Yehi doesn't budge, looking completely unbothered. He crosses his arms, feeling zero threat from Chuzhou's strike. He shouts, and instantly, a massive pillar of energy blasts out, shattering Chuzhou's attack. The shockwave pulls everything back, overwhelming his opponent with ease. Chuzhou can't keep his footing, raising his arms to shield his eyes so he can. Gripping his glowing blade, he mutters with a knowing look. Too lazy to find my clones, so you just used a brute force method, to wipe them all out at once. Chuzhou realizes his opponent is a monster, instantly feeling the massive gap in our strength is massive. My defenses are completely useless against his flames. Among everyone our age, who could possibly? And I go toe to toe with him. The guy is a total monster, but Chuzhou refuses to back down. He steals his mind, eyes shifting color as he locks in. I'm on a new strategy. Fine, if close quarters won't work, then I'll destroy you from a distance. He roars, his bloodline erupting with power. In a split second, Chuzhou's form twists and expands, morphing into a colossal divine dragon. Radiating pure, savage fury, his body contorts, limbs and head reshaping into a terrifying visage of absolute power. He channels every ounce of energy into his claws, unleashing a devastating strike. Frost Demon Dragon. The spectacle sends the audience into a frenzy, the livestream chat exploding. Holy crap, Chuzhou just summoned a massive ice mountain. It's the Frost Demon Dragon reborn. Chuzhou hovers in midair, facing Yehi, his entire being radiating bone-chilling frost energy. The crowd screams their lungs out. Take him down, crush that Demon King Yehi, go. Ice brother, show him what you've got. The colossal ice mountain crashes down, engulfing the entire arena and completely sealing off the flames. The stands practically shake from the sheer impact of Chuzhou's power. But the moment he feels the backlash of the frost, a dark thought crosses his mind. Damn it! The explosive force of this frost is taking a heavy toll on my body. Meanwhile, the announcer's voice cuts through the tension, ratcheting up the suspense. The ice mountain. It's melting. Sure enough, Yehi's terrifying heat is already chewing through the ice. A beam of concentrated atomic energy blasts from his mouth, completely vaporizing Chuzhou's frozen fortress. Chuzhou's eyes widen in disbelief. How could it be shattered so easily? He reacts on pure instinct, instantly conjuring another ice mountain to block. But the storm of energy keeps barreling toward him. Boom! A massive explosion swallows everything in dust and chaos. As the smoke clears, Yehi stomps his foot onto the cracked floor and speaks with chilling calm. Frost Demon Dragon, your power is useless against me. I counter you completely. Chuzhou sighs, painfully aware of the chasm between their strengths. Yehi, take my final attack. This is the ultimate limit technique. I was saving this for Liu Qingzhu, but now I'm using it to crush you. Chuzhou tenses his muscles, his massive greatsword glowing as he pours every ounce of energy into the blade. With a primal scream, he brings the sword down a strike meant to kill. A deafening crash rocks the entire stadium. Moments later, drops of red blood splatter onto the arena floor. The tension spikes. Yehi lifts his hand, now covered in spikes, blood dripping from his palm, but his voice steady as a rock. If you get a better sword, you might actually stand a chance. But the real shocker isn't his words, it's Chuzhou's face, turning a sickly shade of purple as he stares at reality. His sword, it's completely shattered. My sword, it broke. How massive is the gap between us? Yehi flashes that familiar, mocking grin as he looks at his despairing opponent. Hey, I'd say your odds are only slightly better than a beggar asking for change. He knows his own strength. Seeing the writing on the wall, Chuzhou raises his hand. I surrender. Just like that, the fight ends sudden and quiet. The announcer booms, and city entrance exam. Yehi is the winner. Yehi stands amidst the rubble, scratching his head shyly. The livestream chat goes nuclear. Whoa, I knew it. I knew he was the one. Yehi is a god, Chuzhou is a beast. but in front of Yuhua, he's nothing. Praises flood social media, Yuhua's victory image going viral instantly. The likes are skyrocketing. Yuhua, this dark horse, is the real deal. Everyone is sharing the news, especially the students of In-City who witnessed this historic moment firsthand. With this win, Yuhua is crowned the strongest top scorer in In-City's history. His name is plastered on every billboard in town. The forums are on fire. Congratulations pouring in from every corner. The stadium roar is deafening. The MC, alongside Huang Jing, steps onto the stage and points proudly at Yuhua. After 3 days of intense combat, the 24th In-City exam has found its champion. The top scorer is Yuhua from In-City First High School. Yuhua just stands there, scratching his head with that same sheepish smile. The MC presses on. Student Yuhua, rumor has it your power comes from long-term accumulation. Do you have anything to share? Yuhua stiffened slightly, thinking, damn, educated people really know how to make calling me a late bloomer sound fancy. Regaining his composure, Yuhua clears his throat and grins. First off, I have to thank my teacher. You never gave up on me, even at my lowest. You were the one who helped me find my will to fight again. The camera cuts to the homeroom teacher, who was clutching the TV and sobbing his heart out. Boo-hoo. I honestly don't deserve your praise, Yehi. As a teacher, I failed you miserably. I didn't notice your potential at all. I am so sorry. Before he could finish his pity party, Yehi heard the principal frantically waving at him. The principal, he thought, panicked. The principal made a hand signal and mouthed the words, 2 million. Yehi just mentioned our Anchang #1 high school. And I will award you a scholarship of 2 million yuan. Yehi's eyes instantly lit up at the sight of the money, and he immediately spoke into the microphone. Oh, wow. Thank you to my beloved school, and thank you to my dearest principal. Without your brilliant leadership, how could I be where I am today? Then Yehi raised his hand high, his spirit burning as he continued. Finally, I want to thank myself. Without my own hard work and wisdom, I, Yehi, would never have achieved this glory. Right at that moment, a system notification popped up. Congratulations, host. Achievement unlocked. Top scorer. Reward 1. Random ability draw. Yehi was surprised, his eyes widening as he marveled internally. The top scorer title turns out there's an achievement. System 2. Later, on the stadium corridor, fresh off his victory as the exam's top scorer, Yehi was running like he was, being chased by a pack of rabid dogs. Behind him, a swarm of noisy reporters chased him like bees drawn to honey. Questions were being thrown at him from every direction. Yehi, do you feel pressure taking the top spot? How did you improve so fast? In just half a year. Are you planning to enter Huadu University? The reporters didn't stop, their interrogation relentless. Even though Yehi was trying his best to shake them off, he couldn't dodge their razor-sharp questions. Stop chasing me, I'm about to pee my pants here, he muttered, clutching his side and running for his life. But the mob of reporters wouldn't let up. One of them caught up, shoved a microphone in his face, and kept asking, Yehi, who do you think is prettier, Lu Qingju or Kai? Shouting, and do you prefer Shen Guan or Chu Zhou? Yehi, despite his frantic escape, didn't show any reaction. His face darkened, his body language screaming exhaustion, but he whispered to himself, I don't have time to waste with these vultures. He accelerated rapidly, leaving the reporters in the dust. Regretful shouts still echoed behind him. Yehi, wait, just one last question. Entering the basketball arena, Yehi finally escaped. The swarm. He stood there panting, clenching his fists, and let out a smug laugh. Ha! Finally got rid of them. Turns out, monster templates aren't the only thing I can get. I can also draw more from system rewards. While he was immersing himself in the thrill of victory, a dark shadow suddenly appeared before his eyes. Yehi, congratulations on winning the top scorer title. Yehi spun around in a panic. His first thought was, more reporters. But no, the person standing before him wasn't a reporter, like he assumed. The man politely removed his hat, holding a mysterious briefcase. He flashed a friendly smile and greeted him. Don't misunderstand. I'm not a reporter. I'm from Huadu. His gaze turned serious as he looked straight at Yehi and continued. Now, let's talk about your gene lock. Yehi was slightly confused and didn't answer immediately. Gene lock. He thought, I haven't unlocked any gene lock. My powers come from the monster templates. Does he know my ability? Who is? This guy. He began to suspect this mysterious man. The man didn't rush. He calmly put his hat back on and continued, speaking. You heard the term gene lock from your father, didn't you? Yehi immediately replied, yes. He recalled the memories of the original owner of this body. He couldn't deny that statement. The man pulled a stack of papers from his briefcase and said, Yehi, aren't you curious? How would a normal taxi driver like your father know technical terms that have nothing to do with his profession? That question made Yehi think, could it be that my dad's actually a hidden master? The man continued to pull out a document with a classified seal and held it in front of Yehi. Because of your special case, Huadu has authorized the declassification of a file. Yehi quickly opened the file, scanning it before he could even read the details. He saw information about Prometheus, research institute that once led the field of genetics on Blue Star, but was shut down after a major incident. The gene lock technology was their key project. Yehi finally realized why this man had sought him out. So, you guys think my dad was a senior researcher at Prometheus, and I'm their secret product. The man stepped closer to Yehi and added, "Don't worry, the nation won't make things difficult for you. I came just so you understand the situation. You are involved, so I have to let you know." Yehi replied, his voice calm. "Big brother, I'm even calmer than you think." The man continued, "You are a key asset to the nation. We will protect you." Yehi smiled, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. "Then, if you'll excuse me," he gloated internally, feeling that his fame was rising. But so were the troubles. "Haha, this society is truly pragmatic." He laughed loudly in the middle of the gym, then looked at the man from Huadu and spoke softly. "Well then, I'll be going." Yehi clasped his hands together. "You won the top scorer title in this exam, and not only that, you received a scholarship of $2 million along with an $800,000 bonus. But what hyped him up the most was the chance to draw a new template. The feeling was uncontrollable. He was buzzing with so much excitement he felt like he might explode, a thrill so intense it was numbing. Yehi thought to himself, "I can't wait any longer," and quickly summoned the system. Instantly, a circle of energy manifested, swirling before him like a mysterious gateway opening up. He stood there, eyes glued to the strange, glowing ring, spinning madly in front of him, feeling almost hypnotized. He opened his mouth and unconsciously blurted out, "I can't wait another second." For Yehi's eyes, the rotating energy circle emitted a surreal light, engulfing the entire space. He stood there, eyes wide, overwhelmed by the emergence of a colossal giant form, a bizarre, skeletal figure radiating a thick layer of steam. The system displayed the stats. D-rank template, colossal giant. Ability 60-meter gigantification, high temperature steam. So, evolution form, progenitor humanoid. Compatibility, 1%. Yehi stared intently at the entity before him, deep in thought. A colossal giant, he wondered, then suddenly remembered something. His eyes widened as he thought, if I combine this with the Berserker, Demara template, the abilities between models can stack. What if the colossal titan combines with the Demon King, Berserker Warlord Demara? What would happen then? Instantly, an image manifested before Yehi, a gigantic titan infused with the essence of Demara, a muscular, ferocious physique with a long tail sweeping through the air. He realized he was standing before a true monster emperor. Scene change. Inside a dimly lit room, a burly man was sitting and talking on the phone. "Boss Huolong, are you saying we won't be taking any more missions from now on?" A voice echoed from the speaker, and the man calmly replied, "Correct. Cancel the entire schedule." The response from the other end was respectful. "Yes, I understand." On the desk, there were traces of physical impact, as if someone had caused an incident. The man then pressed his massive index finger down, his rugged face clearly displaying fury. He was in an extremely foul mood, looking like he was struggling to suppress his rage. A voice from a communicator announced, "We regret to inform you. We could not find your younger brother's body in the secret realm. However, at the location where his last signal vanished, we detected traces of radiation." The man fell silent for a moment, then muttered under his breath, "Little brother, I told you not to get involved with the underworld. Why didn't you listen? Mom told me to take care of you." On the TV screen, the competition results were announced, and Semifinals Yehi wins. The man stared at the screen with obvious interest. He approached the TV, reaching out as if to pat Yehi's head. Yehi is truly a rare genius of Incity. Huadu will definitely fight over him, but he also admitted a sense of pity. But sadly, they won't be able to wait for his enrollment. Back at Yehi's residence, a package had just been delivered. He was in the middle of martial arts training and hurried out to receive it. Who would send me stuff right when I'm preparing to enter the secret realm to test the new template? Yehi pulled out a letter with his name on it. The content read, "According to the investigation by Huadu Central, this afternoon, a new secret realm rift will open at Hongfang Village in the Anmi outskirts. Predicted rank C. I plan to explore it. Do you want to? Come along." Signed, Judo. After reading the letter, Yehi shivered, his face twisting in disbelief. "You've got to be kidding me. Who still uses handwritten letters in this era? Is he a transmigrator too?" Scene change. At Mount Tua, Hongshu and An City, a place with its own majestic beauty. A massive crowd had gathered here, not just many people, but an absolute horde. Everyone was mentally prepping for battle. Yehi looked at the scene, his face going pale. At the sheer numbers, there had to be at least 1,000 people. A new secret realm really was a magnet. As soon as he appeared, Chuzhou noticed and approached Yehi. Yehi replied politely, "Oh, Chuzhou." Seeing Yehi, Chuzhou flashed a bright smile. You've gotten stronger again, haven't you? Although Yehi forced a friendly smile, he thought internally, I can't believe this guy is so sharp. Like, I just used my scholarship money to buy a few gene potions to boost my compatibility to 35%. Low-rank templates really do have their advantages. Quick results. Yehi looked around, then casually asked, which university are you planning to apply to? Chuzhou didn't look at him. He just closed his eyes and answered briefly. Huadu. The answer made Yehi smile as he continued, then we'll be fellow alumni in the future. But he quickly noticed that Chuzhou's mood was a bit off. Just as Yehi was lost in thought, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky. A strange dimensional gateway opened, seizing everyone's attention. The secret realm's opening. Screams and commotion erupted. Suddenly, a shockwave hit as a monster forced its way through the spatial rift. It was a three-headed vulture with massive wings, diving down to attack the crowd. Below, a martial artist on the ground pointed excitedly at the sky and shouted, the secret realm is open, brothers. Let's take out this demon beast and storm the secret realm. The group of martial artists immediately rallied, gathering their energy, ready for battle. Their techniques were unleashed in unison. With the momentum of a mighty army, the three-headed vulture, despite its power, seemed unable to withstand the crushing power of the group. The creature was torn to shreds in an instant. The vulture was reduced to mere stray feathers, obliterated by the warrior's ferocious assault. Meanwhile, Yehi stepped into the mystic realm, venturing into a strange, untamed forest. The vegetation here was alien, and the metallic tang in the air made him mutter. The scent of blood. It's thick. Suddenly, he realized the truth. It was a beast hide. These bastards had been lying in wait for them. He immediately barked orders to the martial artists, invoking national law, prioritize killing the monsters, and hold back the beast hide. In a blink, mutated monster skulls fused with raw flesh lunged forward. Yet, the warriors who had just entered the realm showed no fear. Everyone was battle-ready, channeling every ounce of energy to counter the violent onslaught. Zhao refused to stay on the sidelines. He charged in, raising his sword high and roaring. Bloodline power atomic, blast fist. His devastating strike, amplified by his blade, slammed into two charging monsters, conjuring a massive mountain of ice that froze them in their tracks. But just then, a beast attempted to ambush Chuzhou from behind. Seeing this, Yehi unleashed his power, firing a concentrated beam of lethal energy straight through the monster, causing it to detonate in midair. Chuzhou spun around, eyes wide with gratitude. Thanks. Man, I owe you. With Yehi's assistance, the cluster of monsters was swiftly annihilated. The ground was soon littered with bones and splattered with crimson gore. Yehi turned to Chuzhou, speaking with terrifying calm. None of the beasts in this realm know how to actually fight. Chuzhou looked at the carnage Yehi had created and felt a shiver of fear. Yehi, you just slaughtered so many. Aren't you exhausted? He marveled at the boy who seemed like a living storm, repelling every creature and destroying everything in his path. Yehi kept moving, nuclear energy radiating from his body, scrubbing the very air around him clean. Witnesses couldn't help but gasp at his overwhelming superiority. Good heavens, how is he killing them that fast? Is there a high-level master helping them? One warrior shook his head. No. That's the top scorer of Anqing University. A college freshman with that kind of killing power. The crowd realized with shock that Yehi was no ordinary rookie. The surrounding warriors quickly rallied around him, cheering and shouting to lure the beast toward the ace student. Moments later, a victorious cry rang out. The beast tide leader is down. We won. The horde finally began to retreat. Chuzhou exhaled a long sigh of relief, forehead drenched in sweat. They had survived the first wave. Over 1,000 warriors had gathered at the start, but now only about 800 remained, not counting the injured. Just then, Yehi came lugging huge bags of monster cores, looking exhausted as he approached Chuzhou. Chuzhou, tell me, how the hell am I supposed to carry all this? Chuzhou stared, stunned by Yehi's greed. Why did you harvest so many cores? Then, Chuzhou pulled out a ring. This is my spatial ring. Just stash your loot in here. Yehi saw the ring and grinned, like a maniac. A spatial ring that's worth 10,000 gold, Chuzhou. I didn't know you were a hidden tycoon. You're filthy rich. Suddenly, someone announced that Boss Wu Sen had arrived. Both looked toward the voice. Bystanders were already briefing the newcomer about Yehi. It's a miracle he killed the leader. If not for him, we would have died of exhaustion in that horde. Everyone gazed at the new arrival with admiration. The man was tall, covered in tattoos, and wasted no time. Greetings. You're the top scorer from Anqing University. Correct, I am the squad captain of the Silver Wolf Corps, Anqing Division. He stepped closer to Yehi, extending a hand. I just heard the members recount your heroic deeds. Are you interested in joining our martial arts corps? I promise it won't interfere with your university studies. On the contrary, you'll receive massive benefits. Hi, Wu Sen. I'm ready to sign you as an S-Class member right now. The crowd erupted. This was a golden opportunity. Without the backing of a powerful guild, a warrior's career was incredibly hard to sustain, especially in Sia Nation, where rogue groups were strong. Furthermore, an S-Class rank in Silver Wolf was something even Huadu University students struggled to achieve. Suddenly, a woman riding a black tiger approached. Dressed in alluring gear with a fierce aura, she stunned everyone present. She called out, "Wu Sen, why so fast? You're to snatch people before I can." She then turned to Yehi, her expression serious. "Student Yehi, join our Chengda martial arts group instead. We may be smaller than Silver Wolf, but I guarantee that if you join, you will receive 15% of our cultivation resources every month." Her offer sent the crowd into a frenzy. Yet, despite the enthusiastic offers from both Wu Sen and the beauty, Yehi remained cool. He turned away, speaking softly. "Sorry, but currently, because I don't plan on joining any squad just yet." The young man shook Wu Sen's hand. Though a bit regretful, Wu Sen still replied politely, "No problem. I invited you just to make friends. If you have any requests later, don't hesitate to contact the bowling squad." The girl also spoke up. "The Chengda squad is also always ready to help." Yehi replied bluntly, "I won't join, but having more friends is good." However, Wu Sen couldn't help but wonder, "Wait, did you just use that hand to pick your earwax?" Yehi just grinned. "Don't sweat the details." At this moment, Chujo approached Yehi and said confidently, "The beast tide has been pushed back. We can explore on our own now. This is a forest of giant trees. First, let's get to the canopy to observe the whole area, then plan." Yehi replied with two simple words, "Okay." As soon as he spoke, both of them launched upward, moving as fast as the wind. Chujo was shocked by Yehi's speed. He couldn't keep up at all. Too fast. A moment later, they stopped atop the red leaf trees. Chujo's eyes went wide, staring ahead in panic. What the hell is that? In the distance, massive trees appeared. But what terrified Chujo were the giant monster shapes dozens of times larger than the trees slowly marching toward them in the mist. But contrary to Chujo's anxiety, Yehi looked delighted, his face full of excitement. The more he faced difficulties, the more thrilled he became. Grinning wide, Yehi said, "Not hard to imagine. Actually, we're still young. Give us a few years, and there's no way we can't conquer the demon beast in this secret realm. We might even find out the true origin of this place." Seeing Yehi's confident expression, Chujo had to admit it. Yehi was truly in a league of his own. "I feel fear before unknown power, but he's confident he can win." Chujo compared himself to Yehi, only daring to think it silently. "It seems I'm inferior not just in martial arts, but also in will. He's a true warrior." Suddenly, Yehi turned serious. He used sonic waves from his temples to scan. His expression changed. Completely no longer the casual Yehi, but a battle-hungry warlord. "Those monster cores will be mine sooner or later." He then shifted to a serious demeanor, using his ability to check the life force distribution in the secret realm. "Something's odd. To the southeast, there's a lake. It's like a vacuum zone, completely white. There must be a boss monster there. The bigger the waves, the more precious the fish." He pointed forward, focused. "Let's go." "Chujo, there's a lake to the southeast. Let's head there." Yehi and Chujo were strolling through the dense jungle when suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. In front of them was the girl who had helped Yehi during his early days buying gene potions. Seeing Yehi, she flashed a bright smile and greeted him warmly. "Isn't this our top scorer?" "Yehi, I didn't expect you to be this strong." Yuli's teammate standing nearby also spoke up, looking friendly. "Oh, Yuli, you know the champion of In-City." Another girl looked up from below, laughing. "Yeah, introduce us quickly." Yehi looked so majestic wiping out that beast pack earlier. Yehi quickly approached Yuli's team and asked, "Sister Yuli, how long have you been here?" Yuli smiled radiantly, approaching him enthusiastically. "Just arrived. We have 2 teammates good at swimming. Scouting the lake." Just then, near the lake, a man's head popped out of the water, panting heavily, clutching the grass bank as he cheered, "We're rich. We're rich." Hearing this, Yuli asked, "Rich how?" The man, a teammate of Yuli, happily announced, "There are ruins under the lake. We hit the jackpot." Yuli was overjoyed, immediately saying, "Really, that's amazing. We're rich." Yehi, curious, turned to Chujo and asked, "What are ruins? Why are they so excited?" Chujo, having some knowledge, replied, "Inside secret realms, there are ancient structures, remnants of a previous civilization. Rumor has it that modern martial arts and gene tech originated from them." Suddenly, Yuli's teammate widened his eyes, spun around in alarm, and asked, "There's someone else." He thought they were people with bad intentions, so he reached for his sword, ready to attack, not letting her teammate strike. Yuli grabbed his arm, stopping him instantly. "Wait, Yu Yangyi, He, and Chujo are the champion and runner-up of the An-City exam. Their strength is far beyond normal warriors. Let them join us." Yehi struck a cool pose, draping his arm over Chujo's shoulder. "That's right. Don't be rash. We can help explore the ruins. Yu Yang immediately asked about the money. So how do we split the loot? Yehi waved his hand casually. We're freelancers. We keep what we kill. Yu Yang swallowed his frustration and turned back. Fine. You can join temporarily. Just don't try any funny business. In his heart, he reassured himself. The champion and runner-up will be big shots in the future. I shouldn't make enemies of them. A moment later, the whole team dove into the river. Yu Yang led the way since he knew where the ruins were. They continued on. Moments later, the team dives into the river. Wu Yang takes point. He knows exactly where the ruins are hidden. They press on. Stepping into the gloomy cavern, Wu Yang announces, just through this cave, and we'll reach the ruins. As they ascend, Wu Yang scans the area, puzzled. Strange. Where's Li Wei? Wasn't he supposed to be guarding this spot? A bald young man from... Wuli's team offers a guess. Maybe he found some treasure and took off early. They had entrusted Li Wei to guard this cave, but he's vanished. Wu Yang hastily tries to contact him. Hello, Li Wei. Pick up hello. He signals everyone to stay silent, listening for any trace. Worried. Wu Li stares at the cave entrance and asks, do you see any signs of monster beasts? Wu Yang replies, none at all. The traps are untouched. Not a single beast caught. Suddenly, a girl on Wu Li's team starts panic, asking, this is too dangerous. Li Wei is missing. Shouldn't we turn back facing her fear? Wu Yang gets aggressive, determined to find the ruins. The prize is right in front of our eyes. You want to stay a bottom tier loser forever. If you're scared of dying, get the hell out. If you want to get rich, stay put. Silenced by his greed, his three teammates say nothing, torn between desire and terror. Seeing their hesitation, Wu Yang snaps. If no one's quitting, then move. Wu Li's team presses deeper into the cave, followed closely by Yehi and Chuzhou. After a moment, Wu Yang shines his flashlight on the ground, spotting human footprints. Yehi sees this and gets suspicious. He turns, mouthing silent words to Chuzhou. Something's not right. Chuzhou catches the signal and mouths back. Exactly. The timing doesn't match. Wu Li mentioned her team had just arrived at the lake, barely 10 minutes ago. Yet, they somehow found the underwater entrance, navigated the subterranean tunnels, and located the secret path to the ruins instantly. It's like they have a mini-map, cheat enabled. It's obviously a trap. Should he warn his acquaintance and bail? But seconds later, Yehi cracks a mysterious smile and whispers, I have a trump card. Soon, Wu Yang leads the group to a damp area thick with moss and algae. Long, sharp vines hang from the ceiling. The group notices these vines are tightly wrapped around old skeletal remains. Wu Yang speaks up. These are monster cores. They've lost their glow. Looks like they were drained ages ago. No wonder we didn't see any beasts underwater. They've all been devoured. Standing behind him, Wu Li glances around and whispers, Wu Yang, where are the ruins? Before he can answer, the other girl in the squad gasps, jaw dropping. Pointing silently in horror, the group follows her finger, and a nightmare comes into view. The corpse of their teammate is suspended in the air, wrapped tight in vines. His body is shriveled, sucked dry of all vitality. The two girls scream in terror. Li Wei is dead. Wu Li turns pale, unable to believe this happened to her own squad. Her eyes are glued to the body, hands trembling helplessly. Meanwhile, Wu Yang ignores the corpse, obsessed only with the treasure. He crouches down, clutching his head and screaming, where are the ruins? Why can't I see them? Suddenly, grotesque lumps bulge on his head. He shakes, like he's having a seizure, face turning purple, stuttering. How? How did Li Wei die? Vines? I can feel it. Before he finishes, Wu Yang's head suddenly detonates. Disgusting sea tentacles burst from his neck, wriggling upwards. Wu Li realizes the danger instantly and screams, everyone run. At that moment, a blinding streak of light erupts. Powerful atomic energy blasts straight through what used to be Wu Yang's head, now a mass of tentacles. Wu Yang has completely mutated into a monster, but before he can fully transform, Yehi has already made his move to contain the threat. Smiling, Yehi says, I didn't expect the beast to be this smart. It caught two martial artists and used one as a puppet to bait more prey. We've been led straight into its nest. The long tentacles lash out toward Yehi, and suddenly, the path behind them collapses. A mountain of rocks crashes down, sealing the exit. Panic sets in. The monster has blocked their escape. It has no intention of letting them leave alive. Chuzhou stares at the creature, his voice booming over the chaos. That's a demon ghost vine, a tier 2 king class monster. Wu Li is terrified, cold sweat soaking her back. She stammers, King class. Tier 2. We can't fight a king class. We're just tier 1 martial artists. Yehi remains calm, a confident smirk on his face. I don't care what tier it is. I'm going to crush it. Suddenly, boom! An explosion rocks the cave. Debris and smoke fly everywhere as a massive, muscular man bursts through. It's the same man who was spying on Yehi earlier. arriving at the exact moment Yehi is facing the king beast. The newcomer strides forward with overwhelming killing intent and snarls. Yehi, I'm here to take your life. The group is stunned by his sudden entrance, screaming in disbelief as they feel his power. That massive aura. Blood-chi smoke. He's an 8th step martial artist. Yehi turns, his expression icy and unbothered. Another one targeting me. The hulking man begins to explain exactly how he tracked Yehi. He down. I heard someone use radioactive energy to fight the beast tide at Gongshu Mountain. I knew it was you immediately. I just had to track the radiation signature. He smirks. I held my breath and followed you all the way to this cave. Surprised. Now, blocking my path with a massive boulder, I completely stopped my heartbeat and breathing to play dead. Yet you still sniffed me out. Truly worthy of the one who drove the Huo family to the brink of despair. Seeing this man put so much effort into hunting him down, Yehi shoots him a confused look. Huh, who the hell are you? Old man. Denly charging in and spouting nonsense. Do we know each other? This unexpected question makes the assassin explode with rage. Stop playing dumb and die. He charges, his fist gathering a massive surge of energy, aiming straight for Yehi's head. But before he can strike, monster tentacles suddenly intercept him. The assassin freezes, helpless and seething. He roars, "This is the Devil Vine's lair. You dared to lure me here to use the beast against me." He loses all reason, consumed by blind rage. You bastard, was this your plan all along? Yehi doesn't answer, simply crossing his arms and watching the show. The assassin struggles desperately against the monster, taking hit after hit, beaten until he can barely breathe. You dare trick me, he screams in fury. Yehi doesn't budge, staring blankly. You've got quite the imagination for a stranger. Yehi thinks to himself. The Devil Vine's tendrils constrict around him, forcing him to explode with power, channeling every ounce of energy to shred the annoying vines. So annoying. My target is you, not these damn weeds. The surroundings descend into chaos. The assassin fights with such intensity that the entire cave shakes, threatening to collapse at any moment. Wooly screams from behind. This is bad. The cave's gonna collapse. She turns to see Yehi, standing there, activating his demon monarch form. He begins gathering nuclear energy, charging up for a devastating strike. A blinding sphere of light forms, shattering the surrounding rocks as water begins flooding in. Yehi points to the side, shouting, "Wooly, get everyone out of here now." The team scrambles to escape, but the assassin refuses to let up, lunging at Yehi again. Just then, Chujo arrives, swinging his sword to block the path. "As long as I'm here, you won't touch Yehi." The assassin laughs contemptuously. "Ha, kid, I'm an 8th stage martial artist. You think this ice can stop me?" But before he can move, Yehi rushes in with a powerful fist, smashing it straight into his face without hesitation. "Hey, noisy old man, where are you looking?" The assassin looks up just in time to see the fist inches away, unable to react. Yehi's single strike crushes him into the ground, the impact illuminating the entire cave. Not wanting Chujo to get hurt on his behalf, Yehi turns to him. "Go. He's too strong for you." Then, the young man turns back, his gaze deadly serious. "I'll handle this." He took a direct hit. He's dazed and weakening. Team follows Yehi's instructions, swimming back toward the shore. Wooly's group makes it to safety, while the Devil Vine goes completely berserk, churning up the lake bed. Moments later, as Chujo surfaces, Wooly asks anxiously, "Where's Yehi?" Chujo looks down, silent, only turning to look back at the underwater cave. Back inside, a massive shockwave erupts from Yehi, unleashing terrifying nuclear energy. He strains every muscle to activate his new form. Now that everyone is gone, Yehi finally unleashes the Titan avatar, newly updated in his system. As soon as it activates, the young man uses a colossal Titan hand to crush the stranger. In an instant, the assassin's body floats to the surface, purple and battered. The shockwaves from Yehi's power even cause those on the shore to stumble. Chujo spots Yehi's gigantic silhouette and his eyes widen, staring in utter confusion. A moment later, he reverts to normal and swims to shore, pulling himself onto the grass completely naked. Chujo rushes over, calling his name. Yehi hesitates to climb out, shouting, "Chujo, toss me some clothes." Moments later, the young man is dressed and sitting down, facing the group's interrogation. Chujo asks immediately, "What was that explosion just now?" Exhausted, Yehi sits down to rest. "It was that mysterious assassin. He had a plasma bomb and suicide bombed the Devil Vine." Chujo is shocked. "A plasma bomb? Isn't that restricted military tech? How did he get one? And that blast felt even stronger than a plasma bomb." He's still suspicious, though. "But inside the smoke, I swear I saw a giant silhouette." Yehi pales, sweating bullets, as he quickly denies it. "No way, just a hallucination." He breathes a sigh of relief, thinking, Close call. If they find out about my monster template ability, I'm screwed. He had hit a little too hard, crushing the assassin to snatch the Devil Vine's core. With everything settled, it's time to part ways with Woolie's team. She waves goodbye. Yuhuo, we're heading out. Sorry you came all this way for nothing and still had to save us. Once we're out of the secret realm, we'll compensate you. Yuhuo waves back, polite and enthusiastic. Don't mention it. Forget it. Sister Woolie, just consider it repayment for your help last time. If you pay me back now, I'll be the one owing you instead. Now, only Yehi and Chujiao remained. The two exchanged serious glances before whispering in unison. Time for some fun hunting monsters. 3 days later, at the entrance of the Gongshu Mountain Secret Realm, Yehi and Chujiao had finally cleared the dungeon. The duo leaped out. As soon as their feet hit the ground, they looked up in shock. No way. The desolate mountain, now from 3 days ago, had transformed into a bustling small town. Massive plains roared overhead. Both were dumbfounded. Just a few days and they built a whole town. Even cargo planes are here. Xia Nation's construction speed is terrifying. Rushing to the exchange counter, Yehi slammed a bag of spirit stones onto the desk. The female clerk warned, "Sir, please be gentle. If the goods get damaged, you'll lose value." Yehi scratched his head awkwardly. "Sorry, but I'm carrying way too much stuff. If I don't unload quickly. We'll never finish checking." The woman replied enthusiastically, "Rest assured, we are professionals." Yehi sighed in relief. He took off his spatial ring, relaxed, and dropped 2 words, "All right then." Suddenly, countless large bags of spirit stones, just like the first one, poured out. He counted each sack until he pulled out. On the last one, exhaling deeply. Last bag. Looking around, the clerk's face went pale. The sacks of spirit stones were piled so high, she was stunned. She asked with a trembling voice, "Sir, is that all of it?" Yehi looked straight at her with a dangerous smile, his eyes sharp, silently pressuring her. "That's it. But you ladies, need to hurry up. We still have plenty of spiritual herbs." Inside the trading hall, the atmosphere was buzzing with noise. A crowd gathered around a table, marveling at the loot Yehi brought back. Heavens. This is a 7-star leaf, at least 300 years old. This herb is incredibly rare. Even professional gatherers struggle to find it. What kind of luck does this kid have? He even found 6 Harmony Fire, the main ingredient for the Chi Si pill. Just this pile of herbs alone, even if low quality, is worth 30 million. The rare ones are worth even more. This martial artist is so lucky. Throwing, he became a tycoon overnight. Old Shu looked around and suddenly spoke up. "Are you senile getting this many herbs? Isn't just luck. A guy like him is someone you absolutely should not offend." Yehi stood in a far corner, observing their special reactions, muttering, "White and green cores are useless to me now. Might as well turn them all into cash." He smiled. His voice dark and dangerous. 5 green cores from Tier 3 beasts during the Beast Tide, and the core of the Ghost Demon Vine. Tier 2 King variant with gold veins. That's the real treasure. Moments later, a bank notification chimed. Beep beep. Bank card. Credited with 27,570,000 credits. Yehi casually shoved his hands in his pockets, stepping out of the trading hall, muttering his next move. "Core is done. Now, I just need a buyer for the herbs." Suddenly, an expensive car pulled up right in front of him. Yehi looked up, wondering whose car it was. An older man. An stepped out, approached heartily, and smiled. "Hello, Yehi. I am Li Yutian, owner of Pinghuo Pharmacy. I heard you have many herbs from Gongshu Mountain. I'll buy them for 1% above market price." Yehi glanced sideways, smirking, and unimpressed by the offer, but his mind raced. Those old fogies at the center dared to try selling my information. Whatever. I need to sell anyway, and a buyer coming to me is convenient. He agreed to sell. Marn immediately, after the purchase, Mr. Lee turned back to remind him, "Next time you have herbs, remember to find me." Yehi watched him go, holding his phone. Beep beep. Bank card credited with 75,064,000. Staring at the balance, he muttered, "All this money isn't worth a 10% power boost. Personal strength is the only truth. Gene serums and white or green cores on the market are useless to me now." Yehi sighed wearily. My template is even pickier than its master. High-end items like blood jade fruits or advanced gene serums, I'm not even qualified to buy them." Suddenly, an idea struck him. Yehi looked up, eyes sparkling. There's that way. He recalled, in the exam, I crushed Lu Qingju purely thanks to the Berserk template to the Demara, but in terms of martial arts, I'm far behind those martial arts specialists. So, I need to get my hands on some powerful techniques. With that, Yehi sprinted like a mad horse, shouting, "Old man, I'm coming to ask for some gold. Scene shifts to Wencheng High School." principal's office. Hot tea was poured. Yehi sat right at the principal's tea table. The principal. I cherished him like a treasure, massaging Yi. He shoulders himself. Yehi, I didn't expect you to remember your old school. Yehi. And I laughed it off cheerfully. Principal, no need to be so polite. The principal nodded. Right. You are the top scorer, the part of all. And but this champion was here with a scheme to make even more money. Yehi pulled out a large jar to ginseng wine, placing it in front of the principal, and spoke softly. Sir, just some medicinal wine from Pinghua Pharmacy. It's not a bribe, sir. Just a small token of respect for my elder. As soon as the principal sees the bottle of fine wine, his eyes light up like high beams. He grins ear to ear. Yehi, you really are a good student. You understand the value of honoring your teachers. After handing over the wine, he doesn't forget his real goal. Principal, I want to learn some high-tier martial arts. Do you have any connections? The principal hugs the wine bottle tight and replies, You haven't entered university yet, so only the martial clans can help you. You already passed the Huadu exam. Why are you in such a rush to learn before school starts? Yehi looks at the principal, his face full of determination. Principal, I just want to get stronger, faster. Principal nods, accepting the excuse. All right then, since you're a special talent, I can pull a few strings to introduce you. As educators, we must tailor our teaching to the student's aptitude. We can't just rigidly follow the beaten path. Yehi leans in and whispers a few flattering words into the principal's ear, making the old man beam with delight. You're absolutely right, rules are dead, but people are alive. Having someone like you who understands flexibility is a true blessing for the education sector. You flatter this old man too much, ha ha ha. The next day, Yehi is taking a shower, his ripped, muscular body dripping wet when he picks up the phone. Yehi, it's done. You can head out. Immediately, the principal informs him. Yehi replies, Thank you, sir. Which martial clan is it? His eyes go wide, and he shouts in surprise. The Liu family of Anqing agreed to teach me their secret arts. Cut to the outdoors. Brother Jia, a man on a motorcycle, is waiting for a blonde girl. He revs the engine and speeds off. The girl behind him, her hair whipping like a ponytail in the wind, screams in fear. Brother Jia, you're going too fast. It's scary. The man smirks, trying to look cool. Oh, I can go even scarier than this. While he's enjoying his moment of glory, a familiar voice suddenly rings out from behind. Yo, buddy, if you're gonna speed, keep your eyes on the road. Reckless driving kills, you know. The reminder startles the couple. They turn around, completely confused. The biker, annoyed that his cool moment was ruined, yells back, What the hell? Are you crazy? You scared the crap out of me. You dare race me on that rusty old bicycle. As soon as he finishes speaking, he twists the throttle, shooting forward like a missile, leaving Yehi and his mockery behind. The couple zooms down the highway, leaving the taunts in the dust, replaced by their own excited screams. Big brother, that was so cool, so manly. Yehi watches them with a look of utter disdain, feeling annoyed deep in his gut. He glares at their retreating figures, unable to stand that arrogant tone. Suddenly, a massive burst of energy explodes from him, startling the couple ahead so bad their hearts pound like they're about to jump out of their chests. Who said it? Bicycle has to be normal. Yehi channels nuclear level energy into a single powerful pedal stroke. The bicycle shoots forward, whizzing past the motorcycle with ease. He even drops a parting line. Get lost, you flies. Yehi rockets away, leaving a long trail of dust and smoke behind him. In mere seconds, he vanishes completely from their sight. The couple is so terrified that cold sweat pours down their bodies. They can't believe their eyes. Are bicycles really that fast nowadays? The girl stammers, trembling. That was as fast as an airplane. Less than 5 minutes later, Yehi arrives at his destination. He stops the bike and looks up. Before him stands the gate of a massive estate, radiating wealth and old money. He stands alone before the grand entrance, eyes thoughtful. A true martial clan, indeed, he mutters, then uses his ability to scan the surrounding energy. Even the ambient field contains several terrifying auras. Just then, the main gate opens, and Liu Qingju steps out, waving at Yehi. She smiles, friendly, though she seems a bit shy, not daring to smile too broadly. You're here. Yehi looks at her, a teasing grin forming on his lips. Not happy to see me? Qingju's face turns red, and she quickly denies it. No, it's not that. Yehi presses the attack. So, you are very happy to see me then. She quickly looks down, ready to lead the way. Mom told me to welcome you. Let's go. Meet her. Yehi follows Qingju inside. As soon as they step through the main entrance, the sheer scale of the gate alone is enough to show their terrifying wealth. Qingju looks up toward the stairs and calls out, Mom, Yehi is here. At the top of the high staircase, a woman in high heels walks down with slow, elegant steps. It is Qinlan, the matriarch of the Liu family. She has platinum blonde, platinum Wavy hair, full lips, and a soul-stealing beauty. She speaks up. Welcome, Yehi. The moment Yehi sees her, his face turns bright red. Steam practically blowing out of his ears like a boiling kettle. He's barely holding it together. A single thought instinctively screams in his mind with thirsty admiration. Prime Minister Cao Cao. I have finally been enlightened. Flashback to after the tournament. Liu Qingzhu returns. Home. Facing the mother who always held high expectations for her. The silence between them is strange and heavy. Neither speaks for a long time. Finally, Qingzhu breaks the silence. Her eyes sad. On the verge of tears. Mom. However, contrary to Qingzhu's fear, her mother simply waves her hand gently, showing no anger, and says, Qingzhu, no need to worry. She points to the TV screen and speaks frankly. I watched the live broadcast of the duel between you and that boy, Yehi. You performed very well. Yehi's abilities, even by the standards of the Huadu exam, while comparing that kid to Yehi is a joke. Yehi's performance during the Hua Capital exams was on another level entirely. Being a dark horse isn't a sin. You don't need to blame yourself. Liu Qingzhu couldn't believe it. Her mother. Actually acknowledging her, the pressure vanished. She just stood there, hands trembling. She felt so weak, so useless. Just then, her mother stood up, her gaze turning sharp as steel when speaking of their future. Your brother's abilities are limited. He can't lead the Liu family. When it comes to your generation, you are the only one capable of shouldering this burden. She stepped closer, gently caressing Qingzhu's beautiful face, then sighed. But you were born a daughter, and in a world like this, she didn't sugarcoat the harsh reality facing the Liu clan. Your father passed early, and we have no grandmaster to back us. Our family's influence is fading, forcing us to hide in this small city. If a major clan demands a marriage alliance, we can't refuse. It means the Liu family would be swallowed whole, our century-old legacy handed over to strangers. That is why I want you and Yehi to be together. What do you think? Qingzhu was stunned. She never saw that coming. Her face burned red, heart pounding against her ribs. Her mother laid out her vision for this potential son-in-law. Yehi is exceptional, incredible talent, simple background, limitless potential, and from what I see, he's not malicious. You don't need to answer now. Just try living with him and see. Back in the present, Yehi had already arrived at the Liu residence. He stood before Qingzhu's mother, a woman as beautiful and imposing as a queen. Seeing him, Madame Liu stepped forward warmly. Welcome to the Liu family. Yehi felt a bit awkward, bowing respectfully. Ahem. Greetings, ma'am. Just a small gift for you. He was thorough, bringing a gift to smooth things over, clearly trying to butter her up. No small talk. Her mother looked up, cutting to the chase. I heard from the principal of number 1 high school that you want to learn some advanced martial arts. Yehi nodded obediently. Yes, ma'am. She immediately told her daughter to guide him. This still caught Yehi off guard. He glanced up, thinking, why did she agree so fast? Then, acting completely natural. Madame Liu stepped closer to him, creating space for the 2 young ones. Qingzhu will take you to the martial pavilion. It holds forbidden techniques that cannot leave these walls, so you only have 1 day. Deep inside the pavilion were 3 black-yellow tier skills. Learning them depended entirely on his talent. With her permission, Yehi bowed deeply to the mistress of the house. Yes, thank you, Liu family. She glanced at him with a mysterious look, thinking to herself, thanking the Liu family, not Qinlan specifically. It seems he's already made a promise to the clan itself. Very good, Yehi. In the future, the Liu family will let you fulfill that promise. She smiled, satisfied. A smart kid. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him. Yehi had no clue why she was giving him that weird look. It felt heavy. Qingzhu noticed her mother's attitude too, but didn't dare say a word. Moments later, she led Yehi to the martial pavilion, the entrance looming like a dark tunnel. Qingzhu walked ahead, Yehi trailing behind her petite figure. Suddenly, he stopped, curiosity getting the better of him. Classmate. Qingzhu, why do I feel like your eyes are avoiding me? Qingzhu jumped, refusing to turn around, stammering. I am not, but Yehi, wearing a mischievous grin, leaned closer. Oh, really? She turned beet red, speechless, trying to scramble away. Why are you getting so close? Yehi laughed heartily, swaying back and forth. Soon, they reached a massive, sturdy stone door. Both looked up. Qingzhu turned to explain. This is the stone gate. Made from force-dissolving rock mined from a secret realm. It can neutralize a Grandmaster's attack without cracking. Yehi hesitated. Can I punch it? Qingzhu narrowed her eyes. Go ahead. She said it, but inside she was confused. Yehi's thought process is so weird. Shouldn't he be amazed by the magical rock? With Qingju's permission, Iwa gathered energy into his palm. That familiar blue light flared. He clenched his fist, channeling raw power. Qingju couldn't help but recall the terrifying strikes he unleashed in the arena. As soon as he moved. The blue glow from his fist made her eyes widen. Fearful memories flooded back. She didn't dare watch. She turned away and squeezed her eyes shut, terrified of seeing that destruction again. By now, the energy was fully charged. Yihua slammed his fist into the solid gate. A massive wave of power radiated from him, shaking the entire tunnel. He expected total destruction, an earth-shattering explosion. But the moment his fist touched the door, the energy vanished instantly. The air went still. Everything felt eerily silent. Suddenly, Lu Tingzhu burst into giggles, covering her mouth. Yihua just stood there, dumbfounded. Why didn't the door react? It felt like his ultimate punch was nothing more than a gentle tap. Striking that stone wall felt like punching the deep ocean. Every ounce of force was swallowed whole, leaving zero impact. Qingju couldn't help but burst out laughing. Let's move. I'm taking you inside. Tonight, you're going to witness some truly wild martial arts. She smirked, internally, thinking, Yehi, looks like even you have to admit defeat sometimes. The heavy doors groaned open, personally unlocked by the patriarch, allowing Yehi into a colossal secret chamber, stacked floor to ceiling with ancient martial arts archives. Qingju began the tour. We've got everything here: movement techniques, defense, body tempering, and swordsmanship. She turned and asked softly, which one do you want to master? It's simple, just use your ID card to unlock the clearance. Yehi didn't hesitate for a second, asking, straight up, where are the Mystic Sovereign Arts? She led him to a high-tech scanning zone and explained, the Mystic Sovereign Arts are locked in the deepest stone vault. You need to swipe in, she warned, but don't expect to master it. At best, you might grasp a tiny fraction. Honestly, I think Mother giving you this access was a mistake. I can help you pick some techniques that actually fit your level. Yehi ignored her, hopping right up to Qingju with a teasing grin. Are you worried about me? Qingju flushed with annoyance, screaming internally, I am done talking to this guy. Yehi cleared his throat. Ahem, no need to worry, babe. I know what I'm doing. If he was going to learn, he had to. Learn the absolute strongest. With the Mystic Sovereign Arts right here, I'd be a coward not to try. I might as well just go home. He then asked curiously, is this door made of black nullstone? Qingju punched in the code and replied, we need maximum security for the Mystic Sovereign Chamber. This black nullstone is incredibly rare. It's nearly impossible to obtain. Qingju continued, to gather this much. The Lu family has been collecting it since my great-grandfather's era. Inside, there are several high-security safes. They're heavily protected, and engraved on each one are the words, Demon Body Prison. She proactively explained before Yehi could ask. Learning the Mystic Sovereign Arts isn't about reading. It's about feeling the intent the creator left behind. If you can't sense it, or if your nature conflicts with its essence, you can't cultivate it. The Mystic Sovereign Art is alive. You don't choose the technique chooses you. The more Yehi listened, the more hyped he got, a wide grin spreading across his face. Demon Body Prison. I am the chosen one for this art. Then, one of the Demon Body Prison safes hissed open. Yehi's shadow at that moment looked even more terrifying than the thing inside the vault. He stood firm, hands in pockets, eyes blazing with anticipation. Suddenly, his expression shifted, pure anxiety showing clearly. The Mystic Sovereign Art isn't a book, it's a statue. Looming before him was a statue of a mutated demon, sitting atop a pile of corpses, trampling the heads of its victims. Yehi glanced back warily, wondering, is this what they call sensing martial intent? Have I entered the realm of martial intent already? He flashed back to the past, when he had exclaimed in surprise, the Mystic Sovereign Art isn't a book, but a sculpture. Liu Qingju stepped forward to explain. Not just sculptures, it can be paintings, weapons, or tools. Anything can become a vessel for martial intent. That is the miracle of a grandmaster. She added sternly, only a grandmaster can condense their martial intent and infuse it into an object to pass down to descendants. Then Liu Qingju coldly turned her back and walked away. The rest is up to you. Yehi, confused, called out, up to me. Hey, big sis. You haven't told me how to actually learn this thing. Her eyes held a hidden meaning, lips curving up into a smirk. Feel the martial intent. If it's meant to be, you'll know. Yehi stood there, completely clueless. Giving up, he flopped onto the ground and said nonchalantly, so it's about fate, right? I'm taking a nap then. In the surveillance room, Liu Qingzu watched his every move. She shook with rage, fists clenched. Yehi, you really are a piece of work. Back in reality, Yehi muttered to himself, bored. So this martial intent world is like a spiritual plane. Right now I have 0 martial energy. I can't even activate the Demara template's nuclear reaction. It feels like I'm back to being a weak human. Suddenly, a mechanical voice rang out, and the system popped up with a notification. Detected host consciousness in a special dimension. To prevent sudden death, the control panel will sustain the host's spiritual form. He sighed in relief. At least the monster template is still active. Suddenly, a man appeared on the statue's broken arm, laughing loudly. My martial arts can only be inherited by a real man. If not, I'd rather let it rot in the dirt. Yehi turned around in shock. Liu Chenghu looked down from high above, grinning cunningly. Hey kid, prove to me that you're a real man. Yehi gaped, thinking, this guy looks exactly like the statue. A lightning bolt flashed across the sky. He stood arrogantly and declared, wait for the thunderstorm. 100 ghosts will march in the night. That is when you guard this broken temple for me. Don't let these filth-ridden demons defile this bodhisattva statue. Succeed, and I might just teach you a thing or two about guarding. Fail, and your mind will shatter as hundreds of demons tear you apart. You will never walk the path of martial arts again. If you're a weak little brat, scram now. Drops of water begin to drip from the ceiling, landing right on Yehi's nose. Rain, he wonders. Looks like the test has started. Liu Chenghu vanishes as the downpour intensifies. Yehi slowly tightens his grip on the sword. Instantly, Yehi is surrounded by demons, yet he shows 0 fear, eyes wide, staring them down defiantly, like starving tigers. The horde rushes him. Yehi snaps into a combat stance, swinging his blade with lethal precision, slaughtering the demons. His eyes blaze with killing intent as he slashes forward. Suddenly, a sly grin curls his lips, as expected. A trial wouldn't make. A martial artist fight, 100 demons unarmed. There had to be hidden tools. With that thought, he charges straight into the swarm. Thunder roaring across the sky. Yehi swings his sword wildly, dancing amidst the demons. Liu Chenghu sits on the roof, watching with a mocking sneer. These 100 demons in the martial will trial carry my killing intent. A tiny martial. An apprentice dares to leave the temple's protection, seeking death. Looks like the challenger this time is another idiot. Martial artists these days get worse every generation. I always have to clean up their corpses myself. The demons relentlessly attack Yehi. Suddenly, one seizes the chance to ambush him from behind while his guard is down. But levels are just numbers. He dodges the sneak attack effortlessly. Even the old man can't comprehend it. He's skill, forced to gasp in shock. The demons can't even get close to him, while the demons stand confused. And he looks, I'm at his own hand, puzzled. Seems like in the spiritual world, the system automatically protects its host, putting me in an invulnerable state. Isn't this just bronze skin, iron bones? Liu Chenghu stares at Yehi with just a few moves. He's wiped out nearly all the demons. The old man's eye twitches. This brat isn't affected by the martial will. How the hell? Did he do that? Yehi pouts mockingly. Nothing special, just hard work and diligence. The demons, now terrified, start backing away. Liu Chenghu speaks up. Well said. Hard work. If you could subdue 100 diamonds, I won't go back on my word. I'll pass this legacy to you. But let's see if you can handle it first. Yehi stands silent in the pouring rain. Suddenly, the statue shatters, revealing a well filled with mysterious, glowing specks. Yehi steps onto the rim and peers down as the old man explains, this well holds the essence of the killing intent I condensed in life. The demon sealing physique technique. It is down there, if you can refine it. Before Liu Chenghu can finish, Yehi jumps into the well without a second thought. The old man is speechless at the brat's attitude, forced to save face. Good. Such a bold junior. This is the first time. I've seen the likes of you. In Liu Chenghu's memories, he was once the top 1 player on the server during his peak. Legendary hero who conquered S-rank dungeons. He rose to fame thanks to the demon sealing physique, and died because of it too. As he aged and his vitality waned, the vengeful spirits he suppressed began to backlash. He went into deviation, even killing those close to me. To prevent more mistakes, I had to end my own life. Before dying, Liu Chenghu fused the vengeful spirits and his martial will into this statue. Although centuries have passed and the killing intent has faded, it's still not something a lowly apprentice can withstand. But if Yehi can tame this killing intent on the path of the demon sealing physique, he will surely surpass the original master. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Liu Chengzu and Qinlan are watching. Kenju suddenly widens her eyes in shock, crying out to Qinlan, Mom, what's happening? On the screen, Yehi appears to be in excruciating pain, writhing violently. Liu Chengzu stares at the monitor, unblinking, panic rising in her voice. He was sleeping peacefully just a moment ago. He was even smiling like he was having a good dream. Why is he suddenly convulsing? He's bleeding all over. Qinlan calmly takes a drag and from her cigarette, explaining coolly. This third mystic yellow art is something your grandfather stumbled upon in his old age. He tried to cultivate it, but despite being a grandmaster, the martial will inside the statue rejected him instantly, causing internal injuries. Since then, no one in the Liu family has successfully mastered it. Some of this art, since it's an extraordinary power, the method to obtain it isn't something a normal person can endure. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. If Yehi has chosen to accept the power of this technique, then he... Suddenly, inside the secret chamber, Yehi wakes up, stretching and yawning lazily. This action catches both. The surveillance room watched it all. Liu Qingzhu gave an awkward laugh. Mom, Yehi's cultivation doesn't seem as intense as you claimed. Qinlan was stunned into silence. Inside the secret chamber, Yehi bowed respectfully to the statue. Thank you, Senior, for passing on your art. The spirit within the statue telepathically replied, Kid, you are the most gifted genius I have ever met. Perhaps you can uncover the truth of this secret realm, something we of the older generation, failed to do. I leave it to you now. Who would have guessed? The moment Yehi turned around, he smirked. Senior, you've got it wrong. I'm just toggling my hacks. Yehi grinned, his body surging with infinite power. Sean cracked his knuckles. Flesh imprisons demon, body like a Sura. Even though my stats on the status board didn't go up one bit, mastering this Xuan Huang technique has at least doubled my combat power. Outside, the mother and daughter rushed in. Qinlan gasped. Yehi, you succeeded. He struck a cool pose, flashing a charming smile. That's right. I've mastered it. She couldn't believe her eyes. How is that possible? Even with Qingzhu's talent, she had to stay in the martial void for a whole week just to grasp the basics of a Xuan Huang skill. Yehi, how long did you take? Just 1 hour, and you spent most of it sleeping. Is it really possible to learn just by taking a nap? Liu Qingzhu stood watching Yehi's calm demeanor, thinking in awe. People call me a genius, but the real monster is right here. Yehi confidently showed off. You two don't believe me. Here, let me show you. Yehi simply flexed, and a terrifying pressure dominated the entire room. This is the killing intent I realized inside the martial world. If I had to explain, it's like a weapon enchantment. In a video game, it buffs my weapon, boosting the damage output massively. Yehi threw a punch. His muscular arm carried the force of destruction, crackling with lightning. Liu Qingzhu stood mesmerized. The fluctuation is so strong. I can almost hear the shrieks of demons inside it. So this is the killing intent Yehi talked about. Seeing such terrifying power, Qinlan felt rejuvenated. She pressed her hands to his face, speaking seductively. Yehi, you really are. Yehi felt a cringe, his mouth twitching. Madam, please, your daughter is standing right there. Can you control yourself? I don't want a reputation as a gigolo. Liu Qingzhu spoke up. Classmate Yehi, since you've mastered one Xuan Huang skill, do you want to learn the other two? You still have a day left. She blushed and smiled shyly. Qinlan face palmed in disappointment. Oh, my sweet, naive daughter. Are you playing dumb, or are you actually dumb? You say you don't want him, but then you hand over our family's heritage on a silver platter. I know I want him as the son-in-law, but you can't just give him the whole inheritance at once. Yehi flatly refused. No need, classmate Qingzhu. One Xuan Huang skill is enough for me to digest for a long time. Besides, Auntie, I'm a bit tired, and I have things to handle at home. Qinlan rubbed her chin, nodding. All right then. Qingzhu, see Yehi out. I heard you came on a public bike. Can you drive? Go to the garage and pick a car. It'll be more convenient for you. Hearing this, Yehi remembered the street racer who mocked him earlier for being poor. Yehi felt a wave of pettiness. A car, wait. That guy on the motorcycle was pretty cool. Flashy and stylish. He grinned, asking naturally, Auntie, do you have a motorcycle? Qinlan replied, You like motorcycles, just like my troublesome son. I'll give you his most expensive one. Outside the Qin estate, Jai was wandering around, muttering, I heard Mom found another live-in son-in-law. Let's see who it is. My sister is a peerless beauty and genius of In City. Not just anyone is worthy. Suddenly, he thought of Yehi and cursed. That public bike loser was so annoying. Scared off the girl I was flirting with. Better not let me see him again. Just then, a motorcycle roared past. Jai's face twisted, eyes bulging. That thing that just flew by. Wasn't that the bike guy from earlier? And wait, isn't he riding my motorcycle? Night fell as Yehi arrived home, parking the bike outside. He quickly prepared dinner. On the table, a bowl of monster cores and a cup of dipping sauce. Eating these raw last time was dry as hell. Yehi held his chopsticks with anticipation. This time, let's add some soul-infused dipping sauce for flavor. He dipped a monster core heavily in the sauce and popped it into his mouth. Let's start with the green one. A mechanical voice rang out. System online host, Yehi, comprehensive physique, 23.8, monster sample berserk, lizard demon, compatibility 21%, super gigantification monster compatibility at 85%, points available for distribution. At this moment, his body was overflowing with raw energy. Yehi sat reading the system panel, muttering to himself. Stats increased. Time to allocate points. Last time in the Gongshu Mountain dungeon, I used the super gigantification template. A height of 50 meters might be considered massive compared to normal beasts. But compared to those mystic spirit creatures in Gongshu Mountain that are as big as mountain ranges, it's still way too small. Still unsatisfied, he tapped the selection and said, must be bigger. Dump all points into the giant monster template. He then picked up a magic core, dripping with dipping sauce, and added, let's toss in a gold magic core from a tier 2 devil vine for good measure. Yehi's entire body submerged into a massive current of power, so intense it even radiated outward. The system panel flashed again. The Berserk Emperor Demon Lizard template is absorbing the gene sequence of a special plant organism, triggering a unique mutation. Does the host wish to halt the mutation process? His eyes widened in surprise. Mutation. Yehi returned to his normal state, rubbing his chin as he mumbled, mutation. Implies it will become a monster template with different attributes. If the attributes are beneficial, great. But if they're detrimental, that's basically reverse evolution. After thinking for a moment, he made up his mind. Whatever. Having too much is the same as having nothing. Let's gamble. Go big or go home. He pressed yes. The system chimed. Congratulations. Host. Unlocked. S-rank isotope monster template. Instantly, a colossal demonic figure appeared. His jaw dropped, eyes wide, looking up at the massive monster before him. The system popped up another notification. When the Berserk Emperor Demon Lizard reaches 100%, there is a 2% probability of class changing into the Astral Pillar Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor looked absolutely ferocious. He read the system info, laughing with pure delight, clenching his fist as he rambled to himself. Astral Pillar Demon Emperor. Just the name sounds overpowered. But I need the current template to hit 100% first. Gotta grind those upgrades. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out outside. Yehi curiously looked out the window. He frowned, wondering, what the hell is that terrorist attack? Outside, police cars and special ops vehicles blared their sirens, issuing warnings and sealing off all exits to the area to prevent escape. Search everywhere. Do not miss a single corner. Inside. He heard the commotion. He cautiously glanced back toward the rear of the room, saying, the original owner was a weirdo with a quirky personality. No friends would be visiting at a time like this. I didn't order food or packages. So who could be out there right now? Suddenly, a woman appeared, leaping onto Yehi's windowsill. It's Yao Yimei. He shot her a sharp glare. Do you know whose house this is? Big sister. Yao Yimei looked down on him with disdain. Looks like this little boy isn't an ordinary martial artist. Through her mask, she eyed Yehi with a gaze full of hidden intent. Yao Yimei said, originally, Big Sis here just wanted to hide something and conveniently wipe your memory. But since you've spotted me, you'll just have to suffer a little bit. And don't you dare try to run. Yehi looked bored, not even turning back to look at the figure, rambling behind him. Whatever. With all these savings, I can just buy another house anyway. She didn't understand him, asking, what did you say? Yehi struck a Bruce Lee pose, pointing his finger at her. I said, you are already dead. Outside, a man was brawling with the police. Several officers were trying to suppress him, but the opponent revealed an opening, allowing them to grab him. Zhou smiled savagely. Yao Yimei, you must get the golden gene out of here. I, Zhou will draw their fire for you. Suddenly he roared, come at me. My life is worth trading for all of yours. Human blood forbidden art. As he spoke, Zhou body erupted with a bizarre power. Just then, a streak of energy glowing blue slammed down right where he was. He hadn't been acting cool for long when Zhou was startled by the blue force and dodged frantically. There's another enemy. The dust settled, revealing it was actually Yao Yimei. She struggled to crawl up. Zhou asked in shock. Yao Yimei, your nano battle suit was white. Why is it? Black as charcoal now, sister. I risked my life to gather them here, hoping you get the goods away. What happened to you? She quickly signaled him with her eyes. Zhou, I hid the item. We retreat first. The two created a smokescreen to blind the police and vanished. The manhole cover nearby rattled slightly. In an old, abandoned building, the two fugitives had taken shelter. Yao Yimei was exhausted. They had finally shaken off the police. Zhou sighed, as expected of the nano battlesuit. Taking a hit like that and recovering so fast. But then, footsteps began approaching. Their location, followed by a mocking voice. Hey beauty, you still haven't explained to me why you casually broke into my house. It was Yehi. He had chased them down like a ghost. You guys must have realized you have a very serious problem. You plan to pick a random lucky neighbor. But who knew you'd pick this Grandmaster barging into a citizen's home deserves a fitting reward. Let me play with you two for a bit. Yehi, furious and panicked, interrogated him. How did you find us? His eyes were bloodshot with rage and fear. He could sense exactly where they were. Yehi is infected with nuclear radiation. He looks down on them arrogantly, challenging them. If you can fight, cut the chatter. He channels power into his arm, rushing in to teach him a lesson. Yehi provokes. Just when I needed someone to test the durability of this prisoner's flesh, Yehi, terrified, raises both hands to block, thinking anxiously, this is bad. Yehi rushes in, using the Lanchan fist to attack directly. With just one move, Yehi's eyes roll back as he coughs up blood. Yehi aims perfectly, landing a straight punch to his gut. With a mere wave of his hand, Yehi is sent flying, his face twisted. Yao. Yimei's eyes widen in shock, stammering. That martial art is too strong, little brother. Which master did you learn from Joe? Yehi passes out on the spot, while he remains unharmed, flashing a grin full of mischief. Learned it from Demo La, Yao Yi. Mei finds the name unfamiliar, thinking. Demo La, never heard of him. I didn't expect a small place like in city to hide. Such masters. Just then, Yehi wakes up, truly a man who won't cry until he sees his own coffin. He speaks arrogantly. Don't get cocky, kid. Yehi glares at Yehi with razor-sharp eyes as the man suddenly transforms into his true beast form, turns. Now Yehi possesses a demonic beast. Behind him, a giant rhino roars madly. Yehi gloats. I'm a dignified level 6 martial artist, not someone a kid like you can control. His true form is the rhino. One stomp of those legs splits the ground in two. Yehi has mutated completely, his body covered in sharp spikes. He charges to attack Yehi with the 5-step traveling knowledge combat skill. Yehi is thrilled by his mutated appearance. He smiles, his mouth stretching to his ears. Now this is what I'm talking about. Behind him, Yehi uses her invisibility to sneak attack Yehi. She gloats internally. Kid, didn't think my nano armor could cloak me, did you? I'm the real attacker. Just as she thinks she's about to succeed, Yehi simply raises his hand. A surge of power blasts out, instantly knocking Yehi out cold. He says in a low voice, stop getting in the way, Yehi. He slams her straight into the wall behind him, eliminating one opponent. Seeing that he defeated Yehi with just one arm, Yehi trembles with rage, cursing, arg that trash. Yehi failed her, sneak attack too. Yehi regains his confidence, clenching his fist and charging. I have to do it myself. Yehi calmly smirks. Come on! His eyes burn bright, like he's waited for prey. He blocks the attack with just one arm, emitting a terrifying power. Yehi widens his eyes in surprise, realizing his defensive power actually increased that much. Yehi laughs smugly, sneering. Kid, my iron-armored rhino beast's true body can easily withstand tank fire. What are you going to use to break it? Not only is my defense up, but my attack power has skyrocketed too. He thrusts his rhino horn forward, aiming to pierce Yehi, but the boy manages to dodge the strike. A loud explosion rings out. Yehi screams, go meet your ancestors. Parts of the abandoned building cave in from their battle. Yehi says arrogantly. Little brat, no matter how cocky you are, you can't withstand a single blow from me. Yehi. As soon as he finishes speaking, he looks around, but sees no sign of Yehi. Panicking, he asks himself, where is he? Yehi turns to keep searching. He doesn't believe the boy had the strength to run after that punch. Suddenly, Yehi's true form appears. He is 10,000 times larger than Yehi. Just standing up makes the surrounding ground shake. Yehi gasps in horror. What the hell is that? Yehi begins to tremble, his jaw dropping in awe. Is this a demonic beast? Where did he come from? Did that little brat turn into this? A gigantic hand rockets toward Yehi like a missile. The hand slams down, shattering the earth instantly. However, Yehi jumps up in time, escaping. Death by a hair. But he is just an ant. Yehi prepares to slam his other hand down for a second strike. His brutal attack sends dust and sand flying everywhere. Yehi raises a hand high, gathering energy to deliver a catastrophic blow. He unleashes a barrage of punches straight at Yehi's position. Suddenly, the system displays a notification. Host Yehi, status supergiant humanization form, comprehensive constitution 23.8 to 294. Yehi finally wakes up, clutching her battered body, witnessing Yehi's massive form. She shakes and stammers, I was so stupid. Why did I want to provoke this monster? She scans the surrounding terrain, calculating the optimal solution. At this rate, Yehi will be beaten to death. Running isn't an option. I can only risk it all in one fight. She leaps onto the roof of a nearby building, holding a glowing red wire in her mouth, then dives down. She uses the wire to bind Yehi. Yehi screams, this is a molecular wire from my nano armor. Its intensity is enough to slice through high-grade synthetic metal. She flies in circles around him to wrap the wire tight. Yao Yimei shouts again. Even if you use some illusion to turn into a giant, even if it is, he's strong, but physical bodies have limits, that's the rule. That razor-sharp wire snaps tight, slicing clean through Yehi's neck. His head tumbles to the ground right in front of Yao Yimei. She touches down gracefully, retracting her wire with a satisfied smirk. Thinking she's extinguished the alien fire, she sighs in relief. Victory. Right, wrong. Life's a nightmare, the severed head is still alive. Yehi's mouth snaps open, charging a massive orb of energy. Yao Yimei freezes, trembling in pure terror. I'm a monster. A beam of absolute devastation tears through the entire building. The last thing etched into Yao Yimei's memory is an endless, blinding blue light. Dust and smoke choke the air before slowly settling. Yehi reforms his body, stepping out of the haze, calm and collected. He strolls over to Ju Yi, who's gasping for air like a dying dog. Yehi looks down with cold contempt. Your turn, Yehi says flatly, blood-soaked and broken. Ju Yi struggles to speak. You. Absolute freak. Yehi stares at him, eyes glowing like a demon. If you kill, you must be prepared to die. That's just a fair trade. Ju Yi slumps, defeat washing over him. Suddenly, sirens wail outside, blue and red lights flash. He knows he's finished, but a twisted smile forms on his face. If I'm dying early, I'm dragging you to hell with me. Yao Yimei. That woman you just fried, she hid the golden gene inside your room. His face contorts into hideous madness, screaming, It belongs to you now. Get ready for endless hunting and slaughter. Live like a rat. I'll be waiting for you in hell. Yehi looks annoyed. He's done listening to this trash. Thud. He delivers a lethal kick, sending Ju Yi straight to the afterlife. You talk too much. Hearing the sirens get louder, he mutters, Cops are here. Gotta dispose of the bodies. Fast. Surveying the destruction, Yehi sighs. Maybe I overdid it a bit. By the time he sneaks back home, it's already midnight. Sitting on his bed, he makes a call. Anchin, did the police ask anything? A woman's voice replies, Nothing. But Yehi, it's dangerous lately. Keep your head down and wait for the semester at Huadu University. Don't worry, Anchin, he replies smoothly. I know you're a good kid, she says. Good. He tosses the phone aside, exhaling. Good thing he prepped Anchin. If the cops linked that nuclear breath to him, he'd be done for. Turns out, Ju Yi wasn't lying. Yehi finds the gene vial hidden in his room. He twirls it in his fingers. So, this is the legendary golden gene those two died for. There's a logo on the tube, a massive beast. He recognizes it from the Prometheus files the envoy from Huadu showed him. It's the mark of the Thunderbird Corporation, a massive titan in the biotech industry. It all makes sense now. Those two stole this from Thunderbird and got hunted down like dogs. Remembering Jui's desperate face, Yehi sneers. They realized they couldn't escape, so they planted the target on him. He glances at the gaping hole in his wall where the window used to be. Looks like I'm moving, he calculates. Better hit a hotel for tonight. Meanwhile, deep in the B-rank Swan Lake secret realm, a girl standing atop a giant wolf calls out, How's the hall over there? A man shouts back, Decent enough. Suddenly, a massive boom shakes the earth. Heads turn. The girl screams, Captain, look out! In the distance, a colossal beast emerges from the tree line. Behind it, a tidal wave of monsters charges forward. It's a stampede, tearing through the forest like a hurricane. Leading the charge is a nightmare of 5th-tier overlord class, the blood-eyed black ape. Panic erupts. Run, signal the military. It's a beast tide led by an overlord. They know City is doomed without backup. They need a Grandmaster-level martial artist. Right now, damn it, high-tier beasts never leave their territory to hunt in low-level zones. Why is this happening? The ape stares ahead, its face twisted. Its eyes glow crimson red as it charges up a terrifying amount of energy. Boulders rain from the sky. Hunters scramble, screaming for help in the chaos. Situation critical. The beast tide from Swan Lake is breaching containment. Requesting backup. Requesting. Crunch. A massive boulder crushes the man mid-sentence. His radio crackles with a robotic voice. Overlord invasion confirmed. Please respond. Please respond. The giant ape rears up, roaring at the heavens, tearing a massive black rift in the sky itself. Inside the city, sirens blare, warning large-scale beast tide from Swan Lake imminent. Civilians tremble while the military scrambles to the walls. The speaker announces grimly, impact in 20 minutes. The beast tide has breached the outer perimeter. The army is scrambling to the front lines to hold back the flood of monsters. Massive loudspeakers boom across the city, summoning every able-bodied martial artist to City's defense. All warriors, report for duty immediately. We need reinforcements. Inside the train station, panic has taken over. Screams echo through the crowd. Please stop pushing. Maintain order. A crying toddler is lifted above the crushing mass of bodies. The beast tide is here. Attention! The trains are for children and students only. They are our future if City falls, the announcement pleads. We must ensure our future survives. Meanwhile, in the mayor's office, the tension is suffocating. The mayor stares at a computer screen, asking his assistant, Did you contact the other cities who agreed to send troops? The woman shakes her head, her face pale. Mr. Mayor, it's not just us. Massive beast tide warnings are popping up all over the country. Everyone is terrified. She points at the map on her tablet. They're barely holding their own ground. She swipes the screen, showing report after report. Even the cities that haven't been hit yet are refusing. They're hoarding their forces to build defenses, just in case the disaster spreads to them. The mayor looks desperate, sweat beading on his forehead. What about the capital we requested Grandmaster level reinforcements? Can they spare even one? He slumps back in his chair, defeated. The assistant sighs. A Class S secret realm just opened in Guangshan City, near the Magic City. All the Imperial Capital's warriors have been diverted there to contain the expansion of the S-Class threat. The mayor frowns, the grim reality sinking in. So, we aren't worth their time. The battle for City has begun, and we are completely on our own. Cut to the Chu Manor. In the courtyard, two figures are sparring intensely. Yehi slams a heavy punch down. The impact sends his opponent sliding backward, struggling to keep his footing. Yehi grins, looking at him. Not bad. You actually blocked that one. Chujo wipes the sweat from his brow, panting. Since when do you know the Xuan Huang technique? Yehi stretches his arms lazily. Oh, picked it up about a month ago. It's okay, I guess. But what about you? I haven't seen you in a month, and I feel like you've gotten rusty. Chujo shakes his head. I haven't regressed. You're just a freak of nature. Suddenly, a siren wails in the distance. Chujo looks up, face serious. Something's happened in City. That's the beast tide warning. His phone buzzes. With an emergency alert, priority evacuation for City Reserve University students. Proceed immediately to City Airport for flights B521 and B753, or take high-speed train A42317. Leave immediately. It's an evacuation order, Chujo mutters. Yehi looks at him. You planning to run? Chujo lowers his eyes. Are you staying honestly with your talent? You should leave. Yehi starts cracking his knuckles. A wild grin spreading across his face. He turns and walks away. You talk too much. Since when are you such a nag? If I'm not leaving, there's only one word for what comes next. He spits it out. Kill. Cut to the interior of the Liu mansion. Liu Tingzhu rushes to her mother, eyes burning. Mom, I want to go to the front lines. I want to fight the beast tide. Qinlan looks at her daughter coldly. What are your odds of survival? She doesn't wait for an answer. We have 30,000 active warriors. Add the retired veterans and volunteers, maybe 50,000 total. Against the beast tide, that is a rowboat facing a tsunami. One crash, and you'll be buried in a sea of monsters. Qinlan stares her down, and the Overlord class beast leading them, that's not something City can handle right now. That is an entity only a Grandmaster can fight. Qingzhu, your life doesn't just belong to you, it belongs to this family. Liu Tingzhu goes silent. She turns her back to her mother, walking toward the door. A martial family that dares not fight against monsters? No, it has no value existing. She storms out, and the door slams shut. Qinlan lights a cigarette, unfazed. Yihang, pack up. We are leaving City. The servant asks, what about that boy? Yehi. Qinlan glances at her phone, voice flat. Send him a message. Let him choose his own fate. Scene shifts to the entrance of the Swan Lake dungeon. It's packed with people, so voices shouting over the clamor. Old Chen, you're 60 years old. What are you doing here? Go take care of your granddaughter. And look at old Zhang. You're barely walking. If a cripple like you can come, then so can I. Old Zhang leans on his cane, limping forward. Who would have thought 30 years later, here we are, standing on the same battle line against another beast tide. Old Chen plants his sword into the ground, standing tall. 30 years. That's when you lost that leg of yours. Hey, old Zhang, when we survive this, are you finally going to move in with your son in Jindun City? It's a fancy place. Won't a country bumpkin like you get laughed at? Old Zhang shakes his head. I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying right here in City to keep beating you at chess. I was born in this city. He grips his weapon tight. And I'll die in this city. With a roar, the veterans charge forward together at the entrance of the dungeon. If you stay in this city, you die here. With that grim warning, they charge toward the entrance of the Tianhu secret realm. Look, hundreds of cannons are lined up in long rows. Everything is meticulously prepared, and urgent shouts ring out constantly. We are the final line of defense for City. We must guard this place strictly. Do not let a single demon beast slip into the city. The shout echoes in unison, clear and loud. The mayor stands at the front, his voice grim. 60% of City's military, along with high-level martial artists from martial master rank and above. They all entered the secret realm. They were called the Vanguard Team, and they had only one single mission to investigate basic intel on the beast tide and try to gauge the strength of the Lord rank, or even Overlord rank beasts inside. Then they had to survive and bring that information back. Suddenly, he startles, looking ahead. A man covered in wounds is walking toward them, taking one difficult step at a time. The mayor rushes over, yelling urgently, "Medics emergency aid, now!" The man collapses, his mouth struggling to form words as he calls out, "Ma! Mayor!" He uses all his remaining strength to shakily hold up a USB drive, speaking with difficulty. This USB contains all the battle results the Vanguard team managed to get. The mayor screams anxiously, "Where are the others?" The man lifts his head and says two words that leave the mayor dead silent. "Dead." The man howls in agony, sobbing as he speaks. They're all dead, crushed by the beast tide. We couldn't even bring their bodies back. His eyes filled with bloodshot veins, he screams. You must be careful of that blood-eyed black ape. It set a trap for us, otherwise, at least a few thousand of us could have made it out alive. From the black rift, countless sharp rocks rain down. Something pierces through a building accompanied by a massive scream of danger. Strange objects appear on the ground. The mayor suddenly realizes, is their target the defensive mines planted under the buildings, one after another? Massive explosions erupt, drowning out his scream. Their goal is to detonate the mines to destroy the defensive fortifications currently under construction cannons, fire. The mayor's roar mixes with the chaos. Damn it, it's an attack from the Secret Realm Tank Battalion. Don't hesitate. Aim straight for the dimensional rift and open fire. A terrifying explosion erupts right in front of him. The mayor frowns, clenching his fists as he speaks. They aren't releasing the beast yet, but using long-range attacks first to wear down our forces. Since when do demon beasts know how to use the art of war like humans? He curses in frustration. Damn it. Those filthy animals. From the black hole, another wave of rocks continues to fall. A loud shout rings out. It's the wave of attacks. This time, the number of stone spikes suddenly increases while a machine rushes forward, so soldiers move with extreme caution. Suddenly, a wild beast appears. A soldier screams, "Watch out, enemy attack." Barely finishing his sentence, his head is easily taken by the creature. Then, one after another, more beasts appear. Everyone tries to attack and hold them back. The mayor reaches out, screaming at the top of his lungs. The stone spikes are being used as drop pods for the beasts. They're flying out of the rift, inside those stone pillars, and being dropped directly behind our battle lines to wreak havoc. Damn it, don't let those stone spikes land. Intercept them. Stop all of them for me. A beast throws its head back. Another one speaks up. That's about enough. The humans have no strength left to resist. It roars loudly and charges. Warriors crush. This land for me. A horde of monsters rushes toward the cannons. Explosions ring out continuously. The scene is utter chaos. A foot stomps down onto the ground. Yehi stands there, hands in his pockets, his voice calm. After today, I wonder what City will look like. He looks down at the battle below and continues. Even though I only transmigrated here a few months ago, I've developed some feelings for City. I can't let these animals destroy the peaceful days I worked so hard to get, so I have to do this. He quickly dives down as a suit of armor materializes around him. He shouts with excitement, "Time to go on a killing spree." Smoke rises within the city. A young man is heaping praise on the person beside him. "Brother Luo, you really live up to your name. You've already taken down 5 beasts." The guy being praised looks arrogant. You flatter me. You flatter me." Kai Shaoling steps on a monster beneath her feet and speaks up. "You only killed a few low-level trash mobs, and you're already bragging, Luo Xuan. Is that really all you've got? The title of #1 at City 3rd High is seriously overblown." The guy clenches his fist in anger. Kai Shaoling. Oh. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approaches. Chuzhou appears, holding a spirit stone. Someone asks in confusion, "Chuzhou, that green beast core in your hand? Did you single-handedly take down a tier 3 beast?" Chuzhou doesn't stop, answering dismissively. "I didn't expect to run into you guys. Here. Didn't anyone choose to retreat?" He raises his eyes and continues. "Our parents are all martial artists. They're all out here fighting against the beast tide as their children. How could we run away alone?" Suddenly, Luo Xuan points upward and screams, "Look out! Behind them! The shadow of a tank is hurtling toward them at breakneck speed." The scene is absolute chaos as the tank is hurled down amidst cursing voices. Damn it, who the hell throws a tank? A hand instantly draws a sword. Chuzhou swings a few times, and the tank is sliced clean in half. Kai Shaoling gasps in shock, staring at the sight. Suddenly, a massive shape bursts from the realm. Is that the first Lord tier beast? Why the hell is it rushing the backlines? Facing the Colossus, they try to keep their cool. Stay calm. It's not a Lord tier. The size and pressure don't match. The beast's claw descends. Chuzhou grits his teeth, bracing for death when a blinding pillar of light obliterates the darkness. Boom! The monster gets slammed by a massive force and collapses. It tries to grab something, but Yehi is already standing tall on its snout. He stands proudly on its jaw, reaching down to pry the beast's mouth open with a sinister grin. "Time for your dental hygiene check." The beast growls in protest, but Yehi grips its fang tight. He peers inside and sighs. Disgusting. How many people have you eaten with this mouth? Yehi conjures a swirling ball of water in his palm. "I'm going to have to wash this out for you. Thoroughly." He blasts the water sphere straight through the beast's throat. Behind Chuzhou, Luo Xuan stammers. "The monsters are fighting each other. Let's run." Chujo shakes his head, calm as a rock. Relax. That is Yehi. The other guy stutters in confusion. Yehi, that little monster rinsing the beast's mouth is Yehi. Chujo looks at the figure ahead. That's him. With him here, and City might actually survive this apocalypse. Yehi grins, flashing a sharp smile back at them. Chujo, I'm leaving this spot to you guys. I've got work to do elsewhere. He launches himself into the sky, disappearing in an instant. Hovering high above, Yehi scans the battlefield. He closes his eyes, sensing the densest concentration of monster energy. Found you. Below, a colossal elephant rampages through the lines. A soldier throws down his rifle, screaming, "Bullets don't work on this bastard, reload quickly." The squad discards their guns, equipping armor and drawing blades. They charge in a desperate wave, swords raised high, but it's a slaughter. They are instantly skewered by the spikes on the elephant's tusks or crushed underfoot. Who knows how many have been flattened by those massive steps? A soldier yells in terror. Captain, fall back. We can't hold this. We are just regular infantry. We can't fight magical beasts. But one man refuses to retreat, still holding his ground. He slashes a smaller beast aside, eyes burning with resolve. We are soldiers, even if we die. We hold the line until the martial artists get here. Suddenly, crimson flames ignite the air around them. A soldier looks up, bewildered. What the hell is that? Are the martial artists finally here? The rampaging elephant is surrounded by a red aura, then snap. A streak of green light pierces its skull with surgical precision. Boom! The giant collapses, dead silent. The other beasts stop, raising their heads to roar in unison. Skill core fury, 8 gates open. Yehi descends like a meteor. A pillar of light pierces the clouds. The other 9 zones are on the brink of collapse. A commander watches in confusion. The beasts. They are retreating. No, he realizes. They aren't retreating. They are regrouping. A woman behind him gasps. It is Yehi, the top scorer. Yehi has entered the battlefield. Every monster in the city is converging to hunt him down. The commander turns, face set in stone. We can't let him end up like Master Lu's squad. We have to help him. He's just a kid. Damn it, he is the hope of City. The commander steps forward, voice booming. All units flank the monsters, protect the top scorer at all costs. Elsewhere, a monster gets its skull blown off. The battlefield is a graveyard of monster corpses. Another beam of destructive light slams down, obliterating the terrain. A scarred man shouts, "Careful! A lower tier beast has locked onto Yehi, everyone. Defense formation. You want to kill City's top scorer? You will have to step over my dead body first." Roars of kill echo through the ranks. We are saved. Hope reignites in every soldier's chest. Explosions rock the city. Humanity will win. Go back to hell, you filth. Hold the line. Our top scorer is coming. Forget waiting. Look at our base crumble. Push them all out now. Don't let a single one escape. Are we going to let a high schooler show us up? Don't let the junior laugh at us. Just then, a dinosaur-like monstrosity steps forth, eyes glowing with terrifying light. It lowers its head and rams the barrier with earth-shattering force, that wall. It is the Divine Circuit Defense. A massive wall rises, towering over the heart of the city. The mayor hovers in midair, raising his hands to chant a spell. This earth-vein divine wall can only trap a fraction of the demonic beasts. To completely resolve this beast tide, they must exterminate the Overlord. However, the wall fails to stop a few monsters looking for a loophole. A hideous beast, covered in thick, aggressive fur, soars upward. The mayor wastes no words, clasping his hands to form a seal. A blinding golden light erupts from the sigil. The creature's arm span is immense. This is a confrontation completely unbalanced in terms of size. The mayor glances behind him, realizing it's out of the frying pan and into the fire. Appearing before him is that a monster from with a size even more terrifying. The mayor's face is cold as ice, showing zero fear as he tells himself. Deep mountain giant crocodile on a lower tier. Level 4. Suddenly, it hits him. This is the blood-eyed black ape's mount. If the Overlord's mount is making a move, then that damn monkey couldn't sit still any longer. Thought complete. The mayor touches down lightly on the divine wall circuit. He channels energy into it, unleashing the mountain rock tsunami vibration technique. The shock waves warp space itself, twisting everything into grotesque shapes. Countless glowing eyes open on the beast's body, a creature with a centipede-like torso staring up at the dazzling vortex. The mayor created, slowly ascending. He asks, "Do you know why I'm using the exact earth element attack that you specialize in?" The monster trembles, seemingly realizing its end is near. Brilliant streams of liquid energy rush to surround the mayor. He continues, "It was just to get close to you. Black yellow martial arts, the centipede-shaped beast." Tia has nowhere to run after the mountain force strike. The colossal monster takes the hit head-on, shrieking in agony. The glass windows of every building shatter from the deafening roar, sending shards flying everywhere. Even the ground below, and Sean is shaken to its core. The monster's rage makes the earth scream. It howls miserably without end. By now, the entire Masi has lost its original form, but in the mayor's mind, there's relief. Lucky I got the intel about the deep mountain giant crocodile early. I managed to lure it away from the other martial artists. Otherwise, who knows how many would have died. Just as, he rushes in, he reveals, if your full body had entered in city, I might have been 30% weaker than you. But you only showed your head. You're just a lamb waiting for the slaughter. Suddenly, over a dozen arms sprout from the mayor's back. The monster stands tall, relying on its massive size, its many eyes tracking every single move the mayor makes. He uses his extra arms to weave through the monster's spikes. Climbing up, the beast's back looms like a skyscraper, taunt piercing the sky. Drained of strength, the mayor flies up to observe, as expected of the Earth Attribute King, to be able to grow stone spikes on its own body. But behind him, a vicious pair of eyes is secretly watching. The mayor instantly senses the ambush. The blood-eyed black ape reaches out a gigantic hand, grabbing the mayor. Man like a toy, oozing killing intent. He questions, tiny human, what are you doing to my mount? In that moment, the mayor's eyes fill with regret and shock. The blood-eyed black ape, it was hiding inside the stone. Spikes all along. The ape widens its glowing eyes, looking utterly demonic. Now, I'll crush your skull. And show you just how insignificant humans are before me. As soon as he finishes, he hurls the mayor to the ground, causing a massive boom across the city. Buildings are scarred and twisted by the encroaching stone spikes. The blood-eyed black ape shouts, his hand still smoking. You might have dodged the explosion in a split second, but I've confirmed it. There isn't a single martial artist in this city stronger than you, so I can slaughter you all with peace of mind. The mayor crawls up from the rubble, looking wretched. He stays silent, then raises one hand to the sky. Instantly regaining his composure, light courses through his body. His power manifests a dragon-shaped spirit beast. Our Nightblade, riot defense. The blood-eyed black ape bares his sharp fangs, his face twisted in savagery. He sneers. Human! Your resistance is meaningless. You're just delaying your inevitable death. In the ape's twisted mind, he envisions humans living in terror. This battlefield has no natural predators left. It has turned I'm into a game to drive humanity into fear and despair. I can't wait to see the look of utter hopelessness on the face of humanity's strongest. While the enemy deals psychological damage, the mayor answers with physical force. Shards of light smash into the blood-eyed black ape, but he remains completely unharmed. He bluntly critiques, speed isn't bad, but the power too weak. Undeterred, the mayor continues his assault. This time, the ape smugly judges, power isn't bad, but now you're too slow. He swiftly dashes through the ruined buildings, closing in on the mayor. Thrusting his menacing face right up to him, he screams, Kneel, I don't like. Fear creatures looking me in the eye. The mayor only shows a flicker of surprise. Seeing that reaction, the blood-eyed black ape furiously throws a punch, but he's left baffled. The ground bears the marks of the brawl. Yet the mayor stands there, safe and sound. The impact only makes his gaze sharper. The ape is momentarily spooked by the sheer intensity. Why? Why aren't you afraid? Now it's the mayor's turn. He slams his hand onto the ground. Monster. You think? Say you're smart, but you miscalculated. In the end, you're just an arrogant beast. The light the mayor summoned instantly transforms into chains, binding the blood-eyed black ape, burning blood-forbidden art. Too late. Regret sets in. You lured me into a trap on purpose. The formation activates Earth Pulse Seal, the sky. The clear blue sky is instantly replaced by an endless, swirling tornado, painting a picture of the apocalypse. The blood-eyed black ape is caught right in the center of the storm. He mocks, Is this your trump card trying to seal me underground? You humans are truly naive. The blood-eyed black ape switches to threats. You can't imprison me forever. The moment your sand loosens even a tiny bit, soon I will break out and tear every single human here to shreds. Unfortunately for him, the mayor reveals his final hand. This is not a trump card. This is a hymn. He tears open his shirt, revealing a scar shaped like a 5-pointed star. The mayor's voice rings out clearly. It is the hymn of humanity, the epic saga of courage. As soon as he finishes speaking, he punches his own scar with full force. The blood-eyed black ape panics, his voice trembling. What are you doing? Though his body is broken and fading, the mayor explains, from the moment this war began, I had already buried in city's only tactical nuclear bomb beneath Swan Lake. The detonator was surgically implanted right into my heart. The moment my heart stops beating, the nuke detonates. Hearing this, the blood-eyed black ape falls into despair. Damn it. You're bluffing, right? Who uses their own life as a trigger condition. You think that scares me? Blood flows endlessly from the corner of his mouth as the mayor confesses. I never intended to return from the start. After all, I am the mayor of An City. My name is Huang Jing. In a public speech long ago, he had declared, I am Huang Jing. I solemnly swear to dedicate everything to An City and its people, including my own life. The mayor begins to close his eyes. I suppose I have finally fulfilled that promise. Haven't I? A blinding light erupts, mixing with the terrified screams of the beast. The blood-eyed black ape is sealed. That same light swallows the mayor's body. The light of hope engulfs the entire city sector, triggering a massive explosion akin to a nuclear bomb. Seeing the final message left by the mayor, the soldiers are moved to tears. Emergency announcement. All soldiers and martial artists withdraw immediately from the Swan Lake Secret Realm entrance. Nuclear tactic, imminent emergency retreat. The soldier commanding the comms can't control his emotions, overwhelmed with gratitude and grief. One by one, the soldiers raise their hands in a final salute to their mayor. Chuzhou and Xiaoling also stand in a moment of silence. Everyone watches the heroic scene from afar. A gigantic mushroom cloud rises into the air like a towering tombstone. The martial artists who received the warning and escaped the blast zone bow their heads in deep reverence. It feels like a grand, solemn funeral. The explosion shakes the entire region. The blood-eyed black ape is incinerated, stripped of all flesh, leaving behind only a colossal skeleton. But then, from the void, a fireball appears. Against all logic, the orb transfers energy to the skeleton. Cell by cell, the blood-eyed black ape begins to reform. Muscles and flesh wrap around his bones once more. Just like that, the mayor's sacrifice is washed away into the river. The blood-eyed black ape opens his glowing red eyes, staring into the deepest fears of humanity. He slowly stands up, muttering, I didn't think I'd almost get turned over by that lowly human. Ignoring his not yet fully healed body, the blood-eyed black ape roars, I will kill every human in this city. I want them to die in the most cruel way possible. He drags his partially crippled body forward. I'll return to the Sin Realm first. Once I recover my blood essence, I will flatten this place. The Sin Realm is known as the secret territory of demon beasts. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, shattering the ape's delusion. Where do you think you're going? At the moment humanity stands on the brink, Yehi appears like a descending god. The blood-eyed black ape's jaw drops. This human. I remember him. He's one of the biggest obstacles of this beast-tide invasion. A terrifying human genius. Yehi regrets not arriving sooner. Finally found you. Pity I'm a step late. He rushes forward, extending his fist. Nuclear fission punch. Unexpectedly, the blood-eyed black ape dodges it. The move seems to awaken some dormant power within the beast. Yehi looks at the ape with a mixture of confusion and panic. The blood-eyed black ape thinks he has the upper hand. Stupid human genius. In a battle this critical, instead of hiding in the back. And you try to be a hero right in my face. This is the perfect chance to kill you. But there's one thing the beast didn't anticipate. Yehi smiles. If you had run, my mini nuclear giant might have missed. But since you stayed, please accept another one. The blood-eyed black ape is backed into a dead end, helplessly realizing the trap. You humans are truly. Shockwaves flood in. Green electricity surrounds the beast, leaving no escape route. A sphere appears inside the blood-eyed black ape's chest, ready to detonate from the inside out. Another massive explosion is witnessed by the entire city. Looking at the scene, everyone is bewildered. Look, why is there another nuclear explosion? What is happening over there? Is it a backup plan left by Mayor Huang Jing? They mistakenly praise the late mayor, as expected of Mayor Huang Jing. Meanwhile, the pathetic state of the blood-eyed. The black ape emerged from the smoke, despair written all over his face. The blood-eyed black ape groaned as the freakish anomaly before him morphed into the form of a demonic beast, unleashing the Diabolos Titan. The blood-eyed black ape shouted in indignation, Hey, how do you look even more like a demon? Beast than I do. Even a lord-tier monster doesn't have an aura as terrifying as yours. Yehi had fully completed his transformation. He scoffed, looking down. I am nothing like a hairless monkey like you. By now, Yehi's size was 1,000 times larger than the blood-eyed black ape. With a mere flick of his hand, he easily buried the creature. The blood-eyed black ape was mangled, twisted out of shape. Yehi taunted, Don't run, little monkey. Cornered, the ape threw a desperate counterattack, unleashing landslide fist black flash. The blood-eyed black ape poured every ounce of his remaining strength into the strike. Damn it! Don't look down on an overlord. The two fists collided, clearly, unmatched in power. An arc of electricity generated between them, triggering a sky-shattering explosion that blasted the atmosphere apart. Yehi felt a twinge of admiration. After all, it was still an overlord-tier beast, even gravely wounded and skinny as a rail. A monkey was still a monkey, even his enemies. He showed a sliver of respect. In this Diabolos Titan form, my aggregate stats have exceeded 30 points, yet I still couldn't completely overwhelm you in raw power. You even managed to injure my arm. However, that is not enough to make me take you seriously. The blood-eyed black ape lay on the ground, looking ready to give up. My full power strike caused damage, but you regenerated that quickly. Suddenly, realization struck him. The blood-eyed black ape muttered, "No, I can't. Beat this freak." He turned tail and ran, chanting frantically, "Can't win. Can't win. Absolutely can't win. How do I escape?" Yuhua was right on his heels, deciding to give him no quarter. He shifted back to his human form. Yuhua told himself, "How could a beast like you ever be worthy of Mayor Huang's life?" He wasted no more words and unleashed his move. Atomic breath. The blood-eyed black ape's body disintegrated amidst his curses. "I hate you, you human genius." Meanwhile, in a desolate landscape of ruins, Diabolo stood tall, his voice booming. That monkey burrowed into the ground to play dead. Inside the Diabolo's body, Yihua spoke with a serious expression. Playing dead means it is terrified. It's afraid of being found. It's injured worse than ever before. This is the perfect chance to kill it. It seems Overlord tier beasts can hide their aura to avoid detection. Then, Yihua's eyes suddenly shifted. He whispered with worry, "If I could have found it sooner, maybe Mayor Huang wouldn't have." Suddenly, the foot of Diabolus began to glow. The ground cracked open as Yihua continued. But now that it's critically injured, even its ability to hide will be affected. Just a faint biosignal is enough for me to track it. The situation was incredibly tense. Inside the Diabolos, Yihua's voice rang out as he spotted something. "Found you, you damn monkey." Diabolos immediately spewed a pillar of light. The beam traveled in a straight line, blasting the hiding monkey into the air. The ape was furious, his eyes burning with hatred. Just a little more I could sense the entrance to the Sin domain nearby, if not for that damned human mayor setting a trap for me. Immediately after, he took another massive punch from Diabolos. The Titan opened its mouth again, firing a blinding beam of light straight down into the earth, slamming directly into the monkey. Yihua spoke coldly. "This is the price for daring to slander Mayor Huang. I will make you wish you were dead." The blood-eyed black ape, beaten until he could barely stand, still tried to resist. In his hand, he held a mace. "You pushed too far, you despicable bugs." As he spoke, the mace in his hand began to swirl with power. "I will drain the last drop of energy in my demon core to drag you down to hell." Instantly, the blood-eyed black ape's right arm swelled up, crackling with streaks of purple energy. He leaped high into the air, aiming his rage at Diabolos. "Die!" Yihua wasn't about to stand still and let him hit, piloting Diabolos to counterattack. Landslide fist black jade. The two strikes collided, creating massive shockwaves across the sky. But unexpectedly, Diabolos' arm cracked open. Immediately, blood from the wound on the arm gushed out violently. The blood-eyed black ape's condition was no better. He was blown far away. That clash had injured Yihua as well, but he only felt a rush of excitement. After the desperate exchange, he immediately had Diabolos prepare the finishing blow. You have no escape left. But suddenly, a sound wave hit him, making him clutch his head in agony. "My head hurts. My thoughts are in chaos. Is this a mental attack?" Yihua was confused. "Is there still another expert here?" Right then, from beneath Diabolos' feet, countless hands reached up. The blood-eyed black ape was not dead yet, wheezing out weak words. "Don't think about running." Yihua looked at the large white masses forming on Diabolos' joints. Weird hands were sprouting from the joints of the supergiant form. He couldn't control it anymore. "These hands have jammed the joints. My body can't move." Yet, in his eyes, a look of absolute madness began to shine. Surrounded by blue flames. "Don't think you can trap me with just this." Immediately, the fire spreads across, reaching Emperor Demara. Those arms are instantly incinerated to ash. Right now, Demara stands like a blazing inferno. Run against the sky. Feel the fury of this scorching hellfire, while the arms try to stall Demara, the blood-eyed. The black ape struggles toward the gate. Almost there, just a little more, but he suddenly freezes. Emperor Demara looms over him like a god of death. The blood-eyed black ape screams in pure panic. "Hurry up, that giant is catching." Asub, he's burning everything in his path. Move, run, obeying the command. The arms stretch higher, hoisting up a massive head, accompanied by eerie, shrieking cries. Yehi freezes at the sight. What the hell? Is that thing another monster? A creature with a twisted, grotesque form appears, leaving him, stunned. That pressure. Is that an overlord too? If its true body descends, I'd be forced to my knees in a second. The city is drowned in black smoke. Everything destroyed us. No life remains. The monster advances, widening its eyes to unleash on its power, and the energy surges, erupting from its eyes and gaping maw. Surrounded by the arms supporting it, Yehi reels from the ear-splitting shriek. I blocked my hearing in supergiant avatar mode. But that screech is drilling straight into my brain, pushing his limits. He explodes with power. Shrash growing massive, muscles bulging, steam erupting around him. Yehi roars in fury. I will take revenge for this. You slaughtered so many. You think you can just leave in city alive, fueled by hatred. And he screams. Keep dreaming. Power surges into Yehi's hands, unleashing blinding beams. Run of light. Suddenly, the glowing, smoky monster charges at Yehi, boiling with bloodlust, using every ounce of strength. Yehi plants the core and leaps back, sticking out his tongue. This is a special nuclear souvenir from my hometown. Hope you like it. Trash. Light begins to fracture. Through the monster's body, it howls in agony, unable to react. Then, boom! The monster detonates. A blinding light pierces the dark clouds above. On the ground, everyone looks up in confusion. Look at the rift. It exploded. That's not normal. And the monsters, they're in chaos. Did Mayor Huang Jing succeed? Hope reignites in the crowd. We can't let the mayor's sacrifice be in vain and city is saved. Good is finally triumphed over evil. And city is peaceful once more. The remnants of the blood-eyed Black Ape were obliterated by the giant's nuke. The endless swarm of monsters pouring through. The rift begins to thin out. The invasion has stalled. And city's martial artists begin hunting down the stragglers. The purge lasts a full day and night. Only when every monster is dead do the exhausted warriors rest. Chujo, covered in wounds, still grips on his sword, head bowed. The defensive in cities won, but the price was steep. Saw nearly 80% of our forces dead or maimed. Swan Lake is now a blackened, desolate ruin. He lies motionless in the dirt. Fortunately, he eventually stirs. Sitting up is a struggle. His body numb with exhaustion. How long was I out? I dumped all my nuclear energy into the supergiant. Avatar to trigger that blast, but this place is swimming in radiation and fission residue. Guess I'll just recharge my battery right here. Yehi gazes into the distance, reflecting. That battle was hell. Mayor Huang Jing baited the blood-eyed black ape to the kill zone. Taking heavy hits. I could use the terrain for a chain of nuclear self-destructs. Not blowing it to hell before that woman could save it. Despite the victory, Yehi feels the weight. Class and bows his head. My infinite monster template is strong, but against an overlord, I'm still lacking. I only won thanks to luck and terrain. But then, Yehi steals his, my spirit, standing tall. Give me time, and I will stand at the absolute peak of, the country's power. But after this riot, I'm out of time. I don't know when I'll draw. Say, the next template, or if it'll even be gold rank, fusing with the Emperor Demara star pillar, and is the fastest path to the top. I need to speed up. I need plant type cores with, It's highly compatible with that template. As he weighed everyone's combat prowess against the Xuanhuang martial arts, he came to a realization. If the infinite monster template is my cheat code for leveling up in the martial space, I absolutely have to master the superhuman martial artist system too. Sure, the Xuanhuang arts develop slower than the abilities from the template, but the potential, it's massive. This is the core cultivation method of a high martial world. After all, even the heavens seem to celebrate the victory, sparing and city from destruction. Dawn broke, promising a different, better tomorrow. Yehi gazed into the distance. Maybe his transmigration to this world was destiny, a mission only he could fulfill. The air in the city felt fresh again after the repairs. After days of gloom, everything was finally returning to its rightful track. A month after the disaster in city, Yehi sat on a park bench, leisurely scrolling through his phone. He was focused on the reports from the recent war. This time, across the entire Xia Kingdom, 18 cities were hit by the beast tide. 12 of them had completely fallen. In Guangshan City, an S-class secret realm appeared, shrouding the whole city in an impenetrable gray mist. The Great Xia Dragon Sparrow, the National Martial Organization, deployed 30 mystic martial artists and 5 grandmasters, led by Great Grandmaster Du Jingming, to investigate. The battle was rated as impossibly difficult. This beast tide invasion was no ordinary event. Even a tier 5 secret realm had manifested. Fu Hongsheng, the kingdom's strongest nation protector martial artist, waited at the edge. But when the squad didn't break out, he went in himself. 8 hours later, a critically injured Fu Hongsheng emerged, dragging only 2 surviving grandmasters with him. Since then, the Xia Kingdom has designated Guangshan City as the 11th Forbidden Zone globally. Confirmed casualties, 180,000 people. Hearing about the desperate crisis facing humanity, Yehi felt a chill. Even a nation protector was nearly killed. Is the survival of the human race on the blue planet truly this precarious? No. I can't just sit here and wait anymore. He immediately dialed Qin. Lan. Aunt Qin, I need a favor. Qin Lan sat elegantly in her luxurious villa, taking the call. She asked, you want to learn the remaining 2 Zhuanhuang martial arts of the Liu family? She had completely misread Yihei's intentions. Yehi burst out laughing. Is that the kind of person I am in your eyes? Aunt Qin, no. It's something else. I need you to help me acquire some high-quality plant attribute monster cores. Preferably blue, or even purple lord tier ones. Qinlan immediately started negotiating. Plant-type monsters are already rare. Lord tier, cores even rarer. You have quite the appetite. Since you want so much, what exactly are you putting on the table? Yehi smiled confidently, like he held the winning card. Every year, Huadu University holds a secret realm assessment. For freshmen, I can team up with Liu Qingzhu and help her take first place. It was like he struck a nerve. Xianlan's gaze sharpened with skepticism. You're underestimating the top geniuses from the other provinces. Let me be blunt. Qingzhu's strength was only upper middle tier at the Imperial Capital University in previous years. She hasn't touched the top tier yet. Even though you dominated Qingzhu in your duel, compared to the true freaks of nature out there, you're still lacking a little. Yehi grinned, undeterred. But Aunt Qin isn't betting on me. The only card you have left for the Liu family's revival. I can write an IOU right now. If I don't secure the top spot, I'll come to the Liu family and work like a horse or an ox. I'll even take care of you in your old age. How about that? Qinlan chuckled, tapping her foot on the floor. Work like a horse or ox? Huh? Finally, she agreed, standing by the window with a haughty air. Fine, I'll help you one more time. The scene shifts to the in-city central hospital, inpatient department. Yehi arrived to visit a patient, but his luck ran out. Fans recognized him instantly. The crowd swarmed him. Look, it's Yehi. I heard that I killed tons of monsters in the secret realm. Hey, Yehi, can I add you on QQ? You're the martial scholar for a reason. We all got hurt, but you didn't get a scratch. I'm your biggest fan. Can you sign this to escape the mob? He could only politely decline. No, thank you. He never expected to be this popular. After finally shaking off the fans, he made it to Ward 6, a double room for Chuzhou and Luo Xuan. The moment he walked in, instead of asking how they were, Yehi burst into laughter. The handsome Chuzhou was gone. In his place lay a mummy, wrapped head to toe in bandages. Yehi teased him mercilessly. Isn't this Chu, the prettiest boy in city? Look at you now. I know you're here to visit, but what's with all that stuff in your hands? Oh, these fans gave them to me on the way up. In the next bed, Luo Xuan raised a hand to greet Yehi. Yehi, this is Yehi, isn't it? It's been so long. I probably look like a stranger to you now. Who are you? Luo. Luo Xuan brings up the past. I'm Luo Xuan, your very first opponent in the promotion match. How could you forget me so quickly? Hearing that, cold sweat beads on Yihei's face, his brow furrowing. Seeing Yehi tense up, Luo Xuan decides to tease him a bit so he can relax. Hey, don't look at me like that. Sure, my leg hasn't healed yet, but why are you staring like I'm about to drop dead? I can still undergo limb regeneration surgery, and if that fails, I'll just equip the latest combat prosthetics from Thunderbird Industries. Contrary to the lighthearted tone, Yehi feels a surge of respect for this young man, Luo Xuan. To protect in city, he lost a leg at such a young age. Luo Xuan is truly worthy of admiration. Suddenly, a phone ring cuts through his train of thought. Yehi pulls his phone from his pocket and instantly declines the call. Lately, there have been way too many harassment calls. It's annoying me to death. But he jumps when a voice suddenly booms from the device, furious and loud. Stop messing around and pick up the damn phone. It turns out to be the principal calling. His voice is so thunderous that it can be heard even holding the phone at arm's length. Yehi sighs, covering one ear. Yehi, why on earth did you block the VIP? From Huadu unblocked them immediately. Got it, principal. A moment later, a woman's voice comes from the phone. Hello, student Yehi. I am Wang Tao, head of recruitment for Imperial Capital University. I'm calling to inform you that Huadu University will be starting the semester 1 month early. In 3 days, a special train will arrive to pick you up. Do you have any other requests? Meanwhile, Chuzhou also receives a call, but this time it is a man's voice. Hello, Chuzhou. I am Teacher Liu from the Huadu University Recruitment Office. Both students listen and accept their instructions. Only Luo Xuan is left sitting on the adjacent bed. He thinks about how talented everyone else is, while he must follow the organization's arrangements. Understood. I will definitely be there on time. Thank you, Teacher Liu. In this 3-person hospital room, everyone except me is a genius. It seems I shouldn't be on the bed. Perhaps I belong under it. Yehi's face turned serious. Excuse me, I have to go. There's something I need to do. Back in the city, a few days later, at the site of the Swan Lake nuclear explosion, a massive mushroom cloud has blasted hundreds of tons of radioactive dust into the atmosphere. The sky over Swan Lake and for dozens of kilometers around is choked by thick ash clouds, plunging the world below into an eternal night. Suddenly, a blue light pulses within the clouds. Yehi has transformed into something else entirely. He is massive, rippling with muscle and armed with razor-sharp claws, his expression cold as ice. He unleashes his power, causing the surrounding smoke and mist to swirl violently. A light flashes in Yehi's eyes as his status panel materializes. Infinite Monster Template, Host Yehi, Total Constitution 27.4, Body Model, Mad Lizard Emperor Malura, Compatibility 38.9%, Supergiant. Transformation, Integration 90%. Yehi stands majestically amidst the sea of smoke, analyzing his situation. In the battle, with the blood-eyed black ape, my compatibility with the Mad Lizard Emperor Malura model increased by 1.5%. That is already a very high number. Add in the nuclear radiation and the residual atomic fission energy here. This is truly a holy land for cultivation. The past 3 days of training alone, compatibility has jumped by over 6 points. Incredible progress. Yehi stomps his foot, slamming into the ground. But what a pity. I have to go. Suddenly, Yehi transforms into a streak of light and shoots away. Scene shifts to In-City Station, In-City, where an announcement plays, "Attention passengers. Train G66, departing from the current station to Huadu West Station, will depart in 5 minutes. Passengers who have not checked their tickets, please enter the station immediately." Chuzhou stands amidst the station, holding a suitcase. Suddenly, he spins around, sensing something. He's here. A beam of light flashes from the sky. Yehi crashes down right next to where Chuzhou is standing, eyes wide and face dripping with sweat. He sighs in relief. Still lucky. I made it in time. People around recognize Yehi, buzzing with excitement. That's Yehi. Oh my god. That pressure just now nearly scared me. To death, I thought a high-level demon beast had appeared. That aura was terrifying. Even a high-level martial artist, burning their blood essence wouldn't produce that kind of pressure. He really is the pride of our In-City. Chuzhou lowers his head, realizing the truth. He's gotten stronger again. Yehi feels a pang of nostalgia leaving this place. Infiltrating City, I'm really leaving. He gazes back at the entire city, the place where it all began. This was my first stop, since I transmigrated to this world, and my true beginning. As he finishes his thought, the train pulls in. Good. Bye. In-City. Yehi happily begins a new journey to a new city. Let's go. To Huadu. The train speeds away, carrying them both toward Huadu. On the train, Chuzhou has something to ask. Yehi, let me ask you, can you be honest for once? Chuzhou crosses his arms seriously. Is this entire train filled with the top students from other provinces? And not only that, even the train carriage is constructed with the most advanced materials and structure available. It has another region. Not only that, even the train car constructed from the most advanced materials and structures. He wonders if the person inside can easily withstand impacts of up to thousands of tons. However, the Xuanwu martial artists guarding the Huadu train, whether hidden in the shadows or standing in plain sight, number no less than 5. There's even a Grandmaster level sentinel on board. After all, the passengers on this train are the absolute elite, the most brilliant prodigies of the entire academic year in the Yehi country. Yehi smirks, arrogant in his thoughts as he uses his life force to scan and sniff out the surroundings. There are indeed a few experts, but those capable of surviving 3 moves against Yehi, there aren't even 5 of them. Suddenly, a screeching alarm blares through the train, plunging everyone into immediate anxiety. Level 1 alert, level 1 alert. The Huadu train is under attack by unidentified hostiles. The train continues to broadcast the emergency signal. Level 1 alert, level 1 alert. The Huadu train is being attacked by unidentified hostiles. Professors and instructors are currently investigating the situation. All remaining students must evacuate the carriages immediately. Absolutely do not engage the enemy. Unease ripples through the crowd, panic written on every face. Impossible. Who would dare attack Huadu? Is this just a drill, maybe a test, to check the capabilities of UOS new students? I don't think so. The Yehi country is at its weakest right now. The nation suppressing. Martial artist is injured and in seclusion. One of the 3 guardian grandmasters, Grandmaster Du Jingming, has gone missing. Furthermore, many grandmasters and Xuanwu fighters died during the beast-tide attacks on Guangshan City and other regions. It's only natural that the nations and factions the Yehi country once suppressed are starting to raise their heads again. So, should we leave the carriage or what? Contrary to the frantic mood of the crowd, Yehi leans back, eyes closed, resting comfortably. Chuzhou looks at him, puzzled. What are you thinking about? Yehi replies. It's just annoying. I overtrained these past few days. I was just planning to catch a wink, to recover a bit. Yehi suddenly stands up, his boots stomping heavily on the floor. He sneers. Let's go see what exactly is happening. The The train continues to tear down the tracks at high velocity. Yehi slides the carriage door open, and abruptly, a blood-soaked figure stumbles in. He asks with concern, classmate, hang in there. What happened up ahead? The freshman, Zhou Jingxian, his face covered in blood, speaks in terror. The enemy has already captured the first 3 cars. They possess a special type of domain that can drag people into an independent space. It contains the shockwaves of battle so they don't affect the outside. Inside, they are terrifying. Enemies hunting everyone down. The teachers and Huadu martial artists escorting us. They've almost all been wiped out. They combined their strength to get me out of that domain and told me to warn everyone to run immediately. This is not a drill. Hearing this, cold sweat breaks out on everyone's foreheads. But a guy standing behind Yehi refuses to believe it. He interrogates, where's the proof? If you say it's dangerous ahead, show us evidence. Where's a token from the teachers or any other injured people? Why are you the only one who escaped? I have a friend in the front carriage. His strength is enough to fight for the title of top freshman. I don't believe a guy like you could get out. But he couldn't. The crowd behind him finds this convincing and joins in. Makes sense. That lion-headed guy is right. Move aside. I want to go forward. Even though Zhou Jingxian blocks his path and warns him, the guy insists on risking it. Jingxian can only stand there, begging everyone not to go. But Zhengxiang ignores him and rushes past. Wait, I'm telling the truth. It's really dangerous up ahead. Why won't you people? Listen to me. Stop running to your deaths. At this moment, Zhou Jingxian notices something. He asks, are you? Yehi is taken aback. Through his life force field, he senses that this student is unusual. He replies, I am. How do you know me? Zhou Jingxian explains, there's a girl named Liu Qingju. She showed me your picture. She asked me to tell you no matter what, do not go forward. Yehi is stunned the moment he hears the name Liu Qingju. She asked you to tell me that you owe her a debt. That's right. She took a blade meant for me and was heavily injured. He weeps as he speaks. If these people want to die, I can't stop them anymore. But I must fulfill that girl's dying wish to keep you alive. Hearing this, Yehi goes into a rage and punches him hard in the head. She's still here. She isn't dead yet. Don't you dare curse her. Chuzhou asks from behind. You still want to go? Yehi replies helplessly. It's useless. I promised her parents I'd look after her. Zhou Jingxian stubbornly blocks Yehi's path, refusing to let him pass. No, I absolutely cannot let you go over there. Yehi immediately snaps. With that pathetic look of yours, how did you even get an admission letter to Huadu? Yehi, patience gone, signals Chuzhou. Chuzhou draws his sword, power surging, to threaten Zhou Jingxian, but the boy still tries to hold him back. I am saving you. Why are you being so unreasonable? If words don't work, you just want to use violence. Classmate Qingju is so elegant. How could she know 2 brutes like you? Zhou Jingxian has touched Yi. He's bottom line. Yehi drives a fist straight into his gut. Cut the crap. Zhou Jingxian can only clutch his stomach in agony, face pale, stammering out trembling words. Such power. He really is on a different level. With me, Yehi showed a rare spark of humanity. Sorry, take this vitality pill. We're in a rush. The situation was critical. They sprinted ahead. Chuzhou, stop. It's a trap. They've already breached Building 3. Before Yehi stood, swirling purple vortex. This had to be the independent dimension the freshman whispered about. To test the waters, he grabbed the suitcase and hurled it. Yehi threw it with massive force, watching it vanish into the void, but nothing happened. He started connecting the dots, analyzing. Zero reaction. Absolute silence. He couldn't even detect any energy fluctuations with his life force field. Since the freshmen had already swarmed in, they must be inside. This piqued his interest. Yehi and Chuzhou didn't hesitate. They jumped straight into the fray. Inside. Yehi immediately frowned inside. An endless winding corridor stretched before him. What kind of sick game is this headache already? And Chuzhou was gone. Strange. They entered together. So where did he vanish to? He shoved the doubt aside and sprinted toward the light at the end of the tunnel. He emerged into a ruined cityscape. Yehi froze. What the hell is this place? He felt his power dampen. He checked his life force wristband. Dead signal. Is this zone isolated? He resorted to the classics. He leaped into the air, scaling the walls. Yehi stood atop a skyscraper, charging a massive sphere of light. Quit playing ghost with me, he roared, detonating the energy ball. Explode! The blast shattered the sky, shaking the entire city. Every eye on the ground turned upward. Who caused an explosion that size? Which high-level expert? His showing off Chuzhou, sword in hand, sprinted through the streets and witnessed the massive flare. Liu Qingju slumped against a wall, looked up in shock. She was alone, helpless, and covered in wounds. Yehi had warned him not to come. Yehi stood on the roof, looking down like a king. Looks like my little firework drew a crowd. He grinned. Allies? and enemies. A monster with a pig's head mask lunged at him. One strike. Yehi dropped the beast instantly, mocking it. A pig mask? Seriously, I can smell the fake ghost act from here. Let's rip that mask off. The monster shrieked and charged. They clashed. Yehi delivered a skull-crushing punch, sending the monster's head flying. But then, the impossible happened. The beast regenerated instantly. Yehi stared. You took my nuclear punch to the face and lived. The monster didn't pause, stabbing a blade straight into Yehi's gut. The creature was shocked. Yehi just grinned as his wound closed up in seconds. Surprised I can heal that fast. My abs just clamped your blade tight, pal. He laughed. Your strength is trash, but that weapon ignores defense. Interesting. What exactly are you? Curious. Yehi pried the monster's jaws open. Open wide. Let me check your tonsils. He blasted energy straight down the monster's throat. Choke on this. Boom! The monster took the bait and collapsed. Yehi grabbed the severed head. I'm a man of my word. Said I'd drop you. And I did. He noticed something odd. What's rattling inside this skull? He fished out a jade pendant. A token. So this is the real test. The university entrance exam. Grind mobs. Get loot. The monster's weapon suddenly shattered into dust. That blade was infused with an expert's chi. Once the host dies, the enchantment fades. Now it's just scrap metal. So, what's the pendant for? Do I have to hunt down? Every masked freak and crack their skulls open. Suddenly, an arrow whistled from behind, aimed straight at his head. Battle Royale style. I like it. Yehi snapped the arrow midair. The next, challenger leaped out. Yehi smirked. Next round already. He cracked his knuckles and dashed forward. I hate campers, but a wall of arrows blocked his path. He paused, disoriented. The monster unleashed a skill. A rain of arrows turned Yehi into a pincushion. The pain was real, but Yehi just laughed maniacally. You'd think this can kill me, naive little bunny, so Yehi transformed, his body swelling into a towering green titan. He stood taller than the beast, radiating pure dominance. He flexed, and the monster could only look up in terror. No chance to fight back. The building shook, and the city block began to crumble. Survivors nearby panicked. What the hell is happening over there? The building is coming down, Yehi roared in fury. I'm going to find out who tried to turn me into a shish kebab. A rabbit-headed monster with a spear jumped down to face him. Right in front of him, a rabbit head. Don't tell me it's the 12 zodiacs. The beast leaps down, snapping into a combat stance. It coils up, launching itself at Yehi, weapon raised high, but the creature is out of its depth. Yehi's kick sends it flying backward before it can even react, but the beast recovers instantly, unleashing a high kick that catches him off guard. Good God, it knows kung fu. The spear tip screams toward Yehi's eye, stopping mere millimeters away, frozen in place. He's saved by a sudden wall of ice that blocks the fatal blow. Debris rains down as the city crumbles around them. The monster finds itself trapped within a jagged cage of ice. It's Chuzhou, arriving just in time to join the fray. That was close. Yehi, leave this rabbit. Bastard to me. He brings his blade down, but the creature leaps high, countering effortlessly. The beast grins, unleashing a blast that shatters Chuzhou's ice barrier into dust. This isn't going to be easy. The monster wields its spear with terrifying precision, piercing through layer after layer of defense. Chuzhou blasts the creature back with a surge of power, but it refuses to yield. It steadies itself, preparing its ultimate attack. Spear poised for the kill. Suddenly, an overwhelming force freezes the beast in its tracks. A terrifying energy locks onto it, making it tremble in fear. In a split second, a massive shadow engulfs the creature. Finally caught you, my little cutie. A beam of light crashes down, obliterating an entire corner of the city. Cutting back to a few minutes prior, voices echo in an abandoned building. Why is it so quiet over there, that flashy guy who charged in? He didn't actually die, did he? He's definitely dead. We surrounded those masked freaks with 10 people, and couldn't even scratch them. Their weapons pierced through any defense. They're monsters. Completely out of our league right now. It's a woman discussing the situation with her squad. That guy who launched the signal flare is way too arrogant. Probably some bumpkin from a small town who got lucky getting into Huadu University. Just a frog in a well, thinking he owns the ocean. She frowns, gazing into the distance. Honestly, the top scorers from the major cities are in a completely different league compared to the rural kids. I heard Yan Jingxiong and Ao Yangze from the Demon Capital, Lan Yusi from Shen City, and Xin Chen from Glazed Island have already started hunting the masked figures. I can't imagine how they do it. A golden scoreboard materializes, and the group checks to see who caused that massive explosion. Is he really that strong? The Rookie King this year is definitely going to be one of them. No. The Rookie King is always a local from the Flower Capital, compared to the monsters here. Students from other parts of the Sia Kingdom. Can't even compare. The gap in martial arts resources growing up is astronomical. Just then, a deafening boom tears through the air, freezing them in place. Their faces go pale with terror. That beam of light. What the hell was that? An electric railgun. Don't be stupid. How could there be a railgun in here? Yang Zhengxiong and Ouyang just stand nearby, witnessing the strange explosion for the first time. Yang Zhengxiong turns to him. Ze, what's your take? Ouyang Ze remains unfazed, replying coldly. That attack doesn't match the masked group style. It's most likely a move from one of the new students. A monster lies dead at Ouyang Ze's feet. In his hand, he clutches several jade pendants, proof of his kills. A freshman, apart from the flower capital elites, who else possesses that kind of absurd power? We need to check it out. We've already collected 4 pendants. The rat, dog, monkey, and horse. Lan Yusi from Shen City surely has the goat pendant by now. Ouyang Ze replies coldly. Shin-Chen from Glazed Island has the snake, and I heard a freshman named Liu Qingzhu took down the ox and claimed its pendant. If the masked group really follows the zodiac, there are only 5 left. The pig, rabbit, rooster, tiger, and dragon. His gaze suddenly sharpens. As for the dragon, that final beast is in a league of its own. You know the one I'm talking about. Touch it and you die. You can run, but you can't fight it. It's a true boss. He seems to have the rules of this game figured out. As for the remaining pendants, that freshman who fired the blue beam is definitely holding a few. Shin-Chen and Lan Yusi will likely be drawn there too. Zhengxiong, the endgame starts now. His eyes gleam with a sinister light. If we want to win, we have to take them by force. Back with Yihuo. He holds up a pendant before collapsing to the ground, explaining the chaos. Before you got here, I took down a pig-masked freak and found this pendant inside his hood. If I'm right, this exam forces us to hunt down and collect all the zodiac pendants from the beasts. Chuzhou frowns. So we have to hunt the hunters. Yihua gazes into the distance. Exactly. Earlier, a sniper took a shot at me from the roof. Probably another masked one. He scrambled away, but I figured out a plan. His arrow tagged me, but that just means I can track his blood trail right back to him. Let's move. The scene shifts to a city sector fresh from battle. The two arrive, and Yehi immediately spots the signs of a struggle. Someone beat us to it. Sharp as a tack. He touches the ground, analyzing the scorch marks. Still warm. They haven't gone far. Judging by the clues, Chuzhou is close. Suddenly, sensing something wrong, he draws his weapon. An ice blade slashes out, forming a thick defensive wall. It's Lan Yusi. She steps out, clutching her arm in pain. My optical camouflage? Spotted again. The skyscraper beside them groans, its structure cracked and tilting dangerously. A shadow creeps in silently. A cold blade flashes, carving a deadly arc through the wind, lurking nearby with zero good intentions. Shin-Chen's eyes darken instantly. His voice is hoarse but commanding. Get out of the way, freshman. Lan Yusi. Flame demon warbody. His hand jerks forward, spirit energy surging wildly. A red light erupts like an inferno, incinerating the very air around them. Scorching palm Shin-Chen raises an eyebrow, his gaze remaining terrifyingly calm. He pulls out a cigarette. Busted. Hold on, Yusi. Your stealth technique is getting sloppy. Need me to handle this. Yehi jams his hands in his pockets, strolling forward. So, you two set an ambush for us, Yusi stammers, trying to play it cool. Little brother, you've got it all wrong. We just finished off some guy in a chicken mask. I was only hiding to lure out his friends. The man taps the tip of his cigarette, a spark flaring up. He narrows his eyes, his gaze dropping with heavy menace. Is that so? Then explain this. Yehi lunges, one hand clamping around her throat and lifting her clean off the ground. Yusi's body trembles. She frowns. Even my clone was spotted. This little guy, he's actually got some skill. Shin-Chen takes a lazy drag of his smoke, his expression cold. I was hoping you'd land a sneak attack. Without that, this is just boring. The cigarette hits the floor. Guess I have to do everything myself. As the words fall, his pupils roll back, turning pure white. His cheeks puff out, gathering a massive concentration of spirit energy. In a split second, Shin-Chen roars. He spews a jet of pitch black, poisonous gas, whipping up a gale that tears through the atmosphere. The duo steps back. She jumps, hand covering her mouth, her voice sounding like a scheming whisper. Don't. You want to run? Yusi swings a giant fan. Wind style. Thick smog engulfs the two as her hand begins absorbing spirit energy. I'm not done yet. Let me show you. Humbles at my real firepower. Instantly, a blinding light erupts from her palm, tearing through the black smoke like a beacon in the night. He raises a brow, laughing arrogantly. Skill. Even with skill. You can't beat us. But his laughter is cut short. A voice booms through the air. What exactly is so funny? Yeehaw emerges from the dissipating smoke, standing tall, his arms raised high, spirit energy exploding outwards. Shin-Chen's eyes bulge. He looks on in horror. A single clap dispelled my fire cloud, he mutters, completely shaken. What kind of monstrous strength is this? Before he can finish, a fist punches through the smoke, flying straight at him. Landslide fist. The punch lands like a meteor, smashing directly into Shin-chen's face. Blood sprays everywhere as his body is blasted backward. To the side, Yusi is shaking uncontrollably. She can feel it, a dark shadow looming right behind her, closing in fast. We don't have any cultivation techniques to break past the martial apprentice limit yet. Our bodies are sealed by the system. Even the top freshmen at Huadu University have a hard cap. It's impossible to break through. But this little brother's physical stats. This isn't the level of a first-year student. Suddenly, a bone-chilling cold spreads from beneath Yusi's feet, creeping up her legs like the grip of winter. Crap. I was so focused on that punch, I forgot about the ice guy. Her eyes dart around wildly. She clearly sees the tall figure standing in silence. Even if Shin-chen and I team up, we can't beat them. They're monsters. Yusi swings her fan decisively. Fighting is useless. I can't win. Her legs feel heavy, but she has to move. She leaps into the air. Gotta run. But suddenly, a hand clamps onto her ankle. Yusi's face goes pale. Oh no. Her body is yanked down violently, slamming into the hard concrete. Get down here. He clenches his fist, eyes ice cold. Swan Huang martial arts. Just as the punch is about to land, Yusi's body blurs. She splits into dozens of shadows, scattering in all directions. Phantom chaos. Yehi lets out a terrifying laugh, eyes manic, trying to run. From the darkness behind him, countless black shapes manifest. Flesh prison. Demon mirror illusions. The specters lunge, wrapping tight around every single one of her clones. I can't move. What the hell is this magic? Yehi laughs with pure excitement. You can't fight. You can't run. Just accept your fate. Her two emerald jade pendants let out a soft chime, her voice heavy with defeat. She screams, I surrender. I surrender. Take the pendants. Passing it to you. Yuhua raised a brow, his voice flat. If you'd just done this earlier, we'd be done by now. Right now, spill the intel you promised. Yu's eyes slumped to her knees, eyes cast down. To win this trial, you have to collect all 12 pendants. We've entered the final phase. Even if you don't hunt others, they'll come hunting for you. Ouyang-ze and Yanzhengxiang from the evil capital are the top rookies in this batch. I bet they've already snatched quite a few pendants. She suddenly looked up, her voice dripping with implication. So, want me to lead you to them since I've got zero chance of winning now? I might as well muddy the waters, drive the tiger to swallow the wolf, and watch you tear each other apart. Yihua gripped the pendant tight, his gaze darkening. I don't care about your schemes. But honestly, I think that fan of yours looks pretty nice, too. Outside the crumbling skyscrapers, Ouyang-ze skimmed through the air, fast as the wind, his voice casual. By now, Shin-chen and Lan Yuzi should have arrived. Right, doesn't matter. No matter who wins. We just snatched the pendant from the survivor. Anything they collect. They're just temporarily holding it for us. Suddenly, Zhengxiong froze, his eyes widening in shock. Look at that corpse over there. In the distance, a figure lay motionless. The scene painted in a gruesome splash of blood. A horrified whisper escaped him. That's Shin-chen. Minutes earlier, after being blasted away by Yihua. Shin-chen stumbled forward, clutching his splitting head. That guy, he's a total monster. Lan Yuzi is probably dead meat by now. It feels like he placed a mark on me, too. He's definitely coming for me. I need to ally with those two freaks from the evil capital, Ouyang-ze and Yanzhengxiang. He suddenly sensed a chilling killing intent and whipped his head around. Who's there? From the dim light, Shenlong approached slowly, dragging his blade, his eyes glowing a bloodthirsty red. Shin-chen's body shook uncontrollably, his voice stammering. Did the dragon? The streetlights flickered with electric sparks, then flared bright, illuminating a spray of fresh blood painting the air. Shenlong snatched the pendant, turning his back and walking away, trailing a heavy, suffocating aura of death. Zhengxiong crouched down to inspect the body. How did Shin-chen die here in this clean, sharp cut? Ouyang-ze stood casually, hands in his pockets, his voice flat. It was Shenlong. That slash was decisive and precise. A fatal one-hit kill. It proves the enemy completely outclassed Shin-chen. The only one capable of this is the dragon mask from the 12 Zodiacs. Zhengxiong panicked, memories flooding back. But the dragon mask, wasn't he restricted to the underground parking lot? Back then, I led over 20 followers down there looking for you. I saw them drop one by one against his blade. We ran into that dragon, and in the end, only the two of us made it out alive. Bright red blood everywhere. I couldn't believe he was actually killing people. Didn't they say this was just a trial, but that hot blood splashing on me? That wasn't fake. Ouyang-ze's gaze dipped, his body trembling slightly from the memory. He frowned. What do we do now? The pendant on Shin-chen is gone, too. His voice steadied, turning analytical. The fact that Shenlong can leave the parking lot probably means this batch of rookies triggered a specific condition. For example, maybe all the fake masks have been destroyed, allowing a final boss like him to break his restrictions and roam free. Just like how ordinary Zodiac masks automatically hunt rookies, Shenlong will likely prioritize hunting those of us holding the Zodiac pendants. His eyes gleam sharply, his tone serious. We can't face Shenlong head on yet. We have to make the first move. Snatch the pendants from the others. We absolutely cannot let those pendants fall into his hands. Bloodline awakening. A massive pair of golden Garuda wings suddenly burst from Ouyangzi's back. He shot forward, his eyes rolling back into pure white. The only option now is to send up a signal. Lure in everyone holding a pendant and force a final death match. Spiritual energy from his wings flooded the area. Somewhere in the mutant city, a figure emerged from the shadows, her voice heavy. I was just taking the bus to Huadu University. I still don't understand how I got dragged into this necropolis. So many rookies have already been slaughtered by that guy in the dragon mask. Xingju's eyes sat in. Another survivor and I met a teacher. He said he could only get one person out. That wasn't me. I still can't leave this dangerous place yet. She stared intensely at the photo on her phone. I have to warn that idiot Yihua not to get involved. Xingju rubbed her temples wearily. I don't know if that classmate I saved made it out and found Yihua or not. Sadly, I'm tapped out. I don't have the strength to go look for him. With his insane strength, as long as he doesn't run into the dragon mask, he should be fine. She suddenly froze, spotting something in the distance. That layer has escaped and met up with Yihuo. Unfortunately, I don't have the strength to look for him right now. With that kid's tyrannical power, as long as he doesn't touch the dragon mask, he should be fine. She suddenly freezes, noticing a blinding golden radiance floods the entire space. Lu Qingdu's eyes widen in sheer terror. Damn it. Did they find me already? As a looming shadow shifts toward the parking lot, her mind races. She calculates her odds in her current state. Escape is absolutely impossible. That guy has locked onto my aura. He's definitely coming to snatch the pendant. Even though this trinket means nothing to her, her gut tells her Yehi is going to need it. I can't take them head on right now, she thinks, panic rising. My only choice is to bait them into that trap. Yangzi's eyes roll back, white as death. Liu Qingzhu. He pauses midair, sensing something familiar. Rumor has it the declining Liu family actually produced someone with the awakened Nether Sparrow bloodline. Since we both possess high-tier Divine Beast bloodlines, I did my homework on her, Yangzi thinks. And it looks like she's holding the bead pendant. Well, isn't this a delightful little surprise? She's moving toward a specific location. Floating in midair, Yangzi sneers, trying to lure me to Shenlong's parking lot. She is so stupid. It's almost cute. Shenlong already took his blade and left. That underground garage is nothing but an empty grave now. He streaks forward like the wind, voice dropping low. Zhengxiong, wait here. I've got a rat to catch first. Inside the dilapidated building, explosions tear through the walls, sending black smoke billowing. Yangzi hovers above the chaos, his voice rasping with malice. Liu Qingzhu. There is nowhere left to run. Suddenly, a grotesque sound pierces the air. Yangzi freezes, eyes widening in shock. Through the pitch-black darkness, the massive silhouette of Shenlong emerges. The dragon. How is this possible? Shouldn't he be out hunting down the pendant holders? A terrifying aura engulfs Yangzi, shattering his composure. Wait a second. If Shenlong's target is the pendant holders, I'm carrying 4 of them. He's obviously going to prioritize the guy with the biggest loot. Yangzi realizes his mistake. I was too arrogant. I walked right into this trap. Shenlong's eyes flash with a malevolent, evil light. Yangzi grimaces, face twisting in fear as the massive wings on his shoulders burst with blinding golden light. Yangzi scans his surroundings frantically. Is this a domain? He never expected Shenlong to possess such a high-level technique. Gritting his teeth, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, he realizes, just looking into his eyes pulled me into this dimension. The only way out is to kill the caster. But damn it, I'm cornered. Faster than lightning, Shenlong strikes. Here it comes. Yangzi instantly wraps his wings around his body, barely deflecting the barrage of razor-sharp blades. Shenlong's eyes burn crimson as a roar erupts like a scream from hell. The sound wave blasts across the entire sector. Just then, Zhengxiong crashes into the fray. He pours all his spiritual power into his Yang sword to block the incoming attack. Yehi raises an eyebrow, his hand still smoking from a clash. Did you turn your voice volume up to server-wide broadcast just to taunt us? Behind him, Chuzhou grips his blade tight. Yehi, leave this guy to me. I need to test exactly how strong I've become. Zhengxiong swings his sword, roaring in fury. You think you've got me cornered? You think you can just look down on me? The blade flashes. Chuzhou's eyes are cold, resolute. Zhengxiong brings his weapon down with terrifying force. The impact triggers a massive explosion of dust and smoke. Zhengxiong laughs maniacally, his eyes glowing gold. Where do you think you're going? The two clash violently, neither giving an inch. Suddenly, Chuzhou senses a shift, his eyes widen in shock. He tightens his grip, barely parrying the sliding blade. Chuzhou's gaze darkens. Wounded soul sword intent. Human and sword unity. A massive serpentine dragon, scales glistening black, lunges from the distance with overwhelming pressure. Behind Zhengxiong, the white, hollow eyes of a tiger spirit pierce through the spiritual mist. Radiating sky-high killing intent, he stands between the two avatars, aura suffocating. Yet, Yehi just sits in the distance, watching calmly, even shaking his head in disappointment. That dismissive look makes Zheng Xiong freeze. Wait, that's Shui's aura. He is calling for help. Distracted, a sword strike forces him to stagger back, heels carving deep grooves into the earth. Zheng Xiong turns, eyes burning with rage. If I didn't have urgent business right now, I'd snap every bone in your bodies, but a chilling voice cuts him off. Spout all that tough talk, and now you want to leave. Did I say you could go? Zheng Xiong freezes in horror. He's already right on top of him. What the? A fist descends like a sledgehammer from the heavens. Zheng Xiong is launched like a rag doll, tumbling through the rubble. He coughs up a mouthful of fresh blood, unable to believe he was sent flying so easily. He raises a brow, shamelessly owning the hit. Zheng Xiong grits his teeth, screaming, "You cheap shot artist." Yehi just sighs, shaking his head. "No, I didn't sneak attack. Your brain is just processing your defeat too slowly." Zheng Xiong roars and charges. 3 minutes later, he's lying flat on his back, face swollen like a steamed bun. Yehi looms over him. "Don't be so hard on yourself. Lasting 3 minutes against me is actually impressive. That Shin Chen guy, I folded him with a single punch." He calmly picks up the fallen blade, inspecting it. "This weapon has some nice weight to it. I'm going to borrow it for a bit." "You don't have any objections, do you?" The blade glints menacingly, gaze shaking its head in disappointment. That look makes Zheng Xiong pause for a second. Shui's aura. He's calling for help. A sword tip. Lunges from the opposite side, forcing the brute to stumble back, his heels grinding hard into the ground. Zheng Xiong turns his head, his eyes flashing with rage. "If I didn't have urgent business today, I would crush at least 8 of your ribs. You trash." But a cold voice cuts through the air. "Finished acting tough and think you can just leave. Did I say you could go?" The brute is paralyzed with shock as Yehi chases him down. What the hell? A terrifying fist, heavy as a sledgehammer, slams straight down. Zheng Xiong's entire body is sent flying like a sandbag, tumbling through the dirt and rubble. He spits out a mouthful of fresh blood, unable to believe. He was just sent airborne. Yehi raises an eyebrow, admitting he was the one who launched him. Zheng Xiong grits his teeth, accusing Yehi of a sneak attack. The boy sighs, denying it and mocking the brute for having a slow brain. Zheng Xiong roars, his face turning purple with fury. "I want your girl!" Life. 3 minutes later, the brute lies sprawled on the ground, his face swollen like a steamed bun. Don't be too hard on yourself. Lasting 3 minutes against me is actually quite impressive. That newcomer, Tan Chen, got one-shotted by a single punch. He calmly picks up the blade to inspect it. "Your weapon is pretty heavy. I'm going to borrow it for a bit. You don't have an opinion on that, do you?" The blade suddenly flares with light, spiritual energy surging along the steel, but it still needs a little more juice. Yehi gives a subtle smirk, pouring his own power in to seize control of the blade. Just then, Chuzhou rushes in, holding a glowing object, looking totally confused. Yehi, the pendant wasn't in his spatial ring, but I found this instead. He holds up the jasper necklace. It's pulsing with light, flickering constantly like it's sending out some kind of distress signal. Meanwhile, deep inside the domain, a dark, lethal zone crawling with danger. Ouyang Ze is in bad shape. His body is wrecked, face covered in blood, eyes losing focus. I didn't expect to only make it this far. I used every artifact I brought from the ruins. I just needed to stab his heart to seal his martial arts and energy flow. Damn it, I paid with an arm, and I still couldn't drive the long nail into Shenlong's heart. Missed by 3 fingers. I lost the only chance we had to kill him. Ouyang Ze looks utterly defeated, ignoring Shenlong as the monster prepares to attack. They stand among old ruins, shadowed by trees and beasts. A sword plunges straight into Ouyang Ze's chest. He screams, clawing helplessly at the wall in agony. On the stairwell, Liu Qingzhu is sprinting upward, desperate. She tells herself, just a little more. Almost at the rooftop. That Shenlong is terrifyingly strong. That guy Chonio wasn't even in the same league as him. Ouyang Ze won't last long, and I'm the next target. If I want to survive, I need Yehi to come get me out of here. This is the highest building around. I have to fire a signal flare toward Yehi. Liu Qingzhu activates her magic. Her eyes turn pitch black as her bloodline awakens Nether Sparrow. Reaching the top, she looks up at the sky, summoning large and small magic circles, but she can't hold it. Liu Qingzhu collapses hard onto the floor. It hurts. I hope Yehi sees it. Suddenly, her pupils flare with light. She scrambles to the balcony and peers down. That sound. It can't be. She props herself up, looks down, and freezes. Shenlong is standing right there, sword in hand. Liu Qingzhu goes rigid, trembling. So fast. He found me already. I have to signal again, tell Yehi to run away. But suddenly, a terrifying beam of light blasts from Shenlong's eye. Boom! A massive explosion rocks the balcony. Liu Qingzhu cowers in fear as Shenlong slowly floats up, raising his sword high, a smug look on his face. She's terrified, tears welling up in her eyes. It's too late. Crash. The The solid wall behind her shatters. It's Yehi. He kicks off the debris, diving in with a razor-sharp gaze. I made a promise to your family, and I always keep my word. Liu Qingju stares in shock. Seeing the intruder, Shenlong grinds his teeth in fury. Yehi's rage explodes, his eyes crackling like thunder. What the hell are you? He swings his sword down with massive force. Shenlong can only stare in disbelief. The impact is so violent it slices the building in half, sending smoke billowing everywhere. Yehi looks at Liu Qingju with concern. Chuzhou and the new recruit are in the East Alley. Go to them, now. But what about you? You said you wanted to test this guy. He doesn't answer. He unleashes a technique and dives down. The building splits again from his strike. Yehi lands below, driving his sword tip into the ground. He stands up, dusting himself off, walking forward without a hint of fear. He clenches his fist, smiles, and glances back. He sighs. I knew this place was fishy. Is hiding in this domain like a turtle the only way Shenlong can fight? Suddenly, he notices the nail stuck in the monster's body. That nail. Yehi's eyes narrow, realization hitting him. Is that the plan Yan Zhengxiang mentioned to take down Shenlong? Shenlong's face twists in anger. His body enveloped in a purple aura. He smirks viciously, gripping his sword. His speed is insane. The ground quakes. Dust blinds everything. A brutal clash erupts. Shenlong and Yehi's swords collide. Yehi grins, fighting spirit burning. I've been waiting for this. Suddenly, the building shakes violently. Massive slashes carve the structure into 3 distinct pieces. The shockwave levels the area, smoke rising in thick plumes. Inside the chaos, Yehi and Shenlong trade blow for blow. The monster roars, revealing sharp fangs and a twisted tongue. Yehi is fighting for his life, gritting his teeth to block the heavy attacks. Shenlong swings hard, knocking Yehi out of the air. He plummets into the smoke, burying the area in debris. From above, only a mix of blue and purple smoke is visible. Shenlong peers down into the haze, when suddenly, a blinding light shoots up. From deep underground, a tornado of energy erupts, piercing through every floor of the apartment complex and shooting into the sky. Yehi steps out, clad in new armor, his gaze terrifyingly sharp. So strong. Finally, since coming to this world, finally met a guy who actually looks like a worthy opponent. He stared intently, brows furrowed in tension. So, you won't be defeated that easily, right? Suddenly, a hand gripped the rock. Someone was slowly climbing up, the face of that. Shenlong was heavily damaged, but his hand still gripped the sword tight. Yehi looked at him, smiling with amusement. That's more like it. A boss. Huh. I like Shenlong being beaten so easily. That would be a joke. Shenlong gripped his sword. I'm in charge. Dense black aura trailing behind him. Yehi's face looked thoughtful as he observed closely. Instantly, the enemy flew up. Swinging the sword, Yehi reacted fast, dodging slash after slash. Facing such immense power, he gritted his teeth, trying to keep up. Too fast. After the mask shattered, not only did his speed increase, but his strength surged too, in Shenlong's eyes. He seemed to realize something. He swung the sword swiftly, but Yehi managed to dodge to the side. Yehi jumped, in shock, his face filled with panic. My sword is broken. Shenlong gripped the blade, aiming straight for the flustered Yehi, then swung viciously forward. In that critical moment, Yehi used his teeth to bite. And down hard on the blade, Yehi glanced back, a smug look on his face. Finally caught you. Seizing the chance, he clenched his fist, while Shenlong was stunned, unable to process what happened. Yehi punched him hard in the first, giving him no time to react. The powerful blow cracked Shenlong's face in half, his eyes going blank. Then Yehi grabbed the hand and holding the sword. I'm not done yet, dear customer. He launched another heavy punch, his eyes fierce. Technician number 23, at your service. Shenlong's body took a massive hit. Yehi smiled, terrifyingly, looking absolutely thrilled. His mind analyzed the attacks he just landed temples, throat, heart, spleen, kidneys, and groin, all fatal human weak points. Besides, you were already stabbed by the green bronze nail. Blade of Ouyang, Z had pierced the body, clogging the meridians and preventing the flow of qi. These attacks, mixed with killing intent, seeped into the acupoints and vital meridians, causing deep internal damage. At this moment, Shenlong seemed to have lost consciousness. His limbs went limp, and he instinctively dropped the sword. Yehi grabbed his arm to pull him back, then raised a hand behind him, looking angry. I knew you wouldn't give up. Yehi pulled out a massive fan. The only chance you had to kill me was when I first arrived. You tried to exploit the information gap to trick me. That would have given you a 30% chance. Yehi's face was full of indignation. Fly up for me. A dark red tornado suddenly erupted, destroying the surrounding area. The unconscious Shenlong was engulfed in the vortex. This treasure fan, enhanced with killing intent, was far stronger than when it was in Lan Yuxi's hands. Yehi flew up from below, eyes full of determination. Not finished yet. Wu Lianzi, he raised his fist, using all his strength. Core impact punch. first strike unleashed an explosion that shook the entire sky. Shenlong fell helplessly, his body smoking. Not done yet. Yehi charged, surrounded by powerful energy. Second strike, he flew in, landing a punch. Right on his face. Lance and fist, black flash. Yehi battered Shenlong from one spot to another, finally pinning him into the shattered ground, blood splattering everywhere. From a distance, Yehi observed quietly. What kind of dragon I thought he was. Strong, but it turns out he's just a bug. Suddenly, Shenlong opened his eyes, grabbing the sword. Kill! Kill! Die! Seeing this, Yehi rushed in, slashing his face with a frost-sealing strike. Shenlong's head quickly fell. Paw to the ground! Yehi looked at the necklace in front of him, deep in thought. Dragon pendant is in hand. Time to end this game. A moment later, Yan Zhengxiang looked down, extremely tense, at the gathering spot. Many people had arrived. Suddenly, Liu Qingzhu's face froze, her mouth agape. He shouldn't have gone. To fight that dragon-masked guy alone. Chuzhou looked up, replying calmly, except for Yehi, if we went, we'd just be a burden. Hearing this, her eyes turned sorrowful. Chuzhou was right. I'm injured. Too badly to use any skills. Saying I'd support Yehi implies he'd just have to distract himself to protect me. Like, if only I were stronger, I wouldn't drag him down. Suddenly, Yehi appeared out of nowhere, waving his hand, thinking about what. Liu Qingzhu looked up in surprise. He opened his hand. The ox pendant. Did you want me to rob? Not you directly. Liu Qingzhu awkwardly rummaged through similar necklaces. The characters were placed on the floor, following the order of the 12 zodiacs. Try from rat to pig. Chuzhou crossed his arms, watching. Nothing happened, so maybe the order is wrong. Yehi looked thoughtful, hand on his chin. Yan Zhengxiang thinks this dragon, pendant is the most special. Unlike a masked person who can be hunted, this is a hunter. Like, Mom created specifically to hunt those who own the pendants. So under normal conditions, there shouldn't be a need to. The final dragon pendant snaps into place. Click. As one of the strings lifts into the air, Liu Qingzhu whirls around. She freezes, eyes wide. Did it work? Yan Zhengxiang's face twists in panic. Wait, did we just trigger a trap? High above? I'm in the sky. A blinding golden light pierces the clouds, bathing the buildings below. Yehi looks up, completely stunned. Hey, look up there. What the hell is that? Suddenly, a massive eye tears through the heavens, shrouded in thick, swirling smoke. Yehi stares, his gaze locked in shock. What kind of monster? Suddenly, gravity shifts. A figure plummets through the air. It's Yehi. His face twists in. Pure chaos. Gasp. He jerks awake, eyes wide and trembling. Reality snaps back. The train car is buzzing with noise and life. It wasn't just him. Everyone just woke up from the exact same dream. A soothing announcement chimes over the intercom to calm the panic. Attention, students. Please remain calm. You were just pulled into a mass dream illusion created by the cursed eye artifact. This was the freshman entrance exam for the Imperial Capital this year. Please relax. The voice continues, sharp and clear. We have a special announcement regarding the results. Student Yehi from An City, along with teammates Chuzhou and Liu Qingzhu, have successfully collected all 12 Zodiac pendants and secured first place. Student Yehi demonstrated exceptional performance. A special reward will be granted upon enrollment. The announcement clicks off. Instantly, the car erupts. Who is this Yehi? We lost to a nobody from An City. Suspicion and curiosity fill the air. Some doubt his power. Others are already plotting to befriend him. Just a country bumpkin. Skepticism mixes with admiration. But amidst the chatter, Yehi sits quietly. Yehi ignores the noise, his face lighting up. Finally. It seems meeting specific conditions triggers the system. He gets one free draw. A holographic panel materializes before his eyes. Congratulations, host. You have surpassed all freshmen in the Cursed Eye exam. Reward, one monster template. Draw. Yehi breaks into a cold sweat. He turns to his friend. Chuzhou, hand me a wet wipe. I need to clean my hands. Gotta wash off the bad luck. He prays silently. Please, no trash tier. A dimensional rift tears open, swirling with arcane energy. Inside, a terrifying silhouette emerges. The system panel flashes. Level 3 monster template vampire Lacoon. Abilities misform, infection, blood manipulation, immortal body, compatibility 1%. Evolutionary form Janaluda. The high-speed train races toward the capital, but Yehi is lost in thought. A vampire isn't much to brag about, but that evolutionary form. It has the power to stop time. That is absolutely broken. Suddenly, a voice interrupts his thoughts. So, you're Yehi. You're the one who defeated the divine dragon. Yan Zhengxiang steps in, glancing nervously at the newcomer. Relax a little. If you start a fight with Yehi here, just remember this train doesn't have a hospital. Yehi's eyes narrow, his voice dropping an octave. Let me make a small correction. I didn't just beat him. He leans in. I slaughtered him. The guy freezes, muttering under his breath. Slaughtered? Uyangze recovers quickly. I'm planning to establish a new guild at Hua University. I want you to join. In fact, I'll make you the guildmaster. For years, the top freshman and student council president titles and have always been held by locals from Hua City. But you, Yehi, you have the power to shatter that tradition. Join us. The surrounding students whisper excitedly. Uyangze personally recruiting Yehi. They think they're witnessing history. Yehi just shrugs. Sorry, playing politics with the student council. Or building organizations. Not my thing. I work better alone. The crowd sighs in disappointment. Uyangze doesn't flinch. He slowly pulls out a business card. No hard feelings. Here's my card. My door is always open if you change your mind. Time passes. The sun begins to set. As twilight falls, Chujo stretches lazily. We're here. Yehi presses his face against the window. Massive skyscrapers pierce the skyline. So this is Hua City. It's in a league of its own. The train hisses to a halt. Students file out as staff members wave them forward. Attention, please. All Hua University freshmen, please proceed this way. The campus is just ahead. The students rush forward with excitement. But they stop dead in their tracks. Waiting for them isn't a bus, it's a massive aircraft docked on the tarmac. A flight attendant's voice booms over the speakers. Please board the aircraft in an orderly fashion. Your seat number matches your ticket from the train. Suddenly, Yehi leans in, making Liu Qingzhu jump. Little Ju, she flinches. Suddenly, Qinlan's warning echoes in her mind. You and Yehi are engaged in name only. Do not let him get too close in public. Don't let that brat take advantage of you. Guard your heart. She snaps, her face flushing red. What do you think you're doing? We're in public. Yehi rolls his eyes. Public? What are you talking about? I just wanted to ask. Why do we have to take a plane? Liu Qingzhu sighs, completely defeated. Mom, why did you engage me to this idiot? A country bumpkin like you. Still, she took the time to explain everything clearly. Hua Uni isn't just a school, it's a city in the sky. A floating metropolis. The more he hears, the more curious he gets. Moments later, the plane prepares to land at the aerial campus of Huadu University. As the aircraft pierces the massive defensive barrier, Yehi peers out the window, his mind racing. That electromagnetic net, it's to stop demon beasts, right? Even inside, his life detection range isn't restricted at all. As expected of Huadu University, please keep your student ID safe. The staff reminds everyone. Yehi pulls out his card to study it. Huadu University, name Yehi, gender male, year freshman. Next stop, the train station. They head to the floating station to catch the train to the dorms. Upon arrival, they stare up at the massive skyscrapers. Yehi is buzzing with excitement. He points and laughs loudly. We're at the highest city in the world, guys. But the people around him just look at him with disdain. The students split up into elevators. Yehi is in room A3, 42nd floor. Chujo is in B7, 45th floor. Yehi gets off first. He throws the door open, eager to inspect his new home. A standard room is over 100 square meters. Hua Uni students really live like kings. He rushes to the desk. Latest model computer. Fully equipped gear. This is insane. He checks the other rooms. A massage bathtub too. Nobody says no to a massage tub. He flops onto the high-end bed, praising it endlessly. Feels just like a 5-star hotel. Suddenly, a mischievous grin creeps onto Yehi's face. But business first. Gotta max out the Vampire Raku template. He jumps up, having figured out the ID card. He scans the barcode and logs into the school app. He needs credits Hua Uni's digital currency to shop. He immediately converts all 30 million CI dollars from his bank account. Notification. Hua Uni credit. Balance 322.43. Yehi turns pale, his heart aching. $10,000 for one credit? Are you kidding me? But the quality in the school store is top tier. Many items aren't sold on the open market. He buys every monster core related to his template. This should be enough to max out Rakut. My previous investment of 10 million already got compatibility to 90%. He confirms the purchase. Seconds later, it's delivered. Student Yehi, thank you for your purchase. Wishing you smooth cultivation. Please rate 5 stars. He grins at the stones in the box and swallows one whole. Immediately, his body reacts. His fingernails lengthen rapidly. Eating this many at once, my body can barely take it. But the results are undeniable. He checks the mirror as the system chimes. Vampire Rakut template, 100% compatibility, host Yehi Constitution 29. Yehi bares his teeth. His canines have sharpened into fangs. There's even a blood groove. Biting enemies will be easier than drinking bubble tea. He looks at his hands, claws sharp as knives. I've got a bold idea. Without hesitation, he plunges his clawed hand deep into his own neck. In the bathroom, Yehi leans over the sink, exhausted, A gash across his throat gushes blood, soaking his collar. Suddenly, the wound knits itself back together. The bleeding stops. He calmly analyzes the process. Faster than before, the vampire's regeneration is decent, but the physical changes are secondary. The real prize is the new power. Zawarudo. Yehi slowly steps into the training room. As expected of a world that worships martial arts, even the dorm has a private dojo. He stands still, focusing. A crimson aura erupts around his body. His eyes glow. He takes a deep breath. The avatar of Rakut materializes before him. Come at me. One punch. Rakut roars, dark red muscles bulging, power exploding outward. A white cloak drapes over Rakut, transforming his appearance. This is Rakut's origin soul. Rakut immediately seizes the upper hand, launching a devastating punch. Yehi braces himself. He raises his arms to block. The impact is tremendous, completely overwhelming him. Crack. Yehi's arm bones shatter instantly. The force sends him flying into the wall. He sits up amidst the rubble, grinning. Intense. Now. Let's test the time stop. A faint green energy radiates from Yehi, freezing the entire space. Everything around him froze solid. Instant stagnation. Jiao Luo Duo. Yehi counted silently. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. No. The surrounding space screamed, threatening to shatter. 4 seconds. 5 seconds. The cracks were getting bigger. Yehi was tense, nearly out of energy. He analyzed quickly. Is 5 seconds my limit? No. I have to keep the time stop going. 5.1 seconds. Yehi's face was soaked in blood, eyes bulging, but he refused to give up. He kept muttering, 5.2, 5.3, 5.4. Rakut was still, standing motionless, unable to move. 5.5 seconds. His soul suddenly shattered into pieces. Yehi spoke up. Just as I thought, 5 seconds was the original host limit, but it's not mine. Early the next morning, Yehi and Chujo were walking together. Yehi shielded his forehead with his hand, squinting. The sunlight is a bit aggressive today. Chujo was confused because he didn't feel it at all. Yehi realized, right, after merging with the vampire monster gene, I hate the sun, though it wasn't to the extent of instantly burning to ash like a real vampire. Chujo asked Yehi, have you seen the academic reform for Huadu University this year? He looked a bit guilty and replied briefly, haven't seen it. I was fighting Jiawa Luo Duo all night. Didn't pay attention to anything else. Chujo had to explain. This year, Huadu University switched to a mentor group system, basically. Each academic year you follow one main instructor. During that time, you can also bow to secondary instructors to learn more. Yehi shielded his eyes from the sun and turned to Chujo. So, we have to go find a master. Chujo opened his 5 on and held it up. Not we. I have to go find a master. You don't need to? Yehi didn't understand for a moment. Chujo brought his phone closer to Yehi. Look at the freshman forum notice from last night. The school announced that since Yehi collected all the 12 zodiac pendants, he has the right to directly choose his instructor. A building appeared on the screen. It was the Zone A gymnasium. Inside the gym, there were quite a few people. It looked like groups of 3 entering gym room for testing. Then the instructor would turn on a light to select people. Yehi stepped out of the gym and waved at Chujo, you go in first. I'll walk around a bit. Since I can pick any instructor I want, I can go in, whenever. Yehi walked away, sighing in boredom. Choosing an instructor is boring as hell. Suddenly, Yehi smelled a faint red mist drifting by. His senses sharpened as he detected something. It's the smell of blood. Yehi immediately ran on towards the source of that scent. Hidden in this blood smell is a dark, fierce killing intent and sin. It's actually triggering the killing intent inside my own body. I have to find the source. Yehi's face showed total shock when he witnessed it. Yehi broke into a cold sweat, looking bewildered. It was a girl. Gonkei was currently preparing to enjoy something. On the city walkway, the scene was completely deserted. Yehi was spooked, like he'd seen a ghost in broad daylight. This cute little girl is a source of that vicious aura. I must be mistaken. Gonkei had sharp reflexes, and immediately glanced over to probe him. She casually spoke out what she sensed. Hey kid, did you train in the demon prison body? He asked out loud, but inside he was even more contemplative. How does she know she's clearly a child? So why? Is she acting like an old sage and calling me kid? Gonkei revealed while munching on a sweet potato. Because that martial art, Solo was perfected by Little Tiger with my help. Yehi immediately thought of Liu Chenghu, his face showing discomfort. Little Tiger. The person you're talking about, is it... She put her hands on her hips, bragging arrogantly. Liu Chenghu, over 90 years ago. He was my disciple. Naturally, Yehi didn't believe a word. Are you kidding me? A martial artist's lifespan can indeed surpass human limits. A grandmaster can maintain a youthful appearance at 80 or 90, but a brat like you, who still smells like milk? Yehi seriously evaluated Gongke, thinking to himself, for a martial artist cultivating special techniques, adjusting bone structure. To the size of a child isn't impossible, but this white-haired Lola right in front of my eyes, her appearance, to put it politely, is innocent and naive. To put it bluntly, she looks brainless. If that's not Oscar-level acting, then she absolutely couldn't fake it. She responded to him with sharp eyes. What's wrong? You don't believe me? Yehi jokingly mocked her. If I believe you, I might as well believe I'm the first emperor. Suddenly, an image of him being executed appeared. In an instant, his head was severed from his body and fell. Gongke stepped forward, looking viciously at Yehi's head, which was half dry, half submerged in water. The vision ended. His face turned purple as he tried to piece it together. Was that a hallucination? Killing intent so pure that it made me hallucinate my own beheading? Yehi was once again terrified. Suddenly, she shoved the lollipop into his mouth, leaving him stunned. I'm giving you a strawberry soft candy, my favorite. Gongke transformed into a whiny little girl, her voice sounding childish as she explained, Sorry about that, kiddo. I think I went a little overboard. Don't report me to the school. Okay, currently, I can only come out to get some fresh. I'm there for an hour or two a week. It's pitiful. Yehi sucked on the sweet candy, taking the chance to investigate. Who are you? Gongke reveals her identity without hesitation, a bright smile on her face. My name is Gongke, an incredibly powerful grandmaster. And get this, Shi Jingwen, the current principal of Hua University. Back when he was a kid, I used to beat him until he cried. The moment the words leave her lips, the boy in front of her does something unexpected. Yehi drops to his knees on the tiled floor, trembling in a way that catches Gongke off guard. After a moment of calculation, he clasps his hands together and spews some dramatic, flowery nonsense. I have drifted for half my life without finding a true master. I, Yehi, am willing to bow to you, Lady Gongke, as my mentor. I humbly hope you will grant my wish. Internal monologue. Gongke is the one who perfected the Xuanhuang martial arts, a grandmaster specializing in slaughter. She's the only one who can help him break through his current bottleneck. She's the perfect match for his chaotic energy. Gongke, utterly speechless, can only force an awkward smile. Meanwhile, at a different location, inside the gymnasium, seated solemnly behind a long, imposing table are Shi Jingwen and 4 other figures, ready for today's events. It's a shocker the deans of the 5 great academies of Hua University are acting as instructors for this semester's freshmen. The students are sweating bullets, the room buzzing with frantic whispers. If one of those deans picks me as a disciple, I'm set for life. Dream on! Those are the 5 great deans. They're definitely here for Yehi. The freshmen have no idea what's really going on. They don't know the Zodiac Scramble competition is being live streamed. The audience, the entire faculty of Hua University. From the moment the announcement played on the train, the professors have been monitoring how each student handles sudden crises. Using facial recognition data to capture micro-expressions, the system scores their adaptability. Those who treated this as a mere game, rushing unprepared and recklessly into the Zodiac City, will receive abysmal scores upon arrival. During the brawls with the Zodiac masked figures, key evaluation metrics include battle IQ, actual combat capability, and organizational skills. It also tracks their desperate attempts to complete missions, even if a freshman fails to hunt down a Zodiac masked target. Excelling in just one of these tactical areas guarantees a high score. However, Yehi is the only freshman who secured the highest rating from start to finish, yet even that perfection wasn't enough to startle the 5 deans. What truly shocked them was that Yehi slew the Divine Dragon Boss, an entity that wasn't even a designated target. One instructor chatters excitedly about Yehi, catching the ear of a female dean nearby. Yehi himself probably has no idea what kind of deity he just butchered. That wasn't just a monster, it was a simulation generated by Nuwa, the Xia Nation supercomputer. Trained on the data left behind by Fu Hongsheng, a National Guardian level martial artist, from his freshman year at Hua University. Even a supercomputer can't fully replicate the dual pupil power of the twin gods within the illusion, but make no mistake, Fu Hongsheng is the strongest martial artist in the history of our nation, perhaps even the world. The records he set here haven't been broken in a century. For Yehi to slay that simulation, even if it didn't possess the original's full power, is proof enough of his peerless talent. As long as he doesn't die young or go astray, he is guaranteed to become a grandmaster of his generation. He might even ascend directly to the realm of great grandmaster. All we need to do now is compose ourselves and wait for Yehi to come choose a master. Suddenly, a staff member rushes in, panic written all over his face. Bad news, deans. The report that spills from his lips leaves all 5 legendary figures staring in disbelief. Yehi. He's pledging himself to Gongke. Gongke, formerly a professor at Imperial University, now demoted to special staff. Cutting back to the street where Yehi stands, Gongke struggles as she's suddenly hugged tight. Wait, you actually want me as your master? He endures the pain, his voice steady, Yes, I've made up my mind, master. Internal monologue. This lolly looks like a child, but she's actually over 100 years old. Good thing, too otherwise. Kneeling before a little girl in broad daylight would definitely get me a 3-year prison sentence. She pouts, trying to make things difficult, but I think I've already been fired by Imperial University. Seeing her hesitate, Yehi hurriedly throws out a tempting offer. Master, you mentioned you're only allowed outside for fresh air 1 or 2 hours a week, right? If you take me as your disciple within 2 years, I promise to find a way to get you your freedom. Hearing this, Gonkei's eyes light up instantly. Really, then it's a deal. Yehi grins like a villain, seduction successful, but suddenly, a commanding voice booms out, stopping them cold. Hold it right there. The 5 deans approach, radiating terrifying pressure. Gonkei sighs, utterly fed up. Great. The busybodies are here. The tallest dean steps forward, speaking with forced politeness. Senior Gonkei, didn't we have an agreement during your supervised walks? You are not to interact with the students. Furthermore, your current mental stability renders you unfit to teach. The black-haired elder chimes in. Exactly. Senior Gonkei, please return to your quarters immediately. Gonkei repeats the words mockingly, then turns to the boy. Go home. Huh, fine. Hey kid, what's your name? Yehi replies respectfully. Master, I am Yehi. The two of them, one small, one tall start, walking away as she barks an order. Good. Yehi, follow me home. Early the next morning, at the Huadu University Research Institute, Gonkei skips happily ahead. Yehi strides behind her, observing everything. She nonchalantly steps into an elevator. Once the doors close, he voices his confusion. Master, do you actually live in a remote place like this? Gonkei recounted the entire story in vivid detail. That's right, mostly because decades ago, I had a bit of a flare-up. I used to accidentally injure people quite often. After that, Huadu University arranged for me to stay down here, beneath the Research Institute. In recent years, I've managed to control myself, so I finally got the chance to go out and breathe some fresh air. Hearing this, Yehi realized the truth. Wait, does that mean I'm your first student in decades? He looked up at her, searching for an answer. She glanced back, amused. You have a strange way of thinking. Are you telling me you're not scared? Yehi's imagination ran wild, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Scared she'll chop me up. Inside the elevator, weird numbers flashed on the vertical bar. Looking at the corridor, Yehi couldn't help but nitpick. For such a huge research institute, why is this hallway so cramped? Gonkei replied nonchalantly. Because I'm the only one who walks here. Then, his curiosity peaked at the massive digits on the wall. That number on the door, is that a countdown? The realization made Gonkei panic. She lowered her head and sprinted. Oh shit, we're out of time. Charge in, now. Yehi's brain froze in place. Teacher, what is that countdown clock for? Gonkei's eyes went wide, her voice frantic as she explained. Every time I step out, that electronic timer starts counting down. If I don't return within the set time, the alarms go off. It triggers right in the principal's office. If that happens, the entire Huadu University will be hunting me down. Finally, the teacher and student drifted to the end of the hallway. They crossed the threshold just as the clock hit 0 seconds. Clang, the massive iron door slammed shut behind them, instantly activating a heavy-duty security barrier. That was dangerous. Coincidentally, Yehi noticed something strange. This place, it seems to have a special magnetic field. My energy won't gather outside my body. In other words, if I try to use martial arts skills here, their effectiveness will plummet. Back in the room, Gonkei finally relaxed. Of course, because this place is my prison cell, to keep me from going out. Shi Jingwen and those brats built this for me. A literal 3-story house. Gonkei led Yehi deeper into the living room. She tossed her coat onto a battlefield of a mess. Snacks and drinks were everywhere. She flopped onto the sofa. Entertainment, martial arts training, it has everything. But they also installed a high-output magnetic field to suppress the energy of martial artists, just to prevent me from getting bored and smashing my way out. Yehi took a deep breath, processing Gonkei's words. She called it a prison cell, but this place was a legitimate luxury penthouse. Every living need was met. It felt less like imprisonment and more like they were worshipping teacher Gonkei as a deity here. Meanwhile, back at the Huadu Capital University freshman area, every source of information was being gathered. A report reached Shi Jingwen, principal of Huadu Capital University. Bad news, Yehi has taken Gonkei as his teacher. However, the old man remained calm. Ignore it. Remember our current reform goals for Huadu University? We don't need to train a bunch of mediocre pillars of society. We need to cultivate apex predators, top-tier powerhouses who can shoulder the mountains of Sia and the fate of humanity. Provided with sufficient resources, let the geniuses develop freely. Let Yehi follow Gonkei and learn. The freshmen are about to finish their special training at the summer camp. When that happens, we will use Yehi as a whetstone. Let's test just how sharp these new blades really are. The assistant bowed. Understood, principal. The old man shifted his gaze to the computer screen. Principal Shah, freshman Yehi, has followed Gonkei into the containment cell. Currently, everything is stable. However, according to big data calculations, special grade Gonkei staying in a room with another person on for a long period carries a 5% probability of losing control. Student Yi, he has an 89.7% chance of failing to hold out. So until reinforcements arrive from the Imperial capital. And even if rescued, there's a 95.3% chance he won't survive. The old man stood up. He walked to the transparent glass wall, his voice low. The so-called special grade combat power. First, they are powerful martial artists on suspended death sentences. Second, they are powerhouses who, for various reasons, cannot control their own strength. Normally, the state restricts their freedom. Only when Xia faces a critical crisis are they released to the front lines as the guardians of the nation. Facing such a terrifying existence, I believe student Yehi has already prepared himself mentally. If he isn't prepared, to be killed, then how can he expect to walk far on this path of slaughter? Shi Jingwen's eyes narrowed. Xia's time is running out. The fools in the Northern White Federation and the lunatic cultists of the Divine Kingdom, obsessed with dungeon civilizations, are making their moves. Suddenly, his voice softened, filled with desperate hope. Young generation, please, grow up faster. Back on Gonki's side. She took Yehi to a specific part of her territory, the training area on the 3rd floor of the prison. I haven't taught anyone in decades. Let's have a sparring match first to see where your strength lies. Yehi asked slowly. Teacher, will you suppress your cultivation to the martial apprentice realm? Gonko was too lazy to look back, walking ahead as she spoke. Oops, almost forgot I needed to suppress my cultivation. Yehi stretched his neck. Turning around, he saw she was also warming up. He announced, Teacher Gonke, I'm ready. As he braced himself, Yehi steeled his resolve, assuming a solid stance. I really don't want to experience that human meat grinder again. Gonke grinned. Without a word, she lunged forward. Seeing her hand inches from his throat, fear spiked in him. He struck back instinctively, aiming straight for her vitals. Wait, wasn't this supposed to be a test? Yehi's pupils reflected Gonki's murderous intent. I've already simulated at least 5 different escape routes, yet every single chop from Gonki intercepted me perfectly. Before I could move, no choice but a head-on clash, he instantly unleashed his ultimate power. Nuclear Light Warhound. Yehi clenched his spike-covered fist, aiming a lethal blow, but she'd already read his every move. She cracked, with a mocking smile, trying to use your awakened bloodline to boost speed, thinking you can defend and counter at the same time. Against me, in a flash, Gonki pinned both of Yehi's arms. Too bad, kid. I'm still faster. Than you. She wrenched his arms behind his back, locking him down instantly. Pain shot through him, piercing, down to the bone, making him scream in agony. Only after leaving Yehi a bloody mess did Gonka leap back. Covered, shine wounds. He forced a mocking grin. No mercy at all. Teach you beat my awakened bloodline right back into its original form. She felt zero guilt, excitedly licking a streak of blood from her face. She purred. Been a long time since I tasted it. Fresh blood. Yehi gave a cold laugh, declaring war with mock politeness. Master, in terms of physical combat, I'm definitely no match. Sure for you. So, I'm about to use some illegal techniques. Please, enlighten me. Instantly, a new energy source erupted as he summoned it. Elemental anthropomorph Yi. He was grateful for his prep work yesterday, his eyes sharp as daggers. Good thing I fully charged the supergiant avatar model last night. Gonka silently praised him. A technique with this much power is really being used by a mere apprentice. Looks like I took on a terrifying monster as a student, but after all, she was thrilled, readying her ultimate move. If that's the case, then your teacher has to show off a little skill too. Gonka slashed the floor, sending a massive wave of cuts rushing forward. Heaven Destruction Blade, the two. Attacks were about to collide. On his side, the power source surged under the pressure. Suddenly, Yehi, in a new colossal form, leaped from the smoke split form elemental avatar realm, Incarnation. Her pupils dilated, then constricted violently. He channeled all his force and smashed a punch down at Gonka. She raised her on the hand and took a deep breath. Then, Gonka unleashed a massive one-handed strike. In an instant, the steel components he created cracked and crumbled. Based on the outer shell of the Demala, he created a flesh form avatar armor, with defense at least 20 times stronger than the supergiant form, while struggling to control, Munder from the inside. He gritted his teeth, refusing to submit. Am I just gonna let her tear me apart this easily? Yehi's eyes glinted. She leaped right onto his position, her voice dripping with cunning. Yehi, little brat, hiding in the armor's mouth. Are we? A chill ran down his spine. Her sensory abilities were terrifying. I definitely shut down all my body's vital signs. Gonka continued charging her attack. What? Oh, so I'm shouting, "Get the hell out here!" Luckily, before her punch landed, he quickly erected a defense layer. Split form meteor avatar sensory appendage. Gonkei was forced to jump back, skidding to a halt with her hand. From above, Yehi gloated, unable to resist provoking her. "Teach, those slashes were so powerful." "Ah, think you can crack this open? Surely you won't melt easily under my nuclear breath, right? How do you plan to block this?" Suddenly, the illusion descended again. Chains dropped down one by one. Binding Yehi tight, terrified, he looked up at the scaffold. "I still can't escape the guillotine here." Like clockwork, the merciless blade began to fall. Yehi was terrified but screamed, unlocking his power. Release Luda. Instantly, he transformed into a mutant figure. Yehi froze the falling blade in midair. Everything. Not seemed to stop. "Teach, you got cornered, so you dragged me into your killing intent realm. This wasn't real space." But a mental illusion forged from pure bloodlust. To escape, he had to fight back with mental power. "I have to resist." He manifested countless giant fists, then drove them to smash. Straight into the guillotine. Instantly, the blade shattered like glass. Breaking free from the illusion, he wearily opened. Her mom, his eyes. She was casually eating a lollipop. Seeing him stir, she spoke. "Awake that turtle shell of yours." And it's seriously tough. He rubbed his forehead, struggling to sit up. Assessing the scene, he realized, looks like the teacher. Violently dragged me out of the avatar's mouth. In the crystallized protective layer I condensed to protect my real body was shattered by sheer brute force. But this isn't something a mere apprentice could do. Indignant, he snapped at Gonkei. "Teach, you cheated, didn't you?" "Right." She tilted her face arrogantly toward the sky, shooting back. "What do you mean, cheating? I beat you fair and square. Openly and honestly, how could I possibly cheat?" Yehi asked if she was being serious. Gonkei stood there humming and hawing for a moment before explaining. "I just used a bit too much strength. You know how strong teacher is. It's really hard to control the exact force in just 1 or 2 strikes." Yehi was left speechless, completely at a loss for words, which in turn made her increasingly uncomfortable. But just a moment later, Gonkei flipped her mood faster than a page turn, crying and wailing to soothe Yehi. "Hey, I won't cheat next time. Okay, don't be mad anymore. Alright, please don't leave. I haven't had anyone to play with for decades." Inside that massive room filled with modern equipment, Yehi waved his hand helplessly. "Hey, stop crying." Gonkei was sitting on the floor, wailing uncontrollably. She looked up with tear-filled eyes. "You? You're not leaving." Yehi's face brightened up as he smiled cheerfully. "I worked so hard to catch you, teacher. Why would I leave immediately?" Gonkei sprang up, hands on her hips, looking all mature. "I wasn't crying just now." Yehi stared blankly. Afterward, they went to a vending machine. Gonkei opened the door to grab a drink. "I basically understand your true strength now. Although you're still far weaker than I used to be, compared to others. You could be considered quite talented. We can start lessons. What do you want to learn?" Yehi suddenly recalled a memory, his eyes turning serious. "Advanced martial stage arts, and how you were able to slash through lightning and pierce that personified arm." She cracked open a soda can, slashing attacks. "That's very difficult to teach. You need to cut many things to develop this feel for it." Suddenly, Gonkei's eyes became incredibly serious. "Listen, whether it's a human body, a demonic beast, or any object, there always exists an ideal cutting point, along with a line that lets you easily slice right through. You can call it the kill line." Hearing this, Yehi looked up in astonishment. The kill line? So Master isn't like Shenlong? She is someone who excels in the art of killing. He recalled Gonkei's battle. If Shenlong's strikes pursued extreme power, dominance, and sharpness, then his teacher was like Pao Ding carving an ox, pursuing absolute precision and technique. They sat down on a bench. She sipped her drink, eyes fixed on him. "Learning this is very troublesome. I advise you to first break through to become a martial artist. If your martial Dao cultivation doesn't increase, you won't meet the requirements for many of my skills." After finishing her drink, Gonkei closed her eyes and asked, "Do you know the difference between a martial artist and a martial apprentice?" Yehi wondered. "What is it?" She immediately analyzed. "It's not physical improvement, but spiritual. Compared to an apprentice, a martial artist possesses a crucial ability called inner vision. Once you have inner vision, you can shift from cultivating martial Dao at a macro level to a microscopic level. Through inner vision, a martial artist can see their own meridians, acupoints, and internal organs, using martial chi to reinforce and expand the body's physical limits. In other words, the spirit must be strong first, then the body follows." Yehi's face lit up upon hearing this. He hadn't expected Gonkei's teaching ability to be so high, truly worthy of being a professor at Imperial University. Even if she had gone a bit silly, her fundamental knowledge hadn't regressed at all. Speaking of spiritual power, After merging with the Vampire Queen and awakening the power of Garuda, Yuhua realized his spiritual stats had increased significantly. This would likely provide massive assistance during the martial artist stage. He immediately asked, "So, is the cultivation method to advance to martial artist any different?" Suddenly, her face became stern. Breakthrough methods and martial skills are divided into 4 ranks: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Ungraded. Gongke used an analogy. Think of the ungraded ones as regular students or martial apprentices at standard universities. When advancing to martial artist, these schools can only provide ungraded breakthrough methods. When Yuhua becomes a strong young man, an ungraded university student, this level of method has the advantage of being fast with almost no threshold requirements. As long as you accumulate enough chi and blood, you're good. 80% of people use ungraded methods for a common breakthrough. Gongke continued. As for students of our Hua University, their breakthrough methods all start at the mystic rank. Hearing this, Yuhua rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. What about the heaven and earth ranks? Her eyes filled with focus. Heaven rank methods and skills are almost exclusively ancient texts, recovered from ruined sites. Looking at the whole world, it's uncertain if there are even 10 copies. Gongke lowered her head. Although our Imperial University keeps 1 copy, with your current ability and authority, you definitely cannot access it yet. Suddenly, she looked up with an amused smile. But you can learn an Earth rank breakthrough method. Gongke glanced sideways at Yuhua with glowing red eyes. She abruptly mentioned a book. The Murderous Bodhisattva Heart Sutra. It is an Earth rank breakthrough method that I possess, and Xiaohu's demon prison body was actually inspired and created from this very technique of mine. Hearing this, Yuhua was filled with excitement, his eyes shining bright. I want to learn it. Gongke drew inspiration from my technique to create this. Hearing this, Yuhua fills with excitement, his eyes lighting up. I want to learn it. Gongke. He tosses the empty can into the trash and nods. Alright, let's begin. Focus. I want you to truly feel the killing intent within the realm I'm creating for you. His eyes widen in shock, cold sweat trickling down his face. You're kidding. Again, suddenly, the world around Yehi shifts into a completely... I'm on a different landscape. He stands there, dumbfounded. Gongke licks her lips, her face twisted in excitement. God, I just love the smell of blood. Meanwhile, in a moxie shrouded in night and thick fog, students are heading home after classes when suddenly a silver-haired young man locks onto a figure ahead. It's Chuzhou, his eyes filled with concern as he calls out, "Hey, Yehi, how was your first day? No school, I heard you already." Before he can finish, a cold blade is pressed against Chuzhou's neck. He instantly draws his sword, eyes sharp, ready to kill. But Yehi stands there silently, his body radiating terrifying killing intent. Then slowly he turns around, his expression shifting to surprise. Sorry, Chuzhou, I was a little on edge. Chuzhou freezes, furrowing his brows in utter disbelief. Yehi, you. In his eyes, his friend looks incredibly cold and sinister. What on earth happened to you today? Rewind 10 seconds, back in the illusion. A horde of zombies screams as they rush him. He realizes the rules: no martial arts, no special abilities, no special. He can only use the blade in his hand to face the undead. Seeing them swarm toward him like a tidal wave, his mind races. There's so many, and I have to fight them off with just this blunt blade. Suddenly, he recalls her words. The blade is to help you internalize the sensation of steel slicing through flesh and shattering bone. You must train your muscle memory so you can instinctively find the perfect angle, striking the target's fatal weak point in the blink of an eye. Realization hits him. So that's the game. His eyes narrow. Alright then, let's dance. Immediately, he swings his blade violently into the horde of zombies. Gongke watches, genuinely surprised. This kid, Yehi. She feels a spark of relief, cultivating her earth fiend art. Inside an illusion is incredibly dangerous. A novice martial artist shouldn't even attempt it. If Yehi's mental strength didn't far exceed the average person, the killing intent would have consumed him, driving him into madness long ago. She smiles to herself. Yehi, you truly live up to the title. Enough Shijingwen's star pupil hell, maybe the hope of the entire Hua University. I can't wait to see what you become, Bean Shift. Back in Yehi's dorm room, he soaks in the bathtub, letting out a long sigh. First day, and I'm already dead on my feet. The #1 university in the Xia Kingdom? It really lives up to the hype. Suddenly, his phone lights up. Oh, a VIP is calling. Over in Liu Qingju's dorm, Yehi's voice comes through the speaker. Classmate Qingju, to what do I owe the pleasure? She replies, my mother sent the item you asked for. I have it right here. She also wanted me to thank you. For helping me take first place in the freshman trials. He perks up immediately. Is that right? Alright, give me a second. I'll head over to your dorm to pick it up. She quickly interrupts. No need for that. You don't have to come over. I'll just send it via drone. Oh, alright then. He shifts the topic. So, did you find a mentor today who ended up being your instructor? It's Dean Bai, she replies, a hint of pride in her voice. She said my talent was exceptional, so she took me on personally. Yehi smiles, genuinely happy for her. Really? That's amazing. She hesitates before asking, what about you? Yehi, which dean did you choose? He pauses, thinking to himself. Probably better not to mention I rejected all 5 deans. If I tell her that, she won't sleep a wink tonight. He mumbles into the phone. I already picked one. Signal's breaking up. Hello, Yehi. What did you say? Scene shifts 6 months later. Freshman year is drawing to a close. For the new students at Huadu University, this semester has been a roller coaster of chaos. For instance, right at the start of the semester, Ouyangze rallied elites from various provinces to form the Blood Dragon Society, quickly becoming the dominant force among the first years. But then, inevitably, when the local students from Hua City return from their summer training camp, Sonnen returns to campus. They clash violently with the Blood Dragon Society. As the conflict escalated, members of the Blood Dragon and the local Hua City students took their beef to the dueling arena. The result, naturally. The Blood Dragon members lost far more than they won, leading to the faction's rapid decline. Right now, the most famous name among the freshmen, but calling him famous at Hua University is an understatement. He should be considered a nationwide sensation. As for the actual valedictorian of the Hua City entrance exam, no one even remembers his name anymore. After all, he's been missing from the public eye for over 3 months. Scene shift underground research facility, Hua University. A voice cracks like a whip. Faster, come on, push it faster. A heavy foot stomps down on his back, accompanied by a lecture. Every time I step on you, I'm injecting my refined, pure martial energy directly into your body. Gonka explains, within that energy, I've infused my comprehension of the Bodhi-killing Heart Sutra. It'll help you stabilize your foundation after your recent breakthrough. Plus, you get the privilege of feeling my lovely feet walking all over you. You should be grateful. He grits his teeth in agony. Grateful my ass. You sealed my energy. Doing push-ups like this feels like bench pressing a mountain. To make it worse, his teacher's energy. I'm just rampaging through his veins, itching like crazy. She giggles, teasing him. A little minnow. Giving up already. We've only just begun. It's not even 1,000 yet. He gritted his teeth, snapping back. Who are you calling a small fry? Watch me speed this up. Hearing that, she immediately leaps high, preparing to stomp down hard. That's 2. Come on. Faster. Faster. Push harder. Use some force. He summoned every ounce of strength left to push his body up, sweat pouring like rain. Yet she didn't stop. She used the momentum to jump again. Mid-push-up, he felt that distinct sensation. His muscles were now pumped to the limit, radiating raw power. He realized the blood vessels were tearing apart the old, aged muscle fibers, shedding the weak layers to forge new, steel-like bundles infused with chi. Looking at his body, Gonka teased, Hey, your shirt's gone missing. You pervert, he snapped, flustered. She covered her eyes but kept her fingers wide open. Don't you dare peek. The training session finally ended. It was time to leave seclusion. She asked, You want to go already? He replied as he walked away. Yeah, I've been stuck here with you for 3 months. I need to get out and see some sunlight. She feigned tears, eyes welling up as she asked, Then, will you come back? He smiled. Of course, you. Suck at video games. Before I come back next time, make sure you practice properly, okay? Hearing that, she rolled her eyes at him. Now outside, Yehi sighed. 3 months without sunlight, it really did feel nostalgic, even though he wasn't exactly fond of the sun anymore. Looking at the unfamiliar scenery, he thought, it's been so long. It feels like a whole lifetime has passed. But leaving seclusion this time wasn't just for a stroll. He had important business to attend to. He remembered that at Hua University, a huge chunk of every student's semester grade depended on one thing. Extracurricular missions. Most involved hunting wanted rogue martial artists, investigating secret realms, fighting off beasts, tides, suppressing illegal organizations, or even dealing with foreign forces. He decided to head to the Student Activity Center to pick up a mission first and conveniently meet his best friend. As soon as he saw him, he greeted, Long time no see. Chuzo looked at him and replied, You're finally out of seclusion. Kept me waiting long enough. Yehi. His voice was calm. Chuzo, how's it going? How much has your strength improved? He replied slowly but firmly. 2 months ago, I broke through to the warrior level. In that moment of observation, Chuzo thought, First time seeing Yehi in 3 months. Neither his aura nor his physique seems to have changed much. But a voice kept ringing in his head. That is the most terrifying change of all. Just how strong has he become? Can I even keep up? 3 days ago, I was invited to watch a private duel between Shangjian Zhuang, the freshman representative, and Ouyangze, the vice president of the Dragon Blood Association. The memory made Chujo's heart sink. The result was no surprise. Ouyangze only lasted 10 minutes against Xiang Jianzhuang before being defeated, but witnessing that feat, I could feel it. Xiang Jianzhuang wasn't even using his full strength. Could Yihua fight Xiang Jianzhuang number? Perhaps even the current Xiang Jianzhuang is no match for Yihua. The silence stretched on until Qingzhu ran over, whispering, "Sorry." She looked up, eyes filled with worry, as she explained, "I'm late." Yihua looked at Qingzhu for a moment, then gave a slight nod. "Qingzhu, anything else?" She hesitated. "Yes." At that moment, a voice echoed in her head. "Qingzhu, remember, you and Yihua are a couple now. You have to act like it at school. Do things couples do." For example, the thought made her heart race. Things couples do. I have to do that right now. He looked at her, confused. "What are you doing? Haven't seen me in 3 months and you won't even say hi." Qingzhu turned her face away, ears burning red with embarrassment. "I hate you the most." Shortly after, the three entered the main academy building. Chuzhou slowly voiced his thoughts. The large screen displayed the recent hot missions, along with the students who had excelled. He turned to look, his voice steady. "Qingzhu and I have already completed 3 missions. Consider our quota met." "Right. I only came this time to team up with you." She nodded, her gaze stopping on the mission section. "There are 3 missions currently suitable for us," Qingzhu explained carefully. 3 missions: the serial psychopath in Heng City, investigating the beast tide in Lion City, and the anomaly in Lynchway County. Initially, they were all level 2, but the Lynchway County mission has been upgraded to level 3. Off-campus missions for Hua University students are divided into 5 levels. The higher the level, the greater the difficulty. Freshmen usually only take level 1 missions. The only level 2 mission Chuzhou and I participated in was a 10-person group raid. For a small 3-person team like us freshmen, it's usually very hard to get approved for a level 2 mission. Hearing this, Yuhua just chuckled softly. "Don't worry, I have special privileges." He recalled Gonkei's words. "Little Huo, you can handle things on your own now. Among the 1st and 2nd years, there aren't many left who can compare to you." Hearing that, Yuhua just gave a slight smile. "It's fine, I have special privileges." He recalled the words Gonkei had told him. "Little Huo, you're strong enough to stand on your own now. In the 1st and 2nd years, there's hardly anyone left who can match you." Genius. What you need right now is to find high difficulty missions to train your skills. Listen, you have free reign to accept any university level mission within the school. However, don't blindly take on level 4 or 5 missions. Those tasks have too many variables. Even Xuanwu martial artists risk failure. She couldn't hold back and asked, bluntly, "Where did you get that privilege?" He looked awkward. Just then, he cut in. "Yehi, what do you think about these 3 missions?" He secretly sighed in relief. Thank God Chuzhou changed the subject. Then Yehi began to analyze. Risks and benefits always coexist. The first mission is a simple pursuit. Personally, I think the efficiency of this one would be very low. We're dealing with a cunning rat that the criminal police have been hunting for months without success. The difficulty lies in the investigation, not the kill. The second mission is investigation support. I feel we'd hardly gain any experience or progress from it. With the Great Sea Dragon Sparrow involved, we'd surely only be assigned menial tasks, whether it's combat or main reconnaissance. It wouldn't be our turn to act. But the third mission, we control the entire process. Although no one can guarantee it won't lead to major variables, high risk means high reward. He concluded, if we fear danger and grow up sheltered in a greenhouse, we can't call ourselves martial artists. I'm leaning towards the third mission. Qingzhu didn't hesitate. I agree. Zhou didn't waver either. I agree with Yehi. Yehi made the final call. Good. Then today we'll set out. At the waiting room for off-campus mission teams, Nina stared at them, her voice dripping with warning. Isn't this just reckless? You saw a level 2 squad already failed in Lynchway County. You 3 are just freshmen, yet you dare accept a level 3 mission too arrogant. He kept his polite demeanor. Ma'am, I have a special privilege card. She narrowed her eyes, clearly not buying it. Learn to lie. I'm calling the department. Head right now to expose you. Nina turned aside to make the call. Yes, director. Yes. After verifying, her attitude flipped completely. May your martial fortune prosper. I actually really like that arrogant look of yours. Yehi turned his back, voice decisive. You 2 prep first. I need to pick something up. On the Mechanical Academy's forge, a place echoing with clashing metal and thick with formation energy. As he approached, the system scanned his entire body. Identity verification successful. Yehi stepped forward and stated his purpose. Dean, I'm here to claim the top prize weapon from the survival pendant battle. The old man looked him over and laughed. Yeehaw, choosing a weapon instead of an Earth Fiend skill. You have good eyes. If Senior Gonka hadn't beaten me to it. The dean's voice swelled with pride. Enough talk. Come see what I've created for you. Although it has no elemental attributes, it's a peak divine weapon forged from star shard alloy, famous for durability, capable of conducting 95% of martial energy. His eyes gleamed with obsession. This horse chopping. Sabir is 1.2 meters long. The blade is wide and flat, dark-hued but shimmering with speckles, like a starry sky. That's the signature of star shards. The spine is lined with dense serrations to increase weight and destructive power, delivering shocking force with every swing. The dean explained every structural detail meticulously. The hilt is wrapped in special non-slip black leather, threaded with metal fibers inside. This is also star shard material, helping the martial artist easily channel energy. He spoke with a touch of majesty. Each swing brings howling wind and blinding light that makes enemies shudder. He gripped the saber, clearly satisfied. Not bad. Perfect weight. Doesn't feel flimsy. It fits my hand. After all, this was custom made using his measurements from 3 months ago. To think it still adapts to my power after I broke through to the martial artist level. Yehi smirked. As expected of the Imperial University's bladesmith. Top tier. The dean laughed heartily. Naturally, I dare say, even if Senior Gonkei came here, when it comes to forging, he'd have to call me father. He immediately lowered his voice. Dean! The old man coughed. Yeeha! Absolutely. Don't let Senior Gonkei hear that part. The trio quickly set off. Their destination was a remote area. Lynchway County, Chuzhou reminded them. Due to mission secrecy, we're going in as ordinary university interns. His mind raced. First, I'll use my life force field to scan the area. Over the last semester, I've pushed the Emperor Mara template to 71%. My life field can cover the entire county. I'm afraid our arrival might spook the old rats hiding in the shadows. If those rats escape, it'll be a hassle. Exterminating rats has always been harder to find them than to, easy to kill. He immediately suggested, let's move. First, the three of us need to check out the safe house Imperial you arranged. Just a few steps later, a raspy voice grated on their ears. Hey young fellas, where you headed? Need a ride on the trike? Yehi flashed a cheerful smile. Mission start. The old man struck up a conversation first. Say, you lads look sharp and educated. Which university are you from, here on vacation? Yehi introduced himself smoothly. I'm actually a local here in Lynchway County. I'm bringing 2 classmates back for a visit. We're currently studying at Yuan City University. Ganshing replied naturally. A Lynchway local, who's your family then? Funny. I don't recall seeing you around. Yehi replied calmly. My grandfather was Yi Shorong. He passed away a few years back, and I moved away after that. The man nodded. So you're from old Yi's family? Inside, Yehi let out a small sigh of Yehi let out. Relief, thank God I picked up some of the local dialect on the flight over. The identity cover story Huadu provided actually holds water. Hearing this, Gansheng laughed continuously. Good young man. It's good you still remember Lynchway. You haven't lost your roots. That brings good fortune. The vehicle pulled up in front of a dilapidated old house, the mission's base of operations, Yi Shorong's home. Before leaving, the old man advised, Little Yi, in 2 days we're holding the grand festival. Happens only once every 3 years in Lynchway. You absolutely must attend. If you're shy around strangers and don't want to go out, this old uncle will come personally to fetch you. Yehi nodded in return. Understood. Thank you, Grandpa. Chuzhou frowned slightly. This house has been empty for over a decade. It's completely abandoned. Look at all these weeds and mosquitoes. Looks like we're stuck cleaning. Yehi narrowed his eyes, the corner of his lips curling up. Cleaning happens to be my specialty. He stomped his foot violently against the ground. Power exploded outwards, instantly blasting away the dirt and weeds. Chuzhou's mouth twitched. That's not cleaning. That's a demolition. Yehi dusted off his hands, replying nonchalantly, convenient and fast. Chuzhou started assigning tasks as he worked. Stow the luggage. I'm going to install mini cameras around the perimeter for recon. Qingju nodded in agreement. I'll check the situation inside the house. Not long after, her voice rang out. Yehi, come look at this. Quick. Yehi immediately stepped forward. Did you find something? Qingju pointed to a corner. There was a shrine there, worshipping some unknown entity. Yehi's voice turned cold. This thing was placed here. Placed. Recently? She paused, stunned, and immediately asked, Placed recently? What do you mean? Yehi nodded slightly, analyzing rapidly. The material of the shrine is wood. If it had been here all along, it would have rotted years ago. Even though this shrine is covered in dust, wipe that layer away, and it's clearly brand. It's new. Chuzhou's face clearly showed his displeasure. So someone planted this here on purpose. That statue gives me the creeps. I slash. At first, Ask questions later. Qingju immediately stopped him. Wait, Chuzhou, don't be reckless. What if it's an important clue? We need to inspect it carefully first. Yehi nodded. I agree. Seeing that he was ready to strike, she glared at Yehi. Who are you? Agreeing with you, damn idiot. Qingju sighed helplessly. At the very least, before you slash it, let's see what looks like under the mask of this clay statue. She reached out and pulled back the curtain covering the front. The moment the veil was lifted, Yehi instantly felt the aura in the room shift drastically. He frowned deeply, his voice dropping low with, warning, something's wrong. In a split second, Yehi's eyes turned ice cold. It's a filthy abomination. Chuzhou, cut it down. Chuzhou didn't hesitate. He swung his blade straight forward with decisive force. The moment the blade edge made contact with the statue, all three froze. Qingju's voice trembled with terror. The statue. It's bleeding. What the hell is that black liquid? In that instant, Yehi sensed a consciousness trying to escape. Where do you think you're going? He immediately initiated a summon. Yehi shouted, unleashing the technique False Self-Rudra. His arm shot out, viciously clamping down on the struggling monster. The creature emitted a distorted, warping shriek, its body thrashing wildly. Yehi immediately commanded with a steady voice, Chuzhou, seal it! Qingju couldn't suppress her horror, gasping. What the hell is this thing? Yehi immediately turned to her, calling her name in a low, urgent tone. Qingju, his eyes scanned her closely for her. Any fluctuations? Are you alright? He thought quickly. Qingju has been infected by that thing's mental energy. I need to transfer some pure martial chi to her immediately. Qingju shook her head slightly. I'm fine. She felt the fear instantly vanish, replaced by a spreading warmth throughout her body. The monster was completely sealed by Chuzhou, and the chaotic aura in the house gradually settled. Yehi's voice dropped low. It looks like the anomalies in Lynchway are connected to this bizarre clay statue. Our investigation has just hit a critical point. You two guard this thing. Here, don't let it mutate further. I have something I need to take care of. His mind raced, connecting the dots. I left a radiation marker on that tricycle driver. Looking at the time, it's time to close the net. Yehi smiled brightly. Grandpa, no need for you to come find me. I came here specifically for you. As the evening sun set, temple bells tolled through the pale mist covering Lynchway County. Stays here to prevent mutation. I need to handle something. Yehi quickly connects the dots in his mind. He left a radioactive tracking signature on that old tricycle driver. Calculating the time, it's the perfect moment to close the net. Yehi smiles brightly. Grandpa, no need for you. No need for to come find me. I came specifically for you. Twilight gradually descends, and temple bells toll amidst the thin mist. Lynchway County. Lynchway. Jinshan Temple. Kansin stands before the temple gates, his face calm but masking intense tension. A young monk steps out, clasping his hands in greeting. Benefactor, the abbot is waiting for you inside. The man nods repeatedly, that familiar, gentle smile surfacing once again. Good, good. Kansin follows Alam deep into the inner sanctum, passing through gloomy corridors, finally, halting before a massive wooden door that radiates an indescribable terror. The monk stops, bowing his head, respectfully to report, Abbot, I have brought Benefactor Liu Kansin, who meets the blessing criteria. He also says he has a matter to report. Alam clasps his hands, his voice ringing out. Abbot, Benefactor Liu Kansin, who has met the blessing standards, has arrived. He claims he wishes to repay a favor, but that terrifying door remains silent and shut. In the dead silence, the monk slowly turns around. This benefactor, what are your intentions? Why did you suddenly bring an outsider to visit? Alam's body begins to twist, his skin tearing apart as a disgusting monster instantly reveals its true form. Kansin trembles with excitement. The deity has descended. The deity has descended. Suddenly, a foot shoots out from the shadows. At alarming speed, Yehi strikes first, launching a direct attack on the newly emerged monster. Yehi furrows his brows, his voice dripping with disgust. So filthy. Lucky I have Ruta blocking this junk on the outside. If it splattered on my clothes, it'd be a pain to wash. The old man looks up, his voice trembling. You're that boy from Old Ye's family. Right then, the Buddha statues all around begin to shake violently. Rubble rains down as each statue starts to move with stiff, slow motions. He squints, observing them, unable to hold back a sarcastic remark. Since when can Buddha statues move a sharp spear? Suddenly lunges straight at him with terrifying speed. Yehi instantly summons Ruta to block and protect his back. The statues seem to fly into a rage, their aura surging violently, their stone arms clasped together, emitting a heavy, bone-chilling grinding sound. They simultaneously charge at Yehi, bearing down with an overwhelming, aggressive pressure. Yihua calmly speaks. Keeping his spatial ring in stealth mode to avoid detection, his gaze turns razor sharp. Starfall, slash blade, draw, in a flash. Yihua unsheathes his blade, the steel glinting coldly. He dives straight into the midst of the monstrous statues without a hint of hesitation. Every slash is decisive, felling them one by one onto the stone floor. Huadu dodges and lets out a faint laugh. You can shoot lasers from your eyes too. Are you guys actually Buddha statues? He tilts his head to the side, his voice full of disdain. Too bad. These lasers are way too slow. Yihua raises his blade high, his eyes cold. Let me see if your bellies are filled with straw or something else. A single slash cleaves through the statue's body. Metal and components explode outward. Kinsin screams in panic, his voice broken like a man who has lost his mind. Amitabha, but immediately after, the shockwave sweeps over him. His body shudders violently, and Kinsin collapses onto the cold ground along with the statue, making a heavy thud. Yihua's voice drops, filled with certainty. Just as I thought. Not living creatures. From the very start, I couldn't sense any life force or biomagnetic field coming from these two bodhisattvas. Yihua frowns. But in a backward county like Lynchway, how do they have such advanced scientific creations? He chuckles softly, as if finding the key point. Are the answers behind that door? Yihua commands. Ruda, even though I'm a college student, I should at least have the manners to knock. On command, Ruda swings a massive fist, slamming it hard against the wooden door. Yihua remains polite, calling out to the inside. Anyone home? The door shatters, wood splinters flying, revealing a pitch-black passage behind it. Yihua steps inside, his eyes warily scanning the dark space around him. His eyes widen as he realizes there's an entire cave system inside. Yihua speaks, full of amazement. To think there's such a massive underground palace here, complete with a giant statue. He takes step after step forward and calls out, Hey, the guest is already inside. Is the little mouse going to keep hiding? A low, deep sigh echoes through the cold, silent palace. A figure slowly steps out. This temple has no grievance or enmity with you, benefactor. Why do you come here to offend us? Yihua squints, a sarcastic smirk curling his lips. A robot like you? Are you addicted to playing human or something? As the words leave his mouth, he raises his blade and slashes, the steel tearing through the surrounding air. On the other side, Lam appears again, his voice monotone as if chanting a scripture. Benefactor, your killing karma is truly too heavy. Hua shouts in anger, his aura flaring violently. Cut the crap! Right then, the ground beneath his feet suddenly shakes, cracks spreading rapidly. He loses his balance and instantly plummets into the pitch-black abyss below. Yihua lands firmly, quickly looking up to survey the space. He mutters as he looks around. This place looks like a sewer. 1, 2, 18 doors. Are they sluice gates? In the dank darkness, pairs of green eyes simultaneously snap open, staring coldly at Yihua. His gaze sharpens. Lizard monsters again. There's a ton of them this time, and every single one carries. Based on the energy waves, these are level 1 and 2 martial artists. Yihua lets out a cold chuckle. Furthermore, the life signal fluctuations of these humanoid monsters are identical. Are they mass-produced, artificial mechanized creatures? Do they really think they can crush me with a brutal army of numbers? The last guy who tried that? The grass on his grave is already 1 meter tall. Suddenly, the aura around his body explodes. Xuanhuang Taoist skill. Asura 3 blades. Yihua growls low, killing intent surging. First blade path of heaven revealed. 1 slash tears through space itself. The monsters on the front line are instantly pulverized. The remaining beasts freeze, their ferocious momentum shattering in an instant. He smirks. Which temple hides a horde of disgusting monsters like this beneath its grounds? Ear-piercing screeches echo through the dark void. But before the sound can even fade, Yihua has already slaughtered the rest. From above, his voice drips with monotone sarcasm. Benefactor, your killing karma is too heavy. Benefactor, your killing karma is too heavy. Yihua snorts, brainless mechanized trash. Even with its head ripped off, it keeps looping that pre-recorded line. He glares into the darkness. Who is the puppeteer behind this? Still not coming out. Suddenly, a deep, murky voice responds. It seems we have encountered no ordinary enemy this time. However, that is all you are. The ground splits open. A bronze statue rises from the earth, its glowing red eyes locking onto Yihua. It glares with pure hatred, energy wildly gathering around its body as it channels every ounce of power, its aura swirling violently. It roars, Benefactor, you are beyond salvation. Yihua laughs. Not bad. It can even transform. The bronze statue bellows, shaking the very air, fall into the cycle of reincarnation. It raises a colossal hand, bringing it down with a crushing weight. Yehi does not flinch, his sharp gaze fixed dead on the statue. Bring it on. The bronze hand smashes into the ground, sending up a blinding cloud of dust. Immediately, a robotic voice alarms from within its body. Warning, warning. Energy output exceeding limits. Right arm overheating. The system continues to scream. Error, error. Energy levels critical. The bronze statue roars in confusion. What the hell is this? Within the thick dust, Yehi's form shifts, a violent aura surging like a storm. Yehi clasps his hands together, his low voice carrying a crushing pressure. Namo Amitabha. Then, he unleashes a barrage of attacks, giving the enemy zero chance to counter. In a flash, Yehi charges, landing a heavy blow straight onto the bronze statue. His arm extends unnaturally, gripping the enemy's head with terrifying force. Yehi presses the attack, a gruesome smile curling his lips. I am not done yet. The next hit will boom like thunder. Taste my rock-hard knee. The system voice frantically blares. Critical warning. Multiple fractures detected in cranial unit. It struggles amidst the rubble. Metal grinding against metal as the bronze statue forces out its remaining power. Floating prayer bead, treasure. Immense energy gathers, firing a blinding beam of light straight ahead. It channels violent internal force, condensing it. Before unleashing a ferocious blast directly at him, a massive explosion erupts, the shockwave blasting debris in every direction. The bronze statue's voice trembles with a mix of rage and terror. What kind of monster is this guy to think he forced me to use this weapon to destroy him? But suddenly, its metallic body freezes, stiff and immobile. Yehi stares coldly at his opponent. To put it bluntly, these toys of yours are just modern firearms, totally useless against a true martial artist. The statue roars, its voice distorted with static. Lingering spirit, I will release your soul. The bronze statue forcibly activates its final power, meteor personification. Yehi's voice drops, dripping with cold killing intent. You fake monk. Disappear, he shouts. Nuclear shaman breath, smoke and dust billow out. Yehi sneers sarcastically. Oops. Destroyed your mechanical model. My apologies. Yehi looks around the cavern, digging a cave this huge inside a mountain. If it is not lizard people inside, it is a mobile giant Buddha. He smirks faintly. Seems the mastermind is most likely some mad scientist obsessed with chaotic experiments. Yehi's gaze settles on the path ahead. Sure enough, there's a way down. Let us see where this lotus seat leads. 30 minutes earlier, in a cold, sterile laboratory, harsh white lights glare down. Yangguang watches the screen. Doctor, that kid took down the Mecha Bodhisattva at the entrance. But do not worry. This door uses our latest materials and structure. He absolutely cannot get in. Seeing Yehi enter, he tries to explain. It is fine. Doctor, we still have the clone army. Tens of thousands of clones. Even a grandmaster would be worn down to death. Plus, it helps clear our excess inventory. They both stare at the monitor, watching Yehi slaughter every single opponent. Yangguang stammers, panicked. Doctor, we still have a trump card. Trust our design. This mecha giant Buddha was built specifically to handle commander-level demon beasts, the Torture King. Dealing with a petty martial artist should be a piece of cake, right? But in the blink of an eye, the screen shows a scene of total destruction. The bronze puppet obliterated. The room falls into a deathly silence, save for the hum of machinery. The subordinate stammers, "Don't worry, Doctor. We still have..." Dr. Fang cuts him off, his voice raspy with fear. "Damn it, shut your mouth." A wave of dread washes over him. What kind of brain-dead idiot is this guy? The enemy has already kicked down our front door, and you're saying, "Don't worry, the guards above might buy us a few minutes." Max! Doctor, Fang barks an order. Evacuate now and initiate the base's self-destruct sequence. Nothing here can leave this room. Doctor, Fang was once a level 3 researcher at the Prometheus Institute. Before being secretly recruited by Laser Eagle, 10 years ago, the organization planted its roots here in Lynchway County. An ordinary little town, working from the shadows. They replaced every single monk at the Jinshan Temple. Exploiting the locals' faith, Laser Eagle began a massive brainwashing campaign, controlling the entire county under the guise of divine blessings. Tricking the people of Lynchway into accepting body modifications. They became free lab rats. Not providing Laser Eagle with an endless supply of biological material and clinical data. Fang sighs heavily. A pity. We have to abandon the base. Suddenly, a massive crack tears through the laboratory ceiling. Yehi descends from above, his cold gaze locking onto his prey. He smirks, staring daggers at them. Abbott, where do you think you're going? Yangguang screams, dragging Doctor Feng away. Protect the Doctor, retreat. Yehi charges, striking with brutal efficiency, instantly dropping the remaining guards. He walks slowly toward Dr. Feng, eyes icy. Feng backs against the wall, voice trembling. What do you want? We can talk this out. A desperate thought flashes through Feng's mind. Just press the watch. Trigger the self-destruct. Laser Eagle planted microbombs. Inside every key researcher. Our families are under constant surveillance, ensuring absolute loyalty. No one dares leak a single secret. Yehi reads his mind. He lunges, crushing Feng's wrist and clamping a hand over the doctor's mouth. Silencing him instantly. With a surge of strength, Yehi hoists Dr. Feng into the air. Painful muffled screams die in his throat. Then, Yehi lets go. Feng hits the floor with a sickening thud. Yehi looms over him. Now, tell me everything you've done to Lynchway County. Doctor? Feng scrambles up from the floor, eyes wide with terror. The underground lab spins around him. Yehi puts his hands in his pockets, voice dropping dangerously low. Did you kill those 3 young martial artists? What the hell are you planning here? Doctor? Feng's face contorts, turning a ghastly shade of pale green. He opens his mouth, green smoke hissing from his gums. I can't speak of the experiments. There's a listening device in my brain. If I say any keywords, the bomb inside me detonates. I'm dead either way. I choose a quick end. As he speaks, the poison takes effect. Dr. Feng goes limp, dead. Yehi grabs his throat, realizing immediately poison hidden in a tooth. Laser Eagle? Are they all suicidal maniacs? Suddenly, a red alert blares behind him. The doctor's heart stopped, triggering the automatic self-destruct. Yehi lowers his head, thoughtful for a split second. Too bad. In front of me, even death is a luxury you can't afford. A sharp tendril pierces Dr. Feng's neck. His heart is forced out of his chest. The vampire power can infect humans or corpses, turning them into undead thralls. Usually, they're just mindless zombies. Without special talent, they rot, unable to heal. Mindless and decaying, he would have been helpless, screaming in despair. But I have the beauty element, combined with vampire blood. Well, a transformation begins. Doctor, Feng's hair grows back, thick and black. His glass eye falls to the floor. Now marking a rebirth. Moments later, a man kneels before Yehi. Yehi smiles at his new servant, a perfect subordinate, memories and talents intact. Immune to sunlight, powerful regeneration, and absolute loyalty, body and soul. Yehi grins with satisfaction. You're not dead anymore, Doctor, which means the self-destruct sequence has stopped. From now on, your name is Mad Doctor, and everything in this base belongs to me. Your past no longer concerns you. From this moment on, your sole purpose is to serve me. And without hesitation, the Mad Doctor's voice echoed back. To serve you, Master, is my greatest honor. The young man continued, voicing his intent. Since you've assimilated the elemental power, a spiritual link has been forged between us. Monitoring devices are now obsolete. Cutting to the chase. The mutant flower narrowed his eyes, channeling energy through their mental bond. I want to see exactly when the city was compromised. The Mad Doctor silently accepted the connection. And through his glowing eyes, a fragmented memory resurfaced. Xiaoliu was there, devouring something ravenously. Out of curiosity, the doctor approached. Xiaoliu, it's not even lunch break yet. Have you finished cross-referencing the data I gave you? Blood smeared the assistant's mouth. Yes. I'm sorry, Professor Feng. I was just so hungry. Hungry. A plate of raw, bloody meat sat on the table. Raw meat again today. Tisk, with your bad teeth. Chewing that must be a nightmare. But Xiaoliu didn't stop eating as he argued. Professor Feng, these are tributes from the villagers for the Buddha. I heard they were outsiders, 3 young men. Very delicious. Professor Feng snapped at him. Something's wrong. Suddenly, he recalled a scene near the temple gate. An old woman. Sat there in silence, nodding off right inside the prayer hall. She knelt alone amidst. Cold bodies collapsed on the floor. Some were even asleep while kneeling. Xiaoliu looked excited. Isn't this perfect? The doctor immediately ordered these people moved to the lab for storage. It would save both time and effort. But a question nagged at him. Why did they suddenly come to pray for blessings? Only to fall asleep. A whisper echoed in the Mad Doctor's ear. Doctor, what's the matter? Isn't that sleep a basic human need? But he snapped back instantly. Something is wrong. The vision shifted. Hands were raised reverently toward the Buddha, the descent of the heavenly kingdom. As he bowed, numbers appeared on the doctor's arm. What is this? Why is it carved into my skin? It looked like a numerical puzzle. Quick-witted, he grabbed a pen and paper, frantically decoding it. The answer was a file directory path in internal company format. He punched the characters into the terminal, accessing document code 4B25612. This is... The Mad Doctor jolted back. He screamed, No, my memory. My perception. Has been altered. Images of his experiments flashed before him. Who dares treat me as a lab rat? Who dares use me? Only when he saw the file did he wake up. That numerical puzzle. Oh, I left it for myself before the infiltration. I knew that even if my mind was twisted, seeing a math puzzle on my own body would trigger my curiosity. Above him, tentacles watched silently. I knew I'd solve it and trust the result. The message revealed the truth, the cannibalism, the unnatural slumber, and those grotesque clay statues. It's all orchestrated by that heavenly kingdom cult back in reality. The mutant flower muttered, so raw meat was actually human flesh. And this heavenly kingdom, sounds like a straight up cult. More memories flooded in. This facility was originally chosen by Thunderbird as a secret lab, but this cult quietly infiltrated and seized control, brainwashing the staff just like the villagers. The young man listened intently, and his gaze hardening. So the 3 martial artists from Huadu were eaten. It seems Qingju and I were also on your menu, back in Chuzhou. Just premium ingredients to you freaks. The vision continued. Showing the doctor's past work logs. Year 8 of managing Lam Tui District, the Jinshin Temple base, is fully operational. The bioenhancement technology is stable. We are ready for mass production. This will usher in a new era. Martial artists will be obsolete, replaced by biosoldiers and mechanical constructs. With superior efficiency and power. The path of Prometheus is the only way. Unseen tentacles hovered above him, monitoring every move. Anomaly detected. Comparative analysis places the outbreak in Lam Tui District. And around February of last year, by March, we confirmed the anomaly and deployed a team, to investigate. But my mind, it's being altered daily, subconsciously, until it was completely assimilated. My scientific mind fought back, spotting logical inconsistencies and temporarily restoring my sanity, but I couldn't escape the inevitable. Assimilation complete. The screen flashed a massive warning. Data leak prohibited. Because our Jinshin research base. I've been assimilated too deeply. Escaping or resisting that will is nearly impossible. Right now, down in the county, the citizens are frantically tearing each other to shreds. The anomaly in Lynchway County progresses in 4 stages. Cannibalism, eternal slumber, clay idol worship, and mass sleepwalking. Cannibalism marks the body's mutation after the spirit is first corrupted by that will. They're no different from soulless walking dead. The constant craving for sleep indicates the spirit is being corrupted at a much deeper level. Bowing to the clay idols means the body and soul are so heavily polluted they're beyond cure. But they are also feed, offerings to be devoured by those tentacles. Mass sleepwalking means you have already become nourishment for that entity. Back in the lab, the mad scientist stares helplessly at the glowing red screen nearby. Inside that crimson sphere lies a grotesque, pulsing fetus. I thought we who perform illegal human experiments were cruel enough, but we're nothing compared to this cult. They actually intend to sacrifice this entire city as food for that will. I finally discovered what they're using to corrupt the spirits of Lynchway's people and devour their life force. Listening closely to his words. That mutation fluid is likely a demon fetus brought out from a secret ruin. According to calculations, the day the demon fetus matures is... Yehi snap open. He emphasizes the time exactly 2 nights from now. A memory of Uncle Sheng, the driver, flashes through his mind. Little Yi, the biggest festival in Lynchway County is in 2 days. It only happens once every 3 years, so you absolutely have to come. He turns slightly, looking up. That old tricycle driver actually gave me a crucial piece of intel without realizing it. Inside the research room filled with whirring machines and massive screens, Yehi suddenly widens his eyes. He's connected the dots. Mission accomplished. Yehi turns around. All useful memories have been extracted. This base belongs to the Leish Diao organization. But the so-called Kingdom of Heaven controls the demon fetus and the movements of those 3 elite martial artists. Leaving the mad scientist immobile and kneeling with vacant eyes behind him, a smug smile spreads across Yehi's face. Thanks to you, I've uncovered Leish Diao's secrets, including your insane experiments. I don't have the energy to raid Leish Diao right now, but I'll hand that info over to Huadu and let them deal with it. There's also a surprise bonus. Since you participated in gene and gold research before you died, I now understand exactly how to use the golden gene, but that can wait until after I handle the anomaly in Lynchway County. The results panel pops up. Mission complete. Although I could end the mission now since the truth is revealed as per Huada's request. That's not what I want. I'm not after Huada's public rewards. Yehi's face twists into a scheming grin. I want to intercept the fruits of victory from the Kingdom of Heaven's descent. Crossing his arms, he issues a command to the puppet scientist. Next, you will infiltrate Lynchway County. I will provide you with my blood. Find a chance to introduce it into the county's water supply. Ensure maximum infection rates. Hearing the demand, the mad scientist's eyes light up with fanaticism. Crazy. This is absolute madness, I understand. Master, you want to fight for followers against the Kingdom of Heaven's demon fetus? With burning eyes, Yehi adds a reminder. Every resident in Lynchway has entered the fourth stage of pollution. Reverting them is nearly impossible. Converting them serves my own interests. Yes. But when this storm passes, I will try my best to restore their lives. At the very least, under my control, they won't be a danger to society. Later that day, at a simple safe house used as a base, Yehi strides in from the door. I'm back. He spots Qingju eating, but her face is dark and grim. Looking at her expression, he realizes immediately they figured out what the food in Lynchway County really is. Beside her, Chujo speaks up, sweating nervously. Qingju and I went out to investigate earlier. We suspect the locals are eating human flesh. You already knew this, didn't you? Yehi. Yeah. Basically, the whole city is being enslaved by some twisted perception of reality. Yehi looks impressed. Not bad. This killer guessed 80 to 90% of it. Hearing the confirmation, Qingju glares furiously. An illegal experiment base has infiltrated Lynchway for years, but why is the county in such total chaos? Unlike Qingju, Chujo remains ice cold. It means a powerful biotechnology organization has fallen into the anomaly of Lynchway County. Without hesitation, Qingju demands, this has already exceeded level 3, hasn't it? Do we need to call Huadu for backup? Yehi's face goes blank. Are you kidding? If she calls Huadu, how is he supposed to steal the prize to calm them down? Yehi clenches his fist and declares, relax. This mission is just weird, not deadly. It doesn't threaten our safety, so don't scare yourselves. If you keep thinking about danger, you know what the food in Lynchway County is made of, right? Beside him, Chujo breaks into a cold sweat, raising his voice. Earlier, Qingju and I went out to investigate a bit. We discovered the people of Lynchway County are suspected of eating human flesh. You probably knew this a long time ago. Yehi. Basically, the entire city has been enslaved by something due to a twisted cognitive distortion. Listening to his analysis, Yehi is quite impressed. Not bad. This killer guessed 80 to 90% of it. After hearing the story, she glares. An illegal experimental base infiltrating Lynchway County for years. Why is Lynchway County so chaotic? Unlike Qingju, Chujo remains incredibly calm. This means a biotechnology organization with significant power has also fallen into the anomalies of Lynchway County. Without hesitation, Qingju demands, the situation has already exceeded level 3, hasn't it? Do we need to call Hua University for backup? Yehuo's face freezes instantly. Kidding me. If she calls Hua University here, how am I supposed to loot the rewards first to reassure them both? Yehi clenches his fist and declares, don't worry, this mission is only difficult in a weird way. It doesn't threaten our safety. Don't scare yourself. If they encounter danger but keep thinking about going back for reinforcements now, what good would that do? He placed a reassuring hand on their shoulders. Here's the plan for now. We wait. We hold our positions until nightfall. We've already witnessed the horrors of Lynchway County eating raw meat, worshipping, strange clay statues. But there is one final anomaly we haven't faced yet, mass sleepwalking. As he finished speaking, Yehi's gaze darkened. Perhaps this heavily mutated city only reveals its true nature under the cover of darkness. And sure enough, he was right. That night, in Chengdu, in Dod, at the Laserbird Corporation headquarters, 3 shadowy figures sat around a table. Half an hour ago, they received a distress signal. The self-destruct sequence at the Jinshan Temple base in Linshui had been activated, but then canceled just seconds later. Something was definitely wrong. They had lost all contact with the base. The board had gathered to decide how to handle this mess. A man stepped forward, his voice cold as ice. It's simple. Better to kill 1,000 by mistake than let one witness escape. Activate the heart bombs inside every researcher at the base. Leave no one alive. Then, send the special ops team to Lynchway to investigate. Not far away, at the Lynchway County Central Water Treatment Plant, an explosion suddenly tore through the facility, destroying everything. The mad doctor stumbled out of the ruins, clutching his bleeding chest. Master, Laserbird just detonated the bomb in my heart. Luckily, I managed to rip it out in time. I'm recovering now, but knowing their style, a Laserbird special ops squad is already on its way. Receiving the intel, Yehi simply signaled back, don't worry, continue with the plan. The mad doctor grit his teeth and obeyed. Elsewhere, the night was deep and silent. Linshui, Linshan, Linhai. At the desolate train station, the final train of the night rolled in. It docked safely, the doors hissing open. A pair of massive feet stepped onto the platform, moving with a heavy, lumbering gait. A hulking man grinned with savage delight. So quiet. The company really knows how to pick a spot for a secret base. Suddenly, a suitcase rolled up from behind him. The company has already investigated. Great Sia Dragon Breath is not involved in the Jinshan incident. A middle-aged woman stepped forward, cradling a baby in her arms. Baiyang, who do you think did this? The company has too many enemies. Following them was a younger pair, sent to scout ahead Jin She, Qing Niao, and a man wearing thick, nerdy glasses. The man with glasses, Heisha, spoke up. I've wiped all experimental data and compromised devices. He looked at the leader, Bai Yang. Captain, do you want a bite? We've been eating nothing but instant noodles this whole trip. Ignoring the food, she sighed, rocking the baby. First, I need to find a place to breastfeed. It's pitch black out here. The big guy, Nian Yu, grinned pervertedly. It's inconvenient to move. Just feed the kid right here. I promise I won't look. Piss off, Bai Yang snapped immediately. You degenerate scumbag. Nian Yu laughed, trying to change the subject. Hey, be honest. Do we look like professional assassins to you? The captain used to be a terrifying hitman, but now she looks like a housewife. And you look like a generic programmer. Heisha pushed up his thick glasses, holding his head high. Those guys in black suits and sunglasses fakes. That's not professional. True professionals blend into their environment without being detected. We look like normal people. That is true stealth. Enough chatter, he commanded, his voice dropping to a cold whisper. Let's split up. Jinshi and Qingniao investigate Lynchway County. Nian Yu, Bai Yang, and I will head to the Jinshin Temple base to assess the situation. The team moved out into the vast night. Meanwhile, at a long abandoned house, the air was thick with decay. A basin of water sat next to a rotting human skull. The city is strange, Jinshi muttered. I can feel something unnatural in the air. Obviously, Qingniao replied. People here eat human flesh. What else did you expect? She moved around the room, scouting. This mission was clearly not going to be simple. Suddenly, Qingniao froze, her eyes locked onto a small shrine in front of her. Her expression shifted instantly. Her pupils dilated, trembling, as she stared at the clay statue sitting by the window. Through the comms headset, a report came in. The cause of the Jinshin base incident has been confirmed. A single martial artist destroyed the entire facility with brute force. Over 10,000 bioengineered corpses are scattered outside. Fortress-level mech units were ripped apart with extreme violence. There are no survivors inside the base. However, the base commander and top researcher, Dr. Feng Xia, is missing. His body was not found among the wreckage. The transmission cut out with static. Jinshi frowned, tapping his ear. Signal interference. He pressed his face against the window, and his expression turned to pure terror. This is a zombie army. A massive crowd was closing in. It's the mass sleepwalking and they're surrounding us. Jinshi panicked, realizing the sheer number of them. We've been spotted. Desperate. He turned to his partner. Qingniao, we need to move. Hurry. But the moment he turned, a blade plunged deep into his stomach. The sudden attack left him gasping, clutching his wound in shock. Qingniao. You. That look on your face. Are you being controlled? Qingniao and Jinshi gazed toward the statue. The idol inside the temple radiates an intense purple spiritual aura, brought straight from the Moonshadow ruins. Not far away in Barrows, atop a massive tower, the silhouette of a man stands silently. Yehi raises his head, gazing up. The moon is massive, too massive. It feels like his own biomagnetic field is easily being overshadowed. Without hesitation, Yehi uses his phone to update his coordinates. First, he broadcasts the position of Shu and Qingju to the southeast of the city, right where the sleepwalkers are gathering. In the blink of an eye, he vanishes from the tower's peak. If this mass sleepwalking is the process of that will feeding, then what exactly does this feast look like? Well, he's about to find out. Back to Jin. He finally wakes up from his unconscious state. Am I? He sees he is tied up next to Qingniao, with a horde of zombies right in front of them. What the hell is this? The sleepwalkers stare at, both of them with undisguised hunger. These people were just town residents a moment ago. Are they being controlled too? Terrified, he turns to Qingniao and screams, Qingniao, wake up, you useless trash. Wake up right now. Down. Below, the mob of sleepwalkers inches closer. Are you people from the kingdom of God's descent? We can talk this out. We can sit down and talk clearly. The organization behind me is incredibly powerful. Damn it, they are completely unresponsive. Jin, she's face drains of all blood, turning deathly pale. These people have been brainwashed by the kingdom of God's descent. They can't even be called human anymore. They are monsters in human skin, perhaps even more terrifying than beasts. At least beasts fear pain and death. But these crazy cultists, they fear nothing. As he falls into despair, a sound suddenly cuts through the air, jolting him awake. The sound of a bell. Above them hangs a colossal moon, illuminating the entire sky. It is enormous. That light instantly captivates the sleepwalkers, making them stare unblinkingly. Suddenly, a pair of feet stomp onto the shoulders of the old sleepwalker standing at the front. It is a chain reaction from the silent crowd behind. In seconds, they stack on top of each other, connecting into a long line. Soon, all the sleepwalkers transform into a human rope floating toward the moon. Suddenly, the ropes binding the two captives are yanked upward, leaving a gaping hole in the formation. Qingniao and Jinshi are being dragged by the sleepwalkers toward the moon, kilometers away. Meanwhile, at a luxury tower deep into the night, Heishu holds his phone to his ear. I can't contact Jinshi or Qingniao. Something must have happened. it is very likely that the person who destroyed the Jinshan temple base has made their move. He glances at Neon Yu and Baiyang on either side. No matter what happens, a major incident has likely occurred in the city. We must seize the initiative. Return to the city immediately. Suddenly, a beam of light shoots down, blinding the three of them. It is part of the giant moon, pressing right up against where they are standing. Baiyang, with his sharp eyes, points downward, his expression slightly startled. Look there. Following his gaze into the distance, beneath the moon hangs a glowing thread. Is that a pillar of light? It looks like the moon has been pulled down. Stop spouting nonsense at a time like this. Looking closely at the details, Heishi's face is dripping with sweat. The direction of that pillar of light lands somewhere inside the city. What on earth is this? The destruction of the Jinshan Buddhist temple base seems far more complex than the higher-ups thought. Without saying another word, they sprint headfirst down the desolate road. Let's go to where the moonlight shines. Perhaps that is the reason Jinshi and the others lost contact. A while later, the three reach a deserted village. The wind blows cold. Leading the way is Heishi, followed by Baiyang and Nian Yu with his heightened senses. Heishi glances back and issues a warning. There is someone. He instantly draws a dart and throws it forward without hesitation, but the weapon quickly slams into an obstacle, a hard metal frame appearing out of nowhere. It loses momentum, flies into a wall, and sticks firmly into it. Unfazed, he pushes up his glasses. A magical tool. Seems like they aren't ordinary people. On the other side, an arm gently opens an umbrella halfway. Someone is hiding behind it. Qingju spins the umbrella and steps out. Who are you? Why did you attack us? Seeing the defender, Heishi smiles confidently and guesses. Looking at her outfit, you aren't locals, are you? So, the ones who destroyed the Jinshan base were you people, standing before the empty village. Heishi gives a cold order. 3 seconds. Crush these two dirty insects. Both Neon Yu and Baiyang obey with eager, hungry looks. Luckily, right at that moment, Chuzhou arrives, standing in front to shield her. With a look of disgust, he charges forward. But I should enjoy this a little first. A top-tier beauty like that killing her, well, this would be a waste. Neon Yu's power worries Qingju. His strength is too high. Seeing her in danger, Chuzhou unleashes an attack to break the siege. Get lost, you pervert. An ice wall rises. He thinks the ice is a perfect shield, but a thunderous crash echoes out. None other than Heishi punches through the ice wall in just a few notes. In mere seconds, the layer of ice, the ice wall, crumbled that easily. Seeing the situation turn critical, Chuzhou makes a split-second decision. Pull back. These three are high-level warriors at minimum. We can't drag this out. Retreat. Following his lead, Qingju nods. Copy that. But they barely make it a few steps before a cold blade presses against their throats. Just 1 second remains. Suddenly, a sharp notification rings out from behind Black Lion. The sound startles Black Lion. Someone else. His reflexes kick in, barely dodging a sword that slams into the ground right where he stood. That was too close. Intrigued, he spins around to face the newcomer. Yehi, who the hell are you? Are you with this trash? Yehi stands tall, his voice cold and steady. I'm the one who's going to end your life. That single sentence instantly ignites Black Lion's battle lust. He adjusts his glasses, grinning. Big talk, kid. He unleashes his signature move, 12 phantom assassination arts instantly. He launches a barrage of lethal slashes. Die, brat! Yet, facing the onslaught, Yehi doesn't flinch. He stands perfectly still. Varudo, a faint smile touches his lips. No fear. A Grandmaster level warrior protected by chi armor can withstand tank shells without a scratch. But they can still be killed. Yehi dances through the storm of blades, dodging every strike Black Lion throws. Phantom assassination. Impressive technique. I can't tell the real body from the fakes at all. Seizing the moment, Yehi leaps into the air, hand raised high. But I don't need to find the real one. His strange confidence makes Black Lion sneer in contempt. Black Lion. Real name, unknown. In a flash, a crimson arrow streaks toward Black Lion, this nondescript man, the king of assassins. Doesn't see it coming. The sharp tip pierces straight through his skull without resistance. He crashes to the ground, eyes wide in confusion, and dies instantly. He's dead. No time to waste. Yehi grabs Black Lion's body. I need to use this while the corpse is still warm. Your blood will push me past the apprentice stage and into the warrior realm. A torrent of glowing red blood erupts from the body, freezing everyone in their tracks. Black Lion's face and body begin to wither instantly, drained of all vitality. In seconds, the mighty assassin is reduced to a dried husk. Standing in the pool of blood, Yehi smirks. Not bad. I've ascended to an 8th stage warrior. The sight makes Catfish tremble uncontrollably. What the hell? This happened to the captain. Killed by that kid in a blink. Clutching the child, Ares stammers, terrified. He even drained the captain's blood. He's a monster. Yehi stares them down. I'm not finished yet. Let me show you something really interesting. As he speaks, a hand claws its way out of the blood pool, corpse puppet, blood demon art. The sudden movement makes Ares' eyes bulge. It's Black Lion resurrected as a skeletal horror. Captain, damn it, what kind of monsters are these? Each one is more terrifying than the last. Is he really just a warrior? Ares' mind races, formulating a plan instantly. Leave this to me. She gathers her strength. She hurls the bewildered baby into the air. Immediately, the child begins to change, its body expanding, muscles tearing and swelling. It morphs into a grotesque biomechanical abomination. Sweetheart, block them. With the distraction set, Catfish and Ares turn and run. Run now. Yehi glances at Qingju and Chuzhou, barking orders. Chuzhou, Qingju, you two team up with my blood shadow. Handle this biochemical freak. Everything is in place. He smirks. I'm going to hunt down those two masters. Chuzhou raises his head, eyes glowing. Understood. He triggers his bloodline awakening. Obeying Ares' final command, the monster opens its maw and roars. It raises a massive hand, claws glistening, and swipes viciously at Chuzhou. Meanwhile, back in the desolate village, dead of night, Chuzhou stands his ground, unleashing the Swan Huang technique Dragon Shadow. Sensing the lethal threat, the monster recoils. It throws a massive punch. Neither side gives an inch, a brutal clash of raw power. Spotting an opening, Chuzhou raises his blade high. Take this. He brings it down in a clean, devastating arc. The blade slices toward the monster's neck, sparking panic in its eyes, but its reaction shocks Chuzhou. It's this big, but moves that fast. He stares at the wound wires sparking beneath the flesh. Is that a mechanized organism? The recoil throws Chuzhou off balance. He lands and skids back. It's too fast. Just then, Yehi's summon, the Black Lion Shadow, joins the fray. Shadow Strike. Diving from above, it ambushes the distracted monster. A silent, effortless slash cuts across the beast's body. Above them, Qingju hovers, wings of light spreading like an angel's. She extends a hand, energy condensing rapidly. Genetic art. A massive purple orb pulsates with destructive power. Violet sun flare. She hurls it at the monster, whose feet are now frozen to the ground by Chuzhou's ice. You're not going anywhere, freak. The beast stares helplessly as the energy descends. Boom! A blinding explosion of light consumes the entire area. Silence returns to the clearing. Not far away, in a dark underground sewer, Catfish scrambles through the filth. That monster bought me time. I survived. The last time he ran this frantically was on the battlefield against the Black Triangle Warlord. His instincts scream danger. A chill runs down his spine. He glances back and sees a flash of light. Azure lightning crackled dangerously close to Catfish's body. A familiar voice sent a chill down his spine, draining the color from his face. Sure enough, rats always love scurrying into the sewers. Elsewhere, skyscrapers loomed over the desolate streets. After a struggle, she finally broke free. Ares sprinted out, but before she could celebrate, she froze in horror. Standing right there was Catfish. Ares' face twisted in pure terror. Golden Snake and Azure Bird had lost contact. The captain was dead. And now, even Catfish. Am I the only one left? Just who in the hell are those three kids? Are they monsters? Panic exploded in her chest. She chewed her fingernails frantically. No, I can't die. I have to live. But where? Where could she run? Suddenly, her survival instincts kicked in. An idea flashed through Ares' mind. That's it. She locked her eyes on the moonlight source nearby. That lunar silhouette. Isn't that the masterpiece of the Kingdom of Divine Descent? With absolute resolve, Ares bit down hard on her thumb. I will survive, even if I have to sell my soul to the devil. I must live. No sooner said than done. Moments later, she stared in a daze, muttering, What is this? In front of Ares, a mass of sleepwalkers twisted together. It was grotesque. From behind, carrying Catfish's severed head like a trophy, Yehi spoke coolly. You planning to rush up there? She spun around, heart stopping. Crap. He caught up. Desperate to survive, Ares bolted. She didn't care about anything anymore. She grabbed onto the floating sleepwalkers, using them as a ladder. She climbed frantically, putting distance between them. But then, as she reached the top, her eyes went wide. A massive gate was waiting for her. Is that the gate? A purple light flickered in and out of existence, then blasted straight into her. She took the full force of it. Mom? Dad? I miss you so much. In the dead of night, the moonlight and the chain of sleepwalkers fused tight. Finally, they reached the gate. Standing silently below, Yehi watched with a cryptic smile as his silhouette, blade on his shoulder, dissolved into the golden moonlight. Seconds later, Yehi landed softly. Nice. The Kingdom of Divine Descent used your fear to hallucinate a path to the moon. How interesting. He checked his phone. The hit squad sent by Thunderbird, 2 dead. The other 3 probably wish they were. Yehi grit his teeth, eyes glowing with twin flames. By my count, the Kingdom of Divine Descent arrives tomorrow, and Thunderbird won't dare send another wave after losing a base and a squad. All this hard work, the show is finally about to start. Hours passed. The chain of sleepwalkers connected to the moon faded into nothingness. Silence reclaimed the night. Where Golden Snake and Azure Bird once stood, only 2 deep craters remained, marking their graves. Cleanup complete, Qingju asked, concerned. Yehi, the bizarre level of this mission exceeds anything we imagined. You really want to keep going? He looked into the distance, a scheming smile playing on his lips. Relax. I'm certain. Besides, it's not just the 3 of us. We have a powerful ally helping from the shadows. They just prefer not to show their face. Chuzhou narrowed his eyes, sensing something off. An ally. After all this time, Chuzhou knew Yi, who couldn't just be from a normal family like his file claimed. In the martial world, bloodlines matter. High-level martial artists are a different species entirely compared to normal humans. He's either the illegitimate son of some titan or a young master undergoing a trial. If it's the latter, he definitely has a protector. That explains the ally. Not wasting a second, Yehi channeled his internal energy. Chuzhou, Qingju, I have a critical mission for you two. Instantly, red mist erupted from the ground, thick as fresh blood. Demon shadows materialized. Take these shadows. Smash every single earth statue in the city. Chuzhou didn't hesitate. On it, he bolted immediately. Seeing his overenthusiasm, Qingju just sighed silently. She turned to leave, but Yehi called out, Qingju! His face was deadly serious. Trust me. She smirked, then gave a bright, innocent smile. The only one I trust is Yehi, but hey, try trusting your team a little more. Don't carry the whole world on your back. After moving with incredible speed, Yehi returned to the luxury tower. The mad scientist was waiting. My lord, you've arrived. Yehi cut him off. Skip the pleasantries. Time is short. We need to prepare for battle immediately. Without hesitation, the scientist led him to a pit filled with corpses. The artificial humans you defeated earlier. And they are all here. They're all that. They'll assume he's the young master of a powerful martial arts family testing himself. If it's the latter case, surely there would be a guardian protecting him nearby. This would also explain the allies he mentioned. Not wanting to waste time, he quickly channels his internal energy. Chuzhou, Qingju, today I have a very important mission to entrust to you two. Beneath the ground, a red aura instantly erupts, looking exactly like fresh blood, accompanied by the emergence of ghostly shadows. You two, follow my ghost shadows and smash all the clay statues inside the residential houses in the city. Hearing the order, Chuzhou immediately bolts off at top speed. Got it. Seeing his overly enthusiastic attitude, Qingju can only stay silent, feeling helpless. She also intends to leave but is called back by Yehi. With a confident face, he assures her, Qingju, trust me. Hearing every word he utters, the corner of Qingju's mouth lifts slightly. Finally, she smiles with an innocent tone. I trust only Yehi. In the future, trust your teammates more. Don't try to shoulder everything alone. After moving for a while, just like that, back in the luxurious mansion from earlier, the Mad Doctor stands waiting for Yehi. My lord, you finally arrived. Save the small talk, Yehi urges, his voice pressing. We don't have much time. We need to prepare for battle immediately. Without hesitation, the doctor leads him to a pit filled with corpses. These are the failed homunculi you took down before. Remember, stacked high here. Excellent. The quantity is sufficient. Seeing everything ready, Yehi channeled his energy to activate the power. The anthropomorphizing power. Right on cue, a torrent of monster blood surged forth like rain. He funneled it all into the deep pit, where the corpses absorbed every drop. In a flash, signs of life returned to the dead bodies. One of them snapped its eyes open, scanning for prey. Not just one, the whole pack awakened. First, use the virus of the vampire to revive these bio bodies. Then, use the progenitor's authority to grant them the anthropomorphizing power. When needed, they will transform into a massive immortal army, obeying my every command. Nearby, holding a tablet, the Mad Doctor reported. Master, the bio-mosquitoes are deployed. They are heading for the district. A mosquito with a belly, bursting with blood, moves silently on its wings. Not just one, but a swarm approached the town. Excellent. These bio-mosquitoes carry vampire blood. They will fly into every home, delivering my warmth to them. Glancing at the armor, Yehi added, after the infection is done, go repair the Great Buddha Mecha, even if it was dismantled and hard to fix completely. Stripping some weapons to modify it is still doable, right? Without hesitation, the Mad Doctor nodded. Of course, Master. Rest assured. Yehi picked his ear, satisfied. Good. My side is moving. Now, let's see how my opponent, Heaven's Kingdom, acts. The next morning, on the highway, a massive convoy sped forward. This was Heaven's Kingdom, a cult that emerged right when the Secret Realm invasions first erupted, preaching humanity's extinction. A mysterious pope, wielding terrifying power, from the mystic ruins, drove this chaotic faction's frightening growth. Inside the vehicle sat a robed figure. The cult's doctrine used demon fetuses from the ruins to absorb bodies, life, and souls to mature, creating temporary vessels for gods to lead backward humanity into the kingdom of heaven. The leader wore a bright yellow robe. This nation is the hardest for heaven's kingdom to conquer. The vice bishop gazed at the area, but now it is about to become part of heaven's kingdom. A red mass of flesh, bound by chains, pulsed the divine fetus was forming. Back in the convoy, Bishop, ahead is Lynchway district, the divine fetus the Grand Bishop planted 4 years ago is there. A disciple looked at the vice bishop. The Grand Bishop gave everything to the divine cult, yet, in the end, he was murdered by those foolish dragon breath people. He never got to see the divine fetus he worked so hard to plant, finally mature. This world is truly cruel. Another chimed in. A man of such firm faith and compassion like the Grand Bishop, only to end up crushed to pieces. Listening to his disciples' lamentations, the vice bishop frowned. Therefore, we must not let his sacrifice be in vain. We cannot let this world fall deeper into the hands of those fools, or it will become a second sin realm. This single statement stirred the group. Welcome the descent of the gods, my children. This is liberation. We are saving humanity. Inside the car, they raise their hands in worship. God descends to the mortal world, heaven on earth. God descends, heaven on earth, fight for God. On the second night, the tethers of the sleepwalkers connected to the moon. The vice bishop watched from a distance, truly stirring to the soul. Throughout our history, only 2 divine fetuses have hatched successfully. He took off his hat, flashing an eerie smile. Now, I will enter the history of the divine cult. Memories flooded back a massive explosion. First, God of Heaven's kingdom hatched, causing global climate chaos. Tsunamis and volcanoes erupted, creating disasters that left hundreds of millions injured or displaced. And that was just the result of a god being active for 1 minute. Another fragment of memory surfaced, the ocean exploding. When the second one descended, the continent caused the seas to churn with fog and currents, blockading the land, and then silence. The entire continent lost contact. Satellite scans showed only void. Warning sirens had screamed nonstop. Allied forces were decimated. Since then, that dark sea became an S-class forbidden zone, where no one dared tread. Back in reality, the vice bishop sliced his arm. Fresh blood flowed onto the stone, unceasing. Standing in the pool of blood, the vice bishop declared, "Now I will welcome the descent of the third god right here, powered by the fresh blood." He ascended to the high platform. Finally, the vice bishop stood before the giant gate Bai Young had once encountered. He raised his hand high, flicking blood onto a sleepwalker's back. "Oh, high god, please accept my blood." The gate slowly creaked open. With bare feet and trembling excitement, the vice cardinal steps forward, taking it one slow stride at a time. Standing at the base of the stairs, he gazes up at the platinum god coffin. The demon god, nurtured by the sect for years, lies waiting inside. After draining the life force of every citizen in Lynchway County for 4 long years, the divine fetus is finally about to mature. He speaks a single sentence, and the crowd offers their blood in religious ecstasy. "Children, let us begin to welcome the Divine One." There is no anger in their eyes, only blind devotion as they look up from under their hoods. Moments later, the Vice Cardinal hoists the ice coffin onto his shoulder, staggering down the steps. "Yes, Father Cardinal." He places the coffin in the center of the fresh pool of blood. He raises his hands to shoulder height, his voice booming. "Great Moon Nightmare God of the Dream Realm, your most loyal servant calls to you. Please, allow me to chant your true name." The Vice Cardinal's voice echoes through the spire. Nightmare Barrows. Suddenly, chaos erupts. A sleepwalker unhinges their jaw, screaming frantically. And in the blink of an eye, the crowd of sleepwalkers begins to dissolve without explanation. A strange spiritual energy rises from their fading bodies, spreading out and merging with a brilliant blue light nearby. It is an inexplicable phenomenon. The two energies fuse, creating a spirit body of mystical color. The Vice Cardinal watches in shock. What is happening? Why is the pure white spirit turning blue? Was it that scream earlier? Is the spirit body being corrupted? He trembles, unable to comprehend the scene. How can this be? How can the divine fetus's spirit be polluted by a nameless scream? Who is sabotaging us? A swarm of spirit bodies rushes toward the coffin lying on the ground, rapidly absorbing into it. Damn it, the ritual can't be reversed. These corrupted blue spirits are intentionally polluting the divine fetus. Taking advantage of the distraction, a figure appears right behind him. "Kept you waiting, didn't I?" "Lord Cardinal." The Vice Cardinal turns, stammering as he looks at the young man. Who are you?" With eyes glowing with blue energy, The boy lowers his voice. In this situation, you still don't recognize me. Instantly, Yuhua unleashes a flurry of slashes too fast for the naked eye. Asura 3 blades, second form world-killing blade, strange fire, 1 sword. A single slash that splits the moon in two. Moon Slaughterer. I am the demon. As the bell of the high tower tolls a deafening, terrifying sound, blood sprays from the Vice Cardinal's mouth. Demon, Moon Barrows. Even the moonlight he worshipped is now stained with his own blood. Finally, the Vice Cardinal collapses to the ground. Yehi chuckles softly. So weak. Even with 3 life-saving artifacts. You are useless. Suddenly, a voice rings out, putting him on high alert. What an incredible strike, young man. A man approaches from the distance, draped in a crimson cloak. Do you want to join the God Sect? He removes his hood, smiling. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Lynchway, the supreme leader of the Xia Kingdom Divine Sect. The man you just cut down was merely my vice, Cardinal. Lynchway glances at the corpse. You understand, right? Being a member of our sect is a very dangerous profession. So, naturally, having a subordinate pose as the leader is just common sense, isn't it? Yuhua narrows his eyes, realizing the trick. It was a body double. He gathers momentum and charges straight at Lin. He out of attack. Lynchway raises his hand high, summoning a fluid that looks like holy water used to welcome the gods! You don't get to come and go as you please. The liquid transforms into long tendrils, wrapping tightly around Yehi's body. He is squeezed until cold sweat breaks out, feeling as if an invisible force has seized him. Is this telekinesis pushed past his limit? Yuhua roars, summoning Rudra. Lynchway's eyes go wide. That shadow behind. Have you also practiced the divine arts from above? Yuhua clenches his fist, summoning something else. Instantly, black energy erupts from his hand. Divine arts my ass. The only reason I moved is because I didn't want to fight. Next to that creepy coffin, a monster with a snake-like head and razor-sharp teeth lunges forward. Did you really think I was afraid of you? Standing perfectly still, Lynchway sneers. Filthy evil creatures like this can't hurt me. Just like that, the monster and the cult leader collide. However, the beast's power is immense, smashing Lynchway into the distance and dragging him across the ground for an ungodly length. He is slammed through building after building. After a moment, Lynchway returns, his body scrapped and covered in blood. He lifts his arm, which is already healing. I told you, you cannot harm me. In seconds, he's back to his pristine state. I am blessed by God. Yuhua watches, his expression eerily calm. You can regenerate quickly too. That's going to be annoying. Suddenly, from behind him, the sound of rushing footsteps approaches. God descends to the human world, heaven on earth. God descends to the human world, heaven on earth. Yuhua raises his guard and looks back. Lynchway's fanatics have completely surrounded him. He almost forgot about the mob. For justice! They scream, raising their razor-sharp blades high into the air. In perfect, terrifying unison, the cultists plunge the steel straight into their own hearts. Blood sprays like a torrential rain, painting the ground crimson. It's a scene of pure madness, a collective suicide that leaves Yehi completely stunned. Is this all the talent these lunatics have? He mutters. The twisted logic of this cult is truly beyond comprehension. His eyes dart toward Lynchway's trembling disciples, waiting for the next grotesque twist. What other tricks do these maniacs have up their sleeves? Suddenly, a crimson aura hisses right beside his ear. He feels it immediately, a cold, sticky, damp spiritual energy washing over him. Ripe. From the neck of a dead cultist, a sharp claw tears through the flesh from the inside. A monster crawls out of the corpse, its eyes glowing with malevolence. It looks like a demon straight from hell, hungry for human souls. But Yehi just ignores the beast. He tilts his head back and smirks, utterly unimpressed. In the end, you're just some foreign trash calling yourselves demons. Yehi sighs, covering his face in mock helplessness. These fanatics really are dying to serve, aren't they? He glances at the creatures. So that's the place sacrificing their own bodies to open a gateway. Living vessels for these abomination suicide bombers. Boom! A bolt of blue lightning crashes down. Too bad. Yehi sneers. I have my own soldiers I can blow up. Massive giant saurians materialize from the smoke. I didn't revive these lizards for nothing, Yehi declares coldly. They're the perfect vessels for this little game. The red-horned demons roar, charging forward with frenzied hunger, but before they can even touch Yehi, blood spills. Splat. Limbs fly in every direction. The giant saurians encircle the demons, launching a brutal all-out assault. Those ferocious hellspawn don't stand a chance. They're being torn to shreds. Yue watches the slaughter, frowning deeply. The bishop was assassinated, and now an army of giants appears. Who are these people? Suddenly, a thought strikes him. He presses a hand to his forehead, activating his spirit vision. Wait, where's that brat who led them here? He scans the battlefield frantically. Found you. Yehi is standing right next to the coffin. Yue gasps in horror. His target is the divine embryo. Stop. Don't you dare come any closer. Suddenly, Chuzhou and Qingju drop in to intercept. Chuzhou glares down at Yueying and bellows. Hey, eyes up here. Your opponent is me, pal. Yueying grits his teeth, panic flashing in his eyes. These guys came prepared. Are they agents from the Dragon Sparrow? Did they know about our plan all along? He runs the numbers, the assassination, the counter army blocking his demons. I can't escape. The Heaven's Descent mission? It's over. Meanwhile, Yehi steps calmly toward the ominous coffin. Just getting close sends a chill right through my soul, he mutters, shivering slightly. He rubs his chin thoughtfully. The guy inside seems pretty pissed off at me. Well, obviously, I did hijack his divinity, after all. Ding! A system window pops up. Host has received 5 special divinity points. The text scrolls rapidly, explaining the situation. During the final phase of the Heaven's Descent ritual, the faith energy gathered over 4 years was meant to build a god's body, but Yehi corrupted half of it. That corrupted energy was absorbed by the Moon Nightmare, meaning the creature was born with its power already stolen by the host. Yehi nods, enlightened. So that's how it is, he says, placing a hand on the lid. To be honest, I couldn't care less about those weak cultists. My real target has always been the god of moon and dreams. His eyes narrow. Even if I stole your juice, and even if you're just a malnourished premature baby, it's time to wake up. With a grunt, Yehi flips the heavy coffin lid open with a single hand. Stop hiding in there, but as he peers inside, he freezes. The coffin is completely empty. What the hell? Where is he? Yehi spreads his hands, addressing the empty air. You call yourself a god, but you're too scared to show your face. He grips his weapon tighter, suddenly noticing the atmosphere. It's quiet. Too quiet. The sounds of slaughter, the roaring giants, the screaming demons all gone. The battle between Chuzhou and the cultist has vanished. It's as if the entire world has disappeared, leaving him completely alone. Yehi. A voice booms from behind. He spins around, staring at the looming figure, unsure of what he's seeing. You. Lynchway sneers down at him. Have you forgotten this venerable one already? Yehi's eyes widen in horror, his voice trembling. The moonlight. It's an illusion since when? Lynchway's lips curl into a mocking grin. Why don't you take a guess? When exactly did you fall into my dream? Cut to reality. Under a starry sky in a silent district. Qingju and Chuzhou are fighting for their lives against a colossal demon. This beast is far tougher than the rest. Yueying watches, gritting his teeth. Yehi opens his palm, speaking to the empty air. You call yourself a god, yet you still have to hide in the shadows. Weapons in hand, he finally notices his surroundings. It's too quiet. The sounds of slaughter, the screams of giants and demons. They vanished. The battle involving Chuzhou, Qingju, and that vice bishop is nowhere to be seen. It's as if the entire world has been stripped away, leaving him alone. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind his back, shattering the silence. Yehi, surprised to see someone else. Yehi stares at the massive figure before him, uncertain. Is that you? Lynchway asks, have you forgotten this lord so soon? Yehi's eyes widen, his voice trembling. The moonlight. It's an illusion. Since when? Yehi demands. Lynchway smirks, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Take a guess. When exactly did you fall into the dream? The scene shifts back to reality, a starry sky hanging over a silent street. Qingju and Chuzhou are battling a colossal super demon. Its endurance is far beyond the others. Moonshadow grits his teeth watching the fight. Meanwhile, the zombies below spot a new opportunity. I have no choice but to use the archdemon to stall them, he mutters. Yueying activates his spirit vision to scan the battlefield, wondering how Bishop Lynchway is faring on the other side, but his eyes narrow. Something's wrong. The kid's state is abnormal. I can't sense the bishop's mental signature at all. Could it be? A chill runs down Yueying's spine. The situation has spiraled out of control. He makes a split-second decision. I have to get to the divine embryo. Now, he draws his weapon, the Phantom God Needle. One stab from this artifact, and blood spikes will erupt from within the victim's body. I'm growing outward until they twist the enemy into nothing but minced meat. Yueying charges forward, his voice dripping with conviction. Sinful souls are punished by the gods. But filthy flesh will be disposed of by me. On the other side, Chuzhou spots the movement. Crap. He's heading for the strange fire. Chuzhou screams, lunging forward. Liu Qingju, go save the fire. I'll hold this bastard off. Burning blood forbidden art, Chuzhou unleashes a terrifying power, instantly generating an extreme freezing aura. He frowns, calculating the cost. Freezing this giant instantly drained nearly all my force. He turns back. Someone's shouting to his teammate. Don't hesitate. Our lives are worthless compared to that strange fire. Qingju doesn't flinch. She takes flight immediately, leaving only a sharp retort. I know, just don't die, Chuzhou. But suddenly, Chuzhou snaps his head back. The archdemon has shattered the ice with a burst of flames. Damn it! The seal didn't hold. The massive beast glows red hot, melting the thick ice layers. Chuzhou drops into a defensive stance. The archdemon is furious. It smashes the ground, sending shockwaves everywhere, and roars, "You think that pathetic trick could kill me? I haven't even finished my revenge yet." But out of nowhere, razor-sharp ice spikes materialize. Flying at high speed and plunging straight into the archdemon's back, the beast howls in agonizing despair. Chuzhou vanishes, melting into the shadows. The blood of Huadu flows strong in my veins. He growls. The darkness around him begins to warp, signaling a strange transformation. Has something happened to Chuzhou? No, he's changed form. I have no choice, he thinks, desperate. Combining burning blood with a bloodline limit break. My life force is draining twice as fast. He raises his hands, now morphed into lethal, razor-sharp claws. But to send this devil back to hell, it's a price I'll gladly pay. From his claws, massive blocks of ice materialize, raining down on the archdemon. Chuzhou leaps into the air, now swinging his claw with a fury-filled scream. Go back to hell! The archdemon's eyes shine with blinding light as it bellows. A rage-filled roar. It stands its ground. Chuzhou pours everything he has left into one massive ice blast. Bloodline secret art. The collision between the giant ice spike and the archdemon's hellfire. Shakes the entire heavens. Chuzhou's eyes widen in shock. The impact. Something's wrong. The archdemon has formed a shield with its flaming hands, catching Chuzhou's attack head-on. It howls in triumph. Chuzhou stares in disbelief. It actually caught my storm sword chi. He's losing the clash. It's over, he thinks, panic rising. My sword chi is being incinerated by its abyssal fire. I'm out of energy. Just then, whoosh, an arrow tears through the air, shattering the stalemate. A streak of crimson light pierces straight through the archdemon's throat from behind. The beast freezes, unable to react. The monster that blocked Chuzhou's ultimate attack, brought down by a single, tiny arrow. Chuzhou collapses, reverting to his human form, his body screaming in pain. He stares ahead, bewildered. Another expert. Is it an ally of the strange fire? He spots a gun barrel, still smoking in the distance. It was the mad doctor. The scientist sighs in relief. Thank God. Master left me these force-infused armor-piercing bullets. Saved them for the critical moment. He looks at the battlefield, impressed. I thought this kid, Chuzhou, was the weakest in Master's squad. Who knew he was hiding a trump card like that? The martial system goes apprentice, fighter, master, grandmaster, arcane master, grandmaster, great grandmaster, national sentinel. And this kid is barely about to break through from apprentice. He nods approvingly at the girl too. That Liu Qingzhu is fierce. Keeping up with Master proves her potential. The mad doctor's face turns grim. Anyway, deploy the drones, help the kid recover stamina, then finishing off that demon will be as easy as flipping a hand. Yueying is losing his mind. He grits his teeth, shouting, You aren't Dragon Sparrow agents. Every one of you is younger than the last. And every one of you is a monster. Who the hell are you people? Chuzhou smirks, struggling to speak. Us, we're just ordinary freshmen from Huadu University. Suddenly, dozens of coffins shoot through the air from nowhere. The giant caskets slam into the ground, blocking Yue Ying's path. The lids pop open, revealing familiar faces inside. Familiar, but their eyes have changed completely. People wonder, are those things corpses? Qingzhu is shocked. She recognizes them instantly. That's the missing Team 2 from Huadu University. That guy in the middle. I remember him. He was one of the three who stood against us before. Yue Ying looks like he's found a lifeline. He laughs smugly and declares, God is watching over me. The mad scientist watches through his scope, panic setting in. She's done for. This girl, the one the master specifically ordered him to protect, is facing a circle of 6 zombie martial masters. Death is all but certain. He analyzes the situation fast. I didn't send the Giant Legion to help Qingzhu before because they're weak and brainless. They usually just get in the way. But now he has no choice. He has to send support immediately. If he fails the master's mission, death would be a mercy. He won't be able to atone for his sins even in hell. Suddenly, massive footsteps shake the ground. They're swarming in countless green giants appearing out of nowhere to block the undead horde. Qingzhu thinks, are these giants allies? Are they trying to stall the zombies for me? She frowns. She knows there's no time to waste. She has to save Yehi right now, using the giants as a shield. Qingzhu spots an opening and takes flight, soaring over the rotting crowd. But Yue Ying catches her movement. He barks an order. Stop her. Do not let her near the divine embryo. The zombies lunge, eyes glowing with a deadly light. They tear through the giants' blockade, chasing Qingzhu with desperate fury, while the giants struggle to hold the line. Qingzhu steals one last glance at the chaos behind her and flies for her life. From high above, she spots him. Yuhua, wait for me. But suddenly a streak of green light tears through the air. Slash. It hits Qingzhu. Blood sprays from her body. Her expression remains calm as she clutches her wounded arm, but her spirit hasn't broken. It's not over yet. Ignoring the blood dripping from her arm, she summons every ounce of strength and dives toward Yehi. She reaches out, eyes wide, screaming internally. Just a little closer. Yue Ying's face goes pale. He panics, realizing her resolve. It's over. Qingju finally wraps her arms around Yehi. Her voice turns soft. Yehi, I touched you. Qingju ignores the agony in her body and holds him tight. She has to get him out of here, fast. She glances at her arm, gritting her teeth against the pain. The blood spike that pierced her, it burns. She quickly uses purple fire to cauterize the wound and stop the corruption from spreading. It'll have to do. Looking down at the massacre below, her heart sinks. Have the giants already been wiped out? The undead are still swarming. We can't stay here. We have to go. Suddenly, a voice echoes from nowhere, dripping with menace. Give him up! Qingju's eyes snap open. The voice makes her jump. Who is that? The mysterious speaker continues, still hidden in the shadows. You've done enough. He won't blame you. The stranger refuses to show his face, but his demand is clear. He wants Yehi. Come on. Hand him over to me. Qingju is made of steel. She glares at the unseen enemy. No. She hugs Yehi tighter, screaming into the void. Get lost. The response is instant, a terrifying sound wave that vibrates the very space around her. The mysterious figure still doesn't appear, but the attack lands. Qingju freezes instantly. A mental attack. The sound manipulates her senses. Her body sways, unstable. My head. It's splitting. This laughter. Make it stop. The light fades from Qingju's eyes. She tries to hold onto a shred of reason, mumbling, Don't let Yehi get hurt. But she can't fight it. Her sentence breaks off. She loses consciousness, plummeting from the sky with Yehi in her arms. The undead swarm below looks up. They see them falling. Snap. Crack. Their necks begin to twist and elongate. Suddenly, their heads shoot upward, necks stretching endlessly into the sky like flesh spears. They accelerate with terrifying speed. Sharp heads aim straight at the helpless and falling Qingju. At the exact moment between life and death, a familiar voice roars, Huadu. The shout snaps Qingju out of her trance. She blinks, her mind still hazy from the psychic attack. Yehi is awake. He catches her, holding her with deep regret. I'm sorry. I woke up a little late. Qingju whispers weakly. Yehi, you're awake. She forces a reassuring smile. It's okay. You're not too late. Yehi holds her gently in his arms. Rest now, Qingju. I'll handle everything from here. Yue Ying watches. Furious, he screams. Damn it, how did that guy escape the god's illusion? But even with his rage, he knows he can't fight them both. Their necks crack and begin to elongate, stretching upwards like grotesque snakes. The horde of undead extends their heads high into the air. The necks suddenly accelerate, shooting up like spears tipped with razor-sharp heads. They launch a coordinated attack toward Qingju, who is losing control and free-falling. Suddenly, in that moment of life and death, a familiar roar tears through the air. Huadu. Qingju is jolted awake by the shout, her eyes hazy from the mental attack. Yehi has awoken. He catches Qingju, his face full of guilt. Sorry, I woke up a bit late, he says. Qingju replies weakly. Yehi, you're awake. She forces a reassuring smile, whispering softly, It's good. You're not late. Yehi holds her close, whispering back, Qingju, rest well. Leave the rest to me. Moonshadow witnesses this and explodes in rage. Damn it, how did this brat escape a god's illusion? But even so, he realizes he can't maintain the technique. Dealing with the moon, God's 6 disciples wasn't the issue. The severed heads of the undead were already rocketing toward Yehi. Attack together! Moonshadow roared like a madman. He can't handle a siege of 7 masters at once. Yehi knew. He had to protect Qingju first. He whisked her to safety to dispel the Huadu poison. Moonshadow's eyes burned with murderous intent. He wanted Yehi dead. But barely had the kill order left his lips when a colossal foot descended from the heavens. Panic erupted among the undead horde. The giant slammed its massive soul into the earth, pulverizing everything beneath it. Yehi glared at Moonshadow, his voice dripping with menace and challenge. What were you barking about just now? Meanwhile, Lynchway sat nearby, legs crossed, trembling violently and moaning in sheer agony. Tears streamed down Lynchway's face. He begged, No, please, don't stop torturing me. Flashbacks of the battle assaulted him. He couldn't understand. I created this illusion. Why? Why was he able to slaughter me with such impunity? Every time he killed me, I felt that tearing pain. Lynchway shuddered, staring at Yehi's back. How did he escape the dreamscape, or are illusions completely useless against him? He truly was a demon god. Not even the divine could punish him. Lynchway looked upward and pleaded. Forgive me, Lord Moon God. I have to force The dreamscape closed and pushed him out. Suddenly, the voice of the entity known as the moon god commanded, "Lie down in the sarcophagus." Lynchway panicked, stammering, "Lord." "Moon god," the voice boomed again. "I can only use your inferior body to complete the vessel." Back on the battlefield, Yehi's giant avatar pulverized the remaining obstructing zombies. Yehi spoke with utter disdain. "Even with power, in the end, you're just a pile of rotting meat." The cultists were now completely wiped out. Suddenly, a slender pair of feet began to slowly descend from the sky. Yehi looked up. He realized his true opponent had arrived. No. Wait. There was still one left. A white figure slowly floated down amidst the blinding moonlight. The mysterious entity from earlier was none other than Moon Nightmare. He stared calmly at Yehi. Yehi smirked. "Moon God, or is it Moon Nightmare? You finally decided to show your face." Moon Nightmare walked slowly, and with every step, a staircase, materializing from thin air, formed beneath his feet. Yehi didn't care much about the theatrics. His attention was drawn to the ground. Beneath Yehi's massive feet, the earth had vanished, replaced by a familiar, cratered surface. The entire space had warped. Yehi realized he was standing on the moon. He thought, but this can't be the real moon. I don't feel the absolute zero cold, or the vacuum of space. He calmly analyzed the situation. It's likely a slaughter domain, similar to Master Gong Keys. Unlike illusions that touch the spirit, this intent is a domain that overwrites reality. The damage here is real. Understanding the stakes, Yehi concluded. So, inside this domain, I don't have my immortality armor. Moon Nightmare stopped walking, hovering in the vast expanse. He floated closer to Yehi. Yehi, I truly admire you. In a sense, you are the most exceptional human I have ever encountered. Moon Nightmare sighed in appreciation, especially since you stole a fragment of my divinity. Your compatibility with me exceeds 96%. You are truly the perfect half. To complete my vessel in the mortal realm, Yehi didn't retort. He thought, let him ramble. My rescue plan is already done. I just need to stall for a little more time. Moon Nightmare continued. Yehi, I vow that after I use you for nourishment, I will grant you the right to retain your consciousness. You will step from mortality into the domain of the gods. You have no idea how vast this universe truly is. Whether it is the Blue Star or the Sin Realm, what you humans call secret realms, you have only seen the tip of the iceberg. Your talent is your ticket to ascend to a higher plane. Moon Nightmare began his manipulation. Come now, step onto the moon with me and rise above the 9 heavens. Yehi simply raised a giant middle finger in response. The invitation and promise of a god. I suppose there aren't even 10 people on the entire Blue Star who could turn that down. But as for me, I refuse. And here I thought you mysterious gods actually had some level of pride. Yehi stared down Moon Nightmare and continued. Turns out, you're just a group of intelligent creatures with a slightly higher life hierarchy, because you're in a crippled state. You can't threaten me directly. That's why you dragged out a useless pawn to patch yourself up, then resorted to threats and bribery. Over and over, just the same old cheap tricks. You're barely different from humans. I have to say, I really overestimated you. But Moon Nightmare didn't rage at Yehi's insolence. Instead, he spoke calmly. I forgive your rudeness. Human, once my mortal vessel is patched, even if I must use a body with only 20% compatibility to do it. Yehi taunts him, over and over, just the same few tricks. You're no different from the humans you despise. I truly overestimated you. But Moonshadow doesn't rage at the insult. Instead, he speaks calmly. I forgive your rudeness. Human, once my mortal vessel is complete, even using a body with only 20% compatibility will be enough to crush you. Even in a makeshift, flawed state, it's not something you can simply resist. Yueyan's gaze shifts, looking down like a god. I only ask for your opinion out of polite admiration. That's all. Raising his hand, Yueyan continues calmly. But your opinion doesn't matter. Nothing can change the final outcome. As Yueyan's hand lifts, Yihuo's massive form is instantly obliterated. He's shocked by this power. A mere wave of a hand tore apart his giant humanoid body. As his colossal form is shredded, the sheer force generates massive vortexes right in front of Yehi, staring at his own fingers. Yehi realizes the gravity of the situation. He can't move a single muscle. Yueyan stares into Yihuo's rolled back eyes. You're just a meal waiting to be savored. But then, suspicion strikes him. Why? Why can't I sense his consciousness? Suddenly, Yehi bursts into laughter, mocking him. Idiot, you just realized you can't touch my soul at all, didn't you? Sure, physically. I'm no match for you. Yehi pauses, then continues. But mentally I have the system's support. I predicted long ago that I couldn't physically fight a god like you. He holds nothing back, explaining it all to Yueyan. That's why I exploited the vampire template's extreme regeneration capabilities. Yehi flashes back to the image of his bisected torso lying on an operating table. I left half my body with the Mad Doctor split right down the middle, vertically. This guarantees that once my main body is destroyed, my consciousness activates in the remaining half. Yuan listens to the entire scheme, completely speechless. Suddenly, a crack fractures the darkness. A gleaming piece of golden metal emerges. Ripping through space, it forces its way out, leaving Yuan stunned. A massive, armored figure with long hair steps forth. Who is this help for Yehi? Or a third party? As the blinding light fades, the figure is revealed, Qinglong. He introduces himself. Head of the Dragon Sparrow. National Guardian Grandmaster Qinglong, I've come to challenge you. Yehi looks at Qinglong, a cunning smile spreading across his face. Finally. I figured you'd show up. Good thing I leaked this ruin's location to the Dragon Sparrow. I never expected to defeat this Yuan guy myself. I just wanted to snatch the divine power descending on the mortal realm. Yuan asks, dead serious. Is the body of this tier truly human? It seems my evaluation of your species' potential needs an update. Then, he scoffs, are you really an aberrant? Your body's purity is pitifully low. Too many impurities. Back when the first aberrant in history descended, I was a sect leader who fought in that war. That was the first time I saw true apocalypse. Compared to that, you have the scent, but the gap in power is vast. Yuan thinks to himself, isn't this Linji's trash body? What an absolute humiliation. He speaks up. Human. Have you ever been smashed by the moon? Yuan raises a hand, pulling Yehi's entire body toward him. Your body belongs to me. I won't let this battle damage you. Suddenly, Yehi is yanked backward with terrifying speed, accompanied by a frantic scream. Qinglong watches the scene. The aberrant values the kid that much. He frowns. Whatever. Once I suppress the monster, I'll interrogate the boy. Seeing Yuan charging, Qinglong recalls. Before I left, Jingwen mentioned him. His name is Yehi. Qinglong summons a massive azure dragon and charges. On the other side, Yuan's aberration attacks. They collide without hesitation, roaring in unison, prepare yourself. Meanwhile, in a pine forest shrouded by night, silence reigns. Yehi floats motionless inside a glowing sphere, unresponsive. Yehi quickly shatters the sphere. Nausea hits him, motion sickness. Where the hell was I teleported to? He places a hand on his forehead. His biofield can't detect Lynchway County at all. It seems he's miles away. This means Yuan predicted his battle with Qinglong would wipe out Lynchway County and everything nearby. Thank God I had the Mad Doctor evacuate Chuzhou and Luqingzhou already. I didn't expect that guy, Barros, to have instant teleportation capabilities. If he uses that to track me, I'm screwed. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. Yehi panics. Yuan's gaze. Whether in dreams or under the moonlight, the master of moon and nightmare sees all. It's exactly, speak of the devil. It feels like being stalked. He flushes at his own thoughts. Terrifying. Boys really need to protect themselves when they go out. Yehi stares at the system panel and thinks, well, I'm far from the battlefield now, finally. I have time to research this so-called divinity. So scary. Boys really need to protect themselves when they go outside. Yehi thinks, glancing at his system panel. Since I've left the battlefield, I finally have time to research this so-called divinity. I went through hell snatching you from that guy, so you'd better not disappoint me. The system responds with an explanation of divinity. Divinity is the crystallization of a domain or attribute, born from endless cultivation to reach the limit and transcend all, originating from the innate divine gifts of high-ranking races. It renders a being unique in a specific aspect, completely irreplaceable by any other life form, serving as the ultimate source of power for both existence and potential. Daiwa rubs his chin, muttering, no wonder that effeminate, silver-haired pervert went absolutely berserk when I snatched his power. He fought tooth and nail to keep it. The system chimes in with a notification. Reminder, 5 points of moon, or dream divinity, applied to a compatible avatar will trigger an evolution within that domain. Applying them to an incompatible avatar grants a probability to awaken those specific attributes. Recommendation. The host avatar compatible with moon and dream is Raku, the world. The Emperor avatar has already secured a mutation path. Altering its trajectory is unnecessary. Daiswa gasps, surprised by the sheer potency of this divinity. Simply put, it skyrockets an avatar's potential. Raku's abilities are barely tapped, currently used only on instinct like a raw racial trait. But if I infuse it, with the Moonshade divinity, Raku will instantly evolve in the moon and illusion domains. Daiwa muses. The Emperor avatar is already on a set mutation path, no point messing that up. As for the Titan avatar, aside from the incompatible attributes, it's just a stat stick for the Emperor. 0 upgrade value there, but Raku, it can manipulate time itself, infinite potential. It's my ace in the hole, second only to the Emperor. Mind made up. Dihua mashes the plus icon on the system panel. Let's do this. Upgrade. Vampire avatar, Raku the world, rank B+, enters the moon and illusion domains. Vampire bloodline ascension begins. Avatar Raku the world, rank A, bloodline ability, 1 Moonshade Carnival. Under the cover of night, physical stats, regeneration, and weaponry are boosted by 100%. Under direct moonlight, that boost hits 150%. During a full moon, the special state Demon Eclipse Moon awakens, unleashing the Twin Moon World domain. Ability 2, Bloodshade Art. My blood gains hallucinogenic and invasive properties. Weaklings corroded by my blood instantly become slaves. The more blood used, the deeper the nightmare. Even the strong will suffer mental corruption and hallucinations. Plus, my body receives a massive buff under moonlight. Ability 3, Blood Manipulation. I can accelerate blood flow for a short-term physical burst or fire it as high-pressure projectiles. I can also drop blood temperature to 10 degrees or use it to conduct energy upon contact. Ability 4, Raku. In normal state, speed is tripled. Under moonlight, 5 times. During a full moon, 8 times the speed. Special attacks deal moonlight damage and reduce the cooldown of time stop. The duration of the time stop reaches its absolute limit. Daihua stares at the stat block, awestruck. Insane. This is actually insane. Sure, the biggest power-ups require moonlight or night conditions, but when those conditions are met, the power is terrifying. He's stunned. All these buffs stack. My actual combat power isn't just adding up, it's multiplying exponentially. Raku is officially a top-tier utility avatar. High risk, high reward. This trip to Lynchway County was absolutely worth it. And of course, I haven't forgotten the good friends who fought so hard for me. This mission's difficulty is easily a level 4. Danger level definitely a 5. The university will have to fork over the maximum reward. Dihua calculates. At this point, things like credits and standard resources are useless to me, but they're life-changing for Liu Qingzhu and the others. Dihua shoots into the sky, landing casually atop a towering pine tree. He gazes toward the distant mountain where he'd been blasted into this vast forest. Spreading his arms, he drinks in the moonlight from above. Suddenly, his eyes snap open. Something's changed. He launches himself into the air, cocking his fist, glowing with a faint aura. He punches the empty air, boom, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. Dihua stretches his limbs, smirking. Not bad. I'll get used to this moonlight-enhanced body in no time. Then, his expression hardens. I'm the key witness in the Moon Eclipse descent event. Dragon Sparrow is definitely going to drag me in for interrogation, but I have too many secrets to hide. Against professional interrogators, one slip-up in a lie could cost me everything. He takes flight, reaching out to, making a decision. So, first things first, I have to contact the boss of Huadu University. What people call connections and backing are meant to be used in situations exactly like this. The scene shifts back to the supermodern metropolis. This is Huadu University. Yehi slowly stepping off the train when he spots a pair of legs already waiting for him. Yehi is slightly taken aback. He raises his head to look at the person standing in front of him. Shi Jingwen immediately steps forward and introduces himself. Hello, Yehi. I am the principal of Huadu. Shi Jingwen. Yehi politely bows and responds. Greetings, Principal Shai. You are the idol of every single student here at Huadu. I've heard your great name for a long time, but only today do I have the honor of meeting you. Hearing this, Jingwen laughs cheerfully. Yehi, I am not a person who cares much for formalities. No need to be so polite. Just make yourself comfortable. Yehi immediately gives a sly grin, stretches his arms, and says, Got it. Jingwen is caught off guard for a second. Yehi is truly a straightforward person. Yehi then asks directly, Did you come here? You, Principal Shi, to interrogate me about the incident in Lynchway County? Jingwen immediately replies, No, I came to inform you that, regarding the aberration mission in Lynchway County, your team has completed it with excellence, but there's no need to worry about any follow-up issues. Yehi wonders to himself. That's strange. It involved a cult, human sacrifice, and the descent of a moon god. How can it end so simply? He asks. No interrogation at all. Jingwen suddenly puts on a mischievous expression. Rest assured, Yehi, just trust in Huadu. The aftershocks of the Lynchway aberration leave that to us higher-ups to handle. I also know exactly what you are worried about. Relax. I respect the personal secrets of a genius. However, when we announce the mission results to the whole school, the Lynchway aberration mission will be kept anonymous. We will only announce that your team completed a grade 4 mission. Of course. The reason is that grade 5 missions usually require a professor to lead. If freshmen are announced to have completed a grade 5 mission immediately, it would be too shocking. He returns to his gentle expression. But as for the reward, Huadu will grant it to you guys according to grade 5 standards. Yehi is shaken, thinking, This treatment is honestly so good it feels like a dream. Does this old fox already know I cheated transition to the next day inside the principal's guest reception room? Yehi says, Finally, the mad doctor sent me the images from the aftermath of the battle in Lynchway County. Let's see who is stronger between the Azure Dragon and the Moon Eclipse. He looks at the information on his phone and remarks, "If I remember correctly, Lynchway County had mountainous terrain, right? The headline of the article reads, Lynchway County struck by a shocking catastrophe. Massive explosion of unknown origin wipes out entire district." Yehi is baffled. Why has it turned into a giant basin now? The text in the article reads, "Breaking news. Reporters received information last night about a catastrophic explosion with unknown causes occurring in Lynchway County within our national territory. The terrifying destructive power of the explosion not only completely erased this vast county from the map, but also left behind a gigantic abyss with no visible bottom at the scene. Preliminary confirmation suggests there are likely no survivors from this event." Yehi breaks into a cold sweat. "Man, have you ever been smashed by a moon? Did that flamboyant, lecherous Barrows actually do this?" Yehi's face is drained of every drop of blood as he speaks. "It seems this high martial world is still too dangerous. With my current strength, I still don't feel any sense of safety. That pervert even said he would be watching me. Since then, I haven't been able to sleep a wink. I'm terrified that I'll meet Barrows in my dreams. That idiot." Yehi recalls what happened earlier. "I told this story to Principal Jingwen. He said that Azure Dragon has a way to continue sealing the moon mark on my body. Having me come here today to wait for Azure Dragon is also a perfect opportunity to learn from the second strongest martial artist in Sia country." Suddenly, someone opens the door and a pair of legs steps into the principal's office. Yehi immediately turns his head toward the door, happily saying, "You're here, Azure." But when he sees clearly who the person is, Yehi's eyes go wide, and he is completely stunned. Seeing the injury-riddled state of the Azure Dragon, Yehi panics. "Senior Azure Dragon, it looks like your condition isn't very good." At this moment, Yehi is reuniting with Azure Dragon after the battle with the moon eclipse inside the guest room of the principal's office. Seeing Azure Dragon's pale complexion, he feels a pang of guilt. Noticing the boy's worried gaze, Azure Dragon immediately reassures him, "Don't make a fuss. It's true I was hit by the cold chi from that cunning moon demon's cold moon attack, but I won that fight. That demon only exchanged 100 moves with me before his tattered body started to crack and disintegrate because of the cold poison." His breath turns into puffs of white mist. Azure Dragon recounts, "If he hadn't had so many tricks to escape, I would have hacked him to death right there. Then you wouldn't need to be here waiting for me to help seal that mark." Hearing this, Yehi covers his mouth, snickering internally. I didn't expect Azure Dragon to explain himself to me, even though it's a bit different from the image of the unfathomably deep expert I imagined. He's actually unexpectedly cute. Azure Dragon takes off his jacket, looking at Yehi, and speaks. "Let's begin. I'll help you seal his vision." His massive, muscular body is currently wrapped entirely in bandages. Waves of freezing cold air radiated from Qinglong. He looked at Yehi with deadly seriousness. "Principal Shu is a master of divination and celestial fate. He told me about your unique condition, so I can reveal a few top-secret details to you. Have you ever considered that demonic beasts were once intelligent life forms, just like humans? Thinking of those monsters hiding in the dark, possessing brute strength combined with human intellect." Yehi shuddered, breaking out in a cold sweat. Qinglong recalled his past. "Back when I was just a Xuanwu-level martial artist, I followed my master and 5 senior brothers into a newly excavated Class A ruin. In the end, I was the only one who made it out alive. But survival came at a cost." Qinglong continued, "I was hit by a terrifying curse inside that ruin." Yehi jolted. A curse. Then, Qinglong dropped the brutal truth. "My body is slowly mutating into a demonic beast. As my body transforms, my sanity will fade away." Despite trying everything to reverse the situation, Qinglong admitted his helplessness. Even the top doctors in the country gave up. So, I decided to exile myself. I didn't want to turn into a mindless monster on my own soil, hurting my people or forcing them to kill me. So, I traveled alone to a Class S forbidden zone in the Great Eastern Ocean, prepared to die there. But fate had other plans. A massive tsunami swept him to an island untouched by human hands. Suddenly, Qinglong paused. "I can't tell you the rest of that specific secret. It involves the future strategic destiny of the Sia nation." Yehi looked visibly disappointed. "Talk about a cliffhanger." Qinglong summarized. "Long story short, someone on that island helped me. They stopped my fate of becoming a monster." Having shared his past, Qinglong slowly unwrapped the bandages covering his body. As the layers fell away, they revealed skin covered in ancient, writhing runes that looked alive, radiating an intense spiritual pressure. Suddenly, blood vessels burst in Yehi's eyes as he focused on the text covering Qinglong. "These runes." Before he could finish, black blood gushed from Yehi's eye sockets. He clutched his face, screaming in agony. Even though the healing factor of the Lovecraft template repaired his eyes in an instant, that single glance felt like falling into depravity. His very soul felt like it was being sucked out. Watching his reaction, Qinglong pondered. Usually, a grandmaster would faint upon seeing these runes. Lower-level martial artists face worse brain death, turning into vegetables. He assessed the boy. This kid Yi, he only bled a little. He really is special. Principal Shi Jingwen never misjudges a person. Perhaps Yehi really does have the power to change this increasingly dangerous world. Qinglong made his move. Don't resist. I'm going to imprint 2 runes into your sea of consciousness. You'll be able to sleep soundly after this. Without waiting for permission, he tapped Yihei's forehead. Streams of scripture surged out like they were alive. Yehi's eyes lost focus as ancient text crawled across his face. A message flashed in his mind. Moon Nightmare. Whether staring into dreams or standing under the moonlight, one can see the master of moonlight and nightmares. The final lines of information mysteriously blurred, making the full meaning impossible to grasp. Done, Qinglong announced. Yehi panted. Recovering. Thank you so much, Senior Qinglong. Qinglong suddenly asked, Oh, right. Your teacher is Gong Ke, isn't she? Yehi immediately recalled Gong Ke's warning. Little he, I used to be a big shot boss at Huadu University. I bullied a lot of people back then. Now they're all grown up. Being a Xuanwu level martial artist is considered a low achievement for them. Be careful. And whatever you do, don't tell them you're my student. As if reading his mind, Qinglong reassured him. Relax. Gong Ke and I have no beef. He was merely reminiscing about the time before Gong Ke suffered her spiritual injury. She was a grandmaster capable of proving her Tao through slaughter. He just felt it was a pity. Suddenly, Qinglong looked eager to test Yihei's strength. So, how about we have a little spar? I want to see what level the heir of the infamous slaughtering rose has reached. Yehi glanced at him, thinking, Of course, the stronger they are, the more they love to fight. Then he suggested, Senior Qinglong, can we spar under the moonlight? Qinglong teared up internally, remembering his previous battle with the moon nightmare. Moonlight again, seriously. Scene change Huadu University's 4th panoramic arena. Before the match, Qinglong laid down the rules. I won't attack first. Unleash everything you've got. I will only use the pure physical strength of one finger to defend. He extended a finger. If you can force me to move even half a step from this spot, consider it. If you win, you won't just get a favor from me. You'll skip the entrance exam entirely. Land a spot in Dragon Sparrow's elite department, and enjoy all the top-tier perks that come with it. He's anticipation peaks. His eyes light up with excitement as he clasps his hands. Deal, Senior Azure Dragon. Bring it on. High above, the full moon bathes every corner in silver light. On the arena floor, Yehi raises his weapon. The air around him thrumming with energy, he's siphoning directly from the moonlight. Azure Dragon watches the energy flow, suspicion narrowing his eyes. That aura. Is it Moonshade? Did the kid get infected? No. He corrects himself. It's similar, but it lacks the corrosive filth of the aberrants. This is pure, elemental moon energy. Charge to the brim. Yehi grips his blade and charges. Senior Azure Dragon, here comes the first move. He roars, unleashing his technique. Killing intent moon of slaughter. Azure Dragon raises a fist to intercept, his sharp gaze locking onto Yehi. Damn, he thinks. That killing intent is suffocating. Meanwhile, Gong Ke is lounging on her sofa, humming a tune without a care in the world. Suddenly, goosebumps explode all over her skin. Her limbs cramp up in pure instinctual fear. She bolts upright, face pale and stammering. That killing intent. It's Yehi. She can't believe it. How is that even possible? He's only been out for 3 days. How does he have an aura this terrifying? Did that brat go berserk and slaughter the whole city or something? At the exact same moment, in a lit hotel room, somewhere at Huadu University, Jian Zhuang sits on the edge of the bed. A girl in nothing but lingerie, clinging to his back. She wraps her arms around him, confused. Jian Zhuang, what's wrong? What could possibly be more important than what we were about to do? He freezes right before the act, staring into space. Nothing, he mutters. Just felt a wave of killing intent so strong it's actually scary. Well, his eyes gleam with twisted interest. I can't believe it traveled this far. Half the campus must have felt that. What a show-off. Back on the 4th panoramic arena of Huadu University, dust and smoke swirl around the combatants. Azure Dragon holds his punch, his fist sizzling with heat. The ground around him has been gouged into a deep crater. Only the spot he stands on remains intact. Yehi observes the destruction. Compared to my Asura 3 sabers, Senior's punch is deceptively simple. He grips his blade, awestruck. He really is the country's top expert. Unlike Master Gong Ke, who targets weaknesses to shatter an attack, Senior Azure Dragon didn't dodge. He met it head on. Pure, overwhelming brute force. One force to break 10,000 techniques. He just punched straight through in my energy. Now, it's Azure Dragon's turn. He pulls his fist back, gathering power, and bellows. Legion Fist. His eyes go wide, drinking in the technique. Here it comes, he thinks, thrill racing through him. This is it. The force of the punch blasts forward, shattering Yehi's defense instantly. Seeing Yehi fall unconscious, Azure Dragon panics. Crap. The kid burned himself out using a forbidden technique just to win. Guilt washes over him. I went too hard. If I damage the foundation of a future national pillar, I'll never forgive myself. Azure Dragon dashes forward, catching Yehi just inches from the ground. Suddenly, Yehi's eyes snap open. He looks up at Azure Dragon with a grin that's almost maniacal. Senior Azure Dragon. You didn't just move half a step, did you? I win, Yehi declares. Internally, he's cheering. Got him. The blood mist he inhaled activated the illusion, messing with his senses. Combined with the Moonshade curse debuffing his stats, that's the only reason this worked. Azure Dragon realizes he's been played and chuckles, shaking his head. You brat. Not only is your martial art outstanding, but you're a cunning little devil too. Fine, fine. He sets Yehi down. You won. Spit it out. What do you want? Yehi doesn't answer immediately. Senior, I'd like to save this favor for later. Azure Dragon nods approvingly. Farsighted. Not bad. He turns serious. Yehi, your killing intent and martial arts are excellent. Gonkei taught you well. However, something is missing. Killing intent alone isn't enough. Without a powerful physique to anchor it, that aura is just floating on the surface. Yehi instantly grasps the point. You mean, I need to refine my physique. Internally, he smirks. Senior doesn't know I haven't even activated the Emperor Mara template yet. Azure Dragon nods, then adds a crucial detail. The real question is, who do you train with? Your physical foundation needs to be rock solid. One wrong step could ruin you. Azure Dragon looks at Yehi, dropping a heavy hint. Yehi, right now, standing in front of you is the strongest teacher available. Flashback to a memory. Azure Dragon nods in praise. Good foresight. Very good. He doesn't forget to add a reminder. Yehi, your killing intent and martial arts level are excellent. Gonkei taught you well. However, you're missing something. Killing intent alone isn't enough. Alone. Without a powerful physique as a pillar, your killing intent is just floating on the surface. Yehi quickly grasps the core of the advice. You mean I should train my physical body? But internally, he thinks, Senior Azure Dragon, I still haven't used the Demara template yet. Azure Dragon nods, adding, but the key is, who do you train with? The foundation of the body must be solid. You can't afford a single misstep. Azure Dragon looks at Yehi with a meaningful glance. Right now, there's a teacher who happens to be the strongest. Regarding the physical vessel for a guide, it is strictly paramount. However, Yehi completely missed the hint and said, I understand now. Senior Qinglong, tomorrow I will seek out the Dean of the Body Cultivation Academy. I'll ask him to guide my physical training. Qinglong was startled to hear the boy wanted to bow to someone else as a master. He had been secretly anticipating, thinking, bow to me, ask me to be your teacher. I hinted so clearly just now, he looked so sharp a moment ago. Why did his IQ suddenly plummet? Qinglong sighed, feeling utterly helpless. I am the dignified Qinglong. Since when do I have to take the initiative to recruit a disciple? But truly, Yehi is a good seed. He suddenly pulled out a cultivation manual and handed it to Yehi, saying, Yehi, this badge contains a top-tier body tempering art. Years ago, after I slashed down a Western Grandmaster, I looted this from his corpse. Rumor has it, this is a national treasure level martial art from a Western country. Qinglong placed high expectations on Yehi and spoke up. Today, I gift it to you. I hope you train with utmost diligence. After some time, you might successfully master this technique. Qinglong turned away, secretly calculating his plan to make Yehi his disciple. This technique was excruciatingly difficult to train. The reason it came from the Western martial providence space, which rejects anyone from the East. On the side, the clueless Yehi had no idea about Qinglong's scheme and chirped happily. Thank you, Senior. Qinglong looked at Yehi with a calculating expression, thinking to himself, I still need to wait until I reach the Grandmaster realm to forcibly conquer that martial providence space. Only then can I claim the inheritance. Giving this art to Yehi now, he will face 10,000 difficulties trying to learn it. When that happens, he will have no choice but to beg me for guidance. That way, I effectively become this kid's master. I'll just make the title official later. It's a perfect plan. After the victory, Yehi returned to his dorm room. Yehi showered and immediately started studying the technique Qinglong had given him. Come to think of it, I've been at Imperial University for over half a year, but I've spent all my time underground with Master Gonkei. I've barely stayed in this dorm a few times. He looked skeptical, muttering, Do I really have to use the sleeping method for this martial art? Do I train inside my dreams? Suddenly, the doorbell rang, snapping Yehi out of his thoughts. He wrapped a towel around his waist, drying his hair as he walked to the door. He grumbled, Who is it? It's so late. Standing outside was Ouyang-ze. He stood there with a solemn face. He asked seriously, Yehi, may I come in? Yehi was slightly surprised by his appearance and hesitated. You? Ouyang-ze, come in. As he led Ouyang-ze into the room, Yehi couldn't help but speculate. Why is he looking for me? Is he trying to recruit me again? Behind Yi, he's back. Ouyangze's expression suddenly shifted. His body trembled as he stared intensely at Yehi. Suddenly, Ouyangze collapsed to the floor, wailing and begging. Brother Yi, outside there were too many people. Now that we're in your room, I'm kneeling to you. I beg you. You absolutely must become the guild leader of the Dragonblood Guild. Yehi didn't understand what was happening and spun around in shock. Ouyangze had abandoned every shred of dignity. He crawled forward, hugging Yehi's leg tight. In his desperation, his hand accidentally tugged at the towel covering Yehi's lower body as he cried. Yehi frantically grabbed the towel to cover himself, speaking awkwardly. Ouyangze Long, time no see, but you've changed too much, haven't you? Where's that fierce ambition? Where are the grand schemes? Where's the guy who declared he would split the world with the students of Huadu University? How did you end up looking this pathetic? And wait, how did you know I was back in my room? Ouyangze remembered the surveillance footage and stammered. The Dragonblood Guild happened to have a member who saw Brother Yi return. Hearing that, Yehi instantly understood. He asked furiously, "Saw me through a hidden camera you installed?" Yehi grabbed Ouyangze by the hair and dragged him into the room, threatening, "You, training time? With me?" Ouyangze trembled and begged. "Brother Yi, listen to me explain. We didn't bug your room, only the hallway. It was a necessary evil." After a bout of training, Ouyangze lay flat on the floor, completely drained of energy. Yehi, finally satisfied, crossed his arms and "Speak. Why come to me to be the guild leader? What kind of trouble has your organization run into lately?" Ouyangze's face was now swollen like a pig's head from Yi. He slurred his words. "Our organization." Recently. Yehi sighed helplessly and sat down. Stop. I hit too hard. Eat this blood-dissolving pill, then talk properly." Fuck. After recovering, Ouyangze looked at him seriously and explained, "Brother Yi, our organization is about to collapse. I beg you to come out of seclusion. At Huadu University, students can form clubs independently, but unless you make a special contribution, but the school won't provide operating funds. When the Dragonblood Guild was first founded, the Imperial Capital's summer training for the freshman reserves hadn't ended yet. Our new organization stood out for a brief moment, winning a lot of sponsorship from martial groups in society." Ouyangze explained the guild's situation to Yehi. "Under my leadership, the Dragonblood Guild connected with many discount channels. We secured deals with shops as benefits for our members. This attracted a wave of other students to join us. The influx of students was supposed to raise our value. Commercial value of the Dragonblood Society was the key it pulled in resources, funding, and a flood of new students. It was supposed to be a virtuous cycle. But then, Ouyangze's voice began to tremble as he revealed the truth. But as the Dragonblood Society grew, we were crushed by the student council, a faction built entirely of Huadu locals. Recalling the sheer terror of Xiang Jianzhuang, Ouyangze continued. The result, under the leadership of Xiang Jianzhuang, the Dragonblood Society suffered defeat after defeat. Our commercial value tanked. Investors walked away. The exclusive store benefits shut down. The ordinary members saw the ship sinking and immediately jumped. Shipped to other factions, even the neutral students steered clear of a weakened society. In the end, the Dragonblood Society was paralyzed, unable to function. After listening to Ouyangze's long-winded sob story, Yehi rubbed his chin, cutting straight to the chase. "I get it. Basically, you lost to that Xiang Jianzhuang guy, right?" Ouyangze hurriedly explained. To suppress Xiang Jianzhuang, we could ask the upperclassmen for help. But there are unspoken rules between years' grievances. Within a specific year must be settled internally. Ouyangze looked anxious. "If I bring in high-level seniors today to crush Xiang Jianzhuang, he'll just drag out the local seniors of Huadu tomorrow to wipe us out completely. That would be the end of the Dragonblood Society." Desperate, he dropped to his knees again. "Only you can handle this requirement, Yehi, so please. Yehi, save the Dragonblood Society." After watching Ouyangze explain and then beg, Yehi scratched his head helplessly. "Fine." Hearing this, Ouyangze's face lit up. He jumped to his feet, grabbing Yehi's hand tight. "You really agree? On behalf of all the brothers in the Dragonblood Society," Yehi suddenly cut in. "I haven't finished speaking." He waved off Ouyangze's rambling and hit the bullseye. "Instead of saying you want me to be the president, just admit you need me as a shield for the society. So save the speech. Let's speak plainly. What do you want me to do next?" Now calmer, Ouyangze shared his true objective. "The Great Sea Recovery Plan. A teacher I know tipped me off. Since this wasn't exactly a state secret, he didn't hold back, but Yehi, annoyed by the fluff, cut him off again. Quit the nonsense. Get to the main point." Ouyangze nodded. "The Great Sea Recovery Plan is a mobilization of martial artists nationwide. We're attacking the 12 cities and surrounding areas completely occupied by demon beasts. Universities across the country are joining the reclamation. The seniors of Imperial University will storm the front lines. We're freshmen. we won't be in the deadliest zones, but we're responsible for clearing the areas around the occupied cities. This year's final exams and the selection for the year leader will happen right inside this campaign. After explaining, Ouyangze looked at Yehi with pleading eyes. So, Yehi, during this reclamation, the entire Dragonblood Society will follow your command. You must get the highest score. Yehi narrowed his eyes. That part is easy to solve, but before that, you have a job to do. Seeing the sudden shift in Yehi's expression, Ouyangze broke into a cold sweat, terrified. What is it? A moment later, Ouyangze was fumbling on a folding ladder. Yehi stood below, supervising. Take that wind spy camera down, now. Once the device was gone, Ouyangze left, finally at ease. Yehi watched his retreating back, muttering, Ouyangze, you actually did me a huge favor. I've confirmed that achievements grant a chance to draw a template. The higher the achievement, the higher the template's tier. A crafty grin spread across Yehi's face. Ouyangze is a talent when it comes to management. If I clear the obstacles and let him expand the Dragonblood Society, the scale could be massive. If I can really make the Dragonblood Society the dominant force. The template reward for the #1 organization at Huadu University will be worth far more than the ones I got in the Ant City or Zodiac City exams. Martial Dao and templates. I need to master both. Meanwhile, back at the Dragonblood Society's headquarters, the air was heavy with gloom. The members were gathered, waiting for the meeting to start. Shin Chen looked utterly bored, cigarette dangling from his mouth, legs thrown up on a chair, impatience written all over him. He called out to Yan Zhengxiang. Is Ouyangze still not here? What's taking so long? Zhengxiang watched him, thinking with silent contempt. This brat, Shin Chen. When the society was booming, he called him President Ouyang and kissed up to me. Now he calls him by name and acts like he owns the place. He's definitely not here to play nice. Aloud, he stood up and addressed the room. The vice president went to fetch the true president of the Dragonblood Society. They'll be here any second. The crowd instantly erupted into whispers. A confused voice rose up. True president. Shin Chen's face went deathly pale, his voice trembling as he asked, Damn it. Surely it can't be him. See you, standing beside him, didn't look any better. Suddenly, Shin Chen snapped upright, protesting vehemently. Yan Zhengxiang, don't tell me you're actually pinning your hopes on Yihua. You must have. Seen the power of the Jianzhuang team with your own eyes. In the first bracket, no one has the strength to compete with them. You have to know when to let go. Ouyangze has absolutely zero chance of turning the tables. Look, you've already milked the Dragonblood Guild for enough benefits. Withdrawing now is the only smart move for a wise man. CU timidly chimed in. Exactly, relying on outsiders is completely pointless. Smart birds choose the best tree to roost on. The Dragonblood Guild was only ever temporary. Wasting energy to fight back will just get us crushed by the major powers. Seeing both of them trying to sabotage morale, Zhengxiang glared at them furiously and demanded, What the hell are you two trying to pull? Shin Chen stopped hiding his intentions. He turned to the crowd, his voice dripping with temptation. You all know where the Zhou family stands in the imperial capital, right? They are a true martial arts lineage of great Xia. And the legitimate son, Brother Zhou Kai, has already agreed to give us a good position. Following young Master Zhou is strictly better than rotting in this half-dead Dragonblood Guild, just waiting for Jianzhuang to come wipe us out. Hearing the promise of benefits, the rest of the crowd began to speak up. He's right. Do you guys seriously trust that Yihuo character? He hasn't shown his face in months. He challenged the capital elites, and then didn't even show up. Someone else shouted. Exactly. No one can save the Dragonblood Guild now. A guy trying to sound righteous added, Look, it's not like we haven't helped the guild before. If it collapses now, we don't owe anyone anything. There's nothing wrong with seeking a better future by following someone else, right? The room erupted in cheers. Right, he's right. Shin Chen and CU exchanged smug looks, glancing at Zhengxiang. Shin Chen smirked internally. Thank God I arranged these actors beforehand. These fence-sitters were already bought off by us ages ago. Watching these ungrateful traitors kick the guild while it was down, Zhengxiang roared in rage. You people! Bam! Zhou Kai kicked the meeting room doors open, storming in with a scream. Shin Chen, why are you so slow? I'm bored to death waiting downstairs. CU and Shin Chen immediately switched to bootlicking mode. Brother Kai, it's all handled. We're preparing to leave right now. Seeing Zhou Kai, Zhengxiang stepped forward and shouted, This is the Dragonblood Guild. How did you get in here? He scoffed, looking down his nose. How else I smashed my way in? Zhou Kai continued to provoke him. Relax. I'll pay for the damages. I'll toss some cultivation resources at the guards I beat up. Poor bastards might go crazy with joy getting things they couldn't earn in years. Seeing his arrogance, Zhengxiang couldn't take it anymore. He raised his fist and charged. You bastard! Suddenly, Huoshi stepped in front of Zhou Kai. She used one hand to effortlessly catch Zhengxiang's punch. Huoshi stared him down coldly, making no move to follow up with an attack. Zhengxiang was startled, assessing her skill. This girl isn't simple. Zhou Kai immediately started screeching orders. Useless trash. You can't even drop this big idiot instantly. He turned to Shin Chen. Shin Chen, See you, and everyone who wants to follow me charge. Beat this guy until he needs a hospital bed. Show me your loyalty. Even though they were leaving, the members still respected Zheng Xiong and hesitated. They didn't dare to strike. Jokai's eyes went dark with rage, his voice dropping to a threat. What you refuse? If you don't move, don't expect to walk out of these doors standing up. Do you think I run a charity shelter? Do you think I harbor stray dogs? Why would I feed dogs that refuse to bite when ordered? Suddenly, a terrifying killing. Intent flooded the room, making Jokai and everyone else tremble so hard they could barely stand. It turned out Ouyang-Ze had arrived, and he brought Yi Hua. Jokai felt his scalp go numb. Before he could react, a hand grabbed his messy hair and yanked his head back violently. Yi Hua's voice was ice cold. Ouyang-Ze, is this the mess you left for me? I could hear the noise all the way from the second floor. Ouyang-Ze looked apologetic. Sorry, Yi Hua, I made a joke of myself, but the Dragon Blood Guild really needed a major blood purge. Jokai screamed, let go, do you? Dare pull my hair? Do you know who I am? Without letting him finish, Yi Hua delivered a brutal kick, sending both Jokai and Huashu flying out of the Dragon Blood Guild's window. Having disposed of the trash, Yi Hua casually picked his ear. Much quieter now. Then, remembering the two loudmouths, Yi Hua grabbed Shin Chun and Siyu and tossed them out the window after their master. He dusted off his hands and glanced at the survivors. Anyone else have something to say? One member quickly spoke up. I'm sorry, guild leader. I was blinded. I listened to the slander of that petty villain Shin Chun. He thought frantically. I already offended Jokai by not attacking. I can't join the capital circle now. I can't let the Dragon Blood Guild abandon me. Ouyang-Ze stepped forward and said, this time, not kicking you out of the Dragon Blood Guild just yet. However, your positions are now under observation. If you fail to meet the requirements, you will be stripped of your ranks permanently. He continued, his voice cold. Furthermore, you are banned from all Dragon Blood Guild activities for this week. Do you accept this punishment? The group hesitated, exchanging nervous glances. Seeing their wavering resolve, Yehi's gaze turned terrifyingly gentle, a deadly calm before the storm. I asked you a question. Do you accept the killing? The intent radiating from him gave them goosebumps. They scrambled to reply. We accept. Yehi waved his hand impatiently. Good. Now get out. Now. As the room cleared, only Yehi, Ouyang-Ze, and a few core members remained. Yehi turned to his strategist. Ouyang-Ze, I've grasped the Dragon Blood Guild's current crisis. Simply put, we are broke and lack investors. Correct. Ouyang-Ze nodded immediately. Exactly. Reclaiming the headquarters next month would be our best chance to make a comeback, but that's too slow. I have a more direct method in mind. Yehi smiled, intrigued. Since returning to Imperial University, I keep hearing the name Zhang Zhuang. He's the root cause of our guild's decline, isn't he? If I just drag him out and beat him to a pulp, problem solved, right? The others were left speechless by his brutally simple solution. Ouyang-Ze cleared his throat, awkwardly reminding him that would work. But this morning, Zhang Zhuang announced he's entering closed-door cultivation to break through to the Martial Master realm. Yehi's face fell, looking genuinely disappointed. So, I can't drag him out for a beating. Yehi began to calculate silently. If I want to use martial force to attract investors, I don't necessarily have to target just a rival from the freshman class. He rubbed his chin, addressing the room. This investment drive is essentially about building hype and reputation. If I were to challenge every expert in the entire university, wouldn't that create a much bigger splash? Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. I've got it. Yehi looked up. The Dragon Sparrow 1st Division? How much do you guys know about it? Zheng Xiong's eyes lit up as he shouted an explanation. The Dragon Sparrow is the strongest martial organization in Great Xia and the 1st. Division is their elite research unit. Members of other divisions are called specialists. But everyone in the 1st Division is known as an ace. Yehi noticed the longing in his eyes. You really want to join them, huh? Zheng Xiong replied with blazing enthusiasm. Of course the 1st Division is the club for the absolute strongest. The chief is none other than Azure Dragon, the 2nd strongest fighter in the country. Every year, the number of graduates from Imperial University accepted into the 1st Division can be counted on one hand. It is the dream of every martial artist here. Hearing this, Yehi solidified his plan. I know what needs to be done. Get the Dragon Blood media team working immediately. Spread the news. Suddenly, Yehi stood up, smiling confidently as he pointed to the sky and declared, I, Yehi, guild leader of Dragon Blood, am a current ace specialist of the Dragon Sparrow 1st Division. I hereby challenge every martial artist below the Grand Marshal, Master Realm in the entire university. Well, what do you think? Is that enough hype to pull in some investment? The members looked at him in total disbelief, too scared to voice their doubts. Only Zheng Xiong was pumping his fist in support. Brother Yi, are you really an ace of the 1st Division? That's impossible leaving aside your strength, You haven't even graduated. How could you participate in the Dragon Sparrow entrance exam? Yehi closed his eyes, basking in his own glory. Exam. I didn't take any exam. I can't reveal the details, but I was directly conscripted into the ranks. Ouyangze, startled, stood up and asked, Brother Yi, you aren't joking, right? This isn't something we can lie about. Yehi shrugged nonchalantly. No joke. I officially took office last night. The paperwork should arrive in a few days. Zhongzheng roared with excitement. Then let's do it. Challenge every student below Grand Martial Master in the whole school. Yehi began tactical planning in his head. Ordinary Martial Masters. I can crush instantly. Genius Martial Masters. Might take a little time. He considered the worst case scenario. Unfortunately, if I want to fight against stronger Grand Martial Masters, I'd likely have to use my time stop trump card. But that ability relies on the element of surprise and information control. Revealing my ace in the hole just to get some funding isn't worth it. Yehi made his final decision. Whatever. I'll just directly challenge the entire Imperial University. Ouyangze still didn't fully understand Yehi's true strength and felt a knot of worry. But he chose to trust his leader. It feels completely outside the realm of common sense. But if it's Yehi, I believe him. For the sake of the Dragonblood Guild, I'll call the media team right now. With the plan set, Yehi's challenge was broadcasted by the guild. Shocking news. Yehi, the #1 figure of the freshman year who vanished for 6 months, has returned. He is now a certified ace of the First Division and has declared war on the entire university. The student body was thrown into chaos upon hearing the announcement. Who's arrogant enough to do that? Challenge the whole school. Have you guys ever heard of this Yehi character? I heard the pillar of the freshman class this year was Xiang. Back in the present, Yehi makes a shocking move. He challenges the entire Hua University. Everyone who hears the announcement is bewildered. Who is this arrogant challenging the whole school? Have you guys heard of this Yehi character? I thought the pillar of the first years was Xiang Jianzhuang from the Xiang family. Someone who has never met him asks with interest. Yehi, I think I've heard the name. Rumor has it he's the top scorer of this year's freshman. Ranked first in the reformed entrance exam. He shocked the deans of all the academies back then. Students across campus read the notification on their phones, discussing it with skepticism. Really? Then why has there been zero news about him for half a year? Some are confused. Leaving aside whether challenging the whole school is crazy or not, how did he get into the first department of Dragon Sparrow? Graduates who took the first department exam said it was insanely hard, wiped out 99% of participants. Someone with inside info from the Blood Dragon Society replies. Apparently, he didn't take the exam. He was directly recruited. On the school forum, comments flood in. No exam, just a guaranteed spot. Damn, did he get in on a pure smile? Tuh. Another joker replies, hey, my smile is just as pure. The first guy snaps back, pure my ass. Shut up, you snow leopard. At the same time, the news of Yehi's challenge reaches the Hua University Hospital. Chuzhou receives the update. He scrolls through the news on his phone, shaking his head with a sigh. This guy, Yehi, he just can't sit still. Can he? Qingju chimes in, sounding uneasy. Looks like someone else is about to run into some serious bad luck. Moments later, the Dragon Sparrow officials splash a notification across the university's massive screen. Yehi is a special talent of Hua University. Admitted directly without an exam, the crowd instantly explodes. It's an official statement from Dragon Sparrow. It can't be fake. But a jealous voice cuts through, sneering. Puh, probably just got in through connections. He has zero actual skill, totally unworthy of the title. Ace, observing the crowd's reaction, Yangze speaks to the team monitoring the surveillance feeds. The heat is already at a boiling point. Now, it's up to you, elite editors, to steer public opinion. I'm counting on you guys. One of them replies with a confident smirk. Leave it to us. Arguments erupt across the surveillance feeds. You want to know if Yehi is the real deal? Just watch the live broadcast. From the Imperial Capital Station, someone shoots back. I bet Yehi is just all hype. Getting into the first department. Definitely some shady backroom deals involved. Just wait until I watch the live stream. I can't wait to see how he keeps up this charade. A more rational voice chimes in. Stop guessing about Yehi's strength. Right here. There's a live stream coming up, right? We'll know the truth soon enough. But a supporter fires back. I believe in Yehi challenged the whole school and asked for a global broadcast. He wouldn't do that if he was faking it. Watching the tidal wave of public opinion created by Yehi's news, Yangzi says with excitement, the accounts leading the narrative are split into different personas. Some trust Yehi, some curse him and wait for him to fail. There's even a neutral faction. But no matter the side, they all drive one message, go watch. Yehi's live stream, fueled by both public and shadow marketing, the hype for Yehi's broadcast goes vertical. Even the major streaming platforms have sent reps to contact the Dragonblood Society, begging for exclusive rights, Yangzi exclaims in delight. With traffic this high, advertisers are practically throwing money at us as expected of Yehi. In just one single day, our Dragonblood Society has secured a massive cash flow. We've literally come back from the dead. Meanwhile, in Tone, Special Ward 17 at Hua University Hospital, Chu Kai, his arm in a heavy cast, clutches his phone with a trembling hand. I haven't even sent someone to teach you a lesson yet, and you go and organize a school-wide challenge match yourself. Are you trying to die? A vicious look crosses Chukai's face as he schemes in a martial arts ring. Blades have no eyes. An accidental kill is just part of the game. The day of the challenge arrives. Night falls over the stadium at Huadu University, packed to the rafters with people eager to witness the showdown. The deafening cheers of the students heat the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Suddenly, a helicopter roars overhead, carrying Yehi. Phones light up the stands as everyone snaps photos. Yehi steps to the edge of the chopper. The announcer's voice booms. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The Huadu University Arena tournament you've all been waiting for has officially begun, and now, please welcome the star of tonight's show. Yehi, he doesn't wait for the chopper to land. He dives straight down like an arrow piercing the wind. Boom! His feet slam into the center of the ring, unleashing a shockwave that kicks up a massive cloud of dust and shakes the entire stadium. As the dust settles, Yehi stands there imposing and powerful. Bathed in the light of the full moon, he puffs out his chest, soaking in the roar of the crowd. Peak cinema. The audience goes wild. Holy shit, that was just the coolest entrance I've seen all year. We are not sleeping tonight. Of course, the haters chime in. Oh, so cool. Who knows if he's actually strong, but his posing skills? Top tier. Dragonblood plants in the crowd shout. Now this is a main character worthy of the tournament. The arena. Descending from the sky. Moonlight wraps around him. His aura absolutely suffocating. Compared to him, every fighter who stepped up later felt weak. Their presence instantly overshadowed by his distinct dominance. Whispers spread through the crowd. Huadu really has that main character energy. On the surface, he says he's challenging the whole school, but let's be real, you guys are the ones trying to challenge him. The crowd goes wild, his mere presence fueling their excitement. Below the stage, Long Thao eyes Huadu. Does this freshman actually know how to play the game? His lackey leans in, sucking up. Brother Long Thao, you want a piece of this? He replies. For the views, I have to show my face. Long Thao steps onto the ring, mind racing. Even as an internet celeb, he can't pass up traffic like this. He calculates the odds going first is a win-win. If he wins, the views will make him a legend. If he loses, he'll just wait until someone else beats Huadu, then claim, I was the one who drained Huadu's stamina so you could win. Either way, he's leeching off the fame. Long Thao rushes in with his intro. Yours truly, second stage martial master, Long Thao. Huadu responds, cool and collected. Dragonblood Society, 8th stage martial artist, Huadu. The referee signals, fight. The crowd goes absolutely feral. The second the signal drops, Huadu launches, delivering a brutal, sky-shattering kick straight to Long Thao's face. One hit. It's over. Blood sprays from his nose and mouth like a fountain. He curls up, groaning. My views. I didn't even get to struggle. Huadu barely pauses, immediately calling for the next victim. A girl in a cheongsam charges in, blade in hand, screaming, Huadu, I'm your opponent. The crowd recognizes her instantly. It's Yao Ling from the second year. The commentator jumps in. Don't let her rank fool you. She's only a 5th stage martial master, but she holds the record for soloing 3 7th stage students. She's the top dog of the sophomore class. Why is she stepping up? Can she actually stop Huadu? Well, she's definitely better than that internet clown Long Thao. On the stage, spiritual energy gathers in Huadu's hand. He glances at Yao Ling's blade, unimpressed. The purity of that blade is trash. With a single powered-up palm strike, Huadu snaps her sword clean in two. He glances at the remaining challengers, his eyes radiating pure confidence. Sorry, I'm in a rush. All of you just come at me at once. The challengers snap. What's with that dragon breath attitude? You're looking down on us. Another screams. You cocky little freshman. You're dead. They roar, charging in a pack. Let's teach this brat a lesson. But the first ones to reach him get absolutely dismantled. One gets his teeth knocked out. Another takes a knee to the gut, coughing up blood. Weapons are shattered like glass. On the ring, bodies are scattered everywhere. Below, the audience sees only flashes of white light and the sound of fists hitting flesh. The hype is off the charts. Meanwhile, watching from a hospital bed via phone, Chukai is fuming. Damn it, how is he this strong? At this rate, how do I even get revenge on Huadu? Anyone I send is just going straight to the ER. Chukai's mind drifts to his big brother. Maybe he's the only one. My brother, the eldest son of the Chu family, Chu VM Din, but that guy is stiff and principled. There's no way he'd help me beat up a student just to vent my anger. Suddenly, a dirty plan forms in his mind. He grins, a sinister look crossing his face. Back in the arena, Huadu stands atop a mountain of unconscious bodies, radiating dominance. Anyone else? The seniors flattened on the floor groan. Couldn't he have shown a little mercy, left us some dignity? Another curses. Damn it. The second and third years just lost all their face at Imperial University. We're going down in history as the stepping stones Huadu walked all over. Suddenly, the crowd screaming hits a fever pitch. A figure slowly walks onto the stage. The students go berserk. Brother VM Dane is making his move. It's over. We're saved. Finally. A ninth stage martial master is out of seclusion to handle this guy. The commentator loses his mind. Chu VM Din, this isn't your average ninth stage martial master. He has cultivated his martial arts to perfection. He's known to punch above his weight class and take down grandmasters. The hype keeps building. He inherited the Chu family's Sun Yang bloodline. The purity's off the charts. The peak of his generation. But the energy is so massive that he struggled to control it since childhood, prone to losing control. The Chu family had to commission a special nanotech combat suit just to suppress his body heat. He spent his life learning music, chess, and calligraphy just to calm his heart and keep that power in check. Only thanks to that can he live a normal life. But now Dihua is about to pay the price for his arrogance. The audience roars, their blood boiling as they realize the next fight is going to be absolutely legendary. On stage, Yanting politely clasps his hands and bows to Yehi in apology. My younger brother, Chukai, came to your club and caused trouble. For any losses you incurred, my family will compensate you fully. Yehi blinks, realizing who this is. But the two look nothing alike. He asks, wait, you're the brother of that guy with the messy mop top? Yanting replies calmly. That is correct. Yehi scratches his head, puzzled. You don't look like the aggressive type. If you're not here to win, back face for that mop head Chukai, then why did you challenge me? Yanting nods. Indeed. I am not here for my embarrassing little brother. I am here for the reputation of the Chu family. It seems the story was heavily embellished by Chu Kai, because Yanting's eyes suddenly sharpened with anger. Yehi, even though my brother was in the wrong, you should not have slandered the honor of the Chu clan. Hearing this, Yehi instantly realizes that Chukai lied to his brother. He shrugs, unbothered. Slandering the family honor. Man, what a cliche script. Truly a petty villain move, adding spices to the story to frame someone else. Whatever. The two settle into their stances, circling each other, ready for war. Yanting. State your demands. I want you on your knees, apologizing to the Zhou family in front of the entire school. Yehi doesn't back down an inch. You want an apology? You better have the strength to force it out of me first. Witnessing Yehi's fearless, heaven-defying attitude, Yanting snaps, furious, arrogant brat. Yehi isn't one for small talk, nor does he bother explaining himself. He lets the misunderstanding slide. Instantaneously, both fighters charge. Their fists collide with explosive force, sparks flying on impact. What follows is a torrential storm of blows exchanged between Yehi and Yanting. Without a single second of rest, Yanting roars, cocking his fist back to crush Yehi simultaneously. Yehi holds his ground, gathering power into his own fist for the counterstrike. Their second collision shatters the arena floor, cracks spreading like spider webs. The killing intent radiating from them is suffocatingly dense. Suddenly, the nanometer armor plating on Yanting's body begins to deactivate, piece by piece. Yehi stares, genuinely surprised. He disengaged the nanotech suit. The temperature spikes violently. As the armor falls away, thick white steam erupts from Yanting's body, and veins of molten lava slither across his skin like pulsing blood vessels. The commentator screams in shock. It's the solar bloodline. That Yehi kid is finished. Seeing the situation escalate, the crowd can't help but gossip. These two are absolute monsters. Exactly. Comparing to Long Xiao and Yao Ling earlier, they're in a completely different league. High above, the referee booms. Worthy of a martial arts prodigy, Zhou Yanting's true strength is absolutely extraordinary. But look, who else could even last a few rounds against Yehi right now? That guy has become the great demon king of Hua University. Yanting silently assesses his opponent. Is that Yehi's true monster form? Why does he look so much like a demonic beast? Yehi flashes a confident grin. Don't get distracted now, young Master Zhou. The moment Yanting twitches, Yehi sidesteps, dodging instantly, hesitate, and you lose. Down in the stands, a young boy cheers passionately. Let's go. Come on. Fire-breathing big brother. Take down the demon king, Yehi. Yanting wipes blood from his face. How could Long Kui be interested in someone with such a barbaric fighting style? He pauses, realization dawning. Is it just my imagination? Oh. Or is this kid getting physically bigger? Yehi taunts him, brimming with confidence. Senior. So, you're right. I am growing. I'm not dumping all my energy externally to form a construct. Instead, I'm using the transcendent flesh manipulation of a vampire. I'm slowly releasing that energy. So, internally, this grants me insane speed and neural reflexes, while simultaneously causing my physical stats to multiply by the second. Right now, beating you is as easy as an adult smacking a toddler. Yanting blocks, taking the blow. His mind raced. No wonder this monster dared to challenge the entire school, that terrifying physical strength. Is that really something a human can possess? Gritting his teeth, true fear began to creep into his heart. I thought my own bloodline was insane enough, but compared to Yehi, it's trash. This guy is literally a high-tier demon beast in human form. My solar state can't withstand his power. The martial body I spent so much blood and sweat creating is on the verge of collapse. Looks like I'll have to rebuild from scratch. But first, I have to deal with this monster. The moment that thought settles, he shoots forward like a bolt of lightning. If I can't match your raw power, I'll use speed to secure the win. Yehi locks eyes with his opponent, his gaze piercing. It seems. You haven't studied any of my combat data, have you? You came to challenge me with zero preparation. Yanting, refusing to accept defeat, launches himself into the air, screaming, "You're the arrogant one," before unleashing his ultimate move. He shouts, "Yehi, if you take this hit, you might actually die. Don't say I didn't warn you." As the words leave his mouth, his entire body begins to glow with blinding intensity. Yanting raises a hand, his eyes burning bright as he looks up. Burning with pure malice, his ribs ignite, crackling with the sickening sound of searing flesh. The crowd below screams in terror. That energy's insane. He's warping the very atmosphere around us. As expected of the Zhu family masters of the flame arts, Yanting stands amidst a hellscape of his own making, conjuring a massive fireball in an instant. A roar echoes from him like a demon crawling out of the abyss. Unleashing the Earthrank art, blazing sun demon, his body mutates, expanding into a hulking, ferocious beast. Yanting howls, but Yehi watches with cold, dead eyes. "Finally, you look like a proper challenge." He scoffs. Then he adds, "But do you think you're the only one who can fire energy beams? Perfect timing. I'll use you to test my new original technique. A cunning." Devilish grin twists Yehi's face. He laughs wildly. Heaven-shattering dragon blast. Boom Yi. He instantly fires. An overwhelming surge of power, intercepting Yanting's flames. In a split second, the inferno is snuffed out completely. Yanting stares blankly at the oncoming annihilation. I'm dead. Above, the massive shining star shifts color, turning a freezing, deep azure. A figure descends slowly, landing between them. Yehi, you went a little overboard. Yehi scratches his head, giving a sheepish smile. Well, I saw you coming. Headmaster, I figured I should go all out and give us a good show, right? Shi Jingwen catches the unconscious Yanting, sighing. I only came to check on these hyped up duels of yours. I didn't expect to be forced into a guest appearance like this. He glares at the boy. You planned this, didn't you? Glancing at the motionless Yanting on the ground, Yehi shrugs. I had no choice, Headmaster. If you didn't step in, my arena would never get the legendary reputation it needs. Just help your student out this one time, please. Shi Jingwen shakes his head. Teacher Gonko always tells me you're clumsy and dull. Seems you've just been playing her, haven't you? Fine, I'll save you some face. I'll personally step onto the field and hold down the fort. For you. Suddenly, the loudspeaker booms. Next, any other student dare to challenge Yehi. If not, I declare that Yehi has successfully taken on the entire school and defended his title as arena master. The crowd erupts into chaos. Hey, you gonna fight him? Me, fight ye. Hey, are you crazy? His atomic breath would slice me into 2.5 pieces. No. Did you see that energy wave? You wouldn't just die, you'd be erased. From existence, not even dust left. Should we try a wheel battle? Wear him down. Great idea. You go first. Shi Jingwen sighs heavily. Then I declare, Yehi is the winner. The stadium explodes with cheers. Yehi, a mere first-year martial artist, single-handedly challenged the school's martial masters. Unprecedented, unmatched. The name Yehi will be forever etched in the history of Imperial University. Praised as a living legend. Search trends skyrocket instantly. The world witnesses a new star rising, not just for the university, but for all of humanity. This is the top scholar of our city. Seriously, I've never felt this proud to tell people where I'm from. The internet goes wild. Holy crap. I knew, since he was a kid, he had the aura of a dragon. I'm actually Yi. He's uncle. Want exclusive info on him? Follow me. That guy above is a scammer. Block him. Meanwhile, the grim reality remains. The National Martial Saint is injured and in seclusion. Guardian Grandmaster Du Jingming's fate is unknown. 12 cities have fallen. At such a time, He's emergence feels like a blessing from the heavens. Cut to in City High School number 1. Students are screaming in excitement. Yehi is so cool. He didn't let our high school down. Yehi. I knew I was right about you. Listen up. Students study hard and try to become the next Yehi. The chant grows louder. Yehi. Online. Comments flood the screen. Imperial Principal Shi Jingwen. Why did he personally declare Yehi's victory? Why would the headmaster support a private duel? What is their relationship? Who's really backing Yehi? Because of Shi Jingwen's intervention, Yehi's name has landed on the radar of countless factions. This student isn't just a simple orphan like his file says. Yehi's identity is now classified. As a top secret priority by the Dragon Sparrow organization, we demand all speculation cease immediately. Otherwise, Dragon Sparrow will take enforcement action. Back at the arena, the team is celebrating. Hell yes. Di and Chen. Make those little villains regret everything the Dragon Blood Society rises. Yangzi looks around, confused. Wait, where's Captain Yehi? Where's our number 1 hero? Zheng Zhong answers. He said he had urgent business and took off like a shot. Cut to Yehi's dorm room. Doctor, Fang steps forward to report, bowing respectfully. Master. Scene change. Doctor, I've retrieved the golden gene you hid in City. Do you have a way to open it? The old man replies. I do. I can open it. After all, back in the day, I was one of the lead engineers on the Golden Gene project. However, this vial, is rigged with an electronic transmitter. The moment it's breached, the user gets tagged with a tracking signal. The Thunderray headquarters will immediately trace. And that signal, and hunt you down? Yehi frowns, asking, is there any way to jam that signal, Doctor? Fing nods. Yes, I've already started acquiring materials to construct a signal shielding chamber. Yehi quickly asks, how long until it's ready? The doctor replies, half a month should suffice. However, decrypting the complex mathematical cipher integrated into the vial will also take at least half a month. Yehi agrees immediately. Fine, just make it quick. The most important thing, and is ensuring your own safety. Saying this, he presses a switch on his wrist. He falls into thought. Just reviewed the Mad Doctor's memories. I never expected that Prometheus used to have such a close partnership, with the Divine Kingdom. Back then, Prometheus leveraged his massive resources to secretly cultivate intended as a vessel for the Heavenly Kingdom's God's descent. But just as the demon fetus was nearing completion, Prometheus betrayed the Heavenly Kingdom. During the long incubation of the demon fetus, those mad scientists secretly pumped it full of foreign substances, and so, when the aberrant demon finally descended, it was pathetically weak. For the first time in human history, Prometheus succeeded in capturing a living aberrant demon. Prometheus didn't hesitate. They sliced the creature into pieces, harvesting every organ for experimentation, with a living aberrant demon possessing vitality that far surpassed any creature on the blue planet as their raw material. Prometheus's progress in biological science took off like an F1 race car, pouring this gas and tearing down the track. They eventually produced shocking results based on the demon's physiology, most notably Project Garden of Eden. In this insane plan, the lunatics at Prometheus intended to manufacture their own god right here in the mortal realm. This artificial god wasn't just meant to defend the blue planet from secret incursions or stop aberrant demons from descending. It was designed to abolish the current system of nations and borders. The goal was to unify all of humanity, placing every resource on the blue planet under the control of a divine brain that stood above all organizations and collectives. To realize this absolute fairness and turn the blue planet into the legendary Garden of Eden, they also had plans to rewrite the entire human genome. They wanted to force an evolutionary leap for the entire species. This was the species optimization plan. It was the precursor to the Thunderbird's Golden Gene project. Yehi immediately picked up the thought. The influence of Prometheus runs too deep. Because I unintentionally mentioned the keyword gene back then, I think I was misunderstood, and as being an operative of Prometheus. I have a bad feeling that sooner or later, I'm going to get dragged into the whirlpool of chaos surrounding them. He paused, his gaze hardening. That said, I've been so busy helping Ouyangze that I haven't had time to study the badge Senior Azure Dragon gave me. Now's the perfect time. I'll attempt the sleep cultivation technique. Outside, the rain had begun to pour heavily. Yehi opened his eyes again. He was lying exposed in the downpour, rain relentlessly hammering against his face, slowly sitting up. But Yehi muttered to himself, it looks like a fierce battle took place here, but judging by the traces, this wasn't a fight between humans. He scanned the surroundings. The ground was scarred with countless scorch marks, fires so intense that even this freezing rain couldn't extinguish them. He glanced to the side. There were deep claw marks gouged into the earth, definitely not made by human hands. From a bird's eye view, the scene was utterly catastrophic, Yehi murmured to himself. The rain stopped. How do the people of the Western Kingdom fight in armor this thick and heavy? It's restrictive. I need to get this off. Staring intently ahead, he assessed the situation. Inside this martial fate space, I can't unleash my full power yet. I'll have to make do with scavenging their weapons for now. It's almost time. The master of this martial space, the quest NPC, should be appearing soon. Just then, a massive army materialized right before his eyes, accompanied by deafening roars of battle. Inside a carriage, a man with his face completely concealed by a hat peered out the window. Realizing the army was ignoring him, Yehi blinked. Hey, why are you leaving already? The horse pulling the carriage began to tremble violently, as if it had suddenly been burdened with an immense weight. It turned out Yehi had grabbed onto the carriage wheel. Oh man, why do you run the moment you see me? Aren't you supposed to issue me a trial quest? Inside, Masterly screamed in frustration. This brat, does he have enough strength to hold back an entire carriage? He shouted aloud. I have nothing to say to a bandit like you. Yehi's face went cold. He stared at Master Lei. Bandit. He pressed for an answer. Don't play dumb with me, that blue-haired martial artist who barged in here before he came for my family's inheritance too. Didn't he? My unfilial children are useless trash. I've had to persist inside this martial fate space just to preserve the last shred of my clan's glory. Who could have guessed that blue-haired brat would break through his limits, storm into this space, and use brute force to steal the inheritance. How are you any different from him? You're all robbers, thieves. Dihua glanced at him, finally understanding the situation. Look, old man, I don't care about your personal grudges, but as the quest NPC, if you refuse to do your job, that's going to be a problem. In a flash, Dihua swung his sword, slashing down with terrifying force, cleaving right into the side of the carriage. The old man stared at him, trembling. Hey, brat, what do you think you're doing? Sorry about that, old man, Dihua said calmly, but I can't let my guide NPC run away. You're just going to have to tag along while I explore the map. Master Li began trudging ahead, grumbling. You damn brat. You actually dared to wreck my carriage. Dihua followed casually behind him. My apologies, but since you're the master of this martial space, I'll have to trouble you to lead the way. Master Li was speechless. Well, at least you have slightly better manners than that blue-haired thug. He pointed ahead. If we follow these eruption traces, we should find the trial site. Dihua looked ahead, but then paused, appearing confused. The eruption traces, they just vanished right here. What a headache. Master Li glanced at him. He eyes the boy, suppressing a smirk. Kid, you actually thought I'd lead you to the trial site. How naive. You're going to be lost in this martial void forever. Suddenly, Yuhua tilts his head back. Hold on. If there aren't any footprints. And then on the ground, Yuhua scans the sky, his eyes sharp. Is it possible? It took to the air. Old Man Lee stares at him, mind racing. I can't believe this kid found the key clue so quickly. That sharp observation skill paired with the talent he just showed. Damn. If only he was actually a descendant of my clan. What a waste. Yihua glances over, muttering with a pout. Flying creatures have zero exceptions. They never build nests down low. We're standing on a massive flat plain right now. If we keep heading this way, the highest peak we see, that's our target. He pauses, then beams at Old Man Lei with a flower-like smile. Hey, Gramps, looks like I'm going to need to borrow that horse again. The old man barely reacts. Uh-huh. Scene shift to the snowy mountains, where biting winds howl through the air. Yihua rides solo on the massive steed, tearing through the sky like a comet. The beast's eyes flash with a savage glint. It knows something big is about to go down. Just as he pulls up, the horse lets out a deafening whinny and lunges forward. Yihua hits the ground, gritting his teeth as he calculates. The beast senses danger. Looks like we've reached the destination. Staring ahead, he questions himself. What the hell is that? Is this the star-devouring disaster? The legendary nemesis of Demara? At that exact moment, a massive inferno erupts, incinerating a huge chunk of the landscape. Old Man Lei and Yihua stare intently ahead, the golden blaze blinding their vision. In seconds, the flames swallow both Yihua and Old Man Lei whole. But then, Lei steps forward completely unfazed. He's untouched by the chaotic energy. Even though he found the spot, he's just a speck of dust, incinerated by its rage. I'm the master of this space, so I can't die. He pulls his hood down, muttering, that kid was just too green. This trial was never about killing the multi-headed white dragon. The goal was to find the relic guarded by beasts in these snowy peaks, then offer it to the dragon to earn its respect and receive the inheritance. He pauses, a thought crossing his mind. Of course, that green-haired punk was the exception. After breaking through, that monster used his raw power to slaughter the white dragons and forcibly seize the inheritance. Suddenly, Lei's eyes snap open. But this kid impossible? With his cultivation level, that first blast should have... He freezes. Yuhua is standing there, tall and unbroken. Lei's jaw drops. That brat is still alive, his constitution. Something's off. Yihua looks up, brimming with confidence. When he first entered the martial void, he couldn't access any power from the host body because his synchronization rate was too low. But now, as his compatibility spikes, that raw power is flooding into his very soul. Finally, he can unleash the host body's true potential within this dimension. Yihua's eyes flash with a dangerous light. He tosses his weapon aside. He doesn't need a sword for this. Just watch me unleash my true power. Old Man Lei stares, completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? Is this kid a monster too? Yihua roars. Demora synchronization, 71% focusing cellular energy. Devouring the super titan power, initiating Demora full transformation. But this terrifying power isn't infinite. Once the titan energy and his core reserves are drained, he'll be forced out of this demonic state. Best case scenario, I've got 2.5 minutes. That's all I need. A massive dragon manifests, locking its gaze on him. But Yihua doesn't flinch. It's Demora versus the star-devouring disaster. Old Man Lei's jaw hits the floor, his feet rooted to the spot. Holy mother of... Boom! A massive explosion rocks the earth. Yihua shoots into the sky like a rocket. It looks like the dragon took some serious damage. Yihua shouts down. Let's reenact that legendary battle right here in the void. The dragon roars, lashing out with its massive tentacles to crush him. Yehi sneers, his voice dripping with mockery. Trying to bully me because you think I can't fly. Ha! Ta! Ta! He channels his energy, aura exploding. Don't forget, I've got range too. Instantly, Yehi's energy dragon begins charging a massive electrical blast. Its eyes locked on the enemy. It opens its maw, unleashing a torrent of lightning. The two forces collide, a clash of titans in a life or death struggle. The explosion of light is blinding. The energy shockwave absolutely massive. Watching the radiance flare out, everyone is left dumbfounded. This isn't just simple martial power. Yehi stands amidst the chaos, roaring, Demara meteor. But that red dragon isn't giving up yet. It glares straight at. Gradually, that power seeped into his very soul. Finally, he could unleash the full might of the host body within the martial void. A dangerous glint flashed in Yehi's eyes. He didn't even need a sword anymore. It was useless now. Just witness my true power. Elder Lei stared at his imposing figure, jaw dropping in shock. How is this possible? Is this brat a monster too? Yehi suddenly roared. Demara synchronization rate at 71%. Focus all cellular energy. Completely devour the super titan power. Initiate full Demara transformation. But this terrifying power wasn't infinite. Once the titan force and core energy were depleted, he would drop out of this demonic god form. Optimistically, he only had 2.5 minutes. But that was more than enough. Suddenly, a massive dragon materialized, locking its gaze on him. But Yehi wasn't backing down. It's Demara versus the star-devouring Calamity. Elder Lei's mouth hung open, completely frozen in place. Holy mother of... Boom! Immediately, a massive explosion tore through the air. Yehi instantly rocketed into the sky. It looked like that dragon took some serious damage. Yehi shouted down. Then let's reenact that legendary battle right here in the martial void. The dragon didn't wait. It lashed out, sending its tentacles whipping toward him. Yehi! Scoffed. Trying to bully me just because I can't fly. He channeled his inner energy. Don't forget to have range attacks too. As he spoke, Yehi's own dragon manifestation began charging electrical energy. Its eyes locking onto the target. It opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of lightning. The two forces collided, sparking a life or death struggle in an instant. Blinding light exploded outward, the sheer power shaking the very air. Witnessing the radiant energy, everyone stood dumbfounded. This wasn't just simple combat aura. Yehi stood tall amidst the chaos, roaring, Demara meteor! But the red dragon wasn't giving up yet. It stared daggers back at Yehi, jaws wide open. The dragon heads lunged forward, slash, in a flash. He severed 3 of them instantly. Watching them fall, he smirked with satisfaction. Now there's only 3 left. Makes me remember a certain 3-headed dragon I know. He stepped forward, eyes locked on the beast. Yehi scoffed, mocking his opponent. I'm afraid you won't be keeping those heads either. Immediately, he unleashed a massive blast of blue fire. Boom! Another explosion rocked the space. When the smoke cleared, Yehi was holding the beast's heart in his hand. He had finally brought it down. Elder Lei was flabbergasted. Unbelievable. Am I trapped in an illusion? How can a human take on a monster's form and slaughter the multi-headed white dragon with such overwhelming power? But the surprises weren't over yet. Elder Lei's eyes widened even further. Over on the battlefield, Yehi was admiring the beast's heart with twisted delight. So satisfying. Nothing beats controlling a titan's body and charging in head first. Hey, old man, after slaying this dragon, I figured out where the martial void heritage is hiding. No need to bother. You anymore? He laughed maniacally, leaving the old man stunned. Elder Lei yelled back. In your dreams, Yehi grinned, launching himself forward. Knew you'd say that, I'll just get it myself. Before the sentence ended, he plunged his hands deep into the dragon's heart. He gritted his teeth, struggling to endure. It's burning. It felt like molten iron coursing through him, like his arm was about to melt away. Sweat poured down his face. Found it. Yehi reached deeper inside, though he felt a bit overwhelmed. A bit heavy, isn't it? Finally, Yehi pulled something out, a look of pure satisfaction on his face. Elder Lei was stunned into silence once again, staring blankly at the boy. From the object in Yehi's hand, long, black tendrils began to slither out. They wrapped tight around his muscular arm, but it didn't stop there. The tendrils sprouted sharp spikes, piercing straight into Yehi's flesh. This was the Earth Fiend body, tempering heritage of the Abyss Dragon. Armor Elder Lei stood by, his mind still reeling. Yehi thought to himself, their strength and physiques are too weak. Ordinary humans could never withstand the weight of the dragon armor or the blood toll it demands. Even that blue-haired martial artist only managed to unlock 90% potential. That makes me the first one in 1,000 years to be fully accepted by the dragon armor. He turned to look at Elder Lei. You want to know how I did it? Simple. I just put it on. What's so hard about that? Seeing the boy's arrogance, Elder Light trembled with rage. You little brat. But eventually, the old man sighed, defeated. Fine. If the ancestors have accepted you, then I suppose I must as well. I'm done keeping score. Since the clan has no direct heir left, passing this legacy to someone more suitable might actually be, a blessing in disguise. At least the legacy won't be tainted. Suddenly, Yehi turned to the elder. I get the feeling this technique is incomplete. Dude, there's a second part to it. Isn't there? The old man's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He roared. Don't get too greedy. You little... Bandit, are you planning to loot my entire clan now? Yehi just grinned. The abyssal dragon armor is too extreme and repressive. It only focuses on external power. To achieve true balance, a martial artist needs to combine it with a top-tier internal cultivation technique. Without that internal balance, a normal fighter's organs would be crushed under the dragon armor's pressure. Their bones would snap, and their flesh would be wrung dry. That's why the complete body forging method must include both internal and external cultivation. Only then does it become a heavenly tier technique. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I'm not letting it slip away. Time flew by. 1 week later, Yehi was fast asleep in bed when his phone suddenly started buzzing, groggy and half awake. Yehi sat up and answered. Hello, Chujo. What's going on? You've spent 80% of your time training lately. Is it blurring? The data on the genuine dragon armor is overwhelming. I need to absorb it inside the martial void. From the other end. The phone rings. Yehi, it's me. Liu Qingju and I just got discharged yesterday. We were told to go to the student activity center today for our mission rewards. But get this, the student council president told me to inform you, that your reward requires a trip to the principal's office. The principal is paying you personally. Yehi blinks, confused. Me, the principal's office. Yehi, still groggy, starts analyzing. Does the principal want a private word with me? Why? The central hub of the floating city, Huadu Sky Tower. The moment he arrives, a girl approaches with a bright smile. Student Yehi, we've been expecting you. She introduces herself. I am Nua. Principal Jing is waiting for you upstairs. So please, follow me. Yehi replies briefly. Alright. But internally, his mind is racing. This woman, I can't smell any martial aura on her, but she doesn't feel like a regular civilian either. Is she not human? After Yehi agrees, the girl quickly escorts him into the elevator. After a moment, she suddenly turns and asks, Is Student Yehi curious about my body? Yehi breaks into a cold sweat. You misunderstood. I was just admiring the pinnacle of scientific engineering. Nua calmly unbuttons her shirt. It is different. Yehi panics, jumping back. What's different? Wait. You really misunderstood. I didn't mean that. Nua casually displays her mechanical torso. This mass-produced service chassis has a very different structure. Compared to human females, we only simulated a realistic head to increase approachability. Yehi exhales, relieved. So that's what she meant. God, she nearly gave me a heart attack. Huayu's tech is terrifying. Finally, they reach the top floor. The principal is inside. Yehi replies coolly, Yeah, thanks. But the moment he steps out, and he feels his entire body getting electrocuted, he grits his teeth as a sharp pain spikes through his skull. This pressure. Instantly, Yehi collapses onto a nearby chair. When he opens his eyes, Jingwen is right there. That was quite a nap. Yehi, have you mastered the Azure Dragon manual I gave you? Yehi looks around, dazed. Why am I? Here, where is this? The principal's office. Jingwen slides a cup of tea toward him. This tea was developed by the Research Institute using herbs from a secret realm. Unique flavor. Try it. Yehi asks. Principal, that ability you just used, was it spatial manipulation? The old man replies. Oh, indeed. I can shift space. Within a certain range, Yehi realizes the truth. I knew it. That's how he saved Zhu Yanting. Spatial arts are at least on the same tier as Time Stop. That is a god tier ability. Jingwen takes a sip while Mima continues. Yehi, your points and resource cards have been transferred to your account as the MVP of the level 5 mission. You may choose 2 Earth Fiend rank skills and a custom high-grade weapon. Yehi scoffs internally. I don't need trash weapons or skills right now. He speaks up immediately. Principal, I want access to the files on genetic locks and clearance to research information on Prometheus. I don't have any ulterior motives. I just purely want to... The old man cuts him off instantly. Done. Seeing the old man so relaxed, Yehi sweats. Does he actually know the script? Jingwen stands up quickly. Let's go. I'll take you to the archives. Yehi blinks. Now, but my tea. Jingwen opens the door. Drink it after you read the files. Stepping inside, Yehi freezes. This is... He stares in shock at the object. What the hell is that A brain? Half a creature's brain. Jingwen explains. This is Nua's central processing unit. Her true body. Yehi gasps. Nua? So that's it. Who built that android outside? The old man continues. Decades ago, this half-brain belonged to Prometheus. Hearing this, Yehi's jaw drops. Prometheus, the deity of the otherworld plan. You mean this brain belonged to the first aberration ever captured in human history? The transcendent, majestic existence. And Prometheus split it into 8 pieces. That man, in his prime, he was truly a powerful lunatic. No wonder. If they dared to trample the Garden of Eden plan and kill a god to unite the planet, splitting a brain is nothing. Jingwen calls out, Nua, immediately. The voice from before echoes, Yes, sir, I am here. He skillfully commands, Export the data. Nua responds instantly, Affirmative. Jingwen doesn't hesitate. Plugging a USB drive into the server. He hands it to Yehi. I've installed a partition of Nua onto this drive. She can answer most of your questions. Yehi's mind is reeling. Heaven knows how many core secrets. A central computer like Nua holds. She knows every strategic mission of Huadu University. Wait, Principal Jingwen actually handed this over to me. It feels too good to be true. Is there some kind of scheme involved? Jingwen had shoved the item into Yehi's hands. Stop spacing out. Even for the principal of Huadu University, sneaking a student in is a serious violation. We need to leave now. Yehi broke into a cold sweat. The principal himself was leading the charge in breaking the rules. Inside the training room, someone was training relentlessly. His eyes flashed with a vicious light, making him look just like a wolf. Channeling his internal energy, he let out a roar that sounded more like a wild beast than a human. As Jianzhuang stood up, he was buzzing with excitement. In just the first semester of freshman year, he had completed a path that usually took Huadu University students over a year. The gap between people really is massive. Even among geniuses, there are levels. And someone of my caliber, I, Jianzhuang, am at the very peak. Just then, Yehi walked in. Hey buddy, you done yet? Jianzhuang asked with a smirk. So, you're the Yehi that Aoyangze mentioned delivering yourself right to my doorstep. Yehi couldn't hide his disgust. Are you, part of the Dragon Blood Society too? If you've got issues, go find Aoyangze. I need this training room now. Having said that, he burst into loud, arrogant laughter, finally pausing the accumulation of his internal energy. Acting dumb, are we? Don't tell me you don't know who I am. Listen closely. My name is Jianzhuang. That's right, the very man who stomped Aoyangze into the dirt and nearly turned your little Dragon Blood Society into a mere footnote in history. The freshman king. However, before he could even finish his sentence, Yehua's fist had already slammed into his skull. Yehua stepped over the body with a look of pure disgust. I told you I needed the cultivation room. But no, you just had to stand there yapping and blocking the door. Annoying as hell. As for what happened next, Xiang Jianzhuang wouldn't know. After all, by the time Xiang Jianzhuang woke up from his coma, a week had already passed. And this place was the high-level cultivation room, reserved exclusively for the elite gifted students. Yehua rubbed his hands together. Finally, no one left to get in my way. The king of monsters inside him was starving, unable to endure the hunger any longer. Yehua looked up and shouted, Come on then, time to feast! During this time, all the monster cores I gathered myself, plus the allowance from Huadu University, and the ones I bought, they're all here. It was time to increase the synchronization rate with the Emperor template. Considering that supplying a massive amount of monster cores to boost synchronization in a single go would force his body into a metamorphosis mode during sleep. It would also release a massive wave of nuclear radiation. I specifically ordered Nua, the electronic maid, to open the largest, most secluded cultivation room. Ever since he got Nua, Huadu University felt just like his own home. Whatever he needed, he just told Nua to unlock the permissions, skipping every single tedious procedure. When others have privilege, I'm filled with righteous indignation, but when I have privilege, oh man, it feels absolutely amazing. Nua, activate the energy shield for the cultivation room. I'm starting. Nua's voice immediately responded. Yes, Master Yehua. However, moments later, the system constantly blared an alert. Insufficient energy. Yehua was losing his mind. Still not enough. The higher the synchronization rate went, the harder it was to increase the number of monster cores needed. And even the quality requirements were increasing exponentially. This was the fatal flaw of a high-tier template, and the maturation period was too long, and the resources required were terrifying. He calculated and evaluated the situation. A template that couldn't be converted into combat. Power immediately would slow down his rhythm of development. This was exactly why he still had to put effort into learning the martial arts super system. Even if you turn on hacks, you have to hack with a brain. After all, even hackers can die, and hackers can lose. Right. On the screen, the numbers kept ticking up, and soon, Yihua's entire body was enveloped in a layer of raw power. Yihua's gaze began to shift. Waiting for the moment the Stargate opened the day, the king of monsters would reveal itself to the world. Outside, two massive airships were moving through the sky. Descending from above, Jingwen addressed the crowd. Today marks the beginning of Great Xia's reclamation plan. 70% of martial artists nationwide must mobilize, he declared with thunderous power. The martial artists of Great Xia will take back the 12 fallen cities beneath his feet. Right now, every single martial artist was present and accounted for. Jingwen spoke again. Students of Hua University ignite the signal fires of war with your blood and ki. As if injected with liquid fire, the crowd roared in unison, their morale skyrocketing. Yes, sir. Jingwen channeled his internal energy, shouting as he did. The war smoke fueled by your vitality will shoot straight into the high heavens, converging and intertwining through the clash of weapons and blood. He rallied them. This is our fighting spirit. It is our resolve to fight to the death to reclaim our lost territory and restore Great Xia. You all know your missions and plans. I know that many among you are ready to make the ultimate sacrifice. However, under the resolute gaze of the crowd, Jingwen's voice boomed like thunder in their ears. But we must survive and return. Only in survival is there hope. Hua University is forever your home, and it will remain right here, waiting for you to come back. Standing before thousands of students, Jingwen roared, all martial artists of the Empire, hear my order, swear with me. Clenching his fist, he shouted with unshakable determination, before our army, no enemy remains. The crowd below echoed in unison, before our army, no enemy remains. Inside the chamber, Yihua was still in a deep sleep, showing no signs of waking. His face was now shrouded in a layer of ominous darkness. Scene changed to another location. High heels stepped casually, light as a feather. The moment they saw her, everyone bowed in respect. Director Yu. This woman was Yu Yan, formerly a level 2 researcher at the Prometheus, now a senior manager at Thunderbird. Her voice was cold as ice the moment she arrived. First, the golden gene was stolen. Then, a key base was attacked. And finally, we lost an entire elite squad. This year, Thunderbird has faced one disaster after another. The board of directors has begun to suspect that all of this is the work of a single person, aiming to destroy Thunderbird. There is no hard evidence yet. Although Black Lion cleaned up the traces at the Genshin base, the Dragon Sparrow Bureau has still narrowed their target down to Thunderbird. If Great Sia's Dragon Sparrow wasn't so busy trying to reclaim the fallen cities recently, I'm afraid Thunderbird would have already been dealt with. However, it was precisely because the attention of every martial artist in the nation was drawn elsewhere. Only during the lull in the fallen cities does Thunderbird dare to unleash that monstrosity. According to Yu Yan, he is a living Pandora's box, a failed product of the first generation Golden Gene experiments. One slip up, and he could drag humanity into an abyss of eternal damnation just by existing. Yet, despite being a failure, he possesses an uncanny ability to sense other Golden Genes. Unstable and prone to losing control, he remains the only hound capable of sniffing out the missing target. As she speaks, Yu Yan stands before the laboratory, swiftly pulling a set of keys from her pocket. Her gaze is locked forward, practiced, and intense. Slowly, she inserts the key into the mechanism. The heavy door slides open, and she steps into the containment zone. The temperature plummets to a bone-chilling -1 degree. Yu Yan knows this place all too well, walking in with casual indifference. Suddenly, she stops. Her expression shifts a mask of cold anticipation. It is time for the world to witness your true terror. Meanwhile, the disc-shaped aircraft cuts through the sky, visibility dropping as thick clouds obscure the horizon. Inside the cockpit, two pilots are focused on their controls. Suddenly, a booming voice echoes from the navigation console. Eva reports urgently, Captain, the Hound is locked onto a location. It looks like West City. Jingwu's voice turns icy. West City. The very stronghold Dragon Sparrow is preparing to reclaim. Eva quickly tries to reassure him. Relax, Captain. Unless the thief who stole the Golden Gene is a Grandmaster level expert, our squad can surround and slaughter them in seconds. Exactly. Captain, under your command, have we ever tasted defeat? As long as we don't run into Dragon Sparrow's first division, we can extract safely. At that exact moment, a secret command overrides the system. Eva jams the aircraft signal and engages the autopilot. Her voice shifts, cold and mechanical. As you command, Executive. But the situation spirals instantly. The ship lurches violently, losing its balance. Eva screams in genuine terror. The ship, we're losing control. Jingwu suddenly flips the script. His eyes flash with a predatory light as he draws his blade and slashes through his own teammate. The crew stares at him, paralyzed with fear. Captain, when did you become a traitor? Jingwu wipes his blade, answering calmly. That implies I was loyal to begin with. I was never with Thunderbird, so how can I betray a side I never served? Apologies. Gentlemen, wait for me in, hell, you can punish me there. But for now, please, die first. Staring into his cold eyes, the crew can barely process the truth. Captain. Within seconds, a few precise strikes turned the cockpit into a bloodbath. From inside the containment unit, a sinister, cunning laugh erupts. All dead. Tisk, tisk. A tongue flicks out, licking lips in anticipation. Brother, can you spare a little blood? I'm parched. Jingwoo approaches the unit. The crew here were all Grandmaster level martial artists. Make sure you savor their hearts. He shoves a fresh heart into the creature's maw. Hound, you are free. The monster licks his lips, eyes glowing. Not enough. Give me everything. Jingwoo sneers. I am a top agent of the Northern White Eagle. And yet, here I am, feeding a dog. The hound narrows his eyes. What do you want me to do? Jingwoo replies. Nothing. Complex. Just unleash your rage upon the territory of the Sia Nation. They are beginning to reclaim their lost cities. A resurgence of their power is something the Northern White Eagle will never permit. With that, he turns his back to leave. My time here is done. If I stay, you'll likely tear me apart too. These Grandmaster corpses are your first meal out of prison? Enjoy! Jingwoo leaps from the aircraft, leaving the monster alone. In the falling ship, the hound seethes with rage. First a retriever, now a rabid dog unleashed to bite at random. Do they think I'm a joke? I want to rip everyone to shreds? Swallow them whole, the heavy screws. Restraining him begin to rattle and loosen. Moments later, metal shears and bolts pop. Finally, he has shattered his chains. The hound is ready. The slaughter is about to begin. He grins maniacally. First, I will consume the complete golden gene. True evolution. Then, I become a god. Let's see. Who dares to treat me like a tool then? Scene shifts to West City. Alarms blare. All units, evacuate the blast radius immediately. Warships, prepare for fire suppression. The wide-range explosion will attract the beast tide from the entire city. The commanders strategize. Once the perimeter is cleared, the elite squad led by the Martial Grandmaster will dive into the center and decapitate the Overlord. The sky above is absolute chaos. A massive flying beast has targeted the erratic aircraft. Its razor-sharp claws tear into the fuselage, ripping open the hull to reveal the engine block. But suddenly, the giant beast freezes. Sensing something wrong, it looks inside. The hound, small compared to the Titan, has taken down the massive creature with terrifying ease. He stands there, triumphant. A grotesque grin stretches across his face. Time to change up the menu. Without hesitation, he plunges his hand deep into the beast's flesh. He isn't just killing it, he's harvesting its neural cells. Meanwhile, the hound unleashed his full power. He pounced, sinking his teeth into his prey in a frenzy. In seconds, the target was subdued. The hound was in complete control of the hunt. But then, something strange happened. Somehow, he sprouted a massive pair of wings. Dropping his prey, the hound looked over his transformed body with immense satisfaction. He howled at the sky. What a rich gene pool, my injured body can recover perfectly here. This place is the ultimate all-you-can-eat buffet. Back in West City, the area had turned into a desolate wasteland, like a ghost town. Enemy fighter jets continued their bombardment, crumbling what was left of the infrastructure. From high above, a jet crashed straight into a skyscraper. Down below, the squad rushed into action. Sister Liu plane was taken down by a demon beast over there. We need to rescue the survivors. Little Zhang, wait, the beast that took down. That plane might still be lurking nearby. Little Zhang stayed optimistic. Sister Liu, you're a Grandmaster, and this is just the outskirts of West City. There's no beast out here that can match you. Another teammate chimed in. He's right. Sister Liu, if we're too scared to take risks here in the outskirts, we'll never survive deep inside the city. Liu Yan sighed, relenting. Fine, but stay sharp and be careful. However, the moment they arrived, the team froze in shock. Lil Jang stared blankly. Did someone kill all the beasts attracted by the crash, all by himself? Liu Yan was suspicious. Did this guy sneak in during the chaos? Is he some kind of deranged martial artist? Nearby, the hound was busy tearing a corpse apart. As Liu Yan's group approached, he sensed them. The hound turned around, a sick delight in his eyes. Looks like more prey took the bait. He instantly lunged at them. Little Zhang charged forward to intercept. Wind slash. He swung his sword with full force, striking the creature directly. But it was useless. It felt like slashing through soft mud. He thrust his blade deep into the hound, but the monster just let out a terrifying roar. In a split second, the hound engulfed him whole. The team trembled in horror. Little Zhang was gone, eaten alive. Thunder cracked across the sky as Liu Yan's rage boiled over. Gripping her twin blades, she launched herself into the air. You bastard! But suddenly, the hound opened its mouth. Wind slash. Liu Yan froze, her eyes widening in shock. Before she could react, the hound launched a counterattack, delivering a clean, lethal strike. Liu Yan couldn't believe it. Wait, that move he just used, oh, how could it be? Identical to Little Zhang's technique. Suddenly, a voice called out, Sister Liu! She gasped. Little Zhang, you're still alive, but the familiar voice was coming from the monster's writhing tentacles. Sister Liu. Little Zhang's face. Zhang appears, looking utterly ghastly and grotesque. Save me! Sister Liu! I'm in so much pain! Save me! It hurts. I'm about to die. Sister Liu. Help me. Sister Liu. Help. Liu Yan stands frozen in shock. Suddenly, from behind her back, the hound delivers a vicious, powerful slash, leaving Liu Yan only enough time to let out a single scream. The hound instantly seizes her body, possessing it with a twisted praise. Even for an old man like me, this meat feels quite firm. He senses something. I can feel the golden gene. It's on the other side of West City. He calculates his next move. I'll head over there while sneaking into other martial artist squads. I'll wait until they get used to my face, then suddenly start eating them alive. I bet their expressions will be absolutely delicious. He surveys the battlefield. I can still sense many powerful life forms here. Those must be the Grandmaster level martial artists and the Overlord tier beasts, right? If I can devour genes at that level, looking across the entire world, who would still dare to control me like a trained dog I have cast off my chains, I will ascend and become a true demon. Meanwhile, on the other side, the squad urgently reports Captain, a Lord-class monster is charging at us from the rear. A steady voice immediately calms the ranks. Do not panic. Tianyu rides his spirit beast, soaring into the sky with the aggressive majesty of a general. The moment he finishes speaking, he launches himself upward and delivers a devastating downward slash. Tianyu is brimming with confidence, facing this endless tsunami of monsters. The firepower humanity prides itself on is nothing more than a tiny candle in a stormy sea, liable to be extinguished at any moment. This man is Chen Tianyu, Dean of the Wada Grandmaster Academy and Captain of the Spearhead Squad in the plan to reclaim West City. He looks at his team and declares, we must rely on agile and powerful individual martial artists to eliminate the high-tier monsters within the Horde. Only then can we scatter the monster wave and lure out the Overlord. The 5-man team of the Huadu Spearhead Squad? We are the ones who will shoulder this arduous mission. Kai Ming quickly glances around. The area seems significantly quieter. Master, there are no issues with our route. This is the Vanguard path scouted by the Dragon Sparrow team, confirmed to be the best route leading straight to the Overlord's lair. Tianyu then instructs him. The higher a martial artist's cultivation level, the stronger their spiritual vision becomes. It can be so potent that you might even see your own death in a dream. Therefore, Kai Ming, you must trust a martial artist's intuition. He barely finishes the sentence before shouting an order. The whole squad stop. On high alert. Qi Ming stood up, answering for the squad. Yes, sir. Tian Wu immediately pressed 2 fingers against his temple. He closed his eyes, sensing the surroundings. In less than 3 seconds, Tian Wu's expression shifted drastically. It's here. Just as he predicted, something came crashing down from above. A massive explosion rang out, tearing the very earth beneath them apart. The golden horn insect, King spoke with utter disdain. This king prepared a grand welcoming ceremony for you all. Why have you stopped? Tian Wu gritted his teeth and roared. Target confirmed. West City Overlord Golden Horn Insect King all units. Switch to battle formation. Back at the West City war zone, amidst the ruins. Tian Wu didn't hesitate. He unleashed a devastating strike. Earthshaw Art Thunder, Dragon Spear. But Golden Horn just scoffed. Ignorant little human. You think these cheap tricks can harm me? With that, he began to channel his internal energy. Let me show you what true suppression looks like. His hands clamped shut. With just a squeeze of the golden horn grip, he effortlessly crushed Tian Wu's power in his palm. But right then, a sudden anomaly occurred. What the hell? Since when did Elder Mu cling onto his arm? Earthshaw Art. Secret technique, dripping water pierces stone. Before the words faded, he landed a fatal strike on Golden Horn. The beast sneered. Cunning humans. Indeed, a tactical squad built on researching my weaknesses. Now, his gaze shifted to Elder Mu. I'll deal with you first, old man. Wu Huang shouted from the rear. Elder Mu, fall back. The team immediately erected a defensive barrier. Ximing barked, Tian Tian, you're up. She responded instantly. On it. She conjured a massive shield to pull Yin Yang solid formation. Qiming surged with power, his eyes burning with intense killing intent. Together, they combined their strength to create an impenetrable defense. Goldenhorn scoffed. What martial art is this? You think you can seal my PI's movements? Suddenly surprised, he unleashed his domain. Is this the human's last stand? Blood mist dyed the entire area crimson. Tianwu soared into the sky and struck down. 9 heavens, Thunder God, Universal Strike. Goldenhorn couldn't help but admire it. Your human cultivation system actually has some merit. He leaped into the air. Perhaps the Emperor was right. We should learn from you. 2 massive forces collided head-on. Another earth-shattering explosion rang out, engulfing everything in a sea of fire. The team exchanged anxious glances. Is the Overlord dead? Wait. Was it supposed to be that easy? Critically wounding him was the objective. But then, Goldenhorn's voice cut through the smoke. Not bad. Humans. If it were a common Overlord, they wouldn't have survived that. But sadly for you, there are levels to this, and this king is far superior to them. Everyone stared in shock. He still has a rare molting form. His body had become sleek and streamlined. Goldenhorn Insect King, second molting form. His head twitched as he locked onto his target. He pointed a finger at Elder Mu. First, I kill the old nuisance. Someone screamed in terror. Elder Mu, look out! In an instant, the blow landed. The entire squad was blasted away. That speed. It's too fast. Wu Hong charged forward. Damn you, Thunder Dragon Spear. But Goldenhorn spun around and swatted Wu Hong aside like a fly. Tianwu watched the carnage in horror. Goldenhorn raised a leg and kicked Tianwu into the air. Get lost, you animal. He reached out and crushed Tianwu's throat, choking the life out of him. He sneered with delight. Your squad wasted so much effort and still can't handle me. So how do you expect to deal with the other overlords in West City? Hearing this, cold sweat poured down Tianwu's face. What? Are you saying West City has another overlord? Meanwhile, in the airspace east of West City, inside the command flagship, chaos erupted. Level 1. Alert Level 1. Alert deep underground at 1,000 meters. Massive biological energy signature detected. It's surfacing at Godspeed. Computer calculations confirm. This creature is a silver rank overlord. We have no grandmasters on the ground to intercept. Recommendation, strategic retreat. How is this possible? Wasn't the only overlord in West City engaged with Chief Chen's dagger squad? The captain roared. Stop hesitating. Order all ground troops to retreat immediately. Airships. Gain altitude. Get away from the surface. Prep the earth-penetrating nukes. Suddenly, a massive tentacle lashed out. The crew screamed. Captain Giant Tentacle incoming. He quickly ordered, fire the electromagnetic cannons. Luckily, the blast worked, severing the limb and sending it crashing to the ground. It was a bloody mess. But in less than 3 seconds, the flesh began to knit itself back together. The tentacle. It's regenerating. The captain screamed in desperation. We're out of time. Drop the nuke now. Earth-penetrating nukes, locked and loaded. According to him, everything is set. Fire directly at those. Tentacles. 3 nuclear warheads freefall, detonating with the roar of thunder. The destruction is catastrophic. The captain falls into a deep silence, praying the terrifying yield of those 3 nukes allowed the martial artist below to retreat safely. Belina freezes, her voice trembling. Captain, the Overlord's life signal. It hasn't vanished. And just like that, from the inferno, the tentacles emerge once more. But the Overlord took 3 nuclear strikes point blank and is still alive. The captain slams his fist on the console, blindsided by this absurd durability. He screams in utter helplessness. Damn! It is our plan to reclaim West City, doomed to fail. Panic spreads like wildfire as an alarm blares. System. Central Command has been overridden. Repeat. Central Command overridden. The captain's mind races the override code. Belongs to Nuwa. A voice announces, thank you, warriors of the West City war zone, for your fierce struggle. Now, please hand the battlefield over to him. Stunned. The captain immediately demands, him, who is he? Zhao jolts, detecting an intercontinental ballistic missile hurtling toward them. He panics in ICBM falling from the sky, accompanied by a strange blue aura. The captain breaks into a cold sweat. Something isn't right. There's a life signal on top of the missile. A familiar coat flutters in the wind as the atmosphere itself seems to freeze. Watching the object streak past, the captain mutters in disbelief. There's actually a person standing on it. Yehi stands tall, staring down with absolute dominance. Rewind a few minutes, back at Huadu University. A massive surge of power struck down, signaling Yehi's awakening. Nuwa steps in swiftly. Yehi, congratulations on your breakthrough. She presents a suit. This is the special nanometer battlesuit Longxi, prepared for you. Yehi immediately asks, Nuwa, how long has the West City Huadu University army been gone? Nuwa replies, they departed 5 hours ago. His jaw drops. That late quickly. Arrange a supersonic fighter jet for me? No, he corrects himself. A supersonic jet is too slow. Use an intercontinental ballistic missile. The speed of an ICBM is faster. She obeys instantly. Yes, sir. He begins to calculate. 2 goals for West City this time. 1, meet the Mad Doctor to retrieve the golden gene. 2. Kill the Overlord and seize its core. It's the final step for my template evolution. To reach 90% compatibility or higher, anything less than a Lord class core is useless. But even Lord class cores only add a fraction of a percent. I've burned through massive resources just to hit 99%. I even drained the entire Huadu University market of Lord cores. But that final 1%, no matter how much I hoard, it won't budge. Only a higher tier gene can bridge the gap. Manhwa interrupts. Yehi, the ICBM is ready. Wish. You smooth sailing, sir. Flying past, he mutters to himself. Found him. 3 nukes couldn't put. You down good. My final 1% depends entirely on you. Yehi analyzes the data. According to the database, a tentacle monster, like you was called an earth demon, right? Hell of a domineering name. Huh. He strikes while gloating. Oh, angry because I mocked your name. Yehi grins. Even the Emperor class has a short temper. I see. In that instant, Yehi immediately extends his hand. The pressure is crushing. He's significantly stronger since waking up. Energy detonates violently, staring down those tentacles. Yehi channels his internal force into the Mara secret art, nuclear light sword, / his power hits, like a hurricane, sweeping across the monster. Inside the base, cheer erupts. Is that a Grandmaster from Huadu University here to reinforce us? We can liberate West City. We're saved. West City is saved. The captain watches, overjoyed. We can win. This, outside, Yehi spins like a living drill, boring deep into the massive beast, staring into its eyes. Yehi chuckles coldly. You hide your core well. He smirks with disdain. I'll end you in one shot. Blinding light radiates from him as he charges forward like a madman. Yehi roars Emperor Mara secret art, nuclear explosion heaven, kick. The impact is instant. Yehi lands. And a pillar of light pierces the cloud layer as he ascends. Triumphant. Observers gasp. Is that West City? What the hell happened there? It's too bright intel. Said an overlord? Was there? Could it be? Don't overthink it. Great Xia victory. Meanwhile, Wu Huang is suddenly sliced in half. Tianyu screams his name. Wu Huang. Jin Jiao scoffs at the corpse. Shield expert, please. You were just, instantly sliced in half. Tianyu calls out his name. Wu Huang Goldenhorn looks down on us. What shield expert? You're just a mere scrap of paper. Yet it pierced through in an instant. The creature stared at Chen Tianyu. You are strong to force this king into my third form. Tianyu was baffled. This overlord still has 3 transformations. He calculated grimly. The Burning Blood secret art won't last much longer. Even if I win this battle, I won't have many, years left to live. He steeled his heart. But that doesn't matter. What matters is that I, Grandmaster of Great Xia, Chen Tianyu, thought I must slaughter this monster right here. He moved to kill, not Goldenhorn. The alien spoke. Target locked. Forced attack. Your human martial arts are so vague and idealistic. He scoffed. In the end, willpower cannot bridge the gap of absolute power. Suddenly, a blast of energy struck from afar. Earth Fiend art, Heavenly Blade, Thunder Spear. Goldenhorn took the hit, stunned. Yet, he regained his composure quickly. Just as well. Recently, the Emperor, finalized the conversion experiments on the old civilization. He grinned maliciously. As a human, this king acknowledges, once you die, I will recommend your corpse for an upgrade. You'll enjoy a new life with far greater majesty. Blood tears stream from Tsuan Tianyu's eyes. Even in death, I will cripple you. I won't let you interfere. With the battle to retake West City, he charged immediately. Once again, a blinding green light. A blinding flash detonates, yet the monster stands firm, unshaken. This life-burning technique of you humans, it is getting rather annoying. I clearly struck hard enough to kill you all just now. He sneers at Tian Wu's group, overflowing with arrogance. You keep burning your essence. To forcibly extend your lives. Goldenhorn shrugged. No matter. This king doesn't fear trouble. I wanted to preserve the integrity of your powerful corpse, so I held back. But, you won't get that treatment anymore. I'll just grind you into paste. Suddenly, a massive shadow, rose up behind him. It's so lively over here I could feel the vibrations all the way outside the city, and Elder Mu gasped. Wu Hong, didn't you die in battle just now? Wu Hong nodded eagerly. Yes. His eyes looked vacant, controlled. Elder Mu, did I die? I don't know. As soon as he spoke, Wu Hong's body began to mutate violently. Elder Mu stared in bewilderment. Wu Hong ripped apart a dead horse on the ground, his face twisted. Delicious. Worthy of a Grandmaster's mount, but eating the Grandmaster himself. That would be divine. You all look extremely tasty too. Can I have a bite? Goldenhorn instantly decapitated him with a look of disgust. What is this filth? It reeks of the Dark Star aberrations. Is this a mad human creation? You dare tamper with those aberrations? If so, we might as well just wipe this planet clean. At that moment, and the hounds appeared beside Donald Goldenhorn, laughing coldly. He seemed very satisfied. The hound grinned. Hello, alien creature. My name is Yin 1. I'm here to eat you. Goldenhorn roared arrogantly. Scene shift. Amidst the rubble, Goldenhorn landed a heavy blow. Moth the hound. Weak, you can't even withstand one hit. But then, Goldenhorn hesitated. He looked at his hand in fear. Not good. His flesh is corroding my body. Goldenhorn flew up in a rage. Alien trash. You think distance will save you? That thing in front of you is just a bait. It's created by my main body. The hound asked playfully. Do you know what an anglerfish is? A massive maw lunged from the shadows, snapping. Goldenhorn up in one clean bite. Terrifying. He's consuming Goldenhorn. The hound had beamed. Truly an overlord. I can't even digest him instantly. He's still thrashing around inside me. Elder Mu seized the moment. Now get down, Director Chen. Out of here. Run fast. Kai Ming hesitated. And the hound had chuckled. I haven't forgotten you lot. You'll make a perfect dessert. After my meal. But then, his face twisted in fear. From the sky, a beam of light shot up towards them. Elder Mu turned. Such powerful energy. Is it another overlord? Kai Ming shouted. It's coming straight for us. The light locked onto the hound. He stood there, dumbfounded. The hound began to move sluggishly. The massive light beam exploded on impact. Elder Mu ordered Kai Ming to shield Director Chen. Kai Ming thought, it's not an overlord. It's targeting the other monster. Another explosion rocked the ground. Yehi charged in, screaming I thought you were on our side since you ate the overlord, he roared. But now you dare try to devour Director Chen and the others? Then I absolutely cannot forgive you. This black and red sludge is truly disgusting. Yehi channels his internal energy once more, locking eyes with the hound. He unleashes a massive strike. Straight at him, the hound is startled, bracing himself to take the hit, but he's beaten to a pulp, only able to let out weak whimpers. But Yehi isn't finished. He glares, roaring, I won't let you die. That easily, Yehi soars into the sky, shedding all hesitation from high above. He shouts with steely determination, unleashing a planetary crash. The strike descends like a cannon blast, triggering a massive explosion. Leaving the hound battered and broken, his body plastered against a giant boulder. Keeping his eyes locked on his opponent, Yehi lands on the ground. The system chimes. Infinite monster template host, Yehi. Berserk lizard. Template synchronization 100%. Flame monarch form unlocked. Please use with caution. Meanwhile, the battered hound begins to slowly pull himself together. In an instant, his scattered flesh reforms into a single mass. His body regenerates as he slowly steps forward. His voice ice cold. Such powerful attack force. You hit me so hard I almost lost my mind. Since the day I was born, I have never been suppressed like that. Yehi breaks into a cold sweat seeing this. The hound lets out a cunning, delighted laugh. But I should thank you. Your attack just accelerated my digestion process. Now, I have successfully assimilated the genes of that overlord class beast. As a return gift, I'll keep you conscious while I devour you. Threshold piece by piece. Tiny specks of light begin to float up. Annoyed, Yehi lashes out with a kick. Who let this dog bark? Yehi delivers a curving arc shot kick, instantly launching the hound into the distance. He doesn't stop there. A surge of power bursts from Yehi as he strikes again. The hound morphs and steps out from the rubble, laughing with glee. Hit me, do it again. He gloats. You can't kill me. I will become your nightmare. Yehi stands there calmly, showing zero fear. This only excites the hound more. Yehi laughs aloud. This is the first time I've seen someone even crazier than I am. He attacks with disdain. Idiot. Getting bigger just makes you an easier target. Secret technique, Godzilla Emperor's Breath Wave. A beam of blinding light blasts straight toward the mad dog. Qi Ming stares in awe. Who is that Grandmaster, that speed and power? Even a Grandmaster at the butterfly transformation stage would struggle to match him, Elder Mu adds. And that blue energy wave? I've never heard of anything like it. Thank God he's on our side. With an expert like this in the West City war zone, we can rest easy. But the hound, even after being blown apart, and is still regenerating. The hound sneers. I told you, it's useless. No matter how powerful your attack is, and you cannot kill me. I can divide infinitely. Divide. My biological potential is fully triggered. As your nuclear strikes tear my body apart, they simultaneously accelerate. My cellular division. My regeneration speed has surpassed even the diffusion rate of your atomic energy. Yet, Yehi's gaze remains indifferent. He grits his teeth, studying the hound. Yehi silently calculates. What an annoying pest. But my synchronization with the Emperor Lizard has maxed out, giving me the ability to sense vitality. With extreme precision. He realizes that while he can't observe every cellular change like an electron microscope, he can vaguely sense that this thing is constantly adapting to his atomic energy. The Hound laughs manically. Correct. This is my power. Invincible evolution no matter how strong you are. You will eventually be devoured by me. You can never defeat me. He stares greedily. I can sense it. The ultimate genetic power within you, compared to your masterpiece of a genome, the overlord genes I just consumed are as bland and worthless as trash. He seethes with jealousy. Why I have devoured countless living beings, constantly deducing and evolving my body to create the perfect bloodline. Yet, I still can't compare to this man. Standing before me, he stares at Yehi, unwilling to accept this. Why I must eat you immediately. Him opens his massive maw. A single sweep topples skyscrapers, the destruction rolling out like a tsunami. Blinding red light envelops the area. Qiming gasps. It's not just the expert. Even that monster is terrifyingly strong. Can that mysterious master handle it? Yehi looks down at the beast with contempt. You talk too much. You're just a glutton. He glares, raising his arm. Abyssal dragon armor, right arm release. This is the sea-splitting punch. Yehi launches himself into the air, eyes locked on the Hound. Power surges in a linear path as Yehi instantly sends his opponent packing. The Hound just stands there, paralyzed, letting the energy rush into him. But when the Hound looks down at his own body, he can't believe his eyes. How is this possible? How? Can you really do it? It seems this attack successfully injured him. The Hound is unwilling to accept this. The Hound roars as he lands. How can your power still be rising? Yehi remains calm. That's right. My power will forever be a tier above yours. The Hound fumes. Damn it. According to his calculations, the gene explosion ability, God shouldn't have failed. As Yehi finishes speaking, a massive explosion rings out. The sky now looks like fireworks. Ma blooming, the sound echoing like thunder. Yehi is like a demon, walking forward nonchalantly. He pauses. And he quickly dusts off his coat, that cunning smile appearing once again. How can you be sure that this is my peak? Once again, Yehi shouts loud, Gene power. The Hound excitedly smashes. Down on him. An elbow strike filled with deadly acid. Of course. Yehi won't lose. Countering with Magma Iron Mountain Lean. The Hound uses the opening to sneak attack. Thunderwhips strike continuously. He is furiously annoyed. What kind of freakish stuff do you eat? I don't believe it. You can't be more invincible than me. I am the perfect creature. Finishing his words. He furiously strikes. Sonic waves roaring. Yehi stays calm. Is this flurry of garbage attacks meant to? Might make me laugh. Now it's my turn to return those words to you. No matter how you attack, you cannot kill. But it will never be enough to defeat me. As his physical prowess skyrockets, Geraldo, the fusion of spirit and flesh, evolves. He transcends his original limits, reaching a terrifying new tier. His stats in every category have multiplied several times over. State. So whether your attacks can even break my base defense is questionable, let alone dealing with Gerudo after his stats have multiplied. Yehi smiles brightly. To put it bluntly, even if I let you, stand there and attack all day, I doubt you could scratch my defense. The Hound feels a creeping fear. Impossible. Could it be? Just know that I really can't beat him. He despairs, even though I'm getting stronger every second, constantly deriving more perfect genes. He looks at Yehi, monologuing, but the gap in power between us is too vast. If the distance between us is 100 meters, then even if I shorten it by 1 or 2 centimeters, in that huge scale, it means nothing. The Mad Dog is unwilling to give up. I just need more time to develop, to consume more strong fighters, to derive perfect genes. Sooner or later, I would surpass this guy in front of me, but now, there's no time left. He thinks to himself, damn it all, it's because that stream of golden gene aura was suddenly cut off. If not for that, after I successfully completed my genes and reached a more perfect state before fighting this monster, I wouldn't be in this miserable state even if I couldn't win. Finally, the Hound backs down. Fine. Thought I'd admit it. You are no less than a perfect creature like me. At least for now. I can't find a way to kill. But you can't kill me either. So how about this from this city to this entire country? I will not encroach one bit more. I will go to other nations, like the Northern Federation of One. This fits your policy of using external forces to balance power between nations, right? He makes an offer to recruit him. Eventually, we can divide the Blue Star in two. I will rule the North Whitened continent. Nah. And you rule the East and West. Regarding the world's strong fighters, you just need to get me a little, I also have their blood. I can help you research toxins targeting their bodies, helping you wipe out every enemy. The more he speaks, the darker Yehi's face gets. Then he raises one finger. Yehi says nothing. The hound stares. Hound? Not in surprise. What does that mean? Yehi crosses his fingers into a plus sign, leaving the opponent confused. Yehi finally says calmly, 10 minutes. If you are still alive after that, I'll take your last name. The hound roars. Then you. All I have to do is squeeze my fist tight, he replied coolly. Every little bit counts. The enemy let out a savage laugh. Kill me. You must be joking. Even I can't kill myself. Every single cell in my body is screaming to evolve. Evolve. How could evolution ever allow me to die? Yehi feigned a friendly demeanor, quickly closing the distance. Why don't you try and find out? He shouted, landing a heavy blow that sent the hound flying into the air. As the words left his mouth, the hound was launched skyward. The impact was so devastating that the shockwave shook the buildings far below. Yet, the monster just laughed maniacally. You can't kill me. You'll never kill me. That attack was pathetic. It didn't even scratch him, ignoring the screams. Yehi dragged him higher and higher into the atmosphere. The enemy shrieked in terror. What are you doing? Are you trying to throw me off Blue Star? The hound scoffed, regaining his arrogance. It's useless cosmic radiation. In the absolute zero of space can't kill me. I'll just keep absorbing cosmic radiation to evolve. And when I return, I'll slaughter every human on Blue Star. Yehi replied calmly. This altitude is just right. No one can see what I'm about to do up here. And the fallout won't destroy West City. Yehi brought his face inches from the hound's. Besides, at this range, you've lost connection with your clones, haven't you? The monster panicked. How? How do you know that? It turned out Fuyi's main body wasn't as invincible as he claimed. If he were, the Thunder Ray Bird wouldn't have captured and imprisoned him years ago. He was indeed hard to kill. But every regeneration and reconstruction burned through his life force. As that energy drained away, he would grow weaker. In his battle with Yehi, he'd already burned through 30% of his reserves. In terms of raw energy capacity, he could even rival 3 ordinary overlords combined. But Fuyi's greatest trump card against Yi, he wasn't his regeneration. It was the clones he detached from his body. From the moment the Golden Horned Beetle King knocked his head off, to when Yehi pulverized his tissue. Those scattered fragments didn't die. Instead, they entered a dormant state. When Fuyi's main body ran out of life force, he would activate a consciousness backup stored in those fragments, triggering a unique form of resurrection. Unfortunately for him, this consciousness transfer wasn't perfect, and was still limited by range. Yehi glared at him. You ask how I know, because I'm stronger than you. In reality, Yehi had used his life force magnetic field to trace the connection between the fragments and the main body. By observing the battlefield, he gauged the signal strength of that link and deduced the range limit. I really am a genius, he thought. He paused, then smirked. In other words, you're down to your last life. Yehi and the hound, finally, reached the peak of their ascent. The enemy was completely at his mercy. The hound panicked internally. He never expected to be rid so easily. I can't die. If he died here, he would never see the sun again. Desperate, he roared, initiating self-destruct vision. This is my ultimate escape. You'll never catch. Every single piece of me. Yehi's eyes flashed cold. Are you afraid? Is that the primal fear of death kicking in? Seeing what happened next, the hound cursed aloud. You can turn into a giant too. Yehi smiled, satisfied. He didn't need to catch every piece. He just had to crush them all in his palm. He looked down at the creature. You have nowhere left to run. Trapped inside the giant hand, the hound screamed. What are you doing? Compressed into a ball of flesh. His terror spiked. What is this? Are you trying to eat me? Realizing he was being shoved into Yehi's own body, he shrieked. Are you a monster? Eating your opponent. You're insane. The hound couldn't believe it. You fool. Aren't you afraid I'll devour you from the inside out? You've just given me a way to survive. Yehi replied calmly. Swallowing you is just step 1. The next step was ignition. As the flame monarch spoke, Yehi's massive frame erupted. His body dissolved instantly, transforming into a blinding crimson light. The hound screamed, Where am I? How can a living creature generate the heat of a star? My gene bank doesn't have a single sequence adapted to a solar environment. He struggled. In vain. Stop it, damn you. Are you trying to refine me into a pill? Watching his body disintegrate? The hound howled. Refuse to accept this. I am the ultimate life form. If I just had more time. Time to become a god. With that final cry, the hound vanished into nothingness. Flashback to 10 minutes earlier. Static crackles. This is Shicheng Warzone. Spearhead Squad. Do you copy? Over? This is Spearhead Squad. We copy. This is Dai Kai Ming. Squad leader. We have received the headquarters transmission. Dai Kai Ming continued. his voice firm. The beast tide in the Xiqing war zone has been completely neutralized. Cleanup operations are proceeding smoothly. Headquarters has confirmed every single Overlord class entity in Xicheng has been wiped out. Report your status. The voice on the other end confirmed the victory. Headquarters had the full picture. Kai Ming hesitated, then spoke up. Sir, if not for that mysterious powerhouse, our plan to reclaim Xicheng would have likely failed. Headquarters, if that mysterious expert's identity isn't top secret, I need to know who he is. I want to thank him personally. The voice on the radio chuckled. That expert is a student at your Huadu University. Is he a dean, or perhaps a specially invited guest professor? Kai Ming was stunned. What? I've never heard of such a professor. The voice corrected him. He isn't a teacher or a lecturer. Kai Ming, he is currently a student. Kai Ming's jaw dropped. I'm the student council president. I know every faculty member at Huadu University. None of them possess that kind of terrifying, azure-colored destructive power. Kai Ming felt a chill run down his spine. A student. Is he a hidden master from the senior year? How have I never heard of a senior student bypassing me to reach the Grandmaster realm? The voice dropped the final bomb. He isn't a senior. He's a freshman, 3 years below you. High above, raw power continued to erupt. The colossal hound beast had been almost entirely consumed. Yehi clicked his tongue in disgust. Ugh, ugly appearance. And the taste is even worse. The intense heat from his flame monarch form had incinerated his nano battle suit. He opened his mouth, eyes glowing with predatory light. Now, let's see what you can do. Fu Yi. The moment Yehi unhinged his jaw, massive tentacles shot out from his throat. Yehi analyzed the data. Vampire bloodline evolved. Supreme Emperor's evolution matrix online. Synthesizing Fu Yi's genetic code, simultaneously refining the subject and absorbing his gene sequence. Yehi muttered with satisfaction, watching the black and red biomass coat his skin. I've inherited his biological matter. Interesting. This substance doesn't just mimic clothing. The biomass shifted, knitting his flesh together. It heals the body instantly, repairing the damage from the flame monarch state. Moments later, Yehi descended back to Earth. His appearance had undergone a drastic transformation. A faint smile played on his lips. This isn't just repair. It's optimization. It felt like using a character creator in a video game, molding his body at will. The sensation is magical, he whispered. Words can't describe it. This ability. It rivals a high-grade specimen. Meanwhile, in Federation B, inside the North Whiten Military Command Center, the footage of Yehi devouring the hound beast played on the main screen. General Dur stared in horror. What in God's name is that thing? Panic spread through the room. Transmission incoming. Supercomputer Eva reports a high-energy reaction detected at the boundary of the troposphere and stratosphere, directly above the nation of Xia's Xiqing sector. Impact radius 600 kilometers. Yield estimate equivalent to 10 million tons of TNT. Wait, aren't they just reclaiming a city? What explains this nuclear-level energy spike? The radar operator shouted. General Eva detected life signs at the epicenter. Life signs, Dur roared. An explosion that size would vaporize even a Grandmaster and magnify the satellite feed. I want to see what the Xia Nation is up to. On the massive screen, Yehi's silhouette came into sharp focus. Dur gasped, his voice trembling. It's a teenager. The boy on the screen looked up, his red eyes piercing through the vacuum of space. Eva's automated translator flashed. Are you peeking at your daddy? Silence fell over the North Whiten Command Center. Yehi casually raised his hand and extended his middle finger, staring straight at the camera. Dur was paralyzed. Impossible. Our satellite is in low Earth orbit. How did he spot us? Run facial recognition immediately. Does Great Xia have a fourth Grandmaster we didn't know about? Suddenly, Yehi's eyes flashed with blinding light. Dur jumped back. What is he doing? The technician screamed in terror. General Scout satellite detects massive energy converging. It's a projectile. A beam of pure power shot up from the surface. Yehi scowled. You North Whiten scumbags. I'll blow up your spy toy first. Let's see how you peep without eyes. The Supreme Emperor Matrix was pushed to maximum output. His biomagnetic field expanded, covering him a super wide range, enough to blanket the globe. He could sense everything in the breath of carbon-based life, the electronic signals of machines. Every frequency was within his grasp. Xicheng has been reclaimed, Yehi mused, a sudden thought crossing his mind. His eyes glowed crimson. The 11 S-Class forbidden zones. With my current life level, can I enter them now? He smirked. Only one way to find out. He instantly flared his internal energy, deploying his magnetic field. The invisible wave rippled out, scanning the planet. Yehi whispered, combining Fu Yi's black-red matter with my biofield. I'm constructing a complete map of the forbidden zones. My channel internal force to open the field. At the same time, that magnetic field flies far away. Yehi says to himself, the black-red matter of the symbiote combined with the life magnetic field has built a complete area distribution map showing the cities of Great Xia can be mapped and reconstructed with absolute precision. Yet, at this moment, his face remained tense. Yuhua calculated coldly. This is Guangshan, the place that collapsed due to an S-class secret realm. So it failed. Not surprising. After all, even those who truly stand at the peak would be flustered by an S-class realm. Muttered, Guangshan City's forbidden zone has fallen. What about the other places? From high above. Yuhua ran his own calculations. Sensing the magnetic field spreading across Great Xia, reaching the eastern continent of Blue Star, crossing the Great Eastern Ocean to the North White continent, then North Hanyang, and even the Eternal Wind continent at the South Pole. Everything was surveyed and reconstructed in an instant. Scene change, elsewhere, on Little East Island. This is the Sun Spirit Imperial Palace. Looking at man coughing incessantly, everyone knelt in panic. Your Majesty, a monstrous hand protruded from him. Medicine, give me. Medicine. He drank and spoke between gasps. That sensing ability. It has reached East Sun. Which master is this? Is it that old fox, Shijingwen? Ruins of Great Xia or Sakli in the West Continent. Could it be that someone who hasn't appeared in public for nearly a century has, noticed something? If they want to probe this king, they must first refine the divine object. The day this lord reaches the legendary realm will be the day East Sun conquers Blue Star. Meanwhile, on the Western Continent, the crowd was in an uproar. Heavenly Kingdom, Divine Descent, the Holy Capital. Look, the God statue has manifested. It is the true God descending. The divine cult is real. The oracle is real. Those ignorant mortals who do not believe will eventually be cast into the abyss of nothingness. Oh God, please bless my grandson. Cure his terminal illness. Suddenly, from above, a figure descended. Did that arrogant gaze awaken you? The figure stopped right at the massive, blood-stained statue, looking absolutely terrifying. Immediately, he placed his hand on the statue's eye. His posture bizarre and eerie. Once done, he flew down swiftly. This is the negligence of this servant. Please, continue your rest. Again, shifting to another location, this is the sea off the coast of Aozhou. A large ship is cruising through the waves, its lights dazzlingly bright. A crew member spoke up. Is this vision coming from Yuhua? Lai Yi took off his hat. I didn't expect him to improve this much in such a short time. Truly surprising. He looked at his wrist. It's all because of that blue-haired human pervert. If he hadn't severely damaged my mortal body, I wouldn't have had to delay for so long to heal. His ship was now heading toward a dense fog. Lai Yi remained as calm as ever. Whatever. Once I get out of here, I'll find you again. Yuhua then added, the life magnetic field has covered all of Blue Star. At least 12 places are like Guangshan City, like black holes swallowing my perception. There are even existences that after detecting my sensory net, tried to trace my location. Speaking of this, he smiled brightly. The waters of Blue Star run deep indeed. At that same moment, a loud voice resonated. Is that you? Yeah. How that bus? He started. This voice. Is it Principal Xu Jingwen? It seems he is trying to transmit a message. Be careful of Fu Hongsheng. I leave Great Xia to you. Yuhua knew the source of the signal was the Kunlun Peak of Great Xia. He calculated. The principal warned me to be careful of the National Guardian, Fu Hongsheng, but isn't Fu Hongsheng in seclusion due to heavy injuries. What happened at Kunlun Peak? Yuhua's voice turned cold. Nuwa, a robotic voice, quickly responded. Sir, I am here. Yuhua asked. Can you still detect Principal Xu's location signal? Nuwa replied instantly. Searching. Currently not found. Yuhua felt urgent. Azure Dragon, the dragon breath of Great Xia. Can you find the signal of Azure Dragon? Nuwa said. Searching. Apologies, sir. Not found. However, the last recorded trajectory of Department Head Azure Dragon was towards the Valley of Death in Kunlun. Specific reason? Department Head Azure. Dragon did not disclose. Yuhua broke into a cold sweat, calculating silently. So the two of them are on the same side. He pieced together the events. Right at the critical moment when we started the plan to reclaim Great Xia, Yuhua's eyes suddenly darkened. Could it be Fu Hongsheng has betrayed us? Yuhua frowned slightly, his gaze sinking. If Principal Xu Jingwen and Senior Azure Dragon are missing, then Fu Hongsheng is an enemy. He paused for a beat. Then, Great Sia's top-tier combat power is gone. A chilling deduction surfaced in Yihuo's mind. Right now, we are conducting a massive campaign to reclaim territory and retake fallen cities. This also means our vitality is heavily drained. If a towering giant like Great Xia falls, countless suppressed nations will rise up. The wolves and tigers, waiting to devour the giant's flesh and blood, will all become powerful. He continued. The gap in top-tier combat power means that right now, Great Xia is in its most dangerous period. One careless move, and we will face a simultaneous attack. Yihua erupted. With movement technique, his figure tearing through the wind straight toward the mountain range. His eyes scanned the entire area. Valley of Death, at Kunlun. Kunlun Peak, a place that suppresses martial artists, demon beasts, and even secret realms. Yet, there isn't a single trace of battle here. A clash between grandmasters would typically split mountains and sever seas. If Principal Shi really joined forces with Azure Dragon against Fu Hongsheng, Kunlun Peak would have been reduced to a valley by now. Yehi shook his head. There's only one option left. Find Fu Hongsheng, but if he is the enemy, isn't that walking straight into a trap? Honestly, this kind of detective work isn't for me. He thought, I'm definitely better suited for combat. His eyes hardened with resolve. No matter what, becoming stronger was the optimal solution. My 3 templates are maxed out. Being top of the class and reclaiming West City should be enough to earn 2 more. Yehi muttered to himself, thinking of the golden gene the Mad Doctor was decoding. He closed his eyes tight. If Great Xia truly has no guardian experts left, he smiled coldly, surging forward. Then I will become the supreme sovereign. A ruined commercial building in West City. The air reeked of desolation. He shouted as he walked, his voice loud but dropping into a murmur. He frowned, extending his bloodline perception. According to the sensory link, that bloodkin should be right here. Hidden well, hiding from something. Without another word, Yehi unleashed his full power. He dove straight down into the lower ruins, dust billowing up. A colossal monster appeared before him, massive and terrifying. Yehi merely glanced at it. His eyes were cold, void of fear. He attacked instantly, killing intent. Slash. An invisible blade of will cut through the air. The monster split in 2, its body collapsing. Yehi looked down. No wonder I couldn't find you. You were hiding inside the monster's belly. He called out, Mad Doctor. The man trembled, looking up. Master. You're here. The Mad Doctor scrambled back. Wait, don't come closer. I'm too disgusting. Yehi glanced at him. You do look sticky. He covered his nose. What happened? Who are you hiding from? The doctor swallowed hard. Master, I hid inside this worm to mask my aura and the golden gene. Lei, she sent a true monster to steal it. He's an ultimate creature. He might devour every living thing in West City. We must leave. Now. Yehi held up the object he was using. Is this the thing you're talking about? The Mad Doctor froze. That's him. He is the master. Wait, did you? Yehi replied calmly. Yes, I've already refined him. He thought, eating sounds savage. Refining is much more elegant. The doctor knelt, ecstatic. All hail the master. You've ascended another step. Yehi waved him off. Stop, stop. Where'd you learn that feudal nonsense hand over the golden gene? I'm not actually that curious about it. Yehi ordered. The Jagaluda was covered in slime, so he used its ability to extract the gene. He suppressed the hunger rising within him. Is this the extracted golden gene? My body is craving it. The Mad Doctor asked timidly. Master, will you not consume the golden gene now? Yehi shook his head. Not now. Consuming it triggers a metamorphosis in deep sleep. West City is still a war zone. Not a place for quiet cultivation. He looked at the man and smiled. Mad Doctor, you did well. The doctor trembled, bowing low. Master, it was my duty. Yehi raised a hand. A massive black-red biomass appeared. He transferred the power to the Mad Doctor. Your power is too weak. You have to hide like a rat. This is the black-red biomass of Yin 1. It can strengthen your brain. Yehi's aura exploded, and a spinal crystal manifested behind him. He gripped the spinal crystal, channeling his power, and ripped a piece off with brute force. The doctor took it, shaking. Master, this is... Yehi replied, and a piece of my spinal crystal. Take it. How much power you gain from this depends entirely on you. The Mad Doctor shook with terror and awe, cold sweat pouring. He wept. Master, today you give me a drop of blood. Tomorrow I will return you an empire. Yehi stared for a moment. Didn't realize you were such a drama queen. He turned away. All right, get to work. The Mad Doctor replied instantly. Yes, sir. Yehi's eyes turned cold. The beasts in West City had become too urbanized. Time to cleanse the entire city. East Battlefield, West City. The captain shouted the report. The Overlord is dead. The beast tide has collapsed. He waved his arm, voice full of bloodlust. Brothers, wipe out these bastards in one strike. Kill the stragglers. Don't let the smart ones escape into the alleys. After issuing orders, the captain. He lifts his head, his voice dropping to a low rumble. Leave the inner city to him. He gasps in disbelief. Who on earth is that? The vice captain blurts out. Is that the one who annihilated the West City overlord? The captain barks the order to obey command. And the entire squad of martial artists immediately executes an emergency retreat. In that very instant, a blinding light erupts in the sky above. A beam of blood-red crimson crashes down, carrying a crushing pressure that makes the air tremble. Yehi hovers in midair, his eyes cold and utterly ruthless. Glowing red tentacles erupt from his body, expanding outward and weaving together with terrifying power. They coil and twist, their structure shifting rapidly to form a grotesque shape. On his left, massive cannons suddenly materialize, their bodies bulky and terrifying. On his right, a second set of cannons rises up, muzzles locking onto the target. The massive red tentacle secures the heavy weaponry, aiming the barrel straight down at the ground, teeming with demon beasts. Yehi opens his mouth, his voice calm and flat. Let these demon beasts have a taste of my new template. The power of the seraphim guns. Thunderous gunfire roars, shaking the heavens and rocking the earth violently. In a split second, the horde of monsters on the right side is completely obliterated. Immediately after, the monsters on the left are spared no mercy, wiped out in an instant. Huge chunks of decimated monster carcasses rain heavily onto the dusty ground. Looking down from above, the massive power is attacking all four sides, leaving absolutely zero blind spots. The commander can't help but gasp aloud. That guy, he's a monster, not a human. Clenches his fists, his voice thick with shock. He's holding back an entire heavy firepower unit all by himself. Plus, every single shot has precision guidance capabilities. His kill efficiency surpasses the entire military. Where the hell did Principal Shen dig? This kid up from Yifeng stares at the screen and quickly reports, Captain, Yehi's attack has stopped. He analyzes the data rapidly. It looks like the weapons have overheated. Sure enough, the massive guns simultaneously cease fire, forcing wisps of white smoke to rise from the barrels. The commander immediately barks an order, his voice booming. We must buy time for Yehi's. Fill the gap while his weapons are cooling down. 360-degree mobile energy cannons. Prepare to aim. Following the command, the fortress's energy cannons lower their barrels in unison, locking onto targets on the ground. Everyone immediately resumes the assault, pouring all their firepower toward the enemy. On the other side, a high-intelligence demon beast grinds its teeth and roars. Damn it, has human weaponry advanced again? This is frustrating. That aerial fortress is coordinating with the turret on the ground. We must destroy that turret. If we don't, we'll lose our window to escape back to the abyss. Another beast responds coldly. Then you charge first. We will follow you. After a short interval, Yehi's guns finish cooling and reloading. The beast observes this and roars in panic. That turret is starting its second bombardment wave. The demon beast grits its teeth, voice filled with fear. Low-level beasts have absolutely no ability to resist that. It continues urgently. We have to destroy that thing fast, or the beast tide will be completely wiped out. Even the underground nest will be exterminated. Suddenly, a demon beast screams in excitement. It stopped. The cannon stopped. Again. It howls madly. Kill him, while that monstrosity has just finished firing and is recalibrating. Charge up there and destroy it. If that thing isn't destroyed, not a single demon beast will make it back alive. A scout has already returned with news the West City stronghold has been taken by humans. We absolutely must hurry. Just then, Yifeng screams in terror. Alarm massive energy reaction detected inside the city. He swallows hard. At least 20 Lord-class beasts are gathering and manifesting. The martial artists stare in stunned silence as the demon beasts surge forward like a tidal wave. The captain roars. Bad news. Go cover that turret. We absolutely cannot let those Lord-class beasts have their way, brothers. Even if we die, we must. Hold the line until the fortress begins its next focused fire wave. He shouts loudly, his figure charging forward. Don't you dare jump past us. In that moment of life and death, the giant red sphere in the sky suddenly cracks in two. A beam of blinding blue light shoots out, sharp as a divine blade, carrying horrific power. In the blink of an eye, the entire swarm of demon beasts rushing forward is wiped out clean. The vice captain asks, bewildered, is it over? The captain sighs in amazement. Gone. All Lord-class beasts. They've been annihilated. Damn it. My hot blood was boiling for nothing. Doing this just makes us look like background NPCs. His voice echoes coldly. Did you really think I'd just stand in one place? The recovery of West City is decided? Yehi turns around, his eyes declaring his will to the entire sky. After tonight, West City will have no more demon beasts. Under the fading dawnlight following the night's assault, the sky finally brightens. Yehi stands atop the ruins, the corner of his lips curling into a rare, pleased smile. The familiar voice of the system chimes in. Achievement unlocked. Savior of West City. Reward 1 template. Draw. Notification detected. Host participating in a major operation. Contribution exceeds 50%. Merging achievements for a guaranteed reward. High tier template. Draw. He lets out a soft, knowing chuckle, not the least bit surprised. I know this cheap trick inside out. Isn't this exactly like the card draw mechanics from those domestic games in my past life? Except now, the prize pool is upgraded from digital trash to god tier templates. Sub-B rank monster samples are worthless to me now, so hoarding all the retrieval achievements for one massive, high-stakes pull is the only logical move. I'm betting on at least an A rank sample. Maybe something on par with Emperor Zong. God, I can actually feel the anticipation kicking in. Meanwhile, the news anchor's voice trembles with adrenaline as he announces the headline, Great Sia's first reclamation campaign, a resounding victory. In a single day, we have taken back 3 major cities. He lists them off, breathless. First, Lion City, liberated by the elite Dragon Sparrow Division 1. He takes a sharp inhale. Second, Lion City, reclaimed by the fierce warriors of the evil capital. His excitement peaks as he screams the final name. And the third West City liberated, under the leadership of Huadu University's own dean, Chen Tianwu. The broadcast echoes with pride. Our great Xia warriors will not stop until every inch of land is purged of these beasts. In a shadowy corner, Qingju clenches her fists until her knuckles turn white. West City. Saved by Dean Chen, she shakes her head, muttering low and dark. You've got to be kidding me. That flash of azure light. There's no way that belonged to anyone else but him. Meanwhile, deep within the colossal headquarters of the Great Xia Reclamation Command, the minister lowers his voice, issuing a grave order. Lock Yehi's identity under the highest security clearance, level Alpha. His power is too earth-shattering. It's going to attract eyes we don't want. The staff member snaps to attention. Understood, Minister. Just then, Yehi steps forward, breaking the tension. Chief, I need to ask you a favor. The minister frantically waves his hands, laughing awkwardly. Please, don't. You're practically the boss here. No need to beat around the bush. Yehuan ODs. Fine. Straight to the point then. When exactly are you going to issue my certificate for being the top student of Hua University's first generation? The minister forces a smile. Kid, you're already stronger than the principal. Do you really still care about a piece of paper? Aren't you embarrassed in front of your peers? He explains, voice trembling slightly. That certificate requires validation from the student council. The protocol usually takes a full month. Then, the minister pauses, a sly glint in his eye. However, your situation is unique. I doubt a single student from the first generation would dare object to your title. Furthermore, he gestures to the door. The student council president just happened to arrive. He can certify you right now. Yehi raises an eyebrow. The president is here. As a figure enters, Yehi starts to ask, so, you're the... But before he can finish, the man rushes forward. Kai Ming invades his personal space, face inches away, eyes burning with intense, desperate focus. Kai Ming's gaze is filled with absolute reverence. His voice cracks with sincerity. Senior, thank you. Thank you for saving all of us. On behalf of my mentor, I owe you a debt I can never repay. Yehi waves him off. Just doing my job. No need for the formalities. He eyes the guy. Besides, you look a few years older than me. Quit calling me senior. Kai Ming shakes his head, eyes turning steely. No. On the path of martial arts, power dictates seniority. You are the senior. Yehi gives a wry smile, pauses, then shrugs. Fair enough. Suddenly, the system chimes in his head. Ding, congratulations, host. Achievement unlocked. First gen top student. Reward 1. Monster template draw. His heart hammers against his ribs. He clenches his fist, sweaty with anticipation. Finally, it's time. Yehi takes a deep breath and smashes the button. Show me the miracle. Instantly, a violent purple vortex tears open before him, spinning with terrifying power. It radiates a gloomy, abyssal light, a darkness so deep it feels like looking into the throat of hell. It sends a shiver down his spine. Yehi shields his eyes against the blinding gloom. Here it comes. System alert drawn template Hellstar, Class B+. A colossal, eldritch eye slowly opens in the void, its gaze cold and horrifying. The system rattles off the specs. Bloodline ability, Solar Eclipse, Frenzy, detects cosmic radiation and light energy, grants freedom to alter particle density, Siphon Light, and manipulate energy trajectories. Ultimate technique, Great Dark Heaven, devours all creation, compatibility, 1%. Yehi lets out a long, shaky breath. Yes, thank God it's a skill type template, and not some trash tier transformation that just makes me bigger. Now, the real question. Can the Hellstar's light and energy manipulation stack with Emperor Zong's nuclear reactor core? If those two powers synchronize, my growth potential is infinite. I can't wait. I'm maxing this template out immediately. Time to grind. Cut to the desolate ruins of City 1 Chin City. Chingfong grinds his teeth, kicking a pile of rubble. Damn it, it's been a full day and we've barely cleared 2 measly counties. Zhang Tao replies, his voice grim. We're supposed to be the beheading squad, an elite unit formed by the guild presidents themselves. Yet we can't even pinpoint the boss's location. He furrows his brow. It's those filth-ridden rats. The beast tide in Chin City is almost entirely rodent type. Sure, there are barely any giant class monsters, but on the battlefield, they're a nightmare to deal with. Xingfeng Nodis, analyzing the terrain. They've dug out a massive, complex transportation network beneath the fallen city. They're dragging us into a subterranean guerrilla war. We tried using the West City strategy, heavy external bombardment, but it's useless against enemies this deep. Master, he frowns. Isn't it also because of those rats the Chin City beast tide is mainly composed of? Rodent-type monsters. Although there are almost no large-scale beasts, they are extremely difficult to deal with on the battlefield. Qingfeng continues. So in analyzing, they have built a complex traffic network beneath the fallen city to wage tunnel warfare against the Martial Artists Alliance. We originally applied the same plan as the West City Alliance, bombing the outskirts of the city to lure the beast tide out, then sending a spearhead squad to execute a decapitation strike. But the rat hordes are terrifyingly organized. Not a single beast was lured out by our artillery fire. The entire tide held its ground. Xin City remains in a deathly silence. Every road leading into the city is completely undefended. The old commander's face darkened, as if the city itself was mocking the coalition. Come on in. His voice grew heavy. They're forcing us into urban close-quarters combat. That is our biggest weakness. If it weren't for that, we wouldn't have just scraped back 2 counties while suffering such catastrophic losses. Xiao Yao checked her phone and reported, news says Lian, Lan, and Shi cities have all been retaken. Lin Hao clenched his fist, slamming a powerful punch into the wall. Damn it! He gritted his teeth, his voice thick with helplessness. That overlord hasn't shown its face at all. The monster is definitely hiding deep beneath Chin City. That means to face the Chin City overlord, we'd have to navigate narrow tunnels and complex terrain, pushing through billions of rats. It's completely impossible. Is there anything more pathetic than having the strength but lacking the resolve in a narrow alley between old stone walls, draped in a cold, gloomy green moss? This is Chin City. A powerful footstep hits the ground, sending a ripple of force through the cold darkness. Yehi's eyes flash with an eerie green light. Time. I'm taking Chin City, and no one can know. The mask on his face is cracked, revealing only one sharp eye. Right now on all of Blue Star, aside from me, no one knows that Great Sia's 3 Guardian Grandmasters have all vanished, and the mastermind is most likely Great Sia's #1 martial artist, Fu Hongsheng. Why would Fu Hongsheng target the nation's top powerhouses? In terms of strength, fame, and status, he already stands at the peak of Xia country, perhaps even the world. Yehi analyzes further. He's a figure destined to go down in history, but if he's purging Xia's top masters, it means one of his goals is definitely to weaken Great Xia. And with my godlike growth rate, sooner or later, I'll become a target for elimination too. A battle with Fu Hongsheng is inevitable in the future. He frowns, eyes narrowing. If I want to stand against Fu Hongsheng, the so-called martial saint, I need to stockpile massive power. And I have to stay under the radar while I do it. I need to strike before he can even react. After all, my biggest advantage right now is the information gap. Fu Hongsheng doesn't know that I got the intel from the exam principle, nor does he know about the insane growth speed my infinite monster template provides. Mumbling to himself, he strides forward. As long as I have enough time to grow, I won't fear. Any enemy retaking Chin City is the perfect farming ground. Come to think of it, he had already used his biomagnetic field to scan the city upon entering. It's dense. The biological signals number in the hundreds of millions. This level of interference severely messes with my sensing abilities. I can't pinpoint the Overlord's location at all. Yehi glances down at the ground and continues. No wonder the Martial Coalition couldn't take this place. Even I can't find the boss. Sly bastards. Reminds me of that blood-eyed black ape in Inn City. High-tier monsters that cunning. Just make me want to kill them more. Suddenly, he stomps hard on the ground. Too bad for you. My abilities are versatile. I always have. Something perfect to deal with you lot. Beneath him, waves of blood-red killing intent rise like roaring flames, wrapping around Yehi's legs. Immediately, that crimson energy floods through the metal manhole cover. Deep inside the sewers, a swarm of giant rats with glowing red eyes are packed together, waiting to surge out. One rat among them stares up and lets out a screech. The horde looks up, watching the stream of energy seeping through the grate and pouring into the underground. The red killing intent explodes, spreading through the space. Beneath the manhole, The rats are shackled by the red aura. They can only shriek in terror. A single rat, bound by the energy, bares its teeth and howls in despair. It sinks deeper into the killing intent, body trembling, paralyzed. In less than a minute, the rat is completely devoured by the dense red mist. The other rats suffer the same fate, though some of the quicker ones desperately try to scramble up towards the manhole cover. Up above, Yehi hums a tune, calmly sitting there enjoying the scene of mass slaughter. The rats that climbed to the grate are now also bound tight by the killing aura. Not a single one can escape. Yehi holds his phone, playing a game, and excitedly shouts, "Charge group up and gank 'em." The killing aura swallows the rat swarm, twisting into a massive tornado. He finally stands up, dusting himself off. The rat monsters in the city have been all but exterminated. My black and red matter has already seeped 100 meters underground. It's about time you showed your ugly face. A dark aura hovers in the air, rising from the manhole like toxic fumes trying to escape. Suddenly, blood-red bubbles begin to boil within the mist. The ominous energy flares up violently, looking like it wants to swallow the world whole. Boom! A massive claw crashes down, shattering the pavement into dust. The ground trembles as the beast reveals itself. A colossal mutant rat emerges, wings spread wide, multiple heads snarling in unison. It lets out a deafening roar that shakes the ruins. It looks down with pure arrogance. Is it just you, human? This king expected an entire ambush squad to be waiting. The mutant rat bursts into mocking laughter. That weird red and black power of yours, oh, it is impressive, I'll admit. But my yin roar counters it completely. This is a death sentence you signed yourself. Yehi stares back, eyes cold as ice. What makes you think I only have one trick? He raises his hand high, channeling his energy. Instantly, the sky warps. A terrifying pressure descends from the heavens, forming a massive, swirling vortex. Yehi roars, "Sacrificial sun frenzy." The mutant rat shrieks in terror, staring up. Well, what is this power? The energy swirl is so massive, it looks like it's about to swallow the entire planet, a divine punishment. High in the cosmos, a burning vortex churns violently, crackling with lightning that could devour the world. From the eye of the storm, a beam of pure destruction blasts straight down at the city. The rat turns tail, terrified. What the hell is that? This king is done playing with you. Yehi sneers at the fleeing beast, trying to run. How can a beast like you outrun the speed of light? Boom, the cosmic force crashes down right in front of the rat. It screams in agony, then bellows. Killing me won't be that simple. Yehi simply raises a finger, commanding the heavens. Fall. Beams of energy rain down from the vortex like Judgment Day. The mutant rat can only howl in madness. The power obliterates the ground, flattening everything for miles in a blinding flash of destruction. Yehi nods, satisfied. As expected of an overlord tier beast, the body was blown to bits, but the demon core is still intact. He bends down, reaching out. I'll take that core now, but suddenly cracked, the core fractures, oozing a strange red liquid. Yehi passes, staring at the core in confusion. Then, bang, the core explodes. Countless tiny rats scatter from the explosion in every direction. He glares at them, annoyed. You learned this cloning trick from M, didn't you? Yehi instantly unleashes his dark tentacles to scoop them up. They lash out, inches from a catch. But the rat uses its insane agility to dodge. The swarm of mini rats flashes their sharp teeth, screaming, "Run, go, go, go." Yehi stands amidst the fleeing vermin, his tentacles missing their mark. He closes his eyes in disdain. You call yourself an overlord, yet you rely on cheap parlor tricks. A rat will always be a rat. You'll never be a true ruler. Yehi snaps his fingers, summoning his avatar, false god Rudra. Rudra casts a spell instantly freezing the rats in place. Yehi speaks calmly. Rudra's time manipulation has leveled up. I can now sense biological cores. I just need to crush them one by one and you won't be able to split again. He looks up at the sky. But if this swarm is just a decoy, then where's the real core of the Chin City overlord? To think this gutter rat still had an ace up its sleeve. You're the weakest overlord tier beast I've ever fought. But your talent for staying alive is top tier, admirable. But you still have to die. That is a talent indeed, but fate is fate. Yehi channels his internal energy. You slaughtered this entire city. I won't insult the dead by turning you into a blood servant. In your next life, try being human. Scene shift, the underground rat palace. It's a dark, gloomy abyss. Thousands of rats line up tail to tail, a horrifying sight. They surround a mysterious shape forming in the center, protecting it with their lives. The creature snaps its eyes open, glowing with ominous red light. Instantly, the swarm rushes toward it. It lies within a pulsating cocoon, surrounded by yellow slime. It bursts out of the cocoon, screaming, "Damn it! This king almost died back there." It's the mutant rat overlord, reborn. Chin City is lost. I need to retreat to the Sin domain immediately. It flies up, cursing violently. Son of a bitch. If it weren't for the Emperor's orders, the West Beast wouldn't be here. Those brainless monsters didn't want to fight humans to the death. I thought I could hold out for at least a month, as long as no human Grandmaster showed up. Well, I could have just hid in this underground palace and stalled the war indefinitely. It hovers in the darkness, trembling. Up at the sky, muttering to himself. But who would have guessed that freak would show up, that masked human? He doesn't just project matter. Well, this mysterious power not only devours every demon beast in sight, but also dominates spiritual energy. Ultimately, even his slaughter of every, elsewhere, a creature muses. My clone was destroyed in the blink of an eye. I don't even know how he did it. Fortunately, this king was clever enough to use the golden cicada shedding its shell technique. That stupid human definitely didn't realize the one he killed was just a clone. A mutated rat flies closer to the vortex created by the exotic fire, unable to hold back a cunning laugh. Just through this rift, and I can return to the Sin realm. But in less than a few seconds, the mutated rat turns and flees in panic. As expected, the human realm is still too realm. Dangerous run. I have to run. That surge of power nearly swallowed me whole. Terror grips him. How is that possible? Did that person already discover me?